My head hurts so much. Where is this? Lin Yun pushed himself up from the bed, feeling as though someone had clubbed him unconscious, tossed him to the ground, and then stomped on him a couple of times for good measure. A sobbing sound came from the side. Queso Giju finally woke up. Enduring the discomfort, Lin Yun turned his head to look. A frail little girl was desperately wiping away the tears streaming down her cheeks, crying her heart out. Anyone who saw the way this little girl cried would find it impossible not to feel pity. Queso. Lin Yun was a little confused. Was she calling him? What is that? He suddenly noticed a tail wrapped around the little girl's waist. Ah! Lin Yun's head abruptly felt as if it were splitting apart. Two entirely different streams of memory churned within his mind, intertwining with one another as though on the verge of fusing. Unable to endure the agony brought on by this fusion, Lin Yun blacked out. Lin Yun was a man from the 21st century, living off the rent from the house his parents had left him. He spent his days watching Japanese anime, his greatest love being Toriyama's Dragon Ball above all others. One night, as Lin Yun was rewatching Dragon Ball for the nth time on his computer, he accidentally hit the power switch. His mind went completely blank, his entire body numb, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this strange new world. From the merging memories, he learned that Queso was the original owner of this body. In order to protect that frail little girl, he had been brutally beaten by Nappa and mortally wounded. At the moment of his death, Lin Yun, who had crossed over, took over the body. Queso's body had been grievously injured and hovered on the brink of death, his soul shattered into scattered fragments, and in the struggle for dominance during the memory fusion, he simply could not contend with Lin Yun. Second after second ticked by. Lin Yun finally finished integrating the other set of memories. This is the world of Dragon Ball. Ecstasy surged through him. Since childhood, Lin Yun had loved the Dragon Ball anime. Whenever his Chinibu flared up, he would imitate Kakarot, transforming into a Super Saiyan, gritting his teeth, widening his eyes, and bellowing in rage, fantasizing that he too had ascended. Sometimes he would even shout in the bathroom at night, startling his parents in the living room, and of course, he would get a sound beating once he came out. After his parents passed away, his temperament grew more subdued, yet he still loved Dragon Ball, watching it again and again without ever growing tired. He had never imagined that one accidental electric shock would bring him into the world of Dragon Ball. A scion named Queso. That role is mine now. Lin Yun, no Queso, was utterly exhilarated, wanting to throw his head back and laugh, but the wounds all over his body and the throbbing in his skull made him bare his teeth in pain instead. Queso Gij, how are you feeling? The little girl's face was streaked with tears. She wanted to reach out her small hand to touch his face, yet was afraid of causing him pain. Seeing Queso's face constantly change expression, she couldn't help thinking, could Nappa have beaten him silly? At that thought, the little girl burst into tears again, muttering through her sobs, "Nappa, give me back my Queso Gij." Queso watched her sorrowful little face, and whether because of the lingering will of his predecessor or not, his heart ached for her. "Shao Bayer, your Gij is fine now, don't cry." Queso pulled Ayasabir into his arms, holding her close in comfort. According to his memories, Queso's previous self and Ayasabir's parents had once fought side by side as teammates in Bardock's squad. However, they had all fallen during a mission. Afterward, the two children lived together and looked after each other. Without their parents' care, both of them grew up skinny and undernourished. Nappa's family, on the other hand, belonged to the highest nobility among the Saiyans. His father was one of King Vegeta's right-hand men. Nappa spent his days swaggering around in Vegeta's shadow, domineering and arrogant. Toward orphans like Queso and Ayasabir, he was especially vicious. Just yesterday, Queso's former self had been given a brutal thrashing by Nappa. The only reason Queso could still be lying on this bed was because Shao Bayer had dragged him back home with all her strength. Queso felt a faint sourness in his chest. His predecessor and Shao Bayer had grown up together as childhood companions, their bond deep. If this little girl were to learn that her real Queso Gij had already died, how devastated would she be? Nappa, is it? In that instant, Queso's eyes turned incomparably cold. After soothing Ayasabir, he decided to set Nappa aside for now. What he urgently wanted to know was his current combat power. Queso picked up the scouter on the cabinet, and following the usage method in his memories, measured his own combat strength. 300. He actually had a combat power of 300. Queso was somewhat astonished. This was stronger than the elderly Piccolo Daimao had ever been. Thinking it through, it was probably because he had brushed so close to death that his combat power had surged so much. From the fused memories, he further learned that he was classified as an elite warrior. Queso's lips curved into a smile. An elite warrior was he? Not bad at all. Though he did not possess the legendary Saiyan physique, it was still far better than being a low-class warrior like Wukong. In truth, judging a Saiyan's rank solely by their birth combat power was not entirely accurate. Take Wukong, a so-called low-class warrior who survived time and again on the verge of death, breaking his physical limits over and over. His combat strength always surpassed Vegeta's. While the protagonist's halo played its part, it was undeniable that this classification standard for Saiyan was flawed. Of course, a higher combat power at birth also meant a higher starting point. So, as an elite warrior, Queso still held a considerable advantage. This time, Nappa, you can wait for death. Queso sneered inwardly. Nappa had officially entered Queso's kill list, and Queso did not feel the slightest bit ruthless or cruel for it. He had arrived in this superdimensional Dragon Ball world, a place where the strong devoured the weak and planets, or even universes, were casually destroyed. He only sought to grow stronger to survive. Queso sorted through the memories in his mind. He had no idea what year it was now or how long remained before planet Vegeta's destruction. Xiaobier, what year is it now? He urgently needed to know which era he was in. In the memories he was familiar with, planet Vegeta had exploded in age 737. It's age 735 now, Aosabir said, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with her small hand. Only 2 years left. Queso frowned. Time was tight. He remembered that 2 years later planet Vegeta would be destroyed by Frieza. Frieza was a prodigy of the Frost Demon race. On the warning of his father King Cold, he remained wary of Saiyans, ever giving rise to the legendary golden-haired Super Saiyan. Coupled with the instructions of a certain deity, Frieza in age 737 summoned all Saiyans who were off-world on missions and destroyed planet Vegeta along with them, leaving only a handful of survivors. Right now, Queso's combat power was only 300, and he and Aosabir were just 5 years old. Forget saving planet Vegeta. He could not even defeat Vegeta himself, much less Frieza. Vegeta was the Saiyan prince born with a combat strength of 1,000, undeniably powerful. Yet before Frieza's normal 5300 combat power, he was no different from an ant. No, I must escape planet Vegeta within these 2 years, or I'll certainly die, Queso murmured with his head lowered. As long as he left planet Vegeta with the knowledge in his mind, would he still need to fear losing to Frieza in the future? For now, there was nothing else he could do. Queso could only focus on surviving, striving to raise his combat power. When the day came that planet Vegeta exploded, he would see whether he could save a few more Saiyans. After arriving in the Dragon Ball world, a few days quietly slipped by, and Queso's initial excitement gradually settled. He knew how the subsequent plot would unfold, and that there were still 2 years left before planet Vegeta's cataclysmic explosion. Time was desperately short. Without true strength, trying to survive in a superdimensional world like Dragon Ball was nothing but a ridiculous dream. At present, Queso possessed a mere 350 battle power, painstakingly gained through harsh training methods he had learned from his memories of his previous life. But such strength was far from enough. Eager to grow stronger, he had spent the past few days running into the forest again and again, trying to comprehend Ki, yet he could never grasp the key to it. The power of Ki was beyond doubt. Back when Vegeta invaded Earth, he had a battle power of 180, yet in the face of Goku and the others who could wield Ki, he still ended up defeated at their hands. Though his defeat was partly due to his own carelessness, it was undeniable that Ki had played a crucial role in that battle. Ki was something mysterious and elusive, hard to describe in words. It was different from simple raw energy, yet one could also say that energy was a manifestation of Ki. Although Queso now possessed energy far surpassing that of Earth's martial artists, his understanding and use of Ki were utterly abysmal. Forget it. Queso let out a quiet sigh. After leaving planet Vegeta, he would definitely find a chance to go to Earth and learn what Ki truly was, and while he was there he might as well steal, no borrow, a few senzu beans from Karen. The thought made Queso unconsciously smile. He sat quietly on a rock by a clear river whose bottom could be seen, with several towering mountains rising in the distance. He remembered how childish he had been in his previous life, often mimicking Goku's Kamehameha when he was little. Now he finally had the chance. Time to see what a legendary energy sphere is really like. Following the method within his fused memories, Queso focused all his attention gathering the energy within his body into his palm. Very soon an energy sphere condensed in his hand. The energy sphere shone brilliantly, its surface wrapped in a layer of blue halo. At a glance, it was like staring into a super-intensified electric arc, so dazzling it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Wisps of lightning danced around its edges, crackling incessantly. So this is an energy sphere. I wonder how powerful it is. Itched with curiosity, Queso could not resist lifting his hand and hurling it toward a distant mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks exploded and flew in all directions as a massive bite was taken out of the mountain's midsection. This was not a fragile planet like Earth that crumbled at a touch, but the far more stable planet Vegeta, whose gravity was 10 times that of Earth. Gulp. Queso swallowed hard. So this was an energy blast. I'm amazing. Still, hopefully it hadn't blown up some random creature by accident. And if it had, then so be it. Queso stopped worrying about it. For a novice like him, forming such an energy sphere was quite exhausting. Looks like I still have a lot of work to do. He straightened and leaped into the nearby river. After a day of grueling exertion, soaking in the cool water felt like a blessing, and since no Saiyans usually pass through this area, he could finally relax a little. Sure enough, after excessive strain, one needed proper rest. Suddenly, a faint rustling sounded in the distance. The dry grass was swaying. Something was walking out of the forest. Who could it be? Casso tensed slightly. Saiyans were cruel and ruthless. The way Vegeta showed not the slightest reaction to the destruction of planet Vegeta itself proved as much. Over the past few days, Casso had been avoiding crowds, conducting his own special training in secret, all to keep the Saiyans from discovering that his battle power had tripled in just a few days. Otherwise, who knew what kind of storm it would stir up? Floating in the water with his eyes closed a moment before Casso heard the commotion in the distance and immediately dove to the riverbed, staring nervously up at the surface above. The footsteps drew nearer and nearer until a figure appeared above the water's surface. So it's that dog Nappa. Casso sneered inwardly. Nappa looked around, muttering. The data on the scouter clearly shows the reading is nearby, so why is there no one here? He thought some clansman was training nearby, a warrior with as much as 350 battle power, and had come over hoping to make his acquaintance, but after searching the surroundings he saw no trace of this so-called clansman. Nappa did not dwell on it. He simply turned and strolled away. Watching his departing back, a faint ripple passed across Casso's otherwise calm face, as if remnants of his body's previous consciousness were stirring within him. In his inherited memories, Nappa had especially despised his former self and Osbeer, calling the two of them trash that embarrassed elite warriors. Whenever young underage Saiyans sparred, Nappa would always strike with excessive brutality, even saying that if not for Lord Bardock Sake, he would have killed the two of them long ago. Kill Little Beer and me. Casso's lip curled slightly. Now that his strength had soared, it was far from certain who would be killing whom. Having become a Saiyan, Casso felt as if he had been influenced by their very nature, growing a shade colder and more callous. The act of killing had begun to feel like nothing more than performing an ordinary task. To come into this forest alone. Dog die. Casso first began to brew the power within his body. After a short while, he saw Nappa walking farther and farther from the shore, and sensed that if he did not act now, he would lose his chance. In an instant, Casso unleashed the power within him. A vast force erupted from his body, detonating the river with a thunderous roar. The surface heaved into violent waves, droplets blasting hundreds of meters into the air. I knew it was around here. Finally showed yourself, Nappa said, spinning around at the noise behind him. He wanted to see just which clansman it was. So the warrior he hadn't found earlier had been hiding underwater. Yet the small figure soaring up through the spray looked strangely familiar. Casso was wrapped in a layer of white key flames as he soared into midair, the sun blazing behind him as a backdrop. Blinded by the glaring light, Nappa could not see who it was for a moment. He raised a hand to shield his forehead, only able to vaguely make out the other's build, and that figure looked very familiar. He glanced at the scouter before his eye. The reading of 350 battle power was clearly etched across its lens. Yet for some reason that reading was drawing closer and closer. Something was wrong. Judging from his movement, the boy was charging straight at him. Nappa finally realized he was under attack. Realizing it, however, was one thing, being able to withstand it was another. A small black blur flashed through the air, and Casso suddenly appeared behind Nappa. Never thought you'd see a day like this, did you? Casso's gaze was like that of a demon of vengeance from hell, brimming with hatred, a predator's eyes fixed unblinkingly on its prey. He had always intended to avenge his former self, but he had not expected the opportunity to arrive so quickly. You, Casso. Nappa's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. He could not believe that the Casso who had been gravely injured only a few days ago had not only fully recovered, but now possessed a battle power as outrageous as 350. He himself only had 260. Nappa was now both terrified and astonished. Just then, a deep blue orb of energy pressed against his back. The searing heat and violent power constantly gnawed at his skin, beads of cold sweat breaking out as Nappa's whole body trembled uncontrollably. See, so? Brother, I was just joking with you before. Please spare me. Nappa was clearly terrified, so panicked he could barely form his words. Yet the scenes of him bullying Casso and Osbeer flashed clearly through his mind. Nappa felt doomed. How could trash like Casso have grown so much in just a few days? He cursed inwardly, but had no solution. All he could do was try to placate Casso. And what good would sparing you do me? We can wipe the slate clean about what happened before, and I'll have my father arrange an easy assignment for you, Nappa blurted as soon as he heard Casso's words. He was terrified that if he spoke too slowly, Casso would blast him with an energy sphere on a whim. As long as he could stall him, he would later have his father kill him. But Nappa seemed to have forgotten that his life was still in someone else's hands. All right, Casso suddenly said. Hearing this, Nappa's lips curled uncontrollably upward. Spare you? Casso sneered inwardly. Why hadn't you spared my former self? Go to hell and apologize to the real Casso. Cold light flashed in Casso's eyes as he suddenly condensed a deep, dense energy bomb in his hand and smashed it down toward Nappa's head. You liar. Nappa howled in agony. With 350 battle power, Casso far surpassed Nappa. Nappa had no way to resist. And given that this was a sneak attack, he had even less chance of dodging. No. The violent energy bomb drove Nappa backward toward the mountainside, its scorching heat making him scream in torment. But Casso paid him no mind. With his other hand, he condensed a second massive energy bomb and hurled it after Nappa. The two energy bombs collided, triggering a tremendous explosion. Boom. Furious winds howled as clouds churned overhead. Nappa was blown into dust within the explosion, and the already gouged mountain in the distance finally collapsed, stones of all sizes tumbling down. Dead as he. Casso's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed, and a wicked smile tugged at his lips. What a sneaky bastard I am. After tidying up the traces left in the forest, Casso headed home, carrying a large fish. He was almost there when several figures approached from ahead. At their head was a short youth with sharply defined features. He had inherited King Vegeta's hairstyle and looks, as well as his father's physical traits and part of his temperament, with a high, smooth forehead. At this time, a row of pointed bangs hung over his forehead. His brow jutted slightly, the sides of his upper forehead curved like a heart, his brows wide, and eyes long, cold light glinting within, and his black hair stood straight up like a flame. It was Vegeta. Vegeta frowned slightly. Hadn't this brat Casso been beaten half to death by Nappa? How had he recovered so quickly? After a brief glance, Vegeta lost interest and instead asked in a cold voice, I'm asking you, have you seen Nappa? No, Casso replied calmly. Vegeta did not wish to waste time and led his men away. Huh. Watching Vegeta's departing back, Casso, who had been pretending to be calm, finally let out a long breath. He felt more nervous than he ever had sneaking free meals in his previous life. He had thought his killing of Nappa had already been exposed. Damn it, I'd better get out of here. With a guilty conscience, Casso dared not remain a moment longer. If Vegeta turned back, he would be in serious trouble. After walking for a while, a small house appeared ahead. Shall beer him back, said Casso, carrying a large fish as he entered the house and made his way toward the kitchen step by step. AOC Beer walked out of the room, clapping her hands happily, and said, Brother Casso, you're back. Wow, we have fish to eat again tonight. Every time Casso returned from training these days, he would bring back some prey. He noticed that Shao Beer was too thin and lacked combat power, just like he used to be with only a little over 100. Previously, he didn't know how she survived. No wonder she was bullied by others. However, after a few days, AOC Beer gradually gained some weight, her complexion no longer pale, but rosy, all thanks to the prey. Casso prepared the large fish and placed it on the rack to grill. Soon the fish was grilled to a slight crisp. The aroma wafting from the fish made AOC Beer's mouth water. Brother Casso, I'm hungry. I want to eat. AOC Beer stood at the door, her little brows knitted together. You can eat now. Casso smiled, thinking how much of a little glutton this girl was. After dinner, AOC Beer hugged Casso's arm, and they sat together on a chair. Brother Casso, I'm so full. AOC Beer patted her slightly rounded belly. In the future, I'll keep catching big fish for you to eat, okay? MHM. AOC Beer smiled sweetly. Casso gently patted her head, and from the merged memories he knew that Shao Beer was often bullied by those guys from Nappa, sometimes beaten badly, and would always cry looking for her brother Casso. In order to avenge her, his past self had also been badly beaten. No wonder this girl was so attached to him. Thinking of this, Casso felt a pang in his heart. How could Nappa bear to bully such a cute girl? However, after killing Nappa today, Casso felt a bit relieved. He would never let this girl be bullied again. Casso was lost in thought. He also thought about his training over the past few days. His progress was much faster than before, but many training methods available here couldn't be used, especially during training. He had to constantly worry about whether there were others around. It's important to know that Saiyans are a rather ruthless race. Who knows what would happen if someone discovered his current situation? He also couldn't dare to venture into dangerous places. This can't go on. After a few days, I've only gained this little combat power. How many years will it take to reach Frieza's level? I need to find a way to leave this planet with Shao Beer. Casso thought to himself. Otherwise, by the time Frieza begins monitoring planet Vegeta, it will all be too late. Having just avenged his past self, Casso couldn't settle down. He had to guard against the searches by Vegeta and Nappa's family, and also worry about Frieza's power monitoring planet Vegeta at any time. After thinking it over, the best choice was to leave planet Vegeta. But how could he leave planet Vegeta? Right, I can look for Bardock. Casso suddenly thought of Bardock, the captain of his past parents. Shao Beer, I'm going to visit Uncle Bardock. He placed AOC Beer down beside him, stood up, and walked out the door. Brother Casso, come back early. AOC Beer said obediently. MHM. The night on planet Vegeta was beautiful, with no clouds in sight, revealing the starlight deep in the universe, vibrant and colorful. Tonight the moonlight was bright, illuminating the path clearly, Thankfully, it wasn't a full moon or Queso would have dared not to go out. Scions with tails would absorb the blood's waves under a full moon and rapidly transform into giant apes, gaining 10 times their original strength. However, one cannot have both a bear paw and a fish. Ordinary scions losing their reason when they transform into giant apes only know destruction until the moon disappears or they cut off their tails to revert to their original forms. Only the royal scions and some special scions can maintain their sanity in ape form. Vegeta was one of those who could keep his wits. Queso arrived at Bardock's door and knocked. "Uncle Bardock, please open the door, it's me." The door quickly opened from the inside, revealing a female scion, Bardock's wife, Jine. "Queso, it's you. What brings you to see Bardock?" Queso got straight to the point, expressing his intent to have Bardock arrange for him and AOC Beer to go on a mission. Upon learning his purpose, Bardock pondered for a moment and then asked, "I promised your parents to take care of you. Are you sure you want to go on a mission?" "Yes," Queso replied. Bardock thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Bardock understood that flowers in a greenhouse rarely bloom. Only by leaving the embrace of the eagle can they soar high. He had gone through the same thing as a low-ranked warrior with lesser talent than Queso. He was sent out on missions early and endured various hardships to achieve his current strength. So letting go early is for the best. "Thank you, Uncle Bardock. I will work hard to get stronger." Queso sighed, thinking Bardock would question him further. Suddenly, as Queso was leaving, Bardock asked, "Queso, have you seen that kid Nappa?" The voice hit Queso's ears, causing his heart to suddenly twitch. Had he been discovered? Queso thought a lot in his heart, but replied with a simple no on his lips. Bardock also informed Queso about Nappa, who had been missing for a day, or something might have happened. He was aware of the animosity between Queso and Nappa, but it wasn't his place to meddle in the affairs of two children. In the end, Bardock advised Queso not to go out for the time being to avoid getting entangled. From the memories, Queso realized that Bardock treated him and AOC Beer genuinely well. With his worries lifted, Queso sighed in relief. However, he still needed to leave planet Vegeta quickly, otherwise if it was discovered that he had killed Nappa, Bardock might not be able to protect him. A few days passed. Two small spaceships were parked in the center of the square, with two small figures standing beside the ships. "Brother Queso, are we really going on a mission?" "I'm scared," the little girl said, trembling with fear. Having been cared for by Bardock, AOC Beer had only experienced bullying from Nappa at most. As a high-rank scion, she didn't have to go on destruction missions, but she occasionally heard her clan members talk about those who went on missions and never returned. Thinking of this made AOC Beer even more frightened. "Shao Beer, don't be afraid. Your brother will protect you." Queso was worried about leaving AOC Beer alone on planet Vegeta. Without his protection, she could easily get involved in Nappa's death incident. How could he feel at ease going out alone? After all, she was the closest person to him in the Dragon Ball world. Queso patted Shao Beer's head to reassure her. Moreover, planet Vegeta would soon be destroyed by Frieza, so Queso planned to finish the mission and not return to planet Vegeta. He intended to visit Namek to search for the legendary Dragon Balls, and then go to Yardrat to learn the escape technique of instant transmission. AOC Beer climbed into the spaceship, while Queso set the commands for her. Standing outside her spaceship, Queso gave her a determined look through the transparent window before returning to his own ship. Whoosh! Two spaceships shot out flames like dragons. The heat waves rolled as the two ships took off into the universe beyond the planet. Half a year had passed. In a dense forest on Mumu Star, birds were flying in the air and many animals were drinking water by the lake, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. On this day, two shooting stars with long tails streaked across the sky, blending beautifully with the surrounding environment. No, those two shining meteors were heading straight for this forest. Boom! Two spheres crashed into the ground, and the tremendous impact created two large craters with shockwaves radiating outwards, raising clouds of dust and exposing the underlying rocks. The spheres opened a door from the inside out, and two small figures crawled out, Kasu and Osbeer. As Kasu opened the spacecraft door, his eyes fell upon a dilapidated slope where the earth and stones were exposed. He leaped down. A figure flashed through the air, and Kasu was already on the slope. "Kasu Gidge." Osbeer also jumped out of the pit and ran to Kasu's side, wrapping her arms around him like a tree. Clearly, the unfamiliar surroundings frightened Osbeer a bit, as she could only find a sense of security in her brother Kasu. "Don't be afraid, we have arrived at Mumu Star." Kasu supported Osbeer's little bottom with his left hand and caressed her long hair with his right. He particularly enjoyed holding the little porcelain doll that was Osbeer, especially since she had gained a little weight, making her body soft and comfortable. Finally leaving Vegeta Star behind, Kasu felt a release of pressure in his heart. He no longer had to worry about the planet being destroyed by Frieza. In the anime, Vegeta was destroyed for two reasons. One was that the Frost Demons feared the legendary Super Saiyan would emerge among the Scions, but ultimately the main reason was the god of destruction, Beerus. For some reason, Beerus instructed Frieza to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. A master of such a high level was still far too distant for Kasu at this moment. Having escaped the potential dangers of Vegeta Star, they leisurely explored the forest. Kasu Gij, this planet is so beautiful. Aspir looked around eagerly. She danced on her tiptoes, completely captivated by the beautiful surroundings, leaving all fears and anxieties behind. Watching Aspir move with such carefree steps, Kasu couldn't help but smile. Wasn't she just terrified a moment ago when they got off the ship? But this planet is indeed beautiful. Kasu began to explore seriously. Mumu Star is 50 forest and 20 ocean, making it a planet with an excellent environment. The main threat here comes from the untamed beasts that have yet to evolve. Kasu and Aspir simply need to eliminate these powerful beasts to complete their mission, a rather simple task. Considering the unexpected events they might encounter, Bardock noted that there was a moon surrounding the planet. In fact, they only needed to transform into giant gorillas, multiplying their strength by 10 and 800 power beast would be like child's play before them. However, Bardock did not inform them of this information. Kasu took Aspir's small hand and led her to a hillside, his fingertip flashing with blue light as a small energy wave shot forth. Boom! A 3-meter-wide cave exploded open at the hillside. After some simple tidying up, this would be their future dwelling place. Time quietly passed. One day, in front of the hillside was a large lake shimmering with golden light as fish jumped out of the water. Birds in the sky seized the opportunity to dive down and snatch the fish. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the lake's surface, which quickly became tumultuous. A small hill began to move beside the lake, approximately 10 meters high and 6 meters wide. With each movement of the small hill, the ground shook slightly. As the hill slowly approached, a small figure was revealed beneath it. Kasu. Upon reaching his destination, Kasu tossed the small hill aside. Boom! The entire ground trembled. Kasu, exhausted and drenched in sweat, sat on the ground, breathing heavily. After grueling training, the energy within Kasu was nearly depleted. Such hard work was not without results. He could feel an inexplicable power stirring deep within him, like a dry spring suddenly gushing with water. The training methods on Earth are indeed effective. Kasu lay on the ground to rest. This training method was still useful for Kasu at the moment, but once he broke through the 1000 power level, its effectiveness would diminish. For greater improvement, using a gravity chamber would be best. Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred behind him. Kasu turned to see Aspir carrying a small hill that was 7 meters high and 5 meters wide. After discarding the small hill, Aspir looked at Kasu with a pout, saying, "Kasu Gij, you didn't wait for me. Wasn't I just waiting right here for you?" Kasu smiled. It had been over a month since they arrived on Mumu Star. He had been training Aspir using the same methods as the turtle hermit used, with Goku swimming in the lake, tilling the fields with bare hands, being chased by beasts, and carrying small hills. Then he asked Aspir to do the same. Both Kasu and Aspir were upper-tier warriors, so their potential was not to be underestimated. During this period, after extensive training, Kasu's power had increased from 350 points upon arriving at Mumu Star to 500 points. Aspir also broke through from over 100 points to 300 points, nearly a threefold increase. One cannot deny that Aspir had great talent. In comparison, Kasu's growth was relatively modest. Kasu's current high power was largely thanks to that time he was nearly killed by Nappa. "Little beer, we've been here for over a month. Do you miss home?" Kasu wrapped his arms around Aspir, holding her close. Despite being drenched in sweat, there was no unpleasant odor. Instead, she exuded a fresh and sweet fragrance reminiscent of morning dew on grass. "Yes, I miss Aunt Gina and Uncle Bardock a little." Aspir, not minding Kasu's sweat, pressed closely against him. "Kasu Gij, after we finish our mission, can we go back to Vegeta Star immediately? With our current power, we can definitely take revenge on Nappa." Aspir's eyes revealed a fierce determination. "Go back." "No, we can't go back just yet." Kasu shook his head, not revealing the truth about Nappa's death. "Why, oi?" Aspir asked, a bit confused. "You know Frieza, right?" "Yes, I know. We Saiyans have served him for many years. He is the emperor of the universe, extremely powerful and ruthless. He will annihilate our entire Saiyan race in a year and a half." Kasu knew that in order to save the Saiyans, he had to break through and become a Super Saiyan. Facing Frieza with his current strength was utterly unrealistic. How could that be? We've always been loyal." Aspir's eyes widened in disbelief. "I have a premonition, and it grows stronger every day. You must trust your brother," Kasu said seriously, holding her shoulders and resting his forehead against hers. "I believe in you, Kasu Gij." Aspir still felt a bit confused, but she trusted her brother even more. Now aware of the severity of the situation, Aspir's entire being became anxious, her previous smile gradually fading away. The two embraced, and suddenly Aspir's stomach growled. "Grr." Aspir shyly nestled closer to Kasu. "Is my little princess hungry? Let's wash up first, and then go hunt for food." Kasu smiled. He patted Little Beer's head. After such intense training, he was quite hungry as well. The two took a bath in the lake. Roar. In the distance, the roar of a beast echoed. Kasu and Osbeer exchanged glances. Wasn't food arriving right on cue? Both exuded an aura of power surrounded by white light. They pushed off the ground, launching themselves into the air, leaving only two small white dots behind. Roar, roar. Two gigantic tigers resembling saber-toothed tigers tightened their bodies, occasionally roaring as they confronted each other. Kasu, gidge one for each of us. He'll take the smaller one, and you take the larger one. As soon as she finished speaking, Osbeer dashed towards the smaller saber-toothed tiger. Kasu crossed his arms and hovered in midair, chuckling at Little Beer's recklessness. The two saber-toothed tigers were roughly the same size, both about as large as elephants. They seemed to sense that these two were not to be trifled with and immediately abandoned their standoff to roar at them. Little tiger, eat this. Osbeer stopped in midair, then brought her hands together. A point of blue light appeared between her palms, shining like a sapphire under the light. In an instant, a shockwave the size of an adult's fist materialized in her hands. She pushed it forward, and the blue shockwave zipped through the sky like lightning, swiftly targeting the small saber-toothed tiger. However, the tiger sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom. The shockwave exploded, sending dust flying everywhere and causing the surrounding trees to splinter. Damn it, I missed. Osbeer's agile body darted forward again. Taking advantage of the saber-toothed tiger's momentary confusion from the explosion, she approached it, and with a strong kick powered by all her strength, sent it flying. The saber-toothed tiger flew through the air, knocking over large trees in its path. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger stood up, shook its head, and let out a fierce roar. It opened its massive jaws, and each of its teeth glinted menacingly sharp enough to be seen clearly. With its forelegs firmly gripping the ground, the entire body lunged forward, sending soil flying, as it created 4 large craters. Seeing the ferocious approach, Osbeer leaped into the air, laughing, "Hee hee, you can't reach me." Roar. The small saber-toothed tiger, unable to reach the airborne figure, roared in rage. Little Beer, stop playing around and finish this quickly. We need to prepare to go back. Kasu took down the other saber-toothed tiger with a single fingertip shockwave. Okay, just give me a moment. Osbeer gathered all her energy, conjuring a basketball-sized energy sphere in her hands. The small saber-toothed tiger, sensing something was off, realized it was in danger and attempted to flee. It turned and leaped, aiming to dive into the dense forest. Boom. The small saber-toothed tiger was struck by an energy blast, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, the saber-toothed tiger's figure had vanished. It had been blown to ashes. Kasu descended from the air, covering his face and saying, "Well, we can't eat this little one now." Who would have thought this girl was so fierce? Osbeer stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Let's go, I'm about to starve." Kasu grabbed the tiger lying on the ground with his bare hands, and together with Osbeer, they flew back to their dwelling cave. Kaso and his companions have been on Mumu Star for 3 months. With the increase in combat power, the high-end combatants here have been mostly cleared out. In the evening, Kaso and Osbeer sat around a campfire, the flames crackling as 2 wild boars roasted beside them. Under the heat of the fire, the fat from the wild boars sizzled, occasionally dripping to the ground, creating a moist patch that revealed the presence of the boar's fat. As the wild boars neared their perfect roast, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Osbeer reached out with her small hand to grab one of the wild boars. Bringing it close to her mouth, she opened wide and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, perfectly roasted. The scalding meat made her gasp occasionally to cool her mouth. "Kaso, brother, your cooking is really good. This meat is so delicious." Osbeer exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with food as she spoke. "Of course, just look at who cooked it." Seeing her enjoyment, Kaso couldn't resist the aroma and picked up another wild boar to gnaw on. "Little Beer, our mission is complete. We'll leave this planet in a few days." "Okay, I'll listen to you, brother." Kaso bit into the boar's leg, but felt something stuck in his teeth, so he grabbed a twig nearby to pick at it. Osbeer didn't even lift her head, continuing to enjoy the roasted meat. Wherever Kaso went, she would follow. Kaso smiled at the sight of Osbeer eating. Her chubby little legs twirled around the campfire as she stuffed her mouth with roasted meat, her cheeks puffed out, illuminated by the firelight, resembling a porcelain doll. In that moment, Kaso's 20-something soul was captivated by her adorable appearance, causing his old face to flush. Was this what it meant to nurture a little girl? Kaso continued eating the roasted meat. After months of grueling training and continuous missions, he and Osbeer had shed their novice combatant appearances. During their missions to clear ferocious beasts, they had engaged in hundreds of battles, resulting in a qualitative leap in their combat skills. Once he had nearly perished in the jaws of a beast, and that battle greatly boosted Kaso's combat power, which now stood at 1,000 points, while Osbeer had reached 700 points. Achieving such combat power at such a young age was largely due to Earth's training methods. If Casso and Ospier returned to Vegeta, it would surely cause quite a stir. In the anime, Raditz had only 1500 combat power when he invaded Earth, and even an upper-class adult Saiyan only had around that much. Though Raditz was relatively weak, these two 6-year-olds were already nearing the level of some adult Saiyans. Casso tossed the leftover bones away. With only a year left before Vegeta exploded, he needed to quickly boost his power. Perhaps the ship they previously used was already monitored by Frieza. Once the mission was complete, their next destination would be Yardrat. Yardrat is located in the 27th main star system of the Weaving Girl constellation in the North Galaxy, relatively close to Namek. In the Namek saga, Goku defeated Frieza on Namek, but the planet faced destruction. Goku did not have enough time to return to his spaceship, which was nearby, but had its power system destroyed by Vegeta, rendering it inoperable. Just when everyone thought Goku was doomed, he fortuitously found a spaceship abandoned by the Ginyu Force to escape. The next target of the Ginyu Force was Yardrat, and the ship's coordinates were set there. After a year, Goku learned instant transmission on Yardrat. This skill was something Casso had longed for in his past life, but allowed one to escape if they couldn't win a fight and quickly reach other planets. As they Science served Frieza, they had access to the star system distribution map he possessed, which included the location of Yardrat. While still on Vegeta, Casso had already pinpointed its location on the star map before the spaceship took off. Yardrat was not far from Namek. Let's prepare to head to Yardrat in the next few days, Casso murmured to himself. After eating their fill, the two lay on chairs woven from vines. Casso gently stroked Ospier's lustrous black hair. They enjoyed the tranquil night together. After a while, Ospier shifted in his arms, her face slightly flushed, and looked up to say, "Casso, brother, I need to pee." "Okay, I'll wait for you right here." Casso playfully scratched her little nose. Ospier climbed off him slowly and got down from the vine chair. Casso followed behind her. A wide path led to a small building flanked by trees with the occasional sound of insects buzzing in the air. This path to the toilet had been cleared by them. Ospier walked along the path and entered a small room. From a distance, the room appeared square with wooden walls of uniform height, but it had no roof, serving as an open-air toilet. Why would a toilet need to be so elaborate? Casso thought it was sufficient to make it simple when they built it. In reality, it was more about Casso's laziness. He couldn't even be bothered to put on a roof. After a while, Ospier's soft voice came from inside the small building. "Casso, brother, the moonlight is so bright tonight, and the moon is so round." So bright, so round. Could it be? Casso quickly looked up at the sky where a yoke-like full moon hung. Oh no. It was common knowledge among Science that those with tails would transform into giant monkeys under a full moon, except for Goku. How could there be a moon here? Casso had stayed on Mumu Star for months and had never noticed a moon's existence. Bardock was messing with them. Casso quickly felt his heart pounding rapidly. Thump thump. This was the prelude to transforming into a giant monkey. From what Casso understood, only Scion royalty and elite warriors could maintain their sanity in giant ape form. Though he was an elite warrior, he was still young and unsure if he could withstand the raging emotions. His heartbeat accelerated even further, and Casso's eyes began to glow red, resembling those of a beast. His face contorted into a fierce expression as he bared his teeth and roared a few times, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Casso lost control of his body, unleashing a powerful aura. Boom. The ground trembled from this aura's pressure, causing debris to lift as if gravity had ceased to exist. Casso struggled against the rage that the giant ape form brought as the violent emotions assaulted his mind, threatening to capsize the last remnants of his sanity like a small boat in a vast ocean. Not daring to gamble on whether he could truly maintain his sanity, Casso endured the pain and tore off his own tail. Huff, huff, huff. Without his tail, Casso knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. His face no longer appeared fierce, and the fur that signaled his transformation into a giant ape faded away, yet his eyes remained blood-red, interspersed with blood vessels, revealing a terrifying gaze. At that moment, a roar erupted from the direction of the toilet. Roar, roar. A giant ape over 20 meters tall appeared before him, its eyes blood-red, like rubies covered in brownish-yellow fur. The giant ape pounded its chest, as if it had a pent-up frustration within that it wanted to release. The open-air toilet that Casso had built was now shattered due to Ospier's transformation, with not a single intact wooden piece left on the ground. Casso swallowed hard, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, I should have built a closed toilet, or why did I have to be lazy? Seeing Ospier lose control, Casso realized that even elite warriors needed training to maintain their sanity in giant ape form. The full moon was Bardock's last trick for Casso and the others. With the full moon, as long as they transformed into giant apes, the beasts of Mumu Star would be no different from ants. Perhaps Bardock, far away on Vegeta, could never have anticipated this situation. They transformed not when they needed to, but due to the full moon. This was truly going to cost Kaso his life. A giant gorilla over 20 meters tall rampaged through the forest. The colossal beast opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and unleashed a torrent of red energy. Boom! A gigantic mushroom cloud rose from the explosion, shrouded in swirling smoke, the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the air. So terrifying. Kasu swallowed hard, stunned by Osbeil's combat prowess. He watched as the giant ape pounded its chest with both hands. Looking up at the sky, a shadow of the moon appeared in the giant ape's crimson eyes as it reached out toward the heavens. Yet the full moon remained motionless, unaffected. Roar! Osbeil seemed enraged, pounding its chest and unleashing a beam of laser light down to the ground. Boom boom. The earth quaked as a mountain was struck, exploding instantly and sending debris flying in all directions. Where the laser beam passed, a massive chasm opened up, resembling a rift from an earthquake, with stones continually tumbling into the abyss. Surrounding trees were flattened by the shockwave, and sparks ignited in some areas, quickly setting the forest ablaze. Animals fled in panic, wailing in agony. The scene was reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Kasu knew that the detector had been equipped with a listening device which he had discarded before arriving at Mumu's star. Thanks to half a year of training, Kasu had developed a slight sensitivity to chi. He could sense that Osbeil's combat power had surged to approximately 800, a tenfold increase. With a tenfold enhancement, the giant gorilla form of Osbeil was far beyond what his mere 100 combat power could withstand. Kasu knelt on the ground, veins bulging in his neck, his face contorted in pain as he gasped for breath. It was unimaginable that the porcelain doll-like Osbeil had transformed into a ruthless gorilla in the blink of an eye. Cut off her tail. There was no other choice. Kasu slapped his cheeks, trying to calm himself. Only he could stop Osbeil on this planet. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Oh no." A dark red energy ball appeared in the sky, and Kasu barely had time to react before being struck. Boom. Kasu was hit and propelled away at breakneck speed. Tumbling along the ground, he finally came to a stop after rolling for some distance. Behind him, a scar over 100 meters long marked the ground, evidence of his skidding. Kasu turned to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood, intense pain coursing through his body. His upper garment was burned away, revealing deep and shallow wounds that stung painfully. That idiot little Osbeil. Kasu cursed under his breath, grateful that this was merely a casual strike from her, otherwise he would surely be dead. I must stop her. Kasu realized that if this continued, the entire planet could be destroyed overnight. After all, Osbeil now possessed around 800 combat power. In this superdimensional world, a few hundred points of combat power could obliterate a planet, let alone the current Osbeil. With one hand propped on the ground, Kasu struggled to rise. Each movement tugged at the wounds on his upper body, causing more blood to flow. Gritting his teeth, Kasu endured the pain and slowly stood up. He took a deep breath and stealthily approached Osbeil's location through the forest. As Kasu neared the giant ape, devastation surrounded him. He sprang onto a tree, keenly observing Osbeil's movements. The giant ape was in a state of fury, stomping with one foot, causing the ground to buckle like tofu under her immense power. With a mighty roar, the giant ape raised both arms, a ghostly red light gathering in her mouth as the energy accumulated. What a chance! Kasu understood that Osbeil was preparing a massive attack. When she released the laser blast, there would be a moment of vulnerability. He had to seize this opportunity. The laser blast in the giant ape's mouth grew immensely, resembling a black hole, with terrifying gravitational forces erupting around it, drawing in the surrounding air. The pull became stronger as rubble from the ground rolled toward the laser blast. Even the dry branches and leaves in the forest flew toward the blast, but before they could get close, they disintegrated into dust. Kasu inhaled sharply, feeling the sheer power of the energy orb. If it hit him, he feared he would be utterly obliterated. The giant ape amassed the energy to its limit, then forcefully released it, propelling the massive laser blast toward a mountain range that resembled the Kunlun Mountains. Now's the time. Kasu summoned all his strength, pushing off with his legs and moving like a gust of wind toward the giant ape's tail. Soon a figure appeared near Osbeil's tail, with Kasu's right hand gathering energy into a blade, ready to sever her tail with a single strike. Suddenly, the giant ape's tail flicked upward, evading the blow, and then it began to thrash wildly. From a distance, it resembled a flailing whip, creating phantom afterimages everywhere. Not good. This girl. No, this big girl is far too cautious. Kasu had thought he would successfully cut off her tail, but he hadn't anticipated that Osbeil would still be aware of her surroundings, which was completely unlike her usual demeanor. The giant ape's tail lashed out furiously as Kasu fought to defend himself. However, the transformed Osbeil was simply beyond his capacity to resist. Soon Kasu felt a sharp pain in his back as he was struck hard by her tail. Ah! A scream of agony echoed through the air. Kasu was sent flying, his body hurtling like a cannonball toward a nearby hill. He flew for hundreds of meters. Boom. In an instant, the distant hill was cratered. The laser blast that the giant ape had just gathered also struck the mountain range. Boom boom. The mountain range was hit by the laser blast, and another mushroom cloud erupted in the sky larger than the one produced by an atomic bomb explosion at least 10 times its size. Soon the mushroom cloud spread, permeating the shattered vacuum dust, swirling everywhere. A cave formed by the blast lay several hundred meters away. Inside the cave lay a person covered in rubble. Kasu propped himself up, causing stones to slide off with his movements. Cough cough. Kasu painfully spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Already battered and bruised, being struck by Osbeil's tail only compounded his suffering. Before he could catch his breath, heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Kasu's expression changed. Damn it, she's coming after me. Just then a gigantic hand tore open the cave entrance. It's over, there's no escaping now. Sitting on the ground, Kasu bitterly smiled to himself. Little Osbeil, if you don't see me when you wake up tomorrow, please don't be sad. I really have no strength left and several of my bones are broken. Kasu attempted to wipe the blood from his mouth, but any movement sent pain shooting through his wounds, making him grimace. Upon arriving in this world, Kasu had fantasized about becoming the strongest in the Dragon Ball universe, dreaming of meeting Goku and showing off in front of Vegeta. Half a year later, none of those fantasies had materialized, and now he was about to die under Osbeil's feet. What a disgrace for a transmigrator. Sigh. Kasu helplessly exhaled, imagining Osbeil waking up and calling out, "Kasu, brother," searching the world for him. He also thought of how Osbeil would be pursued by Frieza without him. How could such an innocent girl survive in such a treacherous universe? Thinking of this, Kasu felt a tightness in his nose, genuinely worried about the girl. When Osbeil opened the cave, she paused, eyeing Kasu, then lifted her left foot, intending to crush the little bug that had just offended her. Kasu slowly closed his eyes. Well, I guess I'll compromise. But a moment passed. Why hasn't she stepped down yet? Kasu opened his eyes and found Osbeil's foot suspended in midair, not coming down. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Osbeil blinked, a contemplative expression on her face, as if remembering something. Her gaze softened slightly, and then she slowly retracted her foot, curling her legs and sitting beside him. Has she remembered me? Kasu's lips curled into a wild smile, gradually bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. But he quickly choked up, tears welling in his eyes. Kasu murmured, "All the pain I endured wasn't in vain. A little Osbeil hasn't forgotten me." Upon hearing Kasu's voice, Osbeil looked down adorably, patting her enormous ape head. What is this little bug talking to itself? How strange. Kasu was startled by Osbeil's action, thinking she was about to attack again, instinctively shrinking back. Seeing she was merely petting her head, Kasu sighed with relief. Phew, thank goodness. This big, silly Osbeil is truly insufferable. Once she wakes up tomorrow, I will definitely give her a good scolding. For a moment, the furious Osbeil calmed down, the distant forest still ablaze, yet the battle had ceased. Kasu saw Osbeil leaning against the mountainside, sitting with her hands hanging down. A chilly breeze blew past, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He leaned closer to Osbeil, her fur warm and comforting against him. Just resting against the giant ape, Kasu felt a bit uneasy and glanced up. Osbeil's massive eyes met his for a moment, showing no reaction before she looked up at the round moon. Kasu. The forest burned for 2 hours before gradually extinguishing, the sky, filled with dust, slowly clearing the ground covered in ash like volcanic debris. The full moon still hung in the sky. Whoosh whoosh. A small child lay beside the giant ape's leg, both snoring peacefully. The night gradually receded. The full moon, no longer suspended at the zenith, swiftly concealed itself behind distant mountains, half hidden and veiled. Where mountain met sky, a slender line of pale light emerged. Then golden rays one by one pierced through the interstices of leaves, dappling the forest floor. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Insects stirred in the hush. Dewdrops, perfect glistening spheres, beaded upon broad leaves. As they coalesced under gravity's gentle pull, they slid slowly off the edges and fell. Plop. They struck the earth. Zzz. A little boy slept soundly, breathing deeply, his lips smacking softly now and then. Beside him lay a naked little girl. Her raven hair spilled across his chest, her skin was fair and plump, her small arms wrapped tenderly around his left arm, her head nestled against his shoulder as she breathed softly in slumber. Achut. Osbeil's tiny hand patted her mouth. Why am I naked? And why does my whole body feel so utterly spent? She felt boneless, drained of all strength. Hadn't she just been relieving herself last night? How had time leapt, so abruptly, to dawn? And where then had her clothes vanished? A whirlwind of questions swirled within her mind. Before her stretched massive footprints, nearby trees were snapped mid-trunk or uprooted entirely, their surfaces thickly coated in dust, even the distant peaks lay shattered beyond recognition. A landscape of utter ruin. Had a cataclysmic battle raged here? Huh, who's this grubby child beside me? Osbel noticed a ragged boy lying next to her, his upper body crisscrossed with wounds. Ugh, how dare this filthy brat sleep so close to me? Frowning fiercely, Osbel glared at the tattered boy. She raised her hand, gathering energy within her palm. The air pressure surged, and brilliant sapphire light flared ever brighter. Suddenly the grimy boy rolled onto his side, turning his face toward her. Blood and dirt clung to his cheeks. His pallid youthful features bore an uncanny familiarity. Why does he look so much like Brother Kazuo? Osbel's pupils contracted sharply. Brother Kazuo. The deep blue shockwave in her palm dissipated instantly. Her eyes grew moist. Without hesitation, she scrambled to Kazuo's side and enfolded him in her arms. Tears spilled unbidden down her plump cheeks. Brother Kazuo, what's happened to you? She cried out, voice raw with anguish. Osbel cradled Kazuo against her chest, supporting his frail frame. On this planet, Kazuo's power was unrivaled. No being alive could possibly best him. The more she pondered, the less sense it made. Yet one truth remained undeniable: Kazuo lay grievously wounded, and her heart ached unbearably. Tears fell freely, tracing paths down her chin and dripping onto his lips. Kazuo slowly opened his small eyes. His battered body, once ravaged by agony, now rested securely within Osbel's embrace, warmth and strength returning with each breath. SSSK. A sharp gasp escaped him. Shall buyer, let go quickly. Huh. She blinked, startled, then instantly loosened her grip. Who dared wound you, Brother Kazuo? Osbel's expression darkened, her gaze sharpening into something feral. In all her memory, only once before, when Nappa struck him, had Kazuo ever fallen so gravely injured. Don't fret, don't fret. These wounds will heal in a few weeks. Kazuo nestled his cheek against Osbel's bare chest and drew a slow, deep breath. Tell me who did this, brother. I'll make them pay. She tightened her arms around him, voice low and fierce. Kazuo nuzzled her chest, inhaling her delicate, sweet fragrance, his cheek brushing softly against her skin. Who on this planet could possibly overpower me? Don't you recall what happened last night? Right. I was relieving myself last night. Osbel frowned, puzzled. So, what did you see after you finished? Kazuo grimaced faintly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. So, she truly had no memory of last night. Last night, after you finished, you saw a round full moon. A full moon. Then, I've transformed into a great Saiyan. Osbel recoiled in horror. Every Saiyan on planet Vegeta knew the ancient taboo: gaze upon the full moon and reason would shatter, giving way to the rampaging, mindless great Saiyan. A chilling realization dawned. Brother Kazuo, were my hands that wounded you? Though reluctant, Kazuo gave a quiet, solemn nod. At that nod, Osbel burst into fresh sobs. How foolish she'd been to strike Brother Kazuo himself. What Osbel did not know was this last night, only her sudden halt, her withdrawal of that final devastating kick, had spared Kazuo's life. Without it, he would have been reduced to pulp. Cradled in her arms, Kazuo recounted the night's events, especially how at the most critical moment she had reined in her fury and pulled back. Truly, he felt deeply moved. For a great Saiyan to regain consciousness mid-transformation, recalling self-memory and restraint, was near miraculous. Across the entire Dragon Ball saga, such moments were vanishingly rare. Truly, he felt deeply moved. For a great Saiyan to regain consciousness mid-transformation, recalling self-memory and restraint, was near miraculous. Across the entire Dragon Ball saga, such moments were vanishingly rare. One occurred when Prince Vegeta invaded Earth and Gohan transformed, turned mid-rampage to strike Vegeta instead. Another unfolded in Dragon Ball GT when Goku achieved Super Saiyan 4, his awareness piercing through primal fury. Others may exist, but these two remain etched most vividly in legend. Gradually, Kazuo's soothing words stilled Osbel's cries, though tears still glistened on her delicate nose and dampened her soft pink lips. She sniffled, relief flooding her. Thank the stars she'd stopped in time, otherwise she could never have borne living with herself. Kazuo held no grudge. He knew well, without forewarning of the full moon's rise, such a lapse was all but inevitable. Even he, Kazuo, dared not claim certainty. Had he transformed, could he truly have reclaimed his senses at the final fatal instant? Gently, Kazuo wiped the tears from Osbel's petite nose and stroked her plump, rosy cheeks. I hold no blame, little one. Don't cry. Tears mar your beauty. But I hurt you. It's nothing, just a few weeks' rest. And truly, your love saved me. At the very brink, you spared my life. Ha. Kazuo teased her lightly. You're terrible, brother, she pouted. There. Come now, help me rise. Yes, brother. Carefully, Osbel lifted him, steadying his weight as he rose slowly to his feet. Let's return home quickly. Oh, by the way, you're still naked. Why didn't you say so sooner, Brother Kazuo? A streak of white light soared across the sky. A fleeting silhouette visible from below, a little girl cradling a little boy flying home. A month later, in a cave, two little kids lifted a spaceship leaning against the wall and walked out towards the entrance. However, Saions are terrifying. Items weighing hundreds of kilograms feel like toys in their hands. Stepping out of the cave, the ground at the entrance was uneven, indicating that there had been many pits here, which had likely been filled recently. The uneven ground was scattered with many small stones, and further ahead many trees were half fallen, their leaves withering at the tips of the branches. A gentle breeze blew by, and the withered leaves could no longer hold on, gently falling down. Such a scene clearly indicated that a great battle had taken place here recently. Kazuo held the spaceship with one hand and stepped into the clearing, carefully placing it down. Thankfully, this place wasn't affected, Kazuo said with a smile as he set down the spaceship. When Aspier transformed into a giant gorilla, she caused destruction everywhere, but fortunately this area remained untouched and the spaceship was not damaged, otherwise the two of them might have been trapped here for life. Little Beer, we are heading to Yatarat Star now to learn a powerful technique. Kazuo opened the spaceship door and said to Aspier. Aspier had already decided that wherever her brother Kazuo went, she would go too. Even if Kazuo took her to Frieza's headquarters, Aspier would not hesitate, knowing that Kazuo was her closest family now. The two climbed inside the spaceship, door closed, and bright flames erupted from the bottom as it shot up into the sky. Originally, they planned to go to Namek first, but after the incident with Aspier turning into a gorilla, Kazuo realized that survival was the most important thing, so they decided to go to Yatarat Star to learn the life-saving technique. Instant transmission. In the vast starry sky, the galaxy cascaded from northeast to southwest, like a gossamer veil with countless stars shimmering brightly, twinkling like diamonds against the night. Floating in the sea of stars were many planets, some red, some azure, displaying a myriad of colors. Their sizes varied, with some planets being incredibly massive, equivalent to dozens of Earths, while others were less than a tenth of Earth's size, a stark contrast. A huge yellow planet appeared before them, its surface pockmarked, devoid of any greenery and even water. Beside it was a purple planet enveloped in a layer of lavender clouds, hazy and beautiful, like a girl dancing in purple satin. Two spaceships, one after the other, plunged into the atmosphere of this purple planet. The ships fell through the atmosphere at terrifying speeds, the friction igniting flames on their surfaces. Boom, boom, boom. The two spaceships crashed into a valley, creating two deep craters. Kazuo woke from hibernation, opened the spaceship door, and jumped out. However, a being in a peculiar outfit stood before him. His skin was purplish, bald, with facial features similar to those of Earthlings, but with significantly longer ears and narrower eyes. Irregular gray patches adorned the top of his head, and he was quite short. Greetings, guests from afar. Yais, Kazuo replied upon seeing the elderly being in special attire, making a welcoming gesture, mimicking the action awkwardly. However, the gesture felt a bit strange, and Kazuo found it difficult to replicate, making the action somewhat awkward. Who are you? I am Hyusu, a guest from afar, he replied to Kazuo's question. Hyusu, isn't he the sage of Yatarat Star? How does he know we would come to this planet? Kazuo pondered, feeling perplexed. Meanwhile, the other spaceship opened its door, and Aspier jumped out. Kazuo, brother, who is he? Aspier saw a strange-looking alien standing before her. Are you Saions? Hyusu initially didn't see Kazuo's tail and thought they weren't Saions. When the girl jumped out, he finally noticed the long tail wrapped around her waist, but Hyusu still wanted to confirm. Yes, we are. How did you know? Aspier asked, a bit puzzled. Hyusu led them to his residence, explaining as they walked. It turned out this sage of Yatarat Star had foreseen that their planet would face a great disaster, and that a Saiyan would arrive today to help resolve it. Isn't this the story of Goku fleeing to Namek in the future? How could it happen to him? And didn't Hyusu say that one Saiyan would arrive? Now there were two of them. Kazuo was utterly baffled. Hyusu was also puzzled, as his foresight indicated only one Saiyan would descend, so how could there suddenly be two? No matter, as long as they are Saions, it should be fine. With the strength of Saions, they should be able to handle the future disaster. The Saiyan clan is well known for their love of battle and must be very powerful. Hyusu brushed aside his concerns and continued walking with the two. Sage, we are here to learn the secret technique of instant transmission. Kazuo knew that the sage of Yatarat Star was very wise and seemed to have foresight, much like the elder of Namek. He didn't beat around the bush, directly stating that as long as they had good intentions, he believed they would be allowed to learn their secret technique. In the anime, didn't Goku also learn this technique when he fled to this planet? We, the people of Yatarat Star, welcome every kind and peace-loving individual. Hyusu stroked his chin and said, you may learn this skill, but we have one requirement. Please tell me. Kazuo replied. Then Husu stated the requirement, which was that in the future, when Yadarat Star faced a great disaster, he hoped they would assist. We agree, thank you, Elder Husu. Kaso sighed in relief after hearing Husu's request. As he understood, Husu had made a similar request to Goku, although it wasn't mentioned in the anime. Alright, this room is prepared for your rest, and someone will come tomorrow to take you to learn instant transmission. Please rest assured. Husu led them into a house. After arranging their affairs, he walked out towards the direction of the clan's meeting room. Kaso, brother, we've finally arrived at Yadarat Star. Is the instant transmission really as amazing as you said? Osbeer clung to his arm and shook it. Whether it's amazing or not, you'll know once you learn it. Kaso didn't want to explain too much, after all explaining so much would be lost on her. What could a little kid understand? In the Yadarat Star meeting room, are those two little ones the saviors you foresaw? These two Saiyans who arrived today are somewhat different from what I foresaw in my vision. It was a golden-haired Saiyan who would come to our planet. Husu replied. Then what about these? What is the story with those two little ones? Can they save our planet in the future? Suddenly the entire meeting room erupted into chaos. Everyone quiet down. Super, the leader of Yadarat Star, exclaimed unhappily from his seat. Super, the leader of Yadarat Star, was taken aback by Hughes's prophecy, realizing that their planet would face an existential crisis in the future, but thankfully there would be a savior to help. With Supar's shout, the meeting room quieted, but there were still some murmurs. Let's hear what the sage has to say, Super said. Husu stood up from his seat, spreading his arms, and everyone fell silent, listening attentively to what he had to say. Although they are not the saviors I foresaw, I have a feeling that they will be stronger than the golden-haired Saiyan in my vision. Husu paused and continued. As long as we maintain a friendly relationship with them, they will surely save our planet in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire meeting room erupted in excitement. The other elders also believed in the sage's words, as the events he had previously predicted had all come true, and this time should be no different. You all heard what the sage said. Starting tomorrow, remember to maintain a friendly relationship when you interact with them. Super said solemnly. If there are no further matters, the meeting is adjourned. Husu, this oracle is quite impressive, as he can clearly predict the location of his arrival. But was it merely a butterfly effect caused by his crossing over? Will the future Wukong still have such an opportunity? Kasu lay in bed pondering many things, yet there were still many he couldn't comprehend. Who? Beside him, Osbeol was softly murmuring in her sleep, her rosy lips parting and closing. Kasu smiled and tucked the blanket around little Beer. Who could resist such a cute girl? He must protect her well and not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. Noticing the sky was getting late, Kasu prepared to rest, as he needed to learn about teleportation tomorrow. The next day, hello, my name is Weil. I am in charge of your teleportation studies, so I hope to be under your guidance in the future. A young Adalrat alien spoke. We look forward to your guidance. Kasu and Osbeol returned the greeting, while led Kasu forward along a series of paths, encountering many Adalrat aliens along the way. They varied in height, yet all had pale purple skin. They gazed with curiosity, but from their eyes it seemed they already knew that two Saiyans had descended here. There was no great stir, they merely stood aside and watched with interest, while greeted them and continued onward. Finally, they arrived at a cave entrance that appeared quite ancient, reminiscent of an artifact from antiquity, imbued with a sense of time comparable to that of the Egyptian pyramids. At the cave entrance stood two guards, both dressed in Adalrat battle attire. For those unfamiliar with Adalrat battle attire, one could recall the scene when Wukong had just returned from Adalrat wearing this very type of uniform. Kasu could not discern the battle power of these two guards. He thought they were either far stronger than him or just ordinary individuals. However, given that they served as guards in such an important location, Kasu chose to believe the former. During his last days on Mumu Star, Kasu's battle power did not increase much. After 3 months of space travel, the passage of time had stabilized his power, which now stood at 1,500, while Osbeol's was at 1,000. It was evident how powerful these two guards were, likely possessing battle powers over 5,000. To realize a battle power of 5,000 during the early days of Dragon Ball could roam freely across the universe, as long as they did not provoke any major forces. Come, please follow me. While led them into an inner corridor through the cave entrance. Upon entering the cave, it was eerily quiet and dim, as if the spirits of the dead from hell were preparing to harvest those who came. Suddenly, bonfires sprung up along the sides of the corridor, illuminating the darkness like guiding lights, leading people out of that desolate void towards the light. The bonfires blazed, illuminating the entire corridor, where many murals adorned the walls, vividly depicting what seemed to be the ancient history of Adalrat, though Kasu could not understand any of it. The stone slabs and blue murals bore the marks of time, filled with a profound sense of antiquity. Reaching the end of the corridor, it transformed into a spacious hall. This was a hall resembling a secret chamber. Inside the hall stood numerous steels, each engraved with lines of varying depths. These lines gathered together, and one would think they could clearly read the contents, but it only made the inscriptions appear more illusory, as if shrouded in a thick haze. Wall led the two to one of the steels, pointing at it and saying, "This steel records the method of teleportation. A person can learn a maximum of 2 secret techniques in their lifetime from here. The other technique you can choose yourself, but there is a prerequisite of having sufficient mental power. Must learning teleportation require mental power? What is mental power?" Kasu realized he had been somewhat naive, thinking teleportation would be as easy as learning a new type of energy wave. While hadn't considered that Kasu might struggle with learning teleportation. After all, they were the prophesied saviors, and even though they appeared as children now, learning one technique should still be feasible. While finished instructing them on how to comprehend the techniques on the stele before leaving, all they needed to do was focus their spirit on the stele, where detailed learning methods would be provided. "Hee, I understand." Osbeal mused over the stele and suddenly burst into giggles. "Nanny, this little fool understands." Kasu was taken aback. Is her talent really that strong? In truth, Osbeal did possess quite a strong talent, as she used the same training methods as Kasu and had kept her battle power on par. Ruffling Osbeal's hair, Kasu gently said, "Then hurry and comprehend it." Osbeal nodded vigorously. Seeing Little Beer begin her training, Kasu fell silent and immersed himself in the content of the stele. "How do I concentrate my spirit on it?" Kasu attempted to focus entirely, clearing his mind as he gazed at the entire stele. Suddenly his thoughts were abruptly drawn into it, as if he could not resist. Kasu's thoughts arrived in a misty world. It was deep and dark, with no paths, resembling a dark forest from a fairy tale that devours the unwary, leaving no way out and lacking guiding lights. In fairy tale dark forests, there is typically a guide, and in this murky world a white stream suddenly appeared, shining like a small creek, reflecting moonlight in the darkness. So that's how it is. The lines etched on the stele represent this white stream, guiding the spirit within, following it to imprint those lines in the heart. Half a year later, a small child suddenly appeared in a marketplace and vanished in the blink of an eye. Who? Arriving at a high cliff, Kasu exhaled, surprised at how powerful his mental power was. In less than half a year, he had learned teleportation and grasped it thoroughly. Was it because he integrated with the soul of Kasu's body? Regarding matters of spirit and soul, Kasu was not too clear. No matter, he had already mastered teleportation, so let's see who can catch him now. Meanwhile, Osbeal was still in the secret chamber, comprehending teleportation. It wasn't that her talent was poor. After all, Wukong, the martial arts genius with a pure heart, took a whole year to learn it. It was likely that Little Beer would need another half a year to grasp teleportation. Kasu sat down, pondering. It was now the year 736 of the Aichi era. In another half a year, the explosion of Vegeta would occur. With his current strength, he could not possibly withstand Frieza, and might not even be able to block a small energy wave from Frieza's normal state. Could the Saiyans still face extermination? Would the story of Dragon Ball proceed as it did? What to do? Oh, right, there are the Dragon Balls. Kasu had spent half a year in the secret chamber, nearly becoming dazed from comprehending the secret techniques, only now recalling the existence of the Dragon Balls. He estimated that it would not take long to reach Namek from here, and he could definitely summon the Eternal Dragon before the explosion of Vegeta. Since he had never seen a Namekian and did not know what their energy was like, he could not use teleportation. He had to continue using the spaceship, which also had the interstellar coordinates for Namek. Little Beer, you focus on learning teleportation on Adelrat. Leave the future of the Saiyan race to me. Kasu murmured. Having decided to head to Namek, Kasu began to take action, first notifying Supa, and Suhu replied that he could go without worry. Finding the spaceship, Kasu stood before it and looked back at the distant town. Little Beer, wait for me to return obediently. Then he boarded the spaceship he arrived in and soared into the sky, heading towards Namek. In the vast starry sky shimmering with silver light, a small spacecraft navigates through the cosmos. Kaso is in the ship, sleeping. He knows that being anxious is futile and hopes to reach Namek before the explosion of planet Vegeta. 3 months have passed. Namek is a planet located at the edge of the universe with a diameter over 10 times that of Earth. The galaxy where this planet exists is quite unique, with 3 small stars orbiting around it, ensuring that there is never any night. The orbital path of Namek is elliptical with an eccentricity close to 0, and its average orbital speed is similar to that of Earth. The Namekians are entirely green, devoid of body hair, with 2 antennae on their heads that sense light and can discharge electricity. Their green skin functions similarly to photosynthesis, allowing them to produce starch from drinking water to meet their physiological needs. At this moment, in a Namekian village, several Namekian children are playing. Look, what is that? One of the young Namekians points at a streak of fire in the sky. The sky of Namek is already quite dim, and the fire illuminates this area of the sky with something resembling a nuclear warhead speeding towards the ground. Is it a meteorite? Hurry and tell the elder. The Namekian children rush towards a large white dumpling-shaped house. A spherical spacecraft transforms into a fire dragon as it crashes violently to the ground. Boom! A massive, deep pit appears on the surface. Casso awakens from his slumber and leaps out of the spacecraft. The pale green sky and blue grass create a beautiful scene. After many years of recuperation, Namek has recovered from the climatic upheaval that occurred years ago. Casso takes a deep breath. The air on Namek is refreshing, akin to being in the wild during spring, and the fresh scent lifts his spirits. With the fresh air and beautiful surroundings, Casso's anxious feelings have eased somewhat. Thinking about Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan here, followed by the explosion of Namek, such a beautiful planet doomed to destruction, is indeed a pity. However, recalling that Namek would later recover through the Dragon Balls on Earth, Casso's mood brightens a little. Having crossed over for more than a year, Casso's strength has visibly increased, and he now possesses a battle power of 2,000. With 3 months until the explosion of planet Vegeta, it is extremely unrealistic to expect to save the Saiyans with this level of power. Thankfully, there are the magical Dragon Balls. Casso looks around, uncertain whether the Elder will agree to lend him the Dragon Balls as a Saiyan. If the Elder is unwilling to lend the Dragon Balls, Casso truly has no other options. In the anime, not all Namekians are weak. They are categorized into combat types, healing types, etc. Among them, the combat types, especially Piccolo and Nail, are the most famous. Oh, and there's Slug from the movie. Their power far exceeds Casso's current abilities. Under such circumstances, Casso wouldn't be able to borrow the Dragon Balls, nor could he resort to theft. Of course, Earth also has Dragon Balls, but there is no time left. Suddenly, a small green dot appears in the sky surrounded by a white aura. As the small green dot approaches, it becomes clear who is coming. It is a child with a serious and cold expression identical to a young Piccolo. Who are you? The green-skinned child lands next to Casso, speaking coldly. Casso remains silent, pondering if this child is Nail. My name is Casso, and I am here to request the Elder's assistance. Casso states. The young Nail raises his eyebrows slightly. The Namekians have not contacted the outside world for many years, yet he knows about the Elder. Upon hearing that Casso wants to see the Elder, the young Nail's tone turns even colder. The Elder won't help you. You should leave. The Elder is quite old, and the young Nail does not want him to be disturbed. Casso understands Nail's personality and knows he is indeed Nail. He just didn't expect him to be so unpleasant. I really have an urgent matter. Please pass on my message. Casso tries to avoid creating further conflict and speaks in a low tone. The young Nail stands in front, staring coldly, not uttering a word. Having lived for over 20 years in his previous life, Casso has never been this angry. Is it really so difficult to just relay a message? Since he is being ignored, Casso turns to leave. Without you can't I find the Elder myself. Casso sneers as he takes to the sky, preparing to search for the Elder. Stop! The young Nail rushes over, trying to block Casso. You'd better leave Namek now, or I won't be polite to you. The young Nail says. Hearing this, Casso crosses his arms and takes on a mature demeanor, eager to see how the young Nail plans to make him comply. After a while, you're asking for trouble. Seeing that Casso remains unmoved, the young Nail erupts in fury. The young Nail clenches his fists, unleashing a powerful display of energy, as a white aura expands dramatically, creating an overwhelming force that spreads outward. Is this it? Casso smirks. The young Nail's aura seems trivial in his eyes. If he hasn't sensed incorrectly, the young Nail should only possess around 1,500 battle power, roughly the same as Casso 6 months ago. A little brat achieving such a level of battle power is indeed a testament to the genius of Namek's combat types. However, that's all there is to it. During his 6-month intense training on Mumu Star, Casso fought against fierce beasts daily, significantly enhancing his combat skills. Given that his battle power exceeds the young Nail's by 500, he does not believe this little brat could be his opponent. With a swish, the young Nail disappears from his original position. In an instant, Casso is left alone in the sky. Casso disdainfully chuckles, attempting to battle him with such a tactic. A year ago, he might have struggled, but after his training on Mumu Star, he has already learned to sense chi. Casso looks up. Indeed, a ripple appears in the space above. The young Nail descends from above like a bolt of lightning, swiftly attacking Casso. He does not wish to use overly powerful moves, as a careless mistake could damage the planet, which he does not want to see. Thus, the young Nail only uses half of his strength. Casso senses the young Nail's movement and sidesteps to evade the attack. Let's make a bet. Casso flies to the side, speaking nonchalantly. Go ahead, the young Nail responds, realizing his previous attack was ineffective and backing off to see what this little brat has to say. However, he no longer underestimates this human. His earlier surprise attack had been impossible to dodge among his peers, yet this outsider managed to evade it effortlessly. If you don't touch a single hair of mine within the next 10 moves, you will take me to meet the Grand Elder. If you succeed, I will leave Namek immediately, Kaso said with a smile, looking at Nailu. Nailu was an incredibly proud fellow, much like Vegeta and Piccolo, unable to tolerate the slightest provocation. Kaso recognized this and intended to use psychological tactics, employing a direct approach even though his opponent was merely a young child. He knew that Nailu would definitely accept the bet. Kaso kept smiling, but his disdainful gaze did not escape Nailu's notice. 10 moves? Nailu's forehead bulged with veins. Who do you look down on? Does that mean you accept? Kaso asked. Nailu fell silent. It was well known that he was extremely impulsive, yet he would not put the Grand Elder in danger. In the anime, the grown-up Nailu was aware of Frieza's arrival and the crisis it would bring to Namek. Even in such perilous times, he steadfastly upheld his duties, ensuring that Gohan and the others could not easily meet the Grand Elder. Moreover, during his conversation with Kaso, Nailu could clearly sense that this little brat was not an enemy. He merely sought assistance from the Grand Elder. Not agreeing. Then I'll go find the Grand Elder myself. You can't stop me, Kaso said, scoffing as he turned to leave. Come on, Nailu said. Kaso's lips curved into a smirk. He thought this little brat still doesn't realize what I'm thinking. Poor Nailu, completely unaware that he was being played. But one couldn't blame Nailu. After all, he had grown up on Namek, where the people were simple and untainted by outside influences, making every Namekian quite naive. And Kaso, with over 20 years of life experience from his past life, even though he had once been very socially anxious and would blush talking to girls, could now easily toy with Nailu. The two fell silent, and the atmosphere quickly turned serious. Suddenly, Nailu changed his previous stance, becoming calm as he floated in the sky, like a still ancient pond without a ripple. The clouds drifted in the sky, and a gentle breeze passed by, occasionally tousling Kaso's bangs. Not good. Kaso suddenly could not sense Nailu's aura, even though his figure was right in front of him. Could it be that Nailu could control his chi? However, with the Grand Elder's teachings, it wasn't surprising that he could master chi. But why didn't he conceal his aura from the start? Was he trying to set a trap? Well done, Nailu, I misjudged you. Kaso cursed under his breath. Just then he was suddenly alarmed. Where is he? Nailu had vanished. Kaso's eyes darted wildly, searching around. There was no one in the sky or on the ground. Then behind you. Kaso turned his body, and indeed Nailu was flying from behind, fist clenched, creating a gust of wind as he sliced through the air. Nailu was about to hit Kaso, but Kaso dodged the attack with astonishing reflexes. Impossible. The first move didn't land. Nailu was extremely frustrated. This was the ultimate move he had implored the Grand Elder to teach him, yet it had been dodged by this little brat. He was unwilling to accept that the opponent was merely lucky. Nailu once again concealed his aura, merging himself with the sky, determined that this little brat could not dodge again. Kaso breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have avoided the blow. If he had been hit on the first move after claiming he wouldn't be touched for 10 moves, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Nailu's technique was very crafty. Without a systematic training in chi, it would be hard to find a way to counter it. For Kaso, who was only a half-baked learner of chi, even if his combat power greatly surpassed Nailu's, he could only end up taking hits. At most, he could rely on his overwhelming strength to maintain an undefeated position, but defeating Nailu would be quite challenging. Kaso thought Nailu was just a proud little brat, not realizing he was underestimating him. He needed to think of a solution quickly. Kaso closed his eyes, and everything seemed to revert to the time on Mumu's star. On Mumu's star, Kaso practiced sitting by the lake, meditating quietly, aiming to be as calm as the sky, faster than lightning. After meditating for a long time, without finding the key under the pressure from Nailu, Kaso seemed to grasp something. As Nailu concealed his aura, Kaso inexplicably smiled. He admitted that he had indeed dodged Nailu's attack by chance, but now it was different. Kaso seemed to truly sense something. In the sky, Nailu vanished once more. However, Kaso could perceive a dazzling glow ahead, shining bright, like a beacon in the night, clearly revealing his position. Kaso smiled slightly, thinking this brat still wants to use the same trick on me. Indeed, Nailu guessed that Kaso would not expect him to attack from behind again, just like the first time. Come out, I know you're behind me. Kaso opened his eyes and smiled. Nailu remained silent, sensing that this guy was trying to trick him. Kaso turned around, staring intently at Nailu's position. Neither moved, they both stood still like fools. A quarter of an hour passed. The sky fell silent, and Nailu couldn't hold back any longer, quickly revealing himself from the air. How did you find me? That's my secret. TCH. Nailu scoffed. Do we continue? Kaso said nonchalantly. Nailu fell silent. In Nailu's eyes, Kaso was just a little rascal who, despite his formidable strength, he merely wanted to win using stealth. Now that his combat technique had been seen through, how could he fight? Nailu thought this, unaware that Kaso was thinking the same. He was clearly just a small fry pretending to be provoked forcing a bet, and to his surprise he had this trick hidden up his sleeve. Truly a little rascal. You wouldn't be trying to back out of our deal, would you? Casso exclaimed, his eyes wide. Let's go, Nailu replied coldly. Since they had made a bet, and the opponent wasn't evil, it was fine to take him to meet the Grand Elder. Namek. This planet had undergone catastrophic climate changes, and had only recently begun to recover. It primarily consisted of land and lakes with very few forests, and the ground was covered with low blue grass and sparse trees. The freshwater resources here are extremely abundant, with a small lake between each group of islands. On this day above Namek, 2 white beams of light pierced the sky, enveloping 2 figures. One was a male child, and the other was a small, deep green Namekian. How long until we arrive? What are you in such a hurry for? You'll know when we get there. This cold tone was undoubtedly Nihilus. Casso had grown accustomed to this tone, and Nailu was not unfriendly to him. It was just his personality. He treated everyone the same. Swish, swish. The two landed on a large pillar made of rocks atop, which stood houses built in the white Namekian style. Grand Elder, I have brought the person. Casso entered the room and ascended to the second floor, where he saw a gigantic Namekian sitting in a chair. Although he knew from the anime that the Grand Elder was a very large Namekian, he never expected him to be this huge. Sitting in the chair, he seemed to be 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide. The Grand Elder looked somewhat different from his memory in his past life. He seemed older now, but not as frail as during the great conflict of Namek, and his eyes could still open. Greetings, Grand Elder. Casso politely greeted him. Scion, what brings you here? The Elder's voice was somewhat deep. Standing beside him, the little Nairo was surprised, realizing that he was a Scion. It was said that Scions were known as a warrior race. No wonder he was so formidable. Casso was momentarily taken aback, but then he realized that as the leader of the Namekians, it was not surprising that the Grand Elder had survived the great climate disaster and had lived for so many years with prophetic abilities. Hello, Grand Elder, my name is Casso, and I would like to borrow your Dragon Balls. Casso said sincerely. With about 3 months left before planet Vegeta explodes, time was of the essence. It would be a huge problem if the Grand Elder refused to lend him the Dragon Balls. Given Casso's current power, stealing them would be impossible. No, we cannot lend our sacred objects to outsiders. Little Nairo immediately disagreed upon hearing Casso's request. The Dragon Balls were sacred objects of the Namekians. How could they be casually lent to outsiders? What if this guy wished for something evil? The Grand Elder sat in his chair, ignoring little Nairo, closing his eyes and remaining motionless. Suddenly opening them wide, a glint of brilliance flashed in his gaze. All right, I can lend them to you, but you must agree to one condition. Casso listened quietly as the Grand Elder spoke. This request is simple for you. In the future, there will be a great disaster on my planet Namek, and I hope you can save our people and this planet then. The Grand Elder said, a great disaster in the future for Namek. Little Nairo paused, suddenly realizing that the Grand Elder was asking others for help because his own strength would not be enough to protect Namek in the future. He knew the Grand Elder's capabilities, and what the Grand Elder said must be true. Little Nairo clenched his fists, filled with reluctance. Fine, I will definitely do it. Casso replied excitedly. Casso thought to himself, the Grand Elder's foresight ability is truly terrifying. Has he predicted the future conflict? In fact, without him, Goku could still save the Namekians in the future. Of course, he promised and would definitely keep his word, ensuring that Frieza's forces would not harm any Namekians. Okay, I'll have little Nairo accompany you to summon the Eternal Dragon, said the Grand Elder. Thank you, Grand Elder. Casso was extremely excited to finally borrow the Dragon Balls. With the Dragon Balls secured, he breathed a sigh of relief. There were still 3 months until planet Vegeta's explosion, and there was still time. As soon as he made his wish, he could use instant transmission to leave Namek, ensuring he could make it back to planet Vegeta. Little Nairo felt a bit lost. Hearing the Grand Elder's words brought him back to reality. Just as he was about to lead Casso away, he noticed Casso hesitating and fidgeting. What was this little rascal up to? Just thinking about the future relying on him made little Nairo fall silent again. I heard that the Grand Elder can help others develop their potential without any side effects. Can you help me develop my potential? Casso's face turned red. Casso felt a bit embarrassed. Having borrowed someone else's Dragon Balls, he still wanted them to help him develop his potential. Grand Elder, your health. Little Nairo was somewhat concerned about the Grand Elder's health. The Grand Elder was very old. It was best not to overexert himself. He had previously stopped Casso from seeking the Grand Elder for this very reason. But before he could finish speaking, the Grand Elder interrupted. No problem. The Grand Elder did not hesitate much, whether it was 1 favor or 2, he immediately agreed to Casso. Moreover, helping others develop their potential would not harm his body, it merely consumed physical strength, and he would recover after resting for a while. Casso recalled from the anime that Gohan and Krillin had come to the Grand Elder for potential development, and their battle power had increased several times. He couldn't help but feel excited. Would he also increase his battle power by several times? Casso walked to the spot the Grand Elder designated, and suddenly a large hand covered his head. It was warm, and he felt a flow of heat coursing through his head, moving from top to bottom, traversing every corner of his body. He closed his eyes, feeling serene, not contemplating anything else. The heat continued to flow within him, as if he were immersed in a newly developed hot spring, with every cell in a state of relaxation. Suddenly, Casso felt a mysterious force deep within his body being drawn out. This depth could not be expressed in words. It was unclear whether it originated from his mind, his heart, or the depths of each cell. Slowly, boom, Casso erupted with a powerful aura, as if he were in a state of battle. 3,000, 4,000, 8,000. Casso's battle power continued to soar. The power erupted like a volcanic explosion, unleashing a terrifying momentum from within. 12,000. His battle power eventually reached 12,000. Whoosh whoosh. The air currents spread out, making little Nairo's clothes flap wildly. So powerful. Little Nairo's eyes widened, feeling utterly amazed. Casso relished the feeling of strength. He had slept in the spaceship for several months, and his battle power had not increased much. It was only around 2,000. He never expected the Grand Elder's potential development to be so effective, directly allowing him to break through to 12,000 battle power, an increase of 6 times. It turned out that such immense strength could be so intoxicating. Casso steadied his mind, concealing the unleashed power back into his body. Suddenly, possessing such power required proper training, otherwise he could not truly control it. Just like Frieza, who originally had 3 transformation states, each transformation would unlock greater strength, but Frieza did not maintain his 3rd state. Why was that? The reason was that this power was too overwhelming for Frieza to control. He could only remain in his normal state. It wouldn't be accurate to say that Frieza couldn't control it. Frieza was exceptionally talented, and as long as he trained, it would be quite easy for him to master this power. In the spin-off of Dragon Ball Super, Frieza returned from Hell, and after merely 3 months of training, was able to transform into Golden Frieza. It seemed that it wasn't that he couldn't control the power of the 3rd stage, but rather that Frieza was too lazy. Thank you, Grand Elder. Casso sincerely bowed halfway, expressing his gratitude. It's just a small matter. All right, you can go fulfill your wish now. The Grand Elder waved his hand. Follow me, little Nairo said, turning and flying towards the sky. Casso nodded at the Grand Elder and hurriedly followed, not wanting to be left behind. Given little Nairo's character, if Casso fell behind, he would absolutely not return to look for him. In fact, he might even hope that Casso would get lost. After some time, Xiao Nilu traversed the remaining 6 villages, collecting a Dragon Ball from each one. The Namekians did not favor using such transcendent powers. They revered and respected nature. The Dragon Balls were merely sacred objects they worshipped and were seldom used. The 7 Dragon Balls lay on the ground. Unlike the Dragon Balls on Earth, which are only the size of an adult's fist, the Namekian Dragon Balls are as large as a basketball. Such a large Dragon Ball also possesses functions distinct from those of Earth. The Earth's Dragon Balls can grant only 1 wish, while the Namekian Dragon Balls can fulfill 3 wishes. However, the Namekian Dragon Balls have a peculiar advantage and disadvantage regarding resurrection. They can only revive 1 person at a time, as long as it is not from natural death, but they can achieve unlimited revivals. The Earth's Dragon Balls also have their pros and cons, as they can revive many people at once, but each individual can only be revived once in their lifetime. Come forth, Shinron. Xiao Nilu stood beside the massive Dragon Ball, chanting the incantation to summon Shinron in the Namekian language. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and the sky turned ominous, as if a storm was about to engulf the city. The thick clouds hovered in the sky, yet it did not rain. Crackling, lightning began to flash within the clouds. The light from the lightning illuminated the dim sky and brightened the faces of Casso and Xiao Nilu. A colossal western dragon rose into the sky, its body entwined with lightning, and soon the entire area could see the form of this western dragon. This stunning scene struck deep into Casso's heart. This was Shinron. The anime Dragon Ball revolves around the 7 Dragon Balls, and now he was experiencing the dreamlike scene he had longed for. Casso was so excited that his mouth felt open, frozen in place, wanting to engrave this moment into his heart and remember it forever. Those who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. You may make 3 wishes, and any wish can be granted. Shinron spoke his customary line as he opened his mouth. Go ahead. Xiao Nilu smirked. Casso's expression caught his eye, looking completely naive, like a country bumpkin without any knowledge. For my first wish, let us Saiyan survive in the vacuum of space, Casso declared. Xiao Nilu repeated Casso's words in the Namekian language. Before coming to Namek, Casso had already contemplated which 3 wishes to make. It is well known that Saiyans cannot survive in space. In the future, during the battle between Goku and Frieza, Frieza would use a planet-destroying attack to obliterate Namek. Frieza could survive in space, but Saiyans could not. This meant certain death for Goku, who would have thought that Goku would ultimately find the spaceship left by Jinyu. Thus, this wish was particularly important. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Shenron's eyes flashed a crimson hue before he spoke. At the moment Shenron granted the wish, a clarity flashed through Kaso's heart, as if something within his body had been transformed. It seemed he could indeed survive in space from now on. In the faraway planet, Vegeta Bardock had just completed a mission, and on his way home, he suddenly trembled. What is happening? A mysterious force entered his body, making him feel relaxed. Did I worry for nothing? Bardock sensed around and found nothing wrong with his body. He shrugged it off and continued on his way home. Please restore the Saiyans' true homeland planet Salad. Xiao Nilu translated the second wish to Shenron. Queso understood that planet Vegeta could not be preserved. The Saiyans would urgently need a place to take refuge, and their true homeland planet Salad would be the best place to seek shelter. Your second wish has been realized. The location of planet Salad has been transmitted to your minds. Please state your third wish. For my third wish, please transfer the remaining Saiyans on planet Vegeta at the moment of its destruction to the restored planet Salad. Xiao Nilu opened his mouth to voice the final wish. Shenron's eyes glimmered red for a moment before he fell silent. Shenron spoke softly, that wish cannot be fulfilled. Hearing Shenron's response, not only Queso was stunned, but even Xiao Nilu was struck dumb as they both stood frozen in place. This wish could not even be realized by Shenron. Destroying planet Vegeta and exterminating the Saiyans is an order from Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. That wish cannot be granted. As Shenron said this, drops of cold sweat trickled down his dragon face, and he continued, please state your third wish. Queso had considered this issue. As the most powerful deity in the 7th universe, Lord Beerus' commands were not to be defied by ordinary dragons. Perhaps only the super dragon could disregard such a deity. It now seemed impossible to achieve. Were they truly to face extinction? While Queso was in silence, Shenron spoke again, please state your third wish. One could hear the urgency in Shenron's tone. If they did not make a wish soon, he would disappear. Xiao Nilu glanced at Queso. Create a piece of land on planet Salad where the magical beans can grow instantly. Queso casually stated a wish. Xiao Nilu continued with the translation. Your wish has been granted. Whoosh. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden light, and the dragon in the sky suddenly vanished. After the golden light flashed, the Dragon Balls on the ground transformed into round stones. With Shenron gone, Queso remained in place, furrowing his brow. Were planet Vegeta and the Saiyans to be destroyed? Queso thought for a moment and felt that something was off. That's right. Beerus merely ordered Frieza to destroy and exterminate the Saiyans. He did not concern himself with whether the Saiyans were completely wiped out afterward. Wasn't Kakarot and Vegeta, these fish that slipped through the net, a good testament to that? Shenron could not defy the god of destruction due to the pressure of the deity. Since he could not fulfill the wish, could Queso not save Bardock and the others through his own efforts? Queso understood. It seemed that this might actually work. With that thought, he let out a sigh of relief. Turning around, he looked at the little brat beside him. Xiao Nilu, I'm leaving. Please say goodbye to the elder for me. I will keep the promise I made. The Namekians will forever be my good friends. Are you leaving? Xiao Nilu felt a stir within him. During this time together, he could tell that Queso was a unique little guy. Through Shenron's 3 wishes, he understood that Queso had come to Namek to save his people. Xiao Nilu internally acknowledged Queso. Though he was still just a child, he did not choose to flee when his people were on the brink of extinction, but instead sought every possible way to save them. Such a person deserves respect. In fact, Xiao Nilu was the same. In the future battle on Namek, he chose to fuse with Piccolo, abandoning his own will to defeat Frieza and save his people. Such actions often resonate, although the battle on Namek had yet to occur. Alright, in the coming battles, do your best. If you can't defeat the enemy, make sure to flee quickly. Xiao Nilu patted Queso's narrow shoulder. Queso shook his head, surprised that Nilu had this side to him. However, when Xiao Nilu mentioned fleeing, Queso felt the same. Given his current strength, facing Frieza would be like an ant shaking an elephant with no hope of victory. To be honest, Queso felt that comparing himself to an ant was already overestimating himself. Goodbye, he said, and then he shot directly into the sky. Xiao Nilu watched the small white in the sky, unsure of what he was thinking. He then flew back towards the elder's residence. Xiao Nilu returned to the elder's residence. Elder, I have returned, Xiao Nilu said in a low voice. The elder gazed silently upon him. After a moment's pause, the elder smiled faintly. Are you resentful that I did not unlock your latent potential, eh? No, Nilu replied. The elder shook his head. He knew precisely what weighed upon the young one's heart. The gnawing fear that his strength would prove insufficient to protect Namek in the trials yet to come. Without further preamble, the elder began recounting the history of Namek's evolution. Once a great calamity had struck Namek, plunging its people into mortal peril, driving countless kin to flee across the stars. The elder then spoke of his people. Their combat prowess was inherently modest, even those born with extraordinary martial aptitude, the so-called warrior-type Namekians, possessed only limited power. Long ago our tribe produced a prodigious warrior named Slagru whose battle power exceeded 10 million. The elder continued, yet even he could not withstand the enemies looming on the horizon. Do you understand now, child? Xiao Nilu's eyes widened. His own people had once nurtured a warrior of such staggering might, and yet even he stood no chance against the coming foe. In truth, the elder's lengthy discourse served a deeper purpose to convey that the Namekians revered natural order above all. Even during that ancient cataclysm, they had refused to invoke the Dragon Balls to alter fate. Thus, the sacred wishing stones would be summoned only as a final desperate recourse. Moreover, the Namekians' collective battle power remained tragically low, utterly inadequate against the looming threat. Their only hope lay in seeking aid from others. Hearing this, Xiao Nilu sighed and nodded resignedly. Kazuo, do not fail me in the days to come, he thought inwardly. If the elder believed Kazuo alone could save Namek, then trust must rest with him alone. Thereupon Xiao Nilu stepped beyond the threshold and resumed his arduous cultivation, determined to stand ready when his world called upon him. Watching the boy's retreating silhouette, the elder fell into deep contemplation. How profoundly has the future shifted? Elsewhere, Kazuo descended toward the landing site of his spacecraft. He glanced back once more toward the elder's dwelling, then placed a hand upon the craft and activated instant transmission, hurtling through space toward the distant planet Yardrat. Several days passed. Huff, huff. Kazuo lay sprawled atop a southern peak of Yardrat, gasping heavily. His battle power stood at a mere 12,000. His sensitivity to ki remained crude. Across the void, he had executed instant transmission over 100 times, each time depleting his ki entirely, forcing repeated halts to recover. At last, I've returned to Yardrat. After resting briefly, Kazuo reflected, though exhausting, instant transmission had proven vastly swifter than conventional spacecraft travel. His repeated ki depletion had sharpened his perception. Now should he encounter Xiao Nilu again, he could locate him in less than a second. Moreover, each near-total exhaustion of his ki reserves had subtly strengthened his body. Kazuo's battle power 12500. Kazuo lifted his gaze to the heavens. The sky shimmered violet. Soft clusters of lavender clouds drifted serenely across the horizon, veiled in gentle mist. A whispering breeze carried an ethereal, otherworldly grace. I wonder how little Bibi fares. Months away from her, Kazuo longed deeply for Ospel. On planet Vegeta, he had never parted from her for so long. This separation had been unavoidable. If she mastered instant transmission and emerged from seclusion only to find him gone, her distress would be unbearable. The image of Bibi weeping flooded his mind. His heart clenched with urgency, yearning to hold her close once more. Yet his ki remained depleted. He could only wait. Minute by minute, time slipped away, until at last Kazuo felt his ki stir anew. Without hesitation, he activated instant transmission. Inside Yardrat's secret arts chamber, a small girl sat before a stone tablet, her rosy cheeks drawn tight in intense concentration, as if grappling with a matter of utmost consequence. Suddenly, her face blossomed into radiant delight. Raising her tiny hand, she pressed a fingertip to her brow. Here, she murmured softly, then vanished utterly from where she stood. Outside the chamber, Kazuo materialized. He glanced at the two guards stationed there. As expected, his earlier speculation had been correct. Their battle power hovered near 5,000. Even as he pondered this, a small figure shimmered into existence midair above them. Bibi. Overwhelmed with joy, Kazuo shot forward and embraced her tightly. Brother Kazuo, Ospel cried, beaming. Kazuo held her soft, slender form close, breathing in the familiar, comforting scent unique to her. Bibi, he whispered, resting his chin gently atop her head. Brother Kazuo, don't squeeze so hard. Ospel's porcelain cheeks flushed rose pink. She struggled slightly for breath, puzzled by his uncharacteristic intensity. I'm sorry. Kazuo flushed with embarrassment, then paused, realization dawning. You've mastered instant transmission, he exclaimed, astonished. She had appeared, not flown, into the air. Clearly she'd succeeded, though surely such mastery in so short a time bordered on the miraculous. He recalled clearly she'd trained for only 11 months. And it wasn't just Kazuo who stood stunned. The two guards before the chamber gaped, jaws slack with disbelief. They had never witnessed such innate talent, nor such escalating brilliance. That boy Kazuo had surpassed even her, mastering instant transmission in merely half a year. On Yardrat, only legendary prodigies of antiquity had ever achieved such speed in mastering the art. I can only do it a little. Ospel confessed shyly, explaining she could teleport only over short distances, and sometimes failed entirely. Even so, Kazuo was left speechless. Her inconsistency stemmed not from flaw, but from raw inexperience with ki compounded by her still modest power level. Kazuo mused, even Son Goku could scarcely have done better. Brother Kazuo, I'm hungry, Aspil murmured blushing. He ruffled her hair gently. Let's go find something delicious right now. She chirped, nodding eagerly. Kazuo led Aspil to a nearby world teeming with ferocious beasts, each easily the size of a tiger. Swiftly Kazuo captured a colossal stag. After preparing it, he roasted the meat beside a crackling fire. Aspil nestled beside him. Brother Kazuo, where did you go these past months? I woke up, and you were gone. Kazuo smiled and recounted his journey. When he spoke of Xiao Nilu, Aspil declared him a mischievous scoundrel. When he described the emergence of the eternal dragon, her eyes widened in rapt fascination. Soon he relayed every event, save the unforeseen complication that arose when granting the third wish. Brother Kazuo, next time take me too to awaken my potential. I want to grow stronger, so I can protect you. Of course, BB, whatever you ask I'll do. Brother Kazuo is the very best. Aspil clutched his arm tightly, her gaze riveted on the sizzling roast before the fire. While Kaso and Aspir were enjoying roasted meat far away at the headquarters of Frieza in the northern galaxy, there was a massive planet filled with advanced technology. Surrounded by numerous small asteroids, they formed a dense and orderly circle around the giant planet, creating a defensive system that could both attack and defend. Such defensive capabilities are, needless to say, advanced cosmic technology envelopes these planets, tightly resembling an impregnable fortress where not even a fly could enter. Coupled with the command from the central headquarters and various elite forces, it could be described as an ironclad battle formation. A small oval-shaped flying device resembling an egg with a surface of black and brown intermingled had an open gap at the front where a sinister-looking alien sat inside. With blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and two lines resembling blood tears beneath its eyes, its shiny purple shell contrasted with its pale skin, exuding a chilling aura. He was Frieza. Mr. Dodoria, that group of Saiyan monkeys has been quite restless lately. Frieza crossed his hands in front of the flying device, which glided forward a distance. He squinted like a venomous snake, gazing at the sky, elegantly letting out a faint sigh. Dodoria, with a plump physique and pink skin adorned with fleshy spikes on his head and arms, hurried to respond to Frieza's greeting without any hesitation. Those Saiyan monkeys are ungrateful. Serving Lord Frieza is their honor. If it weren't for their decent fighting power, I would have dealt with them long ago. Dodoria said disdainfully. Frieza let out a sinister sharp laugh that echoed throughout the luxurious palace as the oval flying device spun around and turned back, saying, Mr. Dodoria, being able to relieve my worries brings me great comfort. Dodoria's face lit up with surprise. Receiving praise from Lord Frieza filled him with excitement. He quickly bowed with one hand and made a gesture of loyalty. I swear to serve Lord Frieza to the death. Frieza nodded in satisfaction at his gesture, but suddenly his expression turned serious and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Such a small body contained such a terrifying power that Frieza's flying device felt like a mere decoration, utterly incapable of resisting this pressure. The pressure permeated every corner of the palace, carrying an icy chill from the depths of the underworld, eerily cold. Crack! Thin ice formed in the dark corners. Dodoria trembled all over. Had he said something wrong? Mr. Dodoria, would you like to see the most beautiful fireworks in the universe? Frieza's cold, hoarse voice reached his pink ears. Dodoria instantly realized, overjoyed, Lord Frieza was not blaming him. He knew that every time Frieza said this, a planet would be destroyed. If nothing goes wrong, planet Vegeta would likely not survive. Prepare to die, Saiyan monkeys. Dodoria had long been displeased with this group of arrogant Saiyans despite their low fighting power. Mr. Dodoria, give the order to King Vegeta to summon all Saiyans on missions back in 1 month. I want to enjoy a tour of planet Vegeta. By the way, I heard he has a son with great talent. Bring his son to the headquarters to serve me. Yes, my lord. Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta sat at the head of the table, surrounded on both sides by other Saiyans. They had tails wrapped around their waists and wore specially designed battle outfits, including a Saiyan who resembled Goku. King Vegeta, is there an urgent reason for gathering us? Bardock furrowed his brow. Kine had just given birth to Kakarot 2 months ago. While taking care of Kine, he received the urgent summoning order and hurried over. Upon arriving, he discovered he was not the only one summoned. Other high-powered Saiyan clan members had also been gathered. What could possibly require summoning so many powerful clan members at once? Could it be a war against a higher-tier planet? Frieza has issued an order for us Saiyans to gather all those on missions within a month. Bardock, sitting in the corner, felt a bit puzzled. What does Frieza want to do? Could it be a war against other high-tier planets? The remaining Saiyans began to chatter. Bardock glanced around. It seemed he was not the only one with such thoughts. King Vegeta raised his hands to quiet them down. Frieza said he wants to visit planet Vegeta, so gather all the Saiyans to welcome him. Let's bring our clan members back first before discussing further. Then King Vegeta continued, recently we Saiyans have been developing well. When Frieza arrives, we must ensure he doesn't discover our little schemes. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's disperse. After saying that, King Vegeta dismissed everyone. He still needed to arrange for Vegeta to go to Frieza's headquarters. After the meeting, Bardock felt a wave of unease. This meeting seemed to have ignited a fuse on a powder keg, exploding his calm mind into disarray. That night, after handling various matters at home, Bardock and Kind began to rest. Half an hour after falling asleep, Bardock was drenched in sweat, his face pale with terror, as if he were experiencing a horrifying nightmare. Bardock tossed and turned. Suddenly, Bardock straightened up, his upper body jolting upright. He gasped for air, his face covered in sweat, which could make someone with a fear of density feel uneasy. Thump thump. Bardock's heart raced violently. How terrifying. Frieza was so terrifying. In the past, dreams would typically fade to obscurity upon waking, but this time the dream was shockingly vivid, as if he were there in person, and upon waking every detail was crystal clear. In the dream, Frieza possessed a terrifying battle power of 53000. It is known that in the Saiyan race, not even 2000 battle power exists. Even transforming into a great ape form only yielded battle power of over 1000. Unmatched. Bardock, what happened? Did you have a nightmare? No. I'm fine. Bardock, not wanting to worry, Kind quickly reassured her. Having lived together for so many years, Kind understood Bardock's inner thoughts. Well, he just didn't want her to worry. Then let's rest quickly. Kind thought for a moment. Nothing significant had happened in the clan lately, so it should be nothing serious. All right. Bardock lay back down. The order issued by Frieza was not so simple. Today's events mirrored exactly what happened in his dream. What to do? In front of the campfire, two small figures sat, one gnawing on a deer leg. Brother Casso, how can that little brat Nailu, who is so weak, dare to bet with you? He is not weak. He has over 1000 battle power, which is even higher than yours. Seeing Aspier's little face covered in grease, Casso reached out to wipe it, but only made it worse, causing her cheeks to puff up in annoyance. Huh, he's that powerful. Aspier felt a bit dejected, realizing that even a little brat could surpass her. Brother Casso, after the Great Elder unlocked his potential, had already reached 1000 in battle power. She currently only had 1000 battle power and wondered when she would be able to catch up to him. Aspier pulled a sulky face and bit into the deer meat. Casso chuckled and said nothing. Nyla's talent was indeed impressive, feeling even stronger than Bic, but lacked the inner strength that Bic possessed. Bic had always aimed to defeat Wukong, exhibiting tremendous willpower. Although he could no longer keep pace with Wukong, he had never given up. If Nailu had a similar goal and a strong inner self, his achievements might surpass Bic's. After a while, Casso tossed the bones aside into the nearby river and laid down on the ground. For months, he had not eaten such roasted meat, surviving solely on the nutrient solution from the spaceship. Finally eating roasted meat again, he felt extremely full. Casso moved next to Aspier and said, "Little Beer, now that you have learned instant transmission, we will prepare to leave here tomorrow and return to Vegeta. While we can finally go home." Aspier exclaimed joyfully, continuing, "Aunt Jine will surely be amazed by our battle power." After saying that, she inexplicably laughed again. My. Casso raised an eyebrow, surprised that this girl also liked to show off. However, pretending to be weak in front of others felt quite satisfying. He chuckled, secretly realizing that like attracts like. When Bardock sees his battle power, his expression will surely be interesting. Just thinking about it made him happy. Casso and Aspier suddenly froze in place. In the night, the two small figures sat dazed in front of the fire. From their little faces, their expressions seemed to be a mix of smiles and contemplation. If someone could read minds at this moment, they would certainly know what was on their minds. It turned out both of them were fantasizing about showing off on Vegeta. The next day, alright, let's go say goodbye to Elder Husu. After tidying up the campfire, Casso instantly transported back to Yadrit with Aspier. With a swish, Casso and Aspier appeared in front of Husu's door. He knocked on the door. Hearing the noise, Husu came out. "Mr. Wise One, we are ready to leave," Casso said, looking at Husu with some reluctance. After all, he had been here for half a year, and suddenly leaving was a bit hard. Huh, so soon? Husu was surprised. Casso had learned instant transmission here for half a year, and yesterday Aspier had also mastered it. Husu was acutely aware of their talent and was quite astonished. "Thank you for your hospitality all this time, and thank you for allowing us to learn instant transmission. The Yadrit people will always be my friends. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me on Salad Star." Due to the imminent explosion of Vegeta, Casso provided Husu with the location of Salad Star. Husu opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Since Casso and Aspier were not Yadrit people, it was quite normal for them to leave after learning instant transmission. Thinking of this, Hyusu couldn't help but sigh. All right, let's meet again if there's a chance. Hyusu felt a bit sentimental. After a year of interaction, even the most unfamiliar strangers had ultimately become friends. After bidding farewell to Hyusu, Kaso and Ospier also went to say goodbye to Supa, then found the spaceship they arrived in. Kaso and Ospier turned back to take a glance at the town of Yadrit. Let's go. After saying that, the two along with the spaceship vanished from the spot. Vegeta. A thunderous roar echoed in the sky. Looking up, many Saiyan spaceships streaked across, leaving behind trails of white-silver light. It was the Saiyans returning from their missions. Countless spaceships descended from the sky. How did the mission go? Don't mention it, I nearly died out there. Huh, what happened? Many Saiyans exited their spaceships, discussing their missions as they walked. At that moment, a nearby spaceship opened its hatch, and a burly man stepped out. He was clad in Saiyan-style combat armor with a tail wrapped around his waist and some minor scars on his face. Captain him back, he strode over. Long time no see, Garrus, Bardock smiled. He had no duties today and had come to welcome his squad member. Yeah, where are that little brat Kaso and his friend? They are out on a mission. Didn't we agree that we wouldn't send them out on missions until they grew up? Garrus looked a bit displeased. Kaso's parents had sacrificed themselves to save him. Garrus had also promised Kaso's parents that he would protect Kaso well. Since he often went out on missions, he had to entrust Kaso to the captain, but he never expected Kaso to still be sent out. This was Kaso's request, and I only assigned a very simple task. You must understand Saiyans. Before Bardock finished speaking, a thunderous crash echoed through the sky. This sound was far beyond what a Saiyan spaceship landing could produce. The two looked up. What was that? A large spacecraft. Lord Bardock, isn't that a ship from Frieza's underlings? Garrus was quite surprised. Wasn't Frieza supposed to arrive at Vegeta in half a month? How could he arrive so much earlier? Frieza. Bardock glared at the spaceship in the sky, grinding his teeth. Was the tale of the dream about to be replayed? Garrus, I'll explain Kaso's situation to you later. I have something important to attend to now. Bardock turned and hurried home. Captain. Garrus stared at the captain's departing figure, feeling a bit confused. That night, the delicate giant followed Bardock closely. Bardock carried a spaceship on his shoulder, one he had stolen from the spaceship launch center with the young Wukong inside, and the listening device had been dismantled. 2 streaks of tears ran down Giant's face as she pressed her lips together, afraid to make a sound lest they be discovered. Bardock, are we really sending Kakarot away? Giant choked up. There's no choice. I hope I'm wrong. If so, we can always go retrieve him. Bardock placed the spaceship he carried on the ground. The two looked through the transparent hatch, gazing reluctantly at Kakarot. Kakarot, you must be good. Giant's tears flowed again. Bardock tightly embraced Giant, looking up at the spaceship until it safely flew out of sight. A day later, many spaceships were still returning to Vegeta from the outside. Suddenly, 2 older spaceships plunged straight down from the sky. Through the transparent hatch, 2 small figures could be seen. They were awake, looking at the scenery outside and not in a state of suspended animation. The atmosphere on planet Vegeta grew increasingly tense. Perhaps it was because Frieza was about to arrive. In the eyes of the Saiyans, Frieza was a detestable character. Years ago, Frieza conquered the royal family of Vegeta, forcing the entire Saiyan race to serve him. At that time, the Saiyans were not in a good situation. They had just overthrown the rule of the Zephyrins and were in dire need of recuperation. They had no way to resist the oppression from Frieza's forces. However, the Saiyans had witnessed all the oppressive tactics Frieza employed against them. Therefore, they harbored intense hatred for Frieza. Now Frieza had inexplicably summoned all the Saiyans back, leaving them wondering what his intentions were. 2 spaceships descended from the sky, and Kakarot and Osper jumped out from inside. Kakarot and his companions did not simply travel by spaceship from planet Adlat. If that were the case, it would take them another 6 months to return. Thus, Kakarot and Osper first used instant transmission to return near planet Vegeta, then boarded a spaceship to reach the planet. In this way, they returned to planet Vegeta legally, allowing them to have an excuse if anyone questioned their return. Kakarot and Osper first returned home and found the furnishings familiar as ever. However, they found it somewhat strange that there was not a speck of dust in the house. Osper touched the chair and exclaimed, "It's so clean." It must have been Aunt Jine who helped clean. Seeing the state of the house warmed Kakarot's heart. He did not believe Bardock and Garlis would do such things. These two were good to him and Osper, but only in major matters. They wouldn't concern themselves with such mundane household chores. Soon night fell. Kakarot and Osper lay on their beds, enjoying the last moments of tranquility on planet Vegeta, for soon the planet would be destroyed by Frieza. Kakarot planned to find Bardock and Garlis later to explain the situation. In the nursery of planet Vegeta. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, 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 a massive energy signature detected. warning energy levels surpassing 10,000. Inside the nursery, 2 incubation pods were aligned together. One was empty. The scion inside had long since vanished. The other contained a scion infant, and with his cries, alarms blared throughout the nursery, red lights flashing in the dim environment. What is happening? Why is there an alarm? This prince must not come to harm, or we are finished. A group of aliens in white lab coats rushed in. If anything were to happen to the scion infant inside the nursery, even 10 of them would not be enough to withstand the scion's wrath. These researchers were captives brought back by the scions from their conquests. If it weren't for their decent technological skills, the scions would have sent them to meet their doom long ago. This is impossible. Look, they witnessed an unbelievable scene, a scion infant named Broly whose battle power was continuously rising. 8,000, 8,500, 9,500. How is this possible? How can this be? A newborn scion infant actually had such a high battle power, and it was still increasing. 10,000. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Hurry, go report to King Vegeta. Inside the palace of King Vegeta. What? A newborn scion named Broly has a battle power exceeding 1000. King Vegeta looked incredulous. Impossible, could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? No way, only my Prince Vegeta can be the strongest. At this moment, King Vegeta's face twisted with rage, exuding murderous intent. Broly, don't blame me. You have only yourself to blame for possessing such immense power. King Vegeta raised his hand, intending to signal his subordinates to eliminate Broly. Suddenly he asked, whose son is he? According to the king's words, he is the son of Lord Paragus. Paragas' son. King Vegeta turned away, his back to his subordinates, the blue and red cape trailing behind him, and donned in battle armor. He appeared to be deep in thought. Go arrange a spaceship to send Broly to a distant, desolate star. King Vegeta instructed his loyal subordinate in a deep voice. Understood. King Vegeta sat back on his throne, propping his chin with one hand, icily stating, Paragus, don't blame me. I have already been merciful. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Paragus, congratulations. Your son was born with a battle power of 10,000. A group of researchers who were Paragas confidants rushed over to celebrate. Paragus was stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. This can't be real. Is my Broly truly that strong? They have already gone to report to King Vegeta, his confidant replied. Upon hearing this, Paragus suddenly realized something was wrong. After working under King Vegeta for so many years, he knew well what kind of person he was. Ruthless, cold-hearted, and would stop at nothing to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to his position. Lord Paragus, it's bad. Broly is about to be exiled. At that moment, a hurried scion approached. He was one of Paragas' subordinates. Damn it, King Vegeta. After all these years of service, how dare you? Paragus glared angrily, knowing that scions were merciless, never expecting King Vegeta to disregard their past relationship. I must go stop him. Boom. Paragus erupted with a powerful aura, white energy enveloping his entire body as he shot off at high speed toward the spaceship launch center. At the spaceship launch center. What a pity King Vegeta cannot tolerate him. If he could accept Broly, a formidable war god would surely emerge among the scions. Sigh. Isn't that right? The workers there were all low-ranking scion warriors discussing the matter. When Broly's battle power broke, the news had already spread across the entire planet Vegeta. At that moment, a middle-aged scion flew down from the sky. With a sweep of his gaze from the sky, Paragus quickly spotted the spaceship where Broly was. Lord Paragus, you can't go over there, otherwise King Vegeta won't spare us. These low-ranking scion warriors tried to stop him. Just as Paragus was preparing to rush over to prevent the spaceship from taking off, the spaceship slowly ascended, disappearing in an instant. No. Paragus roared, arriving just a moment too late. Tell me, which planet has Broly been exiled to? Paragus grabbed one of the low-ranking warriors nearby, his eyes radiating intense fury, his body trembling, as if he could not believe Broly had truly been exiled. He has been exiled to the distant planet Wampa. The scion paled, fearing Paragus might turn on him. Prepare a spaceship for me immediately. Paragus shouted fiercely. After a while, whoosh, another spaceship ascended from the launch center. Kasu and Aspier were preparing to go out when they suddenly heard discussions coming from the street. Have you heard about Broly? That little guy with a battle power of 1000 since birth. Yes, but what a pity. The tone of the scions was somewhat regretful as they discussed how if King Vegeta could have accepted Broly within 10 years, a god of war without equal would emerge among the scion race. Broly, Kasu murmured. His eyes widened in astonishment as he almost forgot about Broly. Broly possessed the legendary scion physique, and his incubation pod was adjacent to Kakarot's. Every time Kakarot cried, Broly would cry along with him. This led to Broly developing a strong aversion to Kakarot as he grew up. Every time Broly saw Kakarot, he couldn't help but go into a rage. However, Broly was also a pitiful person, having been exiled by King Vegeta from a young age and being controlled by his father with no freedom whatsoever. Kasu grabbed the Scion's hand and anxiously asked, "Excuse me, uncle, how is Broly doing now?" Aspir stood by silently, somewhat puzzled as to why her brother Kasu would be so excited upon hearing Broly's name. The Scion was taken aback. He had never encountered such a polite little guy and couldn't help but respond, "That little guy has already been exiled." "What happened? Do you know him?" The Scion asked further. "No. Goodbye, uncle, we are leaving." Kasu took Aspir and left. Watching the two little kids leave, the Scions resumed their conversation. "Chris, do you know that little guy?" "Not at all, I just haven't seen such a polite little fellow." "It is a bit strange." Kasu and Aspir were on their way to Bardock's house. Aspir looked up and asked, "Brother Kasu, who is Broly?" You'll know later." Kasu shook his head, still thinking of ways to keep Broly with him when he heard the news. Since Broly had been exiled, he might as well stay on planet Vampa for a while. Kasu still had more important matters to attend to and couldn't spare himself. Just thinking about that old man Paragus made Kasu feel a bit nauseous. To take revenge on King Vegeta, Paragus didn't hesitate to control his own son, treating Broly as if he were not human. As they walked, they arrived at Bardock's house. However, when Kasu was about to knock on the door, he heard voices coming from inside. "Garrus, this is my explanation." "Sai, what can I say about this child? Perhaps this is just how Scions are." The voices of Bardock and Garrus came through. Kasu smiled, realizing that Garrus was also inside. He knocked on the door, and the tightly closed double doors opened. It was Jine who opened the door, but her expression was somewhat off, as if she had encountered something distressing. Kasu thought for a moment, since Broly had been exiled, had Kakarot also been sent away? Perhaps that was why Jine showed such a sad expression. "Kasu, little beer, you are back." Jine's face warmed a bit upon seeing them. Kasu smiled and nodded. "Aunt Jine." Aspir happily hugged Jine. Jine had always taken care of her and Kasu, and in Aspir's heart, Jine was like her own mother. She leaned in Jine's embrace, feeling the warmth. "Little beer." Jine also hugged Aspir tightly. With Kakarot just being sent away, Jine was at her saddest moment. Now that Aspir and Kasu had returned, her sadness was somewhat alleviated. Garrus had just been talking about Kasu when he saw him and exclaimed excitedly, "Kasu, little beer, you are back." When Kasu's parents saved Garrus' life, he came to see Kasu as his own child. Now seeing his little one safe and sound again, he was very happy. Bardock also came over and patted Kasu's head. After 2 years, this little guy was finally not so thin anymore. Kasu remembered all the kindness of the elders in the room. Had it not been for them, he would probably have died countless times. Returning to planet Vegeta, he heard from everyone that Frieza would be arriving in about 10 days. Time was pressing, and Kasu knew it was not a time for reminiscing. Kasu said, "Uncle Bardock, do you have any bad premonitions lately?" Bardock frowned and asked, "How do you know?" "I dreamed of a vision where Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta upon his arrival, and all of us Scions perished." Kasu did not answer Bardock's question, but fabricated this sentence. "What?" Jine could not care about her sadness anymore. Upon hearing Kasu's words, Garrus' breath tightened. Kasu's words struck Bardock hard. He had also dreamed the same dream before and thought it was false. It seemed that it was real. Frieza is plotting something sinister. I also dreamed of the same vision. Bardock shared his earlier dream and explained that he had sent away Kakarot considering this situation, but did not mention Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Jine's eyes widened. Bardock and Kasu had both dreamed of the same vision. She had only agreed to send away Kakarot after listening to Bardock's persuasion. Now Jine couldn't help but feel grateful that Kakarot had been sent away. "Kasu, is this true?" Garrus seemed to have heard something shocking. "Yes." With this response, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The tense mood spread to every corner, so quiet that one could even hear Jine's breathing. "Captain, what should we do? Our Scion race cannot withstand Frieza." Garrus said, anxiously frowning. "Calm down, let's listen to what Kasu has to say. His choice to return now should mean he has some plan." Bardock, not as anxious as Garrus, thought quietly for a moment and expressed his thoughts. Since Kasu spoke of that vision, Bardock no longer regarded him as a child. "Kasu, share your thoughts." "In these 2 years, I completed the mission on planet Mumu early, and then..." Kasu continued to explain what happened next. First, he went to Yardrat to learn instant transmission, and then went to Namek to summon the dragon. Bardock and the others were stunned upon hearing these events. It turned out that these two little kids had experienced so much in just 2 years. When they heard Kasu mention instant transmission, Bardock and Garrus' eyes widened in disbelief at such a miraculous technique. Kasu continued, "Frieza's forces must be monitoring the entire planet Vegeta now. If we attempt to escape by spaceship, it will be impossible to succeed. So you're thinking of using instant transmission to take everyone away from planet Vegeta?" Bardock pondered thoughtfully. "Yes. We intend to use instantaneous teleportation, but only if Uncle Badaku and your people cooperate." Queso had always been obscure on Vegeta star, lacking presence and constantly bullied by Nappa and the others. With neither power nor influence, who would believe his words? Who would obey his orders? Tell us, Badaku urged. Queso answered, over the next 10 days I want you to gather a portion of our people, Xiao Beer, and I will ferry them out in shifts. AOC Beer sat silently at his side listening to Queso's plan. Queso, can you take everyone with you? Jolly C asked anxiously. Queso smiled wryly. Uncle Jolly C, to be blunt, with the strength Xiao Beer and I have, we cannot carry everyone away. The Yadelate natives were not particularly powerful, yet they had developed the miraculous art of instantaneous teleportation. This proved that raw power was not the only prerequisite. Talent and mental fortitude also mattered. But to teleport greater numbers at once, or to send people farther distances, one needed formidable strength to sustain it. Moreover, teleportation required a fine attunement to chi. Queso had only just scratched the surface, and AOC Beer was even less experienced. Hearing this, Badaku shook his head. Do not delude yourselves. We cannot carry away all our people. Queso and AOC Beer knew this already, so why did Badaku voice it so plainly? They looked at Badaku with puzzled expressions. Do not forget, the true leader of the Saiyans is Vegeta Wong. Only my squad answers directly to me. Badaku's tone brimmed with helplessness. With Vegeta Wong in power, he could not command the tribe. Vegeta Wong spent his days lost in dreamt visions of toppling Fu Li SAS rule. At this point, anything said about that king might be dismissed or arouse suspicion that one harbored ulterior motives. The Saiyans' fate was bitterly ironic. Freed from the rule of the Zifu air people, they nevertheless found themselves led by a petty, short-sighted chieftain who feared any rival to his throne. When Buluo Li was born, Vegeta Wong exiled him, an act of staggering folly. The captain is right, Jolly C said helplessly. Jolly C had witnessed the captain's trials over the years. Were it not for the captain's own strength, Vegeta Wong might have eliminated him long ago. Because of that very strength, the captain had been pressed and marginalized by the king. Now only roughly 100 of the tribe would heed his command. How many can the two of you carry? Badaku asked again. Queso and AOC Beer exchanged a glance and estimated about 150 people, give or take. Badaku nodded. That number matched roughly the people he could mobilize. Uncle Badaku, go and summon them. Tonight, Xiao Beer and I will begin moving the people. Queso said, accepting that saving some was better than saving none. Jolly C and Badaku rose to their feet, ready to act. In the dire hours for their race, Badaku could spare no hesitation. Even if Queso could only ferry 100 or so, it would suffice. As long as the tribe was not annihilated, the Saiyans would rise again. When Luote awakened the power of the Super Saiyan, he would surely avenge his people. Night fell. In the northern forest of Vegeta Star, about a dozen Saiyans had gathered. They moved furtively, faces pale and haunted, as if still stunned by the horror they had just learned. The dozen or so Saiyans stammered among themselves. Is this true? I never thought Fu Li Sa would betray us so blatantly. I told you from the start not to trust Fu Li Sa. At that moment, Badaku barked coldly quiet. Even now they had the gall to bicker. At his command, the group fell silent. Badaku glanced at Queso and AOC Beer. The two nodded in understanding. Queso pointed to two Saiyans. You two clasp hands and grip my shoulders tightly. Do not struggle. AOC Beer mirrored the instruction on the other side. Before arriving, these Saiyans had already been informed of Fu Li SAS conspiracy. Badaku explained the procedure. Everyone knew precisely what would happen next. At Queso and AOC Beer's command, the Saiyans nodded and stepped forward, cooperating without hesitation. Uncle Badaku, I will return soon. With that, Queso and the two Saiyans vanished from sight in an instant. AOC Beer did the same on her side. Seeing Queso disappear so abruptly filled Badaku with wonder. He had already experienced instantaneous teleportation once before 2 hours ago, yet it still astonished him. Badaku lifted his head. The sky glittered with countless stars, each one a vessel of Fu Li SAS fleet. Their ships encircled the entire Vegeta Star from beyond the void. Fu Li Sa had long exploited the Saiyans, issuing endless missions and sending them to conquer other worlds. He profited by selling those spoils, amassing vast wealth. And yet, despite his gains, Fu Li Sa now intended to raise Vegeta Star and wipe out the Saiyan race. The thought made Badaku's skin crawl. 3 months earlier, Badaku had felt the stirrings of this calamity, how otherwise he would not have sent Luote to Earth. Still, he had clung to a sliver of hope that the nightmare was false. Queso had confirmed his fears. Thank heavens for Queso, Badaku murmured, shaking his head. 20 minutes later, Queso and AOC Beer reappeared before him. Huh? Queso panted, lungs heaving. He had transported those two to a safe world so distant that even at full speed, Fu Li SAS fleet would need half a month to arrive. Until then, Queso had only ever used teleportation to move himself and AOC Beer, never more than 2 people at once. Now he staggered on the verge of collapse. Brother Queso, am exhausted. I have no strength left. AOC Beer flopped onto the ground beside him, tongue lolling, sweat beading her face, inert like a small creature. Queso, what happened to you two? Badaku asked with mounting worry. Nothing serious, Queso replied. The strain was immense. Rest assured, tonight we can move everyone. Let me recover first. You both rest a while. Badaku glanced at them anxious, but with AOC Beer depleted, there was no one else to rely upon but Queso. Queso looked at Xiao Beer and smiled. For her to have transported 2 people was already remarkable. He would shoulder what remained of the task. After some time, once Queso had regained enough strength, he sent away 2 more Saions. Again and again he repeated the procedure through the night until all a dozen or so had been evacuated. By morning, Queso lay on a cot, hollow-eyed and ashen, as if his very being had been drained. He longed for Earth's Senza Beans. Once the crisis on Vegeta Star was over, he vowed to journey to Earth. Senza Beans had always been a miraculous quirk of the Dragon Ball world. No matter how grievous the wound, as long as one drew breath, a single bean could restore the body to its peak. In Goku's childhood, the importance of Senza Beans had been underestimated by Ka Lin the Hermit, who let that chubby boy Yachiluo Bei consume them all, leaving Goku later wishing he could split a single bean in 2. Several days passed, and most of the tribe returned to the fold. Vegeta Wang continued arranging the pomp to welcome Fu Lisa, oblivious to the disappearance of over 100 Saions. Inside the palace of King Vegeta, surrounded by many flowers, a walkway was left in the center covered by a red carpet, making the entire palace hall quite festive. King Vegeta saw that the decorations were almost done and prepared to summon all the Saions for a meeting. Suddenly a Saion resembling Nappa angrily approached. Your Majesty, what is the progress on the investigation regarding my son? This man was Nappa's father, whose son had mysteriously disappeared 2 years ago and had not been seen since. He was King Vegeta's right-hand man, with his family being one of the top-tier families among the Saions, yet King Vegeta had failed to investigate the incident of his son's disappearance even after 2 years. King Vegeta's expression turned cold. I have more important matters to attend to. We'll discuss this later. After saying this, King Vegeta left towards the entrance of the hall. You. Nappa's father pointed at King Vegeta's back, trembling slightly. 2 years had passed without any news of Nappa, and his father had long realized something was amiss. However, King Vegeta's current attitude chilled him. After serving King Vegeta for so many years, all they received in return was indifference. Feelings had faded. This day, at that moment, a sharp screech pierced the sky, the sound of airwaves and metal grinding. The once bright sky suddenly darkened, as if something was blocking it. Numerous spacecraft filled the void, resembling a locust swarm. The ships broke through the atmosphere of planet Vegeta, finally pausing at the surface of the atmosphere. With a large ship at the center, smaller ships were lined up on both sides. In such a situation, these small ships were inconsequential. The large ship hovered in the center. Orange-yellow flames spewed from its underside, encased in a ring of pitch-black metal, forming a circular corridor where bright light filtered through the specially made transparent glass, resembling yellow jewels adorning it. Inside was the ship's control room, covered by a curved canopy. At a glance, one could clearly see the figure on the small spacecraft, sporting 2 sharp horns, blood-red eyes, and purple-black lips, with 2 lines resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. It was Frieza. Holding a glass of crimson wine, Frieza elegantly remarked, Have we arrived at planet Vegeta? Yes, Lord. Frieza Dodoria respectfully replied. Go summon King Vegeta and have all the Saions come to meet me. Understood. King Vegeta convened all the high-ranking Saions for a meeting. Frieza is already hovering over planet Vegeta. He demands that we all go meet him. In the palace, King Vegeta held the final meeting, though he found Frieza's actions a bit strange. Oh, why didn't he just land on the planet directly? King Vegeta felt something was off. Then let's call Bardock and the others to welcome him. Otherwise, the consequences of provoking Frieza could be severe. Indeed, King Vegeta's subordinates murmured. Forget about Bardock. Let's go welcome Frieza together. King Vegeta raised both hands, signaling to prepare for departure. But Frieza asked for all the Saions. Didn't you hear what I said? King Vegeta frowned, visibly displeased by the rebuttal. They thought he didn't want Bardock to join the welcome. The truth was that he simply couldn't find Bardock. King Vegeta stood still for a moment, a fierce glint in his eyes as he looked at everyone. The atmosphere grew quiet. No one dared to voice any objections, and King Vegeta led all his subordinates to prepare for the welcome of Frieza. Exiting the palace, King Vegeta looked up to see the densely packed spacecraft blocking the sky. Even the light could hardly pierce through. The darkening sky made King Vegeta feel uneasy, his heart racing, as if something ominous was about to happen. Is it just my illusion? I hope it is. King Vegeta gathered a small wave of light in his palm only to disperse it immediately. What he had gathered was none other than an artificial moon. King Vegeta's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he inwardly hoped that Frieza would not act rashly. Frieza sat atop the spacecraft, slowly floating out from the large ship, followed by his subordinates. Upon closer inspection in such a grand occasion, Frieza's elite team, the Ginyu Force, was conspicuously absent. Long time no see, King Vegeta. Frieza wore a faint smile, as if genuinely pleased to see an old friend. Bow before Lord Frieza. King Vegeta flew into the air, bending slightly in a bow. As King Vegeta bent, his subordinates shouted in unison, "Bow before Lord Frieza." Over 2,000 Saiyans gathered together, their voices ringing out thunderously, echoing through the skies. At a glance, the Saiyans bowed expressionlessly, regardless of how much they hated Frieza at that moment. They all put on a facade. Frieza said nothing, and neither did his subordinates. They simply allowed the Saiyans to remain bowed. The atmosphere became deathly silent. What did Frieza mean by this? King Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and cautiously glanced up at Frieza, only to find him watching them with a playful expression. At that moment, Frieza suddenly spoke. "King Vegeta, don't you have a fellow named Bardock among the Saiyans? Why hasn't he come here?" Bardock's reputation was well known among the Saiyans. Even Frieza had heard of him. This lowly warrior had achieved a combat power of 1-0, which piqued Frieza's curiosity about Bardock. From his tone, it was clear Frieza was in a bad mood, causing King Vegeta to break out in cold sweat. Just then, King Vegeta discovered that Bardock and his subordinates were missing. No matter how much he searched, he couldn't find them, perhaps wanting to show off in front of Frieza. "Damn Bardock. Oh well." King Vegeta stammered, struggling to find an answer. As the king of a Saiyan tribe, it was immensely embarrassing that he couldn't even command his own subjects. Not receiving the expected answer, a cold glint flashed in Frieza's blood-red eyes, his small body exuding a terrifying aura that felt particularly chilling. The surrounding ships swayed left and right at the moment of his outburst, as if they might fall at any moment. However, in that brief moment, Frieza retracted that aura as if nothing had happened. King Vegeta and his subordinates broke out in a light sweat. If Frieza's aura was this powerful, how strong must his true strength be? "Ha ha, it's fine, don't be nervous. Oh, everyone relax." Frieza laughed nonchalantly while his subordinates looked on with strange expressions, as if watching a show. Fair Star is extremely far from Vegeta's star. Even the most advanced ship of Frieza's forces would take half a month to arrive at full speed. The sky here is green, accompanied by a dense forest nearby, while a vast plain stretches into the distance. At the junction of the forest and the plain, over 100 silhouettes gather, each person with a tail wrapped around their waist. "Captain, everyone has been transferred over," Cass said. Bardock nodded. Over the past few days, with Kazuo transferring the Saiyans every night, he finally managed to bring all his subordinates and family to Fair Star. He knew how far Fair Star was from Vegeta Star, having passed through here during his previous missions. He never expected that Kazuo could relocate their kin here. Instant transmission is truly amazing. "Lord Bardock, is Frieza really going to destroy our Vegeta Star? Is it true?" Although Bardock's subordinates had already heard this once, they wanted to confirm it again. Upon hearing their inquiry, Bardock furrowed his brows and nodded solemnly. Sigh. Confirming once again, the over 100 Saiyans let out a sigh. Even Bardock would have to take 3 steps back in front of Frieza. Seeking revenge against him was impossible. They are now the last hope of the Saiyans. Giant approached, holding the helpless Ospear. "Where is Kazuo? Why don't we see him?" "He has gone back to Vegeta Star." Bardock gently patted Little Burr's head, unsure of what Kazuo was doing back on Vegeta Star, as today was supposedly the day Frieza would arrive. Vegeta Star is probably engulfed in war, but with Kazuo's instant transmission, there is no need to worry. Giant seemed to understand this as well, so she was not overly anxious. Above Vegeta Star. "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Frieza." King Vegeta did not notice the expressions of Frieza's subordinates, thinking to himself how foolish Frieza was to attain the position of a cosmic emperor. King Vegeta thought Frieza could be easily deceived. "Ha, I have always been lenient with my subordinates, as long as they harbor no ill intentions. Isn't that right, King Vegeta?" Frieza's face muscles twitched, forcing a smile that felt eerie. Yes. King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, wondering what Frieza meant by that. Has he discovered my actions? That can't be possible. We Saiyans have hidden ourselves so well. King Vegeta had always outwardly obeyed Frieza's commands while secretly building his own power, waiting to gather enough strength to directly overthrow Frieza's rule over the Saiyans, just as he did with the Zuffians. However, King Vegeta never expected that Frieza had already intercepted all the information through his scanners. Even without the Saiyan revolt, Frieza had no intention of sparing the Saiyan race, as this was a task personally assigned by Lord Beerus. "You think the same way. That's good." Frieza crossed his arms and spun around in his spacecraft, turning his back to King Vegeta. With the obstruction of the spacecraft, Frieza's expression was completely obscured. He remained silent, coldly facing away from all the Saiyans, the icy metal of the spacecraft sending chills down King Vegeta's spine. It seemed that something bad was about to happen. King Vegeta, are you interested in seeing some beautiful fireworks? Frieza said without turning around. What does he mean? Something's wrong. King Vegeta finally reacted. Frieza's previously concealed aura erupted once more, the atmosphere of Vegeta Star thrown into chaos. The once thin oxygen vanished in an instant, leaving King Vegeta and the Saiyans gasping. Retreat. Upon seeing Frieza's actions, King Vegeta understood that he was about to turn hostile. If nothing went awry, the fireworks Frieza mentioned would likely be the catastrophic explosion that would obliterate Vegeta Star. However, King Vegeta and the Saiyans did not realize that they could still breathe in the atmosphere. They were simply frightened by Frieza's overwhelming aura. As for why the Saiyans could breathe in space, it was because Kazuo had made a wish on Namek. King Vegeta led all the Saiyans to rush toward the surface. When they finally set foot back on the surface of Vegeta Star, King Vegeta felt a sense of reassurance in his heart. Frieza, what do you want to do? King Vegeta no longer bothered with pretense, directly calling out his name. Come everyone, attack. From far above, Frieza saw King Vegeta's lips move, but couldn't hear what he was saying. Frieza did not care about his words. With Frieza's command, half of Frieza's subordinates surged forward while the other half did not rush ahead, but spread out across Vegeta Star, watching for any Saiyans attempting to escape. Dodoria, has the Ginyu Force arrived? Frieza said coldly. To answer Lord Frieza, they have already stationed around Vegeta Star. I'm sure these Saiyan monkeys won't escape. Dodoria replied respectfully. It turned out the members of the Ginyu Force were all outside Vegeta Star, monitoring the entire planet to prevent the Saiyans from escaping. Very good. Frieza said indifferently. On the ground of Vegeta Star. You are forcing my hand. King Vegeta was furious, truly believing that the Saiyans were soft persimmons for him to squeeze. He gathered a stream of energy in his hand, slowly condensing it into a basketball-sized white, glowing sphere, then threw it up. Everyone look up. All the Saiyans on the ground understood the situation they were facing. They had long wanted to resist Frieza, but King Vegeta had been enduring, leaving them with no option. Hearing King Vegeta's command, the Saiyans knew what they were about to do. They all raised their heads, fixating their gaze on the artificial moon. Thump thump. The overwhelming sound of heartbeats resonated in the air. If only 1 or 2 Saiyans made such sounds, it would be nothing, but now around 2,000 Saiyans produced an immense thumping heartbeat. This heartbeat gradually formed a frequency, causing a resonance. Thump thump. Then creases appeared on the faces of the Saiyans, resembling gorillas in a zoo, their faces twisted, fangs protruding, and their eyes glowing with a crimson light. Roar, roar, roar. Their shapes were no longer human. They began to swell, and their armor grew larger with their bodies. Their height skyrocketed, each gorilla becoming immensely large. Within seconds, all the Saiyans present transformed into giant ape forms. Roar, roar, roar. The giant apes pounded their chests and howled at the sky. Roar, Frieza, come on. King Vegeta, now a giant ape, roared. Accompanied by a few other rational giant apes, all powerful subordinates of his, while Frieza's subordinates charged down with reckless abandon. Soon the scene became chaotic. Almost every gorilla was surrounded by dozens of aliens. Boom. Energy shockwaves shot everywhere. The houses where the Saiyans lived were hit by the splashing shockwaves. The better ones merely collapsed, while the worse ones were completely obliterated, reduced to dust. The past prosperity of the royal capital turned to ashes at this moment, becoming ruins and desolation. Charge. Attack. The aliens surrounding the gorillas launched their attacks. Energy waves struck the giant ape-like Saiyans. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted with a huge roar, a sun-like brightness illuminating the entire ground, and the smoke from the explosion enveloped the gorillas. We did it, the aliens shouted excitedly. They thought transforming into gorillas would be formidable, but found them to be easily defeated. Suddenly, what? Look, how is this possible? As the smoke cleared, the gorillas remained unharmed with not a single injury. Roar, roar. It seemed that the gorillas were enraged, each one letting out a furious roar, grabbing large stones and hurling them everywhere. Impossible. One of the aliens screamed in fear, but the next moment he was crushed into mud. In this chaotic scene, a few unfortunate souls were struck, their bodies exploding, blood and flesh flying everywhere, utterly horrific. However, the gorillas did not calm down. They began gathering energy for laser blasts, just like Osbeal did when transforming into a giant ape. From Kasso's earlier encounter with Osbeal, it was clear how difficult these gorillas were to deal with. Without sufficient strength to crush them, it was truly challenging to defeat them. Boom, boom. Hundreds of laser blasts rained down, and the aliens caught off guard were struck by the terrifying laser blasts. In the face of the high-temperature laser blasts, the aliens were utterly annihilated. No, just a few minutes passed. The number of aliens on the scene dwindled, likely losing 2/3 of their forces in that short time. The surviving aliens finally realized something was wrong. How were these Saiyan monkeys so powerful? They hurriedly checked with their detectors. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 23,000, battle power 15,000. Battle power 80,000. Rows of battle data appeared on the detector's screen. The data shocked the aliens. Each gorilla on site had an extraordinarily high battle power, most ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. How could this be possible? Rumor had it that Saiyans only had a battle power of a few thousand. The highest was just over 1,000. Unscientific. In fact, Frieza had not informed these aliens that when Saiyans transform into gorillas, their original battle power increases tenfold. This is a tragic story. Mourning for the aliens. In the sky, Lord Frieza, the Saiyan monkeys transforming into gorillas are terrifying. Dodoria trembled all over. He had bullied the Saiyans, previously thinking they had such low battle power. Now as the Saiyans transformed into gorillas, their battle power surged rapidly. Dodoria was clearly afraid. These Saiyans are something else. That seems my decision was correct. Frieza rested his chin on one hand, looking coldly at the battle below. Frieza knew that Saiyans could transform into gorillas, but he hadn't expected such massive losses. It was a miscalculation. Frieza sighed, yet he showed no concern for the casualties of his subordinates. Dodoria observed the battle below, where former comrades suffered heavy casualties, feeling a pang of compassion. He glanced sideways at Frieza, whose face was calm and showed no reaction, as if the fallen were not his subordinates, but merely rats in a garbage heap. Lord Frieza, this can't go on. If this continues, all the teammates will be dead. Dodoria, unable to watch any longer, attempted to persuade Frieza. The Saiyans in their gorilla form had already surpassed 10,000 in battle power, with some even reaching around 100,000. And the members of Frieza's Jinyu force were not much better. Only Captain Jinyu had a battle power of 1,000, which could surpass them. Those with battle power over 10,000 could dominate the universe, making it impossible for those minions to contend with this group of Saiyan monkeys. What are you questioning me? Frieza's eyes glinted with fierce venom, sinister and ruthless, as if he might attack at any moment. I dare not, I dare not. Dodoria shivered. He understood Frieza's unpredictable temperament and quickly apologized. Oh, so boring, forget it, it'll just. Frieza yawned, preparing to recall his troops and take matters into his own hands. With a whoosh, suddenly a figure appeared before him. Yo, friend, who are you? Frieza was a bit surprised that he hadn't noticed how this child had appeared. Regarding the suddenly appearing mysterious child, Frieza felt no fear due to his own overwhelming strength, only a sense of wonder. You must be Frieza. Let me give you a piece of advice. Kaso was seeing Frieza for the first time. This person looked eerily familiar, just like the Frieza from the previous anime, looking equally fierce and sinister. Oh, what kind of advice will you give to this king? Frieza usually felt quite gentlemanly in his demeanor, but upon hearing the mysterious child's words, he became somewhat angry. His previous calmness vanished, and his smile faded. No one had ever dared to give him advice. The last person who showed him disrespect was King Vegeta, who was currently in the midst of chaos. With just a single blow, he could destroy planet Vegeta in under a minute, let alone King Vegeta. Frieza was curious to see what this little brat intended to do. The advice is this. As soon as the words fell, Kaso unleashed all his power, moving like the wind, instantly teleporting in front of Frieza and delivering a heavy punch. Bang! Frieza's eyes widened tremendously, his mouth twisted, and the red muscles on his face slightly caved in. Upon closer inspection, one could see the skin on his face was damaged. Whoosh! While Frieza was still dazed by the time he reacted, Kaso had already vanished. Who are you? Frieza roared in anger, his battle power erupting to 53000. Instantly, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The surrounding spaceships swayed precariously, and the originally thin atmosphere of planet Vegeta directly formed vacuums, as if it were about to shatter space. Dodoria witnessed the entire process, feeling a sense of panic. Lord Frieza wouldn't kill him to silence him, would he? Ziz, ziz, ziz. The furious Frieza unleashed a pressure that disturbed the surrounding ions, chaotic ions converging into arcs of electricity like silver snakes. Unforgivable. A roar erupted from Frieza's mouth again as he scanned every corner around him, searching for Kaso's figure. However, Frieza discovered that the mysterious child had truly vanished into thin air, just as he had appeared out of nowhere. Where is he? Gone without a trace. The child resembled a Saiyan. Oh, could he be a Saiyan? Frieza gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging with rage, wishing he could find that mysterious child and tear him to shreds. In the past, Even his brother Gula would not have been so audacious towards him. Now he had allowed a mere child to strike him, and Frieza was absolutely furious. Frieza cast a cold glance at Dodoria. Frieza's ruthless nature was no secret. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and was particularly concerned about his composure. If anyone were to witness him lose his temper, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. A deadly gaze swept over, and Dodoria felt as if he were being targeted by the world's most venomous snake. He trembled uncontrollably, thinking he was doomed. Frieza raised a finger, aiming it at Dodoria. A murderous aura filled the air, and the entire sky seemed to freeze at that moment. How do you think you trash can harm me, King Vegeta? The giant ape form of King Vegeta laughed heartily. There were indeed quite a few aliens, but they posed no lethal threat to the mighty gorilla. Under the powerful assault of the giant ape, the number of aliens dwindled rapidly. Frieza, your subordinates are useless. King Vegeta raised his foot and crushed an alien as if it were an ant, then turned to his subordinates and said, "Come, let's go eliminate Frieza." Having dispatched a portion of the aliens, the giant ape form of King Vegeta felt empowered, believing that Frieza was no match for him. 5 massive figures erupted with white flames soaring into the sky, their enormous bodies blocking out the light above, casting the ground into darkness. The 5 giant apes, their white flames exposed, shot white beams that sliced through the sky, rapidly ascending into the atmosphere, while King Vegeta searched for Frieza. There, King Vegeta spotted the largest spaceship with Frieza floating in front of it. Boom! They accelerated once more, charging toward Frieza. At that moment, Frieza was pointing his finger at Dodoria. Dodoria was nearly paralyzed with fear. Seeing King Vegeta and the others rushing towards him felt like a ray of hope. Indeed, upon seeing King Vegeta charge forward, Frieza lowered the finger aimed at Dodoria. King Vegeta. Frieza's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. The appearance of that child had been reminiscent of a Saiyan. This score would be settled with the Saiyans. Frieza, your subordinates are nearly all dead. If you don't make a move now, are you afraid of us? King Vegeta surveyed his subordinates and felt that he was now invincible. How dare that little Frieza infringe upon the Saiyans? It was unforgivable. King Vegeta, you are quite confident. Frieza's sharp gaze fixed on him as he spoke casually. Those familiar with Frieza knew that this expression indicated he was furious and ready to get serious. Indeed, being suddenly struck by an inexplicable child would be unbearable for anyone, let alone a cosmic emperor. Let me see if you have the strength to back up your confidence. Frieza activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. 80000. 95000. 12000. None of the giant apes had a battle power lower than 800, with King Vegeta boasting the highest at 12000. Clap, clap, clap. Frieza looked at their battle powers and clapped his hands. I must say, you Saiyans really have quite the knack. Are you regretting invading planet Vegeta? I'll tell you it's too late. King Vegeta roared, then turned to signal his subordinates. The other 4 Saiyans received the order and charged towards Frieza, launching a ferocious assault. Vegeta and Frieza clashed heat-in. One should not seek death so recklessly. Indeed, seeking death. Frieza's previous calm vanished, replaced by a furious rage. An energy burst erupted from within him like a stellar core explosion. A torrent of overwhelming energy permeated every corner of planet Vegeta, causing the seas to surge violently, with fierce winds whipping up unpredictable typhoons reminiscent of the apocalypse. This was merely the aura that Frieza had unleashed. What? As the energy surged, shockwaves barreled through, even toppling the massive forms of King Vegeta and the others. Impossible. After being blown over, King Vegeta and the others slid back a distance before stabilizing themselves. The raging winds whipped past them as if attempting to strip away a layer of flesh, causing excruciating pain. The giant apes exchanged glances, their crimson eyes unable to hide the fear within, and they could see the incredulity in each other's expressions. This was impossible. How could Frieza be so powerful? If Frieza was truly this powerful, why had he always tolerated the Saiyans? Could he not easily annihilate them? The pressure emanating from Frieza left King Vegeta feeling panicked, his heart racing and his soul trembling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. King Vegeta shook his head, still unable to believe that Frieza possessed such immense power. King Vegeta, are you surprised? With a flash of lightning, Frieza appeared before King Vegeta, slightly opening his purple-black lips, regaining his usual calm and self-assured elegance. King Vegeta and the others trembled uncontrollably, the fear within them manifesting vividly in their quaking forms. Having never witnessed Frieza display his strength, they had thought he was not that strong, barely superior to their transformed ape forms, and believed that together they could contend with him. So naive. We were truly too naive. King Vegeta and the others regretted it. As a cosmic emperor, shouldn't possessing extraordinary strength be normal? At this moment, King Vegeta finally awakened from his beautiful dream. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. Haha, weren't you all very confident just now? Frieza resumed, sitting in his spacecraft. Although he had unleashed several waves of energy under his deliberate protection, the spacecraft had suffered no damage. Guess my battle power. Frieza looked at them with a playful expression, relishing the sight of fear on his enemies' faces before killing them. It was the most delightful experience. King Vegeta and his subordinates could not contain their horror, wanting to say something, but under Frieza's pressure, they could not utter a word. 5300, I possess a battle power of 5300. Ha ha ha. What do you think? Isn't it surprising? Frieza laughed heartily, seeing the fear on King Vegeta's face, and his previous anger eased significantly. King Vegeta and his companions took a few steps back, their eyes wide open in shock. Was the Ice Clan truly this powerful? Was this a level that a mere human could reach? King Vegeta and the others had never heard of anyone possessing a battle power as high as 5300. Currently, even a Saiyan with a battle power of 1000 was only achievable through transformation, not in normal circumstances. Alright, the show is about to end. Frieza sat in his spacecraft and extended a finger. This scene, the explosion of planet Vegeta, was imminent. An orange energy sphere the size of a marble appeared at Frieza's fingertip, power gradually being infused into it, while the surrounding pressure became unstable, crackling as if space itself were being torn apart, expanding in an instant to form a circular energy ball approximately 50 meters in diameter. The planet destruction sphere. Ha ha ha. Frieza flicked his finger, and the enormous planet destruction sphere shot toward the planet beneath King Vegeta. Whoosh, whoosh. Although the planet destruction sphere was massive, it descended rapidly. No. King Vegeta regained his senses just as the planet destruction sphere appeared before him and the others. In the face of imminent danger, they found their resolve amidst their fear, and along with King Vegeta, they gathered 5 energy waves. The 5 energy waves collided with the planet destruction sphere, but it was like ants shaking an elephant. The collision caused the pressure to surge, generating powerful winds that blew outward from the energy sphere. The fur on the heads of King Vegeta and the others stood on end, completely unable to remain upright. Opt. The violent energy wrapped around them, causing them to scream in agony. The energy waves they had gathered could not withstand Frieza's planet destruction sphere. The planet destruction sphere rushed toward the faces of the 5 giant apes, the intense heat causing the fur on their bodies to ignite into ashes. The unbearable burning pain made them cry out. Alt. As the planet destruction sphere descended. No. King Vegeta stared intently at the massive energy sphere descending. Even using all his strength had no effect. He glanced at his subordinates beside him, their fur ablaze, screaming incessantly. In this final moment, a hint of resignation appeared in King Vegeta's eyes, and then he closed them, as if seeking relief. Vegeta. With those 3 words, the voices of King Vegeta and his 4 subordinates suddenly ceased. They melted away. The era of the Saiyan King came to an abrupt end. Kasu instantly teleported to a planet not far from planet Vegeta and immediately erupted in a burst of white flames, soaring into the vastness of space. In the pitch-black universe, flecks of crystalline light occasionally flickered as Kasu emerged from the planet. Looking out, he saw the distant planet Vegeta glowing brighter and brighter. A gigantic energy sphere appeared above planet Vegeta's atmosphere, illuminating the entire land, as if it were the scorching light of a newborn sun. Planet Vegeta was right before him, and Kasu quietly watched as the planet-destroying bomb slowly descended to the surface, patiently waiting for planet Vegeta to explode. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for 2 years, witnessing the impending destruction of planet Vegeta, Kasu felt neither anger nor rage. He had done enough for the sentiments of his past life. First, he made wishes on Namek, then used teleportation to relocate a portion of the Saiyans, accomplishing all that he could. Perhaps influenced by his Saiyan bloodline, or perhaps due to his knowledge of the subsequent plot, even as planet Vegeta was about to explode, not a flicker of emotion stirred within Kasu. After all, he had preserved nearly 200 Saiyan bloodlines. The planet-destroying bomb exerted a powerful pressure, and the giant ape-shaped Saiyans braced themselves with one hand on the ground, straining to look up. Though they were devoid of rational thought, a primal fear emerged in their subconscious, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The planet-destroying bomb passed through the bodies of the 5 giant apes of the Vegeta royal family. Their counterattacks were in vain, and even their massive forms could not halt the energy sphere for even a second. Boom, boom. Through the atmosphere, the planet-destroying bomb plummeted downward. The sheer magnitude of energy threatened to shatter the very fabric of space, producing a thunderous roar. As it descended, the atmosphere compressed further. The mountains below began to crumble, and massive rocks fell from above, each nearly 10 meters wide. As the boulders crashed down, the earth shook, the ground shattered, and the fissures spread far and wide until they reached harder ground and finally ceased. Roar! Roar! As the planet-destroying bomb descended toward the giant apes, they emitted terrified cries. They dared not remain in place, instincts urging them to flee to escape death. The transformed Saiyan scattered in all directions, some running toward the forest, others heading for the mountains. Regardless, they had to leave this place of calamity. But what they did not realize was that no matter how they fled, escape was futile. Boom! Boom! The planet-destroying bomb finally struck the ground. From above, the energy sphere slowly sank into the earth, and after a while it vanished, leaving only a massive crater behind. Crack, crack. The earth beside the crater began to crack. Unlike the fissures formed by falling boulders, these cracks gradually widened, starting at 10 centimeters, then expanding to 50 centimeters, and even more with no sign of stopping. Who? The hurricane over the sea, having ceased due to the battle, inexplicably picked up again, a gentle breeze stirring up waves that leaped from the water's surface. What was that? A tornado appeared on the sea. Hoo. A tornado over 1,000 meters high began to wreak havoc on the sea, lifting giant fish into the sky. Due to the tornado, a tsunami gradually formed. Waves dozens of meters high rolled in, and the coastline collapsed before the towering tsunami. 5 minutes later, boom! A massive tremor shook planet Vegeta as colossal rock plates floated chaotically on the surface, while scorching magma spewed from the ground, splattering everywhere and creating a rain of fiery magma that rained back down. 10 minutes passed. The planet-destroying bomb had sunk into the core, and at this moment there was not a single place on planet Vegeta that remained intact. Floods swept through, tsunamis rampaged, and magma splattered. All forms of severe weather were eroding planet Vegeta. In the eruption of magma, boiling lava spewed forth, sending plumes of smoke soaring outward, reaching thousands of meters into the sky. The atmosphere of planet Vegeta was shrouded in a haze, making it impossible to see the situation inside from the outside. Finally, with a resounding bang, planet Vegeta transformed into a dazzling burst of light, shooting into the depths of the universe from all directions. Ha! This is the fate of those who oppose me. Frieza laughed maniacally, exuding an incredibly malevolent aura. Mr. Dodoria, isn't this fireworks display beautiful? Frieza regained his usual elegance, arms crossed, seemingly forgetting that Dodoria had witnessed his earlier lapse. As expected of Lord Frieza, your fireworks are the most beautiful in the universe. Dodoria's heart raced. Facing Frieza's question, he hurriedly responded. Just moments ago, when Frieza had pointed at him, Dodoria felt as though he had stepped into the depths of hell. Even witnessing his comrades on planet Vegeta being obliterated by Frieza, he dared not utter a word. Now was the time to flatter as much as possible. The Saiyans were quite useful, what a pity. Now I'll have to find another group of free laborers. Frieza's tone carried a hint of regret. As long as we announce Lord Frieza's name to the outside world, many will surely come to pledge their allegiance to him. Dodoria continued to flatter incessantly. Let's go, it's time to return home. Frieza nodded in satisfaction. In the moment he turned, Dodoria patted his chest, relieved to have escaped a calamity. Subsequently, Frieza and Dodoria re-entered their spaceship, while the surrounding ships followed Frieza's vessel back to their headquarters. From a distance, Jinyu shouted through the communication device, "Let's head back too." 5 ships quickly followed the lead spaceship. In the starry void, countless ships sped by at light speed, all belonging to Frieza's forces, making their way back home. At the forefront was a massive ship. Inside the ship, Frieza sat in the cockpit, resting with his eyes closed, muttering, "Lord Beerus, I have completed the task you assigned to me." Watching the scene of planet Vegeta's explosion, Kasu quietly remained in the universe. The Saiyan race had endured the internal strife on planet Salad and resisted the Z fighters, overcoming numerous challenges, yet they had nearly been exterminated by Frieza. One must look forward, the past is best left behind. Even if the Saiyans sought revenge, they would have to wait for the Dragon Ball saga to commence. In another decade or so, the Dragon Ball storyline would begin, and with that thought, Kasu felt a surge of excitement. Was it finally about to start? He had to prepare well. He did not wish to end up like Piccolo and the others, merely becoming a background character. After a while, as the last flicker of light from planet Vegeta faded away, Kasu also vanished from sight. Fair Star. Captain, what will we Saiyans do from now on? Garrus looked utterly bewildered. For the surviving Saiyans, the death of King Vegeta was just that, but the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza meant they had no planet to call home. Are the Saiyans to wander the universe from now on? Hearing this, Bardock paused for a moment. Let's wait for Kaso to return and hear what he has to say. Previously, when he dreamed of the explosion of planet Vegeta, Bardock only sent Kakarot away and hadn't thought much about what would follow. However, given the current situation, the plight of the Saiyans was far from good. Bardock was well aware of the legend among the Saiyans. The Super Saiyan, a figure feared by the Frozen clan. Casso had mentioned before that the destruction of planet Vegeta was ordered by King Cold, not to mention there was a being even stronger than Frieza Cooler. Thus the Saiyans now had to evade not only Frieza's forces, but also the entire Frozen clan. Garrus nodded. The fact that over 100 of their kin had managed to escape was largely thanks to Casso, so it would be wise to hear his opinion. From the time Frieza's conspiracy was revealed to the relocation of the Saiyans, Casso had been tirelessly working for over 10 days without a moment's rest. The surviving Saiyans observed all this, and unconsciously Casso had come to occupy a significant place in their hearts, with everyone instinctively thinking of him when faced with problems. At that moment, with a swish, a child appeared on the plain. Casso has returned. The Saiyans, sitting on the grass, all stood up, their faces breaking into smiles. Bardock hurried forward. Casso, what happened to planet Vegeta? Garrus and Castor were equally anxious. What's the situation? The standing Saiyans looked at Casso with hope in their eyes, eagerly wishing to hear from him that planet Vegeta was safe and sound. Casso slowly walked over and stopped in front of everyone. He exchanged glances with the crowd and shook his head helplessly. It has already exploded. Thud. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the hearts of all the Saiyans present, leaving them utterly despondent. They had not expected it to truly explode. Damn Frieza. Casso glanced at everyone and noticed their dampened spirits. Interesting. It was surprising that the Saiyans could exhibit such emotions. In the past, when Casso watched anime, he saw Vegeta's cold indifference upon learning of his planet's destruction. Reflecting on it, most Saiyans probably resembled Vegeta in that regard. No wonder this group of Saiyans chose to follow Bardock, and no wonder King Vegeta had belittled Bardock. After a while, Bardock shook his head. Casso, now that planet Vegeta has exploded, what are our plans for the future? I have already made arrangements. We will rest for a few more days on Fair Star, and then I will lead everyone back to our true homeland, planet Salad. Casso expressed his thoughts aloud. Long before he had devised a strategy and had the dragon restore the Saiyans' true homeland, planet Salad. Planet Salad was indeed the best refuge for the Saiyans, and Casso felt that it was not as simple as it seemed. While watching Dragon Ball Super in his previous life, Casso speculated that the high combat power of the Saiyans from Universe 6 might be due to Planet Salad. Of course, all this was Casso's speculation. He would only know the truth once he arrived at Planet Salad. The surrounding Saiyans were caught off guard by the mention of Planet Salad. Our Saiyans' original homeland. Planet Salad. Wasn't it destroyed? Indeed, Planet Salad had been destroyed long ago due to internal conflict, and later the Saiyans had moved to Planet Plant. After defeating the Tuffles on Planet Plant, it was renamed Planet Vegeta. When Bardock heard about Planet Salad, he remembered that Casso had previously mentioned 3 wishes granted by the dragon. At the time, he thought it was a hoax. Now that Casso said so, could it be that Planet Salad had really been restored, and that all Saiyans could survive in the universe? Thinking this, Bardock suddenly erupted with a burst of white energy. Bang! He shot straight out into space. What is Lord Bardock doing? Captain, where are you going? The Saiyans couldn't help but wonder why Lord Bardock had suddenly taken off. Seeing this, Casso chuckled. It turned out Bardock had never believed in the Dragon Ball stories. Casso guessed what Bardock was thinking as he flew towards the sky. He must be going to verify the reality of those 3 wishes. As he approached the vacuum of space, Bardock held his breath. Once he broke free from the atmosphere, he attempted to take a breath. If he couldn't, he would fly back to the ground immediately. Looking at the pitch-black universe, Bardock felt a bit nervous, hoping that the 3 wishes were real, but also finding it hard to believe. Taking a breath, Bardock felt no gas enter his body. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. While there was no gas in space for him to breathe, he was able to survive in the universe. Incredibly marvelous. Having obtained the desired result, Bardock returned to the ground and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The Saiyans looked at Bardock with puzzled expressions, wondering what was happening. Seeing their confusion, Bardock stopped laughing and began to explain. So that's how it is. Does this mean our Saiyans will become even stronger in the future? The Saiyans clenched their fists, excitement written all over their faces. Indeed, the Saiyans were truly a warrior race. Upon hearing news beneficial to their fighting prowess, they had completely forgotten their earlier sorrow over the destruction of their planet. Casso smiled helplessly and didn't bother to manage them anymore. Uncle Bardock, where is Aspire? Casso found it strange that he hadn't seen Aspire since returning. She's behind us, Bardock pointed out. Navigating through the crowd, Casso finally spotted Jine sitting under a large tree holding Aspire. It turned out she was hidden by those big men. No wonder he couldn't find Aspire. Upon seeing Casso, Jine placed her finger on her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Casso looked at the chubby little Aspire who was sleeping soundly in Jine's arms. He gently stroked his finger across Aspire's chubby face. After days of traveling, even Casso was about to be worn out, let alone Aspire. Seeing Aspire's exhausted appearance tugged at Casso's heart. So he reached out his hands to Jine, indicating he wanted to hold the little one. Jine placed Osbeer into Casso's hands and couldn't help but giggle. These two little ones were ones she had watched grow up, and now they were so attached, just like a little couple. Oh, it seemed they would become a big couple in the future. Thinking of this, Jine couldn't help but recall her childhood when she and Bardock had interacted just like these two little ones. Everything felt so familiar. A slight smile crept across Jine's lips. Casso was unaware of Jine's expression. He held Osbeer tightly, admiring her snow-white face, so plump. Unable to resist, he planted a kiss on her. Moi. Osbeer seemed to wake up from the kiss, slowly blinking her beautiful brows and opening her eyes. Brother Casso. Seeing Casso, Osbeer smiled sweetly. You're back. Looking at Osbeer's smiling face warmed Casso's heart, and he rested his forehead against hers. I'm back. Listening to Casso's gentle voice, Osbeer squinted her eyes and snuggled into Casso's embrace. Brother Casso, I'm hungry. She pouted, having not eaten anything for nearly a day. Touching her little belly with wide eyes, Osbeer resembled a little kitten. What a little glutton. Casso couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at her. Her pitiful appearance was irresistible, nearly overwhelming Casso's 20-some-year-old uncle's soul within him. Nighttime. Before leading the Scions back to their homeland, Casso planned to explore the planet Salada first. Little Beer, let me take you to see the true homeland of our Scion people. Osbeer nodded cutely. Casso activated instant transmission with Osbeer. Salada planet. The environment of Salada planet is similar to Earth, with 70 water and only 30 land, making it very suitable for human habitation. The land was covered with various lush green plants untouched by humans, with wild grass growing chaotically all over. Amidst the chaotic wild grass, occasional small flowers were scattered about. They varied in species, but shared a common characteristic. Their blooms were vibrant and beautiful, akin to youthful maidens dancing, radiating the grace of blossoming girls. Currently, it was still daytime on Salada planet, and two small figures appeared on the planet. Wow, is this Salada planet? So beautiful. Joy radiated from Osbeer's face. The environment here was stunning, and the air was refreshing. Suddenly, Osbeer felt something was off. Staying here made her inexplicably comfortable, as if lying in her brother's embrace, warming her entire body and spirit. Brother Casso, do you feel anything? Osbeer asked. Casso gently patted her little head, saying nothing. The moment he descended onto Salada planet, he sensed that something was unusual here. As the ancestral planet of the Scions, the legends here were not few. In the previous life of the Dragon Ball anime, within the Super Dragon Ball series, the 6th and 7th universes were twin universes where everything initially corresponded one-to-one. As events unfolded, Salada planet of the 7th universe faced destruction, while the ancestral planet of the Scions in the 6th universe remained intact, inhabited by many Scions. During the martial arts competition between the 6th and 7th universes, Goku and Vegeta discovered that the Scions of the 6th universe could not transform into Super Saiyan, yet their base power was extraordinarily terrifying, which surprised them. Subsequently, some speculated whether it was because the Scions of the 6th universe lived on their ancestral planet where a large number of S cells thrived in their bodies, but without the corresponding transformation method they could not transform. Others speculated whether S cells could only be produced in greater quantities during peaceful times. After all, the Scions initially served Frieza, invading other planets for plunder and slaughter, which resulted in fewer S cells among them, preventing them from transforming into Super Saiyans. It wasn't until later, after the destruction of planet Vegeta, that the remaining Scions lived in peace on Earth, allowing a large number of S cells to thrive in their bodies, ultimately transforming them into Super Saiyans. Of course, there were many speculations in the previous life, but they were mostly unfounded. Only when Casso set foot on Salada planet did he realize that both of these speculations might indeed be true. He carefully sensed the changes within his body, as if something was gestating inside him, a feeling that was indescribable. Overall, his entire being felt like it was soaking in a hot spring, the water flowing over his chest providing immense comfort. Casso squinted his eyes. Truly, it was worthy of being the ancestral planet of the Scions. Indeed, restoring Salada planet was the right choice. However, there were currently no significant changes in his body. It was likely that once the quantity within him was sufficient, it would trigger a qualitative change. Let's take it slow. Casso held Little Beer's hand, step by step moving forward to explore the primitive homeland of the Scions. Short plants gradually disappeared, replaced by towering trees. One tree on the left, another on the right. Each trunk was so thick that 3 adults could not wrap their arms around it. Casso guessed these trees must be over 50 years old. In the lush forest, the branches spread the large trees wide. Under the dense canopy, sunlight hardly penetrated, and the ground felt as if the sun had set, very cool and dim. Squeak. Brother Casso looked quickly. The melodious scream reached Osbeer's ears, and she jumped up in surprise, pointing at the tree. Casso looked up and saw a bird of unknown species screeching on the tree. Its feathers were clean and neat, vividly red, small in size, with a sharp beak and a proud posture, emitting pleasant calls. At Ospier's shout, the bird was startled and flew away in a panic. Did it fly away because I scared it? Ospier seemed puzzled. It's okay, come on, let's keep walking. Passing through the grove, they arrived at a plain where fine soft grass grew, resembling a well-manicured golf course, neat and tidy, without any mess. Several large stones protruded in the center of the plain. The stones were also covered with grass. Queso wondered how such large stones could appear in the middle of the plain. The large stone was about as tall as a regular villa door and about 2 meters wide. Huh. Queso frowned, then raised his hand, concentrating a burst of energy. Whoosh. A sudden blow sent the grass on top, flying away one by one. Beneath it were several walls. Since the walls were not exposed and covered with grass, they had not weathered severely. From the style, they looked similar to the palace walls on planet Vegeta. Queso thought for a moment. It seemed this was an ancient structure left by the Saiyans. Brother, I don't want to wander anymore. I'm so hungry. Ospier plopped down on the ground, her little tail swaying restlessly behind her, her stomach growling as she patted her belly. She had been wandering all day and was nearly too hungry to walk, while Brother Queso still wanted to explore, which made her unhappy. Little girl, why are you hungry again? Queso laughed, covering his face. Truly a little foodie. After laughing, Queso couldn't bear to let Ospier go hungry, so he sensed the planet and found that Salada Planet still had many large animals. Queso disappeared for 5 seconds and reappeared, carrying 2 giant wild boars on his shoulder. Little beer, how about we have roasted wild boar today? Okay, I love the wild boar roasted by Brother Queso. Ospier sweetly replied. Queso dug a small pit in the ground, then went to the forest to collect some firewood. Of course, he could roast without firewood using a hot key blast instead, but it was harder to control the cooking time, and it lacked that smoky flavor. Still, as the saying goes, roasting without firewood lacks soul. With skilled hands, Queso made an incision in the abdomen of both wild boars, cleaned out their insides, and set them on branches. After preparing most of the work, he lit the firewood and started roasting the 2 wild boars by the campfire. The night began to fall. Crackle. The firewood crackled and made noises. Little beer, here, be careful, it's hot. Queso handed her a piece of wild boar. Arigato, then I'm going to eat now. Ospier, smelling the aroma, nearly drooled and couldn't resist taking a bite. Queso glanced at her, smiled, and began eating the roasted meat. I've been a bit busy lately, but I'll release more once I'm done. Once I gather enough words to reach 100, I'll start my debut. I hope everyone can support me. Also, if something is poorly written, feel free to point it out. A star-strewn black sky stretched overhead, while an orange-yellow campfire crackled across the vast plain, its warm glow illuminating the faces of 2 children. One little girl devoured her meat with unrestrained gusto. Queso glanced over and smiled. With the exploration of planet Shalata complete, it was time to lead the Saiyans back to their ancestral homeworld. The Dragon Ball saga had already diverged from its original course due to his presence, whereas nearly all Saiyans, save for a handful who escaped, were destined to perish in the cataclysmic explosion of planet Vegeta. Now nearly 200 still lived. Once these Saiyans resettled upon this land, and given its extraordinary nature, it was impossible to fathom what they might become in the ages to come. With planet Vegeta now obliterated, the Dragon Ball Chronicle would soon begin anew. At this thought, Queso felt his blood surge, perhaps stirred by the Saiyan lineage flowing through his veins. How eagerly he longed to meet Kakarot. How fiercely he yearned to battle him. Queso pressed his lips together. His strength must increase swiftly. To duel the hero he had most admired in his past life, his current power fell far short. True, Queso's battle power stood at 130, while Goku's barely registered at 2, but destiny favored protagonists. By the time Vegeta invaded Earth, even a single near-fatal injury would propel Goku past Queso's might. Still, Queso held no doubt he would best Goku. After all, he was an elite warrior, and armed with memories no protagonist could ever possess, he refused to be outpaced. Suddenly, ERP. Osubi let out an involuntary burp, then shyly covered her mouth. Keikasana-san, I'm full. Good to hear, Queso replied with a wry smile. What a little glutton she was. Back on planet Frieza, over the next month, Queso and Osubi tirelessly ferried the Saiyan people to planet Shalata. Planet Shalata lay unimaginably distant from planet Frieza. The relentless round trips over 30 days left Queso and Osubi utterly spent. After transferring the final Saiyan, the 2 collapsed onto Shalata's soil, gasping for breath. Osubi's face was pale, her tiny feet trembled uncontrollably. Even her stomach's hollow growls lacked the strength to rise as sound. In stark contrast to Queso and Osubi's exhaustion, the newly arrived Saiyans roamed Shalata with exhilarated curiosity, utterly indifferent to the pair's pitiful state. Truly heartless creatures. Soon the Saiyans erupted into fervent excitement. What a wondrous place. I can sense something extraordinary here. Bah. Bardock broke into a cold sweat. Was he the only one who sensed its profundity? He glanced at Queso sprawled helplessly on the ground. How did this boy conceive of restoring planet Shalata? Shalata had perished eons ago. Bardock knew nothing of his ancestral world. Yet the moment his boots touched its soil, an uncanny resonance stirred deep within him. Bardock furrowed his brow, but in his heart, Queso remained the most enigmatic of all. To resurrect Shalata through the eternal dragon. A stroke of divine genius unparalleled among Scions today. This boy seems to know everything. Could his prophecies truly be so precise? Precognition. Bardock shook his head. His own foresight granted but fleeting glimpses of pivotal moments. Perhaps with this young man among them, the Scion race would soar farther than ever before. Bardock snapped back to attention. Garrus, begin settling our people. From this day forth we shall dwell upon our ancestral world. Humph. He cast one last glance at Queso lying prostrate on the ground. So frail at such a tender age. He'll need far more training. Watching Bardock stride away, Queso clenched his teeth. That accursed Bardock. Is he blind? Not even a glance in his direction. Once recovered, he'd make Bardock regret it. Thoroughly. On planet Shalata, Scions streaked across the sky like comets, shoulders laden with timber they used to erect sturdy dwellings. Nestled within a serene valley beside a meandering river stood numerous wooden houses. With shelter secured, the Scions turned at once to rigorous training. Elsewhere, two figures flashed across the heavens, one towering, one slight. Huh. Bardock bellowed, palms thrust forward toward Queso, unleashing a searing golden energy wave. Is that all? Queso sneered. His senses told him Bardock's battle power hovered just above 10,000. Yet after a month of exhausting every ounce of his inner strength, Queso himself had surged to 14,000. This time, if he failed to send Bardock flying in abject humiliation, he'd consider himself defeated. Without expression, Queso charged straight into the oncoming blast. Like lightning cleaving the heavens, he blurred through the air with a deafening sonic crack. Boom. At the last instant, Queso twisted aside, evading by a hair's breadth, then surged forward along the blast's trajectory. I knew you were no ordinary child. Bardock showed no surprise. Ever since Queso's return to planet Vegeta, Bardock had sensed something profoundly unusual about him. Those scanners registered mere hundreds of battle power, instinct whispered otherwise. Only when Queso revealed Frieza's treachery, and later orchestrated the mass exodus, did Bardock grasp the truth. Queso had deliberately concealed his true strength. Anticipating Queso's advance, Bardock vanished the moment his energy wave launched, leaving only empty air where he'd stood. A thunderous cacophony erupted across the sky, left to right, top to bottom, as each collision shook mountains and split earth. Their clashing auras exploded outward, coalescing into a monstrous vortex that uprooted ancient trees and sent shockwaves rippling across the land. Even kilometers away, the gale-force winds rattled the encampment. Garrus and the others spared only a glance toward Bardock's direction, then resumed building their homes. For days, Bardock and Queso clashed without respite. So common had it grown that the other Scions paid it no mind. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Bardock roared with delight. Queso hung motionless in midair, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Exhilarating. Wait until he felt true exhilaration. In an instant, he vanished. Bardock's laughter died mid-breath. Where is he? Looking for something. A voice whispered behind him. When had he? Too late to react. Queso materialized behind Bardock like a phantom, silent, seamless. A lightning-fast leg sweep, a piston-like jab, a brutal hook, all landed squarely on Bardock's back. You fight without honor. Bardock cried out in agony. Queso's battle power shattered all expectation, surely exceeding 10,000. A mere child wielding such terrifying might, unspeakable. In one fatal lapse, Bardock had been caught utterly off guard. In duels between masters, a single opening spells utter vulnerability, and now Bardock was trapped beneath Queso's unrelenting, blinding assault, unable even to raise a defense. Boom. With the force of a thunderclap, Queso drove his fist into Bardock's gut, launching him like a cannonball. Whoosh. Bardock slammed into the earth with cataclysmic impact. Crash. A churning shockwave flattened surrounding forests, carving a crater over 10 meters wide, its edges webbed with jagged fissures radiating outward. Bardock lay on the ground with his arms spread wide, resembling a character in a large font, occasionally coughing. His chest and back bore the marks of 1,000 punches, and the armor on his upper body was completely shattered. The pain coursing through his body made Bardock gasp. Damn it, how can that little brat be so strong? He smiled bitterly, feeling embarrassed that he couldn't even defeat a small child. He lay on the ground, seemingly conceding defeat. However, just when Bardock thought Queso's attacks were over, suddenly a blue shockwave flew down from above. I'll get you, you little rascal. Bardock shouted, his voice booming. Despite his curses, Bardock did not dare to slack off in his actions. He performed a quick roll to deftly evade Queso's attack. If that shockwave hit him without a medical pod, he would definitely be bedridden for 2 weeks. Badak didn't turn around, but when he did, he saw a dozen energy blasts descending towards him. "You little brat, do I have a grudge against you? Why are you so relentless?" Badak cursed as he fled. Boom boom. A series of explosions echoed through the forest, smoke billowing and dust rising. In a distant valley, Gallus heard the commotion and chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. Wow, the captain is really having a blast. Indeed, Badak was quite excited. A figure darted swiftly through the forest with energy blasts raining down from above, explosions ringing out continuously. Casso smirked at Badak's disheveled appearance. "You mocked me the other day, and am a man who holds grudges." An energy blast the size of a basketball appeared in his hand, and Casso grinned wickedly. "My dear Uncle Badak, look what I've prepared for you." Hearing the voice from above, Badak suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He turned around to see a massive energy blast right in front of him. "Casso, I will not rest until we settle this." Badak roared. Suddenly, he let out a cry of despair. Badak was already lying flat on the ground. Ha ha ha. In the forest, apart from Casso's sinister laughter, there was no other sound. At that moment, a sphere of white light flew in from the horizon. "Brother Casso, I'm hungry." Osubi flew over, looking a bit dazed. "Come on, let's get some food for my little Osubi." After beating Badak, Casso was in a great mood and flew away with Osubi, ignoring Badak lying on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Badak slowly got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Luckily, that kid had some sense, or he would have really been in trouble. Watching Casso and Osubi leave, Badak couldn't help but curse. "Two little ingrates, after all I've done for you." Time passed quietly. A month slipped by just like that. Casso had thoroughly explored the Salada planet and finally found the land created by the dragon Shenlong in the far north of the planet. Before him lay the land covered in black soil, exuding a unique aura. At that time, when Casso made his wish on Namek, he casually expressed a wish since his third wish had not been fulfilled. He wondered if he could grow the heavenly beans. After observing for a while, Casso decided not to dwell on it. Whether or not he could grow the beans depended on whether he could first go to Earth and bring back the seeds. Back in the valley, a broad river flowed gently nearby, the sound of water splashing resonating loudly. Surrounded by tall trees, the Saiyan houses were built beneath them, and even the scorching sun couldn't scorch this place. With mountains and rivers, the environment was extremely beautiful. The ground was well maintained by the Saiyans, and many were undergoing rigorous training. Badak was one of them, doing one-handed push-ups on the flat ground, while murmuring to himself, 2299923,000. Ever since being beaten by Casso, Badak felt humiliated and trained day and night, hoping to one day get back at Casso, but mainly aspiring to increase his power to seek revenge on Frieza. "Uncle Badak, give it up, you'll never get your revenge," Casso said with a smile as he approached Badak, seemingly guessing his thoughts. "The young people these days are really reckless." Badak scoffed and ignored him, continuing his push-ups. "Just wait." Casso shook his head. The Saiyan physique is indeed impressive, but without proper training methods, even with decades more time, Badak would never catch up to him, let alone Frieza. From the current situation, the remaining Saiyans were quite strong, with the adult Saiyans all having power levels above 1,000. One Saiyan named Chris had an impressive power level of 4,000. Apart from Badak, Gallus, and Casto, he had the highest power level. Thus, the training methods of Master Roshi were no longer effective for the Saiyans. The gravity chamber was the true love of the Saiyans. It seems he really needs to visit Earth. "Uncle Badak, Osubi and I are going out for a while. I don't know when we'll be back," Casso said casually. This time he definitely had to go to Earth. The beans from the Cat Master are well known. One bean can sustain a person without food for 10 days, without feeling hungry, and regardless of how severe the injuries are, they can heal instantly. Such effects, combined with the Saiyan physique, are terrifying to think about. Once he arrives on Earth, he must take the heavenly beans before Ajirobi damages them. Then he would seek an opportunity to learn the application method of Chi from the North Kai. Finally, he would ask Dr. Briefs to create some gravity chambers. Go, don't disturb my training." Badak continued doing push-ups, sweating profusely. TCH. Casso glanced at Badak with disdain before leaving. Once Casso turned around, Badak sat up and watched his silhouette, recalling the explosion of planet Vegeta and how he used instant transmission to relocate the Saiyans. Badak had a deep understanding of this kid's abilities, and maybe this time he would gain unexpected rewards. Badak shook his head, wondering why he was thinking so much. He should focus on training. Otherwise, if Casso beats him again, it would be utterly embarrassing. Thinking of this, Badak shivered and began training fiercely again. Casso, holding Osubi's hand, said goodbye to Kind and Gallus before disappearing from Salada planet. In the North Galaxy, the pitch-black universe was filled with countless stars twinkling brightly. Among them floated a beautiful azure planet. On this day, two small figures appeared on Earth. Casso lay on the ground, panting heavily. He had obtained a star map from the ship he used to travel in the past, and instantly teleported in the direction of Earth. However, Kaso did not expect to overshoot his destination and had to teleport back in the opposite direction. Damn it. Brother Kaso, are you okay? Osubi looked at Kaso, who was drenched in sweat, a bit worried for him. I'm fine. After resting for a moment, Kaso finally regained his composure. In his previous life, watching Goku perform instant transmission hadn't been this exhausting. Was his understanding of Chi too weak? Regardless, now that he was on Earth, he had to obtain the heavenly beings and the gravity chamber. In a forest in the northern part of Earth, there stands a towering spire that pierces the clouds, its surface adorned with ancient and weathered carvings. The weathered marks on the tower indicate that it has been standing for a long time. Some say that this tower existed in the ancient times of Earth, while others claim it was built by civilizations from other universes. Various rumors circulate on Earth, leaving the truth ambiguous. At the top of the tower stands a cat-like creature upright in front of 3 water tanks. A cat walking upright always evokes a peculiar sense of incongruity. This cat is the guardian of the tower, known as the Cat Sage, who has lived for over 800 years and is primarily responsible for training martial artists who ascend to the tower. The Cat Sage, drenched in sweat, seemed to witness something terrifying in the water tank. This aura, how terrifying. The Cat Sage pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped the sweat from its face. Who are those 2 children, and where did they come from? The Cat Sage was filled with confusion. Never before had such terrifying beings been seen on Earth. Although they concealed their auras, the crude and brutal methods of concealment were shockingly apparent, revealing the terrifying energy contained within them. The Cat Sage speculated that if the energy of these 2 children were to explode, it might very well cause the Earth to explode as well. Thinking this, the Cat Sage broke into a few beads of cold sweat. With such powerful beings, if they were to commit evil, it would seem that no one could stop them. It looked up at the sky, realizing that even the one above might not be able to intervene. Through the clouds at the highest point of the tower, a temple floats in the void. The temple is semicircular with a small concave hole at the bottom, surrounded by white and red hues, and a staircase hanging on the wall. Following the staircase to the top of the temple, the ground is covered with white tiles surrounded by green plants, and a walkway appears ahead, leading to a large room where a white aura floats around, exuding an extremely mysterious vibe. An elderly Namekian stands at the edge of the temple, accompanied by a coal-like sphere clad in traditional Indian attire. The coal sphere is Mr. Popo, while the elderly Namekian is the Earth's deity. He fled from Namek to Earth in his youth, enduring countless trials before ultimately becoming the deity of Earth. Over the years, Earth has never experienced an alien invasion, only natural disasters and internal conflicts among humans. Suddenly, 2 small children appeared, their bodies containing explosive power, causing the deity to feel alarmed. He anxiously gazed down at the lower realm. Like the Cat Sage, the deity was equally puzzled about how these 2 little ones came to be. He looked at the children as if they were 2 barrels full of gunpowder. Once they erupted, they would bring destruction. Even if his clone King Piccolo were to arrive, he would surely kneel before them. If Kakarot were to wreak havoc on Earth, the deity would truly have no means to counter it. The deity sighed, hoping they would not cause chaos. In the lower realm, surrounded by tall buildings, vehicles passed by, and everywhere was filled with high-tech products. Ospier strolled down the street, deeply captivated by the dazzling array of goods, her curious demeanor resembling that of a country girl entering the city. Holding Kakarot's hand, Ospier glanced around, seeing something delicious and unconsciously drooling. "Kakarot, brother, there's something tasty. We'll go eat later, don't rush," Kakarot said, ruffling her hair with a helpless smile. Ospier, much like a young Goku, was captivated by anything delicious. Fortunately, this girl was quite obedient as she listened to whatever Kakarot said. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. "Hurry up. They're robbing and running. If we don't leave soon, the police will come." A dozen burly men wearing black stockings were robbing a store. The leader of the robbers brandished a submachine gun, stretching out his other hand wildly to scoop up capsule-shaped items from the display case, while his minions mimicked his actions. The surrounding staff crouched on the floor, trembling in fear, completely unwilling to stop them. Kakarot found the situation in the store quite amusing. He recalled a scene from an anime where there was a beautiful female bandit who would change her hairstyle with each sneeze, and her personality would change along with it. In the earlier episodes, the female character had quite a bit of screen time, but later on she hardly appeared. Kakarot thought for a moment, but couldn't remember her name, assuming she was still just a little girl now. "Okay, let's hurry up," the leader of the robbers shouted, leading his minions to swiftly exit the store. The robbers swaggered out, causing the pedestrians nearby to show fearful expressions and hurriedly sidestep to avoid being caught in the chaos. Kakarot shook his head, looking at these weaklings with a power level of only 5, finally understanding the disdain that Raditz felt. He had no interest in such low-level threats. After browsing a bit more, he planned to find Dr. Briefs. Just as Kakarot was about to leave, he looked up and noticed the store had the logo of the Universal Capsule Company. These fools are robbing the universal capsules. Kakarot smirked. He was thinking of asking Dr. Briefs to help him create a gravity chamber. In that case, he decided to bring Dr. Briefs a gift. The robbers quickly ran to their vehicle, preparing to escape. Where's Kakarot? Ospier noticed that Kakarot had vanished from her side. At that moment, a flash of white light streaked down the street, and a small figure appeared before the robbers in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Kakarot vanished again. Thud! A dozen robbers inexplicably fell to the ground. The bizarre actions of the robbers only caused pedestrians to flee even further. Kakarot grabbed the bulging bag from the robbers, opening it to find it filled with universal capsules. These small bags were likely worth quite a bit. He reached out to the small Ospier in the distance, signaling her to come over. Ospier happily followed Kakarot into the store. I've rescued the universal capsules for you. I need to find Dr. Briefs for something. Kakarot's return of the universal capsules made the store manager extremely grateful, prompting him to notify the company headquarters that someone wished to visit Dr. Briefs. Upon learning that his company's store had been robbed and someone helped recover the items, Dr. Briefs agreed to meet with that person. West City is the most prosperous area on Earth where the wealthiest people reside. On this day, two small figures stood in front of Dr. Briefs' courtyard. In just a few short years, Dr. Briefs with his all-purpose capsules rose to become the richest person in the world. The grand courtyard of the richest family was truly impressive, covering an area of several tens of thousands of acres divided into living, working, and research zones. In the center stood a half-spherical villa surrounded by many beautiful green plants with intelligent machines occasionally seen traversing the pathways. Looking at such a luxurious courtyard, Casso couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, countless young people went into debt to buy a small apartment in a first-tier city, even if it meant decades of mortgage payments. And that was just for a small house of around 100 square meters, which was incomparable to this grand courtyard. Fortunately, he had inherited a building from his parents, and the rental income ensured he never went hungry. However, now that he had crossed over, why dwell on such matters? Casso snapped back to reality, pressed the doorbell, and informed the intercom that he was the person from this morning. The two were waiting. Casso, brother, will there be good food soon? Asked Ospier, her eyes wide as she licked her lips. Little girl, all you think about is eating. Have you been training seriously lately? I have been training hard. Ooh, I must protect Casso, brother. Ha! Casso gently patted Ospier's little head. Over the past month, the little girl had indeed been quite diligent. Before dawn on Salado Planet, she would sneak out to train, and she wouldn't return until nightfall. Casso had noticed Ospier's efforts. In his perception, her combat power had already reached 2,500 points, surpassing most Saiyans. When Bardock saw Ospier's combat power, he was also taken aback, remarking that she truly was deserving of being a high-level warrior. Besides her love for food, she didn't have many other quirks. Alright, she also enjoyed being clingy. Casso chuckled to himself. Suddenly, the sound of the courtyard door opening caught his attention. Looking over, a beautiful woman with wavy blonde hair stood at the entrance. She had a curvaceous figure, fair skin, and wore a short skirt, her long, slender legs appearing translucent under the light. Casso swallowed hard. Why are there two little siblings here? Tai Si asked, puzzled, as she had heard from her family that someone had robbed their shop only to be helped by a martial artist who recovered it. Logically, those powerful martial artists should be older men. Why are there two little kids? Yet they look quite adorable. Hello, I'm here to find Dr. Briefs. Casso immediately recognized the older sister. She was none other than Bulma's sister, Tai Si. Tai Si gave up her comfortable life to become an SF writer, leaving home to work and experience life. However, her novels were horrifically bad, with each one failing miserably, just like a novice. From the looks of it, Tai Si hadn't run away from home yet. Her hair hadn't even been cut short. Long hair looks better. You are the martial artist who helped retrieve the all-purpose capsules, Tai Si said as she led the two children inside. Yes. Casso nodded. I heard those robbers were armed with machine guns. Little brother, you are amazing. Tai Si knew there were many powerful martial artists on Earth, and these two little kids were likely their disciples. No wonder they were so impressive. Looking at this little boy, Tai Si seemed to find inspiration for her novel, her mouth running non-stop with questions. She asked Casso if he could perform a technique that descends from the sky. She inquired whether Casso was a martial arts prodigy due to his extraordinary roots, thus being accepted as a disciple by those martial artist elders. Casso was instantly speechless. Tai Si looked so beautiful, yet she talked so much. Also, I am not a little brother. Ospier, standing beside them, ignored Tai Si, solely focused on waiting for the delicious food. After a while, they finally reached Dr. Briefs' house, and Tai Si ceased her peculiar questions. At that moment, a childish voice was heard. Are you the martial artist? Bulma. Casso was slightly taken aback before nodding. Looking at Bulma, she was about the same height as little Ospier, both just over a meter tall, with light blue hair and a rosy doll-like face. Casso compared her to little Ospier in his heart. Little Ospier is still cuter. Just then a couple walked out. Dr. Breves and his wife. Dr. Breves looked quite young now. Ocaso felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting him to be so handsome in his youth. No wonder he fathered two beautiful daughters, Tai and Bulma. Mrs. Breves covered her rosy little mouth and smiled. What adorable little siblings. After speaking, she squatted down and patted Casso and Ospier on the head. Dr. Breves was also surprised that the one who helped retrieve the all-purpose capsules was a little kid. With great interest, he asked, "Little friend, what do you need from me?" Casso irritably brushed away Mrs. Breves' delicate hand, wondering why the personalities of this family were all so peculiar. "I would like to ask Dr. Breves to help me create something." "What is it?" Dr. Breves asked curiously. It was no problem for this little guy who helped him with his shop to request something. Tai and Bulma stood nearby watching Casso, eager to see what this little kid was up to. Soon Casso mentioned the gravity chamber, stating he only needed it to reach 100 times gravity. In the Namek saga, Goku trained in 100 times gravity, and after a month he broke through from a combat power of 8,000 to 90,000. Although Goku had the support of the Senzu Beans and the protagonist's Halo, it cannot be denied that the gravity chamber had a significant effect on the Saiyans. Later, Vegeta also trained in the gravity chamber, visibly improving his strength. Thus, considering the current strength of the Saiyans, 100 times gravity would suffice for them to train for a long time. Gravity chamber. Dr. Breves stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then said, "That shouldn't be a problem. I'll just come back in a month to collect it." Upon hearing this, Casso leaped in excitement. Since he crossed over into the Dragon Ball world, apart from the initial excitement of arriving and the overwhelming thrill of being developed by the Elder on Namek, his emotions hadn't fluctuated much since. Even when Planet Vegeta exploded, he viewed it as just a passerby. Now that he could finally have a gravity chamber, Casso saw the hope of increasing his combat power and couldn't help but feel excited. Once he had Senzu Beans, whatever Kakarot could achieve, he could surely accomplish too. After all, he was a high-level warrior. Ospier stared blankly at her brother, wondering why he was so excited. Tai and Bulma, however, looked at Casso in shock. Did he just jump onto the roof? The ground was at least several meters away from the roof. Is this something a normal human can do? Tai and Bulma exchanged glances, realizing that this little guy really was that strong. Mrs. Breves squinted her eyes and smiled, saying, "Little brother, you are amazing." Dr. Breves maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had seen many extraordinary things. In his youth, Dr. Breves was a workaholic, determined to solve any significant issue or challenge immediately, even if it meant spending an entire month in the research lab. Now Dr. Breves has left this place, heading to the lab to assist Casso in creating a gravity chamber. No wonder Dr. Breves ages so quickly in the future. Casso murmured as he watched his back. With Mrs. Breves possessing an ageless constitution at home, he must be under a lot of pressure. Ugh, why think so much? It's none of my business. Casso snapped back to reality, noticing the expressions on Ty's and Bulma's faces. Why were they looking like that? It might be an illusion, but he felt as if Ty's and Bulma's eyes were sparkling, as if they were about to devour him. Having just seen Casso leap onto the roof, he startled Bulma, who had never encountered someone so formidable in her large and tall home. "Hey, how did you do that? Can you teach me?" Bulma pretended to be calm, though her eyes betrayed her. Ty's, however, withdrew her curious gaze, knowing that martial artists on Earth adhered to strict rules about what techniques could be shared and which could only be passed on to males. She was curious to see how Casso would respond. Casso smirked, thinking that children always want what they find fun. In the Dragon Ball universe, the ordinary physique of Earthlings destined them for limited achievements. This was not Casso's disdain for Earthlings, but rather a fact. Throughout all the Dragon Ball series, the Earthling with the highest combat power was likely Krillin, yet in the end, he wasn't even close to seeing Goku's tail lights. Seeing Bulma's eager demeanor, Casso thought to himself that if her sister asked him, he would teach her. "You're too young, come find me when you're as big as your sister." Casso responded this way. Although Ty's was also curious about Casso's technique, she was more interested in writing novels. Upon hearing Casso's response, she laughed, cradling her slender belly. Huh, she never expected her sister to have such a day. Humph. Bulma snorted, thinking he just didn't want to teach her and was making excuses. At school, Bulma was always the center of attention, and being treated like this by Casso and mocked by her sister left her feeling very unhappy. Yet recalling the image of Casso jumping, Bulma couldn't help but want to learn. If she mastered such impressive skills, she could dominate at school. But he simply wouldn't teach her. Bulma was about to explode with frustration. Just then Ospina tugged at Casso's shirt, looking pitiful. "Casso, brother, I'm hungry." Casso glanced at Ty's. She smiled helplessly. These two little rascals really didn't consider themselves guests. However, she still had the servant bring out 2 plates of food. In her mind, how much could these 2 little kids eat? Perhaps they wouldn't even finish these 2 plates. But the next scene left her dumbfounded. The 2 plates of food were devoured within mere seconds. Ospina looked at Ties with innocent eyes and said, "I want more. I want more." Those 3 words left Ties stunned. What kind of child could eat so much food? Were they 2 little food barrels? Were martial artists all this gluttonous? Though Ties was shocked, she continued to have the servants bring more food, 1 plate after another. An hour later, the table was piled high with empty plates. Ospina finally burped. Casso brother was right, there really is good food. She had always eaten Casso's roasted meat, but the taste of this different food was truly superb. But why was this big sister staring at me? Ospina couldn't understand. Casso licked his lips. Truly Earth's food was remarkable. No wonder Beerus later became obsessed with Earth's cuisine. But now that the food was finished and the gravity chamber was about to be made, it was time to get down to business. Casso smiled at Ties and Bulma, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality. He'll come back with Ospina in a month." After saying that, he took Ospina and flew up into the sky. After a while, Casso and Ospina's figures disappeared, and Bulma stammered, Sister, they can fly." Having just been startled by the eating habits of these 2 little rascals, and still recovering, she now saw Casso and Ospina flying into the sky. This truly made Bulma question the worldview. Could she still believe in science? Ties stood motionless, quietly remaining in place. Bulma tugged at her. "Sister, they can fly," Ties exclaimed in shock. "Bulma." 2 streaks of light cut through the sky at an altitude of thousands of meters. They traversed bustling cities, crossed desolate deserts, and arrived at an endless ocean. Whoosh! They continued flying north. Soon they encountered a dense forest with an ancient white tower standing in the center. "I'm coming for the senza beans." Casso suddenly accelerated with Ospina, the surroundings rapidly retreating. Casso's speed was so fast that it even created a sonic boom in the air, the sound echoing throughout the forest. The Native Americans stationed in the forest looked to the sky, but saw nothing. At the top of Karen Tower. "They're here." The cat sage was sweating profusely. The 2 little rascals that had just shown up this morning had now reached Karen Tower at an incredibly terrifying speed. As Casso flew in midair, he suddenly felt his spirit affected by something, but it quickly returned to normal. He recalled that in the anime of his past life, Earthlings could only reach the top of Karen Tower by climbing it with bare hands. Those who tried to use external objects would only see the tower vanish into the sky. Casso shook his head, realizing they were indeed being influenced by spiritual energy. The builder of Karen Tower was quite extravagant. However, since Casso had already learned instant transmission, how could he be affected by such a minor degree of spiritual influence? While Casso was in a daze, Ospina also regained her senses. "Casso brother, the tower has appeared again." Casso smiled and continued flying up with Ospina. At the top of the tower stood a flat ball-shaped building supported by 10 stone pillars. The cat sage stood at the railing looking down. Where on earth did these 2 come from? He had never seen such terrifying creatures. The turtle hermit who climbed up here over 100 years ago seemed quite impressive, but compared to these 2 little monsters, it was like heaven and earth. Even the Demon King Piccolo from 300 years ago would probably struggle to withstand a casual strike from these 2. What should I do? The cat sage was restless, pacing back and forth on the round platform. The god standing in the temple felt the same way. He had already sensed Casso flying towards Karen Tower. Bobo, the charcoal black companion, stood beside the celestial deity, observing the mortal realm below. While the celestial deity wore an expression of tense vigilance, Bobo remained utterly unruffled, his eyes as still and deep as an ancient well, utterly indifferent to the 2 small anomalies before them. How fast? The celestial deity's brow furrowed deeply. The 2 children moved with terrifying swiftness. Only faint silhouettes streaking across the sky were perceptible to his gaze. And this was with Casso deliberately holding back. Were he to unleash his full combat power of 1/4 points, the celestial deity would not even catch a single hair's worth of movement. "They're here," the celestial deity intoned gravely. At the very edge of Karen Tower's summit, 2 small figures suddenly appeared. Casso materialized in an instant, startling the cat sage, who instinctively recoiled a step. Trembling, the cat sage stammered, What brings you 2 here?" "Rumors say that ascending Karen Tower grants one audience with the cat sage's guidance," Casso replied. "We seek your counsel on cultivation methods." Casso offered a gentle smile. Hearing his tone, the cat sage exhaled slightly, its nerves easing just a fraction. "My strength is meager. I fear I'm unworthy of guiding either of you." With a single glance, the cat sage discerned their condition: immense raw martial power, yet no mastery over its application, especially over the manipulation of chi, which was utterly chaotic and unrefined. Through 2 years of solitary exploration, Casso had even mastered instantaneous teleportation, and believed himself reasonably adept at chi comprehension, even learning to partially conceal his aura. Yet to the cat sage, such concealment was laughably crude, no better than dog dung. 4 words summed it up: utterly heartbreaking. All the cat sage wished now was for Casso and Osbel to depart swiftly, dreading entanglement in affairs of such overwhelming power even if they were but children. Sensing the cat sage's apprehension, Casso spoke plainly, "Though we are not natives of Earth, certain circumstances bind us to protect it, not harm it." He paused, then added, "We humbly beg your guidance in mastering chi control." A flicker of realization crossed the cat sage's mind. So they truly aren't from Earth. No wonder I've never seen them. The cat sage declared, "Then let me witness your true strength." Having spoken thus, it had no choice but to comply. If it refused, provoking them might doom Earth entirely. All the cat sage could hope now was that Casso's words held truth, that Earth truly lay beyond their malice. Casso suppressed a wry inner smile. This plump feline proves far more stubborn than expected. He narrowed his brows and barked a sharp command, releasing his power without restraint. In truth, whether concealed or unveiled, Casso's strength appeared identical to both the cat sage and the celestial deity. A terrifying surge erupted from Casso's body, sudden as a mountain's collapse, violent as an earth-shattering quake. Karen Tower trembled faintly. Savage currents of energy lashed outward, scattering clouds across 10,000 li in a single breathless sweep. Cold sweat beaded anew upon the cat sage's brow. Its legs quivered involuntarily. It knew Casso was formidable, but never imagined his true power could be so profoundly terrifying. The gale of raw force struck like a physical blow. The cat sage struggled to draw breath and cried out, "Stop! Stop now!" At once Casso reigned in his power. "Brother Casso, my turn too," Osbel called, innocent and bright. With a thunderous boom, another colossal wave of energy surged from Karen Tower, scattering the clouds once more as they dared regather. Enough. Though her power paled beside the boys, it still left the cat sage deeply shaken. "Given your strength, truly you will not bring ruin to Earth?" the cat sage asked again. Reassured by Casso's firm affirmation, it sighed inwardly. "Let it be so. In truth, I sensed your arrival the moment you descended upon Earth. Your power is extraordinary, yet wholly untamed, lacking proper method or discipline. Please, cat sage, guide us." Casso pleaded with sincere humility. In Osbel's eyes gleamed pure yearning anticipation. Seeing their earnest demeanor, the cat sage's frayed nerves settled somewhat. "You must understand, ease lies in descending from austerity into luxury, but reversing that path is infinitely harder. With such overwhelming power and no corresponding technique, complete mastery over your own energy remains impossible." Casso and Osbel sat cross-legged upon the ground, listening with rapt attention. "Frankly, I do possess the method to master chi, but I cannot teach it to you myself." The cat sage shook its head. "What a..." Osbel sprang upright, rare fury flashing across her face. "It claimed to know the method, yet refuses to help." She felt betrayed. Having long heard Casso speak of Earth's cultivation arts, she had dreamed of them with reverent longing. "Little buyer, don't act rashly. Hear it out first." Osbel's sudden outburst startled Casso deeply. When had this girl grown so impulsive? Swiftly he gathered her into his arms and offered the cat sage an apologetic bow, urging it to continue. At Osbel's abrupt rise, the cat sage's heart lurched violently, certain its end had come, until Casso's calming presence steadied it once more. Now desperate to avoid further missteps, the cat sage spilled the truth without pause. "I hold the method, but your power is too vast. To learn chi control, you must first suppress your overwhelming inner strength." Swallowing hard, it hurried on. "My own strength is insufficient for such suppression. Only the celestial deity atop the divine temple possesses the authority and power to subdue you. Only then may I begin your instruction." Having finally unburdened itself, the cat sage released a long, quiet breath. Casso fell into silent contemplation. He had traversed into this world 2 years prior, after the Elder Master unlocked his latent potential. His combat power now soared to 140 points, while this plump feline barely surpassed 200. Clearly it could offer no aid. He lifted his gaze toward the heavens. Only the celestial deity can accomplish this. Osbel nestled quietly in his arms, careful not to disturb his thoughts. As the two drifted in thought, 2 figures emerged outside Karen Tower, one cloaked in emerald, the other shrouded in absolute black, opposites forged in stark contrast. Celestial deity. The cat sage sounded genuinely surprised. At its voice, Casso stirred from reverie and turned toward the tower's entrance. The celestial deity. So he could not remain hidden after all. Casso allowed himself a quiet inward chuckle. "Brother Casso, why does that man's color resemble a watermelon? And that charcoal-headed fellow looks strange too?" Osbel asked, wide-eyed with curiosity. Casso instantly clapped a hand over her mouth. "Truly she speaks without filter. What if they refuse to teach us chi control now?" The celestial deity's lips twitched faintly, yet beside him Bobo remained as serene and unmoved as ever. "If you wish to learn how to harness chi, I can assist you." The voice of the celestial being was somewhat heavy. Without asking why the celestial being would help him, Queso speculated that the celestial being shared the same concern as the cat sage, fearing they might cause harm to Earth. But is that possible? The celestial being, unaware of Queso's thoughts, nodded at him, then boarded the flying carpet with Bobo and flew back to the temple. The aura that Queso had just unleashed was astonishing. He had never seen such terrifying power within a person. Even the energy from a planet's explosion could not compare to Queso's. If Queso were to wreak havoc on Earth, no one would stand a chance against him. The celestial being was concerned about this, hoping to gain a personal favor from him in the hope that he would remember this kindness. The celestial being had put in great effort for the safety of Earth. Little did he know the celestial being's actions were all unnecessary. Let's go. Queso followed after Osbeer. Watching everyone leave, the cat sage expressed worry, saying, "Everything is entrusted to the celestial being." As they ascended higher, the air grew thinner, and the mundanity of the mortal world became increasingly sparse. Upon stepping into the temple, Queso felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if a stream of spiritual energy surrounded him, invigorating him with each breath. Everything in the temple was so familiar, exactly as seen in the anime. However, this place would later become a primary battlefield in the unfolding story. Thinking this, Queso shook his head slightly. The celestial being asked Queso and Osbeer to wait for a moment while he sent Bobo to fetch something. "I have already learned about your situation. The cat sage was right. Your powers are indeed too formidable and need to be properly restrained before further cultivation can proceed." At this moment, Bobo emerged from the room holding 2 sets of orange training suits. Weighted clothing. Seeing the 2 suits in Bobo's hands, Queso exclaimed, "You actually know about weighted clothing?" The celestial being looked slightly puzzled. He had overheard the conversation between the child and the cat sage. Even an alien knew about weighted clothing. "I have learned about it." Queso chuckled, not elaborating further. The celestial being nodded, understanding not to pry too much. Sometimes too many questions could be off-putting. He instructed Queso and Osbeer to put on the weighted clothing. Queso and Osbeer took the weighted clothing from Bobo and donned them. "So heavy. So heavy." Both of them exclaimed in unison. Queso felt that 99% of his power was suppressed. Even when carrying small hills on Muumuu's star, he had never felt such an effect. Now even taking a single step was immensely difficult. Is this the effect of weighted clothing? Seeing this, the celestial being frowned, not expecting these 2 little ones to be so terrifying. He was fully aware of the effects of the weighted clothing, to wear such a heavy set and still be able to stand. The shocking scene left the celestial being in a state of disbelief. "When you were releasing energy on Corinta, I had a general understanding of your strengths. The disparity in your powers is significant, and thus the weighted clothing you wear cannot be the same," the celestial being remarked, leaning on his staff. He was astonished by how powerful this little boy was, and even more so by the strength of the little girl. "Celestial being, you can just call me Queso. This is Osbeer." Queso pointed to the little girl beside him. The celestial being observed Queso for a moment, wondering if he was overthinking. Could they really not cause harm to Earth? His tone became more casual. "The weighted clothing you wear has a gravity effect of 25 times, while Osbeer's has an effect of 15 times. Get used to the weighted clothing first. Once your bodies can move normally, I will teach you about chi." After saying this, the celestial being slowly walked back into the temple, as he felt there was nothing more for him to do here. "Queso, big brother, this is so heavy." Osbeer pouted. This felt even more uncomfortable than when she carried small hills on Muumuu's star. She inwardly cursed the celestial being, that green-skinned monster, for requiring them to wear such heavy clothing for cultivating chi. "Little Osbeer, keep it up. You promised to protect your big brother." Queso encouraged her. In truth, he was struggling a bit himself, but for the sake of mastering chi, this little hardship was nothing. He recalled how Goku had followed Sun Wukong for training since childhood, later receiving guidance from Master Roshi, and enduring countless hardships to climb Corinta with the goal of breaking through his physical limits. Thinking of this, Queso's gaze became resolute. If Goku could achieve it, so could he. The 2 then began to adapt to the weighted clothing. At first, they could barely take 1 or 2 steps, sweating profusely, with their bones cracking with each movement. Half a day passed, and Queso had only managed to walk less than half a circle. Now he lay on the temple's periphery, gritting his teeth, trying to stand up, but no matter what, he could not rise. Feeling the strength within him nearly depleted, he could only rest for a while before continuing to adapt to the weighted clothing. 3 days passed just like that. During this time, the 2 continuously adjusted their movements, striving to adapt to the impacts of the weighted clothing, resting when tired and resuming activities in the temple once recharged. Now both could walk normally. Seeing them conversing as they walked in the temple astonished the observing celestial being, who thought it would take these 2 children a month to walk normally. He never expected that in just a few days they would achieve such a level. Terrifying indeed. In the following days, Queso and Osbeer seemed to have found a rhythm in adapting to the weighted clothing, making significant progress each day. A week later, Queso and Ospier could already run in the temple. Queso, big brother, come catch me. Ospier laughed heartily as she ran. You stop right there. Queso chased after her. The celestial being stood nearby watching these two little ones as if he had seen a ghost. All right, Queso, come here for a moment. After spending a week together, the celestial being had grasped the personalities of these two little brats, realizing they were not malicious beings. In fact, they were quite innocent, especially the little girl. The celestial being felt relieved because of this. Queso and Ospier ran over, and the weighted clothing had no effect on them at all. Your progress has exceeded my expectations. Your talents are truly remarkable, the celestial being exclaimed. You flatter me, celestial being. Queso smiled. No, this is not mere flattery, though I have genuinely never seen such impressive talent. After the celestial being's exclamation, he continued, now that you have adapted to the weighted clothing, I will first teach you what chi is. Chi is omnipresent. It resides within the human body, within animals, and even within stones and plants. Since humans are the wisest among all beings, possessing 5 senses, and 7 emotions, and 6 desires, these aspects influence our perception of chi, so we must strive to be as calm as the sky and as swift as lightning, and then we will achieve successful cultivation. Queso fell into deep thought. He understood the celestial being's last statement, but did not grasp why one must be as calm as the sky. Now he finally understood the reason. Queso looked at the celestial being, with yearning, hoping to be taught how to do so. The celestial being said casually, next I will have Bobo train you, he will guide you. The celestial being then returned to the temple. At that moment, Bobo appeared before the two, standing silently in place, without saying a word. Queso, big brother, his skin looks so strange. Ospier pointed at Bobo. Queso quickly pressed down little Ospier's hand. To be honest, he found it hard to read Bobo. Bobo always seemed incredibly mysterious, whether in the anime or now. It was as if nothing could stir any emotional reaction in Bobo. Queso remembered that in the anime Bobo could spar with little Goku, and during the Buu saga, he could even hold his own against Super Saiyan Trunks. Very mysterious. Hello, mister. Bobo, Queso said with a smile. Hello, mister. Bobo, Aozier imitated Queso. Is this girl mimicking me? Queso glanced at Xiao Bayer with annoyance while she looked back at him. The two little kids stared at each other, engaging in a silent battle of eyes. Standing beside them, Bobo remained silent, the 3 figures quietly positioned in the center of the temple. In this incredibly quiet environment, Bobo suddenly spoke. You both are quite impressive. Hearing Bobo's voice, Queso was somewhat surprised. Since they had met, Bobo had not spoken to him, and now the first thing he said was a compliment, which left Queso feeling flattered. All right, let's begin our training, Bobo said with a straight face. Okay. Queso nodded. Just moments ago, Queso had used his rudimentary sensing method to probe Bobo, but as expected, he found nothing. Ironically, the lack of discovery made him perceive Bobo as even more mysterious. At that moment, Bobo pulled out 2 small bells from who knows where. You each need to tie 1 bell to your foot. Bobo handed a bell to each of them, instructing them to snatch the apple from his hand without making the bells ring. No matter the means, as long as they succeeded, they would move on to the next stage. Seeing the bells and apples suddenly appear in Bobo's hands, Queso froze for a moment. Wasn't this the method Wukong had used when he first trained in the temple? Now his strength was undoubtedly far superior to Wukong's back then, and Queso questioned whether Bobo's method would be effective. Just as Queso was doubting, he suddenly noticed the weighted clothing he had on. Am I not a fool? Queso smacked his head in self-deprecation. Having worn the weighted clothing for a week, Queso could only rely on his physical strength now. Thus he and little Wukong were not much different. At this moment, Queso believed that the path to mastery was simple and methods were universally applicable. Meanwhile, Aozier had already begun her training. Mr. Bobo, I'm coming. She charged forward. But, ding ding ding. The bell rang as Aozier disregarded it and lunged for the apple in Bobo's hand. Bobo then exhibited a miraculous scene. Despite his body not moving, he somehow evaded Aozier's attack and raised his hand to flick her on the head as a form of punishment. Suddenly, after a moment of thought, he withdrew his hand and flicked her outstretched little hand instead. Ouch, that hurts. Aozier immediately crouched down, rubbing her little hand. She cursed inwardly, feeling that this coal ball was incredibly fast, and her hand had nearly turned red from the flick. How infuriating. Remember, you must not let the bell ring, Bobo calmly stated, remaining still. However, he suddenly turned around. Sure enough, a bell rang behind him. Without hesitation, Bobo raised his hand and flicked Queso on the head. Oh, that hurts. Queso covered his forehead, realizing he had a bump forming. What the hell, I just wanted to try sneaking an attack. Did it need to be that forceful? And why did he flick Queso's head instead of Aozier's? Wasn't that a classic case of favoring girls over boys? At that moment, Queso felt a surge of frustration. Bobo gazed deeply at the two of them. Keep going. Casso and Aozier exchanged glances, both feeling determined. They cautiously took a step forward. Ding ding ding. Then bang, bang. Twice both of them crouched down, covering the spots that had been flicked, letting out cries of pain. After a long while, after being flicked dozens of times, Casso lay exhausted on the temple floor, while Aozier leaned against him. One had a head full of bumps, and the other had red hands. Both wore expressions of utter despair. This is really hard. At first, Casso thought this training would be simple, but when he actually began, he realized the difficulty was nightmarish. No matter how he moved, he could not prevent the bells from ringing, which felt utterly hopeless. Casso closed his eyes, deciding to rest for a bit. He remembered that Wukong had also faced the same issue at the beginning. No matter what he did, the bell would ring. The only way to keep the bell from ringing was to remain still, but how could one grab the apple without moving? Thinking of this, Casso fell into a deadlock. How did Wukong do it back then? He murmured. He remembered Bobo saying, "Be as calm as the sky." All right. It was this very phrase. To keep the bell from ringing, one must first cultivate stillness. Not only the body, but also the mind must be tranquil. Combining the two, one must align with nature, act at will, and let the mind guide the body, allowing the bell to become a part of oneself. Mr. Bobo, I'm ready to continue. Casso seemed to have grasped something. He immediately jumped up from the floor and faced Bobo, while Aozier remained in her original position, watching Casso's back, muttering, "Casso, brother, are you in a hurry to deliver your head?" In the distance, Casso and Bobo stood in a straight line. Casso suddenly closed his eyes. Seeing this, a glint flashed in Bobo's calm eyes. Good intuition. Soon Casso's entire body was in a state of calm. At this moment, his mind was remarkably clear, and he seemed to sense the location of the bell. Suddenly, Casso moved. Aozier, lying on the floor, widened her eyes in disbelief. Casso in the distance was moving quickly without causing the bell to ring. "Casso, brother, you're amazing," Aozier exclaimed. Just 2 seconds later, ding ding ding. Aozier pouted. "Who are you trying to fool?" "Casso." After a while, Aozier also rested up, and they began training again. Time passed quickly, and a week had gone by just like that. In the temple, Bobo had an apple on his head, holding a banana in his hand. He peeled the banana and took a bite. Suddenly, 2 figures sprang out from who knows where silently. The 2 of them attacked Bobo simultaneously, one targeting his lower body and the other his upper body. Yet Bobo remained completely calm, eating his banana, lightly exerting force with his toes, curling his body into a ball and miraculously avoiding both attacks, while the apple on his head remained perfectly still. Casso and Aozier leaped into the air, ready to crash down. Suddenly, Casso took a deep breath, his chest puffing up, and blew with all his might, sending the apple on Bobo's head directly into Aozier's arms. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 landed on the ground simultaneously. The temple was eerily quiet at that moment, the 3 standing still as if the scene had frozen. Bobo's hand, which was stuffing a banana into his mouth, remained motionless. After a few seconds, Bobo expressionlessly said, "Next stage." At that moment, as he turned, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Bobo's mouth, hidden from Casso and Aozier. "Oh yeah, Casso, brother, we did it." Aozier cheered, jumping onto Casso. Ha ha ha. Casso laughed as well. Who knows how much effort he and Little Buyer put in to grab the apple. Although they eventually succeeded by using cunning tricks, as long as they succeeded, it was a good strategy. As the 2 joyfully jumped, ding ding ding. At that moment, the 2 bells finally rang. At the temple entrance, the god's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a surge of emotions. Truly, they were 2 little monsters. While Casso and Aozier were still celebrating, Bobo approached again, holding 2 strips of black cloth. "Your bells have stopped ringing, indicating you've achieved a state of inner calm akin to the sky. The first stage of training is complete. Now we will begin the second phase of cultivation, and your movements must be faster than lightning." Huh. As Popo approached, Casso and Ospel stood frozen in disbelief. Was the second phase truly beginning this soon? Popo paid no mind to their reactions. He simply handed each of them a black cloth and instructed them to blindfold themselves immediately before attempting to snatch the bell from his person. Hearing this demand, Casso broke into a cold sweat. After spending a week with Popo, he had come to suspect that the man's identity ran far deeper than appearances suggested. Could he truly evade such an enigmatic being in a game of hide-and-seek? Casso shook his head helplessly. "Brother Casso, what's wrong?" Ospel, having just taken the black cloth from Popo, noticed Casso's grave expression. She hadn't seen him wear such a look in a long time. "Nothing," Casso replied, accepting the cloth and tying it firmly over his eyes. "Then let us begin." At Popo's signal, Ospel instantly entered full focus, while Casso suppressed his doubts and began attuning himself to every subtle shift in his surroundings. He stilled both body and mind, listening intently for the chime of the bell. Suddenly it rang, directly behind him. Casso whirled around in a flash, lunging toward its source, just as Ospel did the same. They leapt simultaneously. Thud. Ah, so painful. Ospel clutched her small head and scrambled aside, wincing. HSSSS. Queso pressed his palm to his forehead, drawing in a sharp, involuntary breath. So fixated had he been on the bell's sound that he'd failed entirely to register Osbel's movement. Her footsteps were nearly silent, utterly imperceptible to him. He had been far too careless. The second phase was clearly no simple test. Queso began to reflect chasing the bell blindly would only exhaust his strength and teach him nothing about sensing or comprehending chi. In the first phase, he had already mastered precise control over his physical force, enough to keep the bell from ringing at all. So what then was the purpose of this second stage? Was it speed, faster than lightning itself? That must be it. Queso suddenly grasped why the first phase had to precede the second. The first phase centered entirely upon the self cultivating a heart-mind as tranquil and boundless as the sky, enabling absolute command over one's body, eliminating all superfluous motion, thereby silencing the bell. The second phase, by contrast, shifted focus outward. Only with profound inner stillness could one perceive the trajectory of external motion, essentially sensing the flow of chi around oneself. To act was not to move with literal lightning speed, but with flawless precision and economy. Just as the first phase demanded no wasted gesture. Queso now understood. He had already stepped into the realm of chi perception. While Queso remained motionless where he stood, Osbel darted frantically across the plaza, straining to locate the bell's chime. Yet each time she neared its source, she fell agonizingly short. Osbel charged forward once more. Popo evaded her grasp with effortless grace and glanced briefly at Queso. Already sensed it so soon. Impressive aptitude. A faint approving smile touched Popo's lips. At that very instant, Queso moved. A shadow streaked across the temple plaza, swift, silent, and unerring toward the chime. His approach toward Popo was razor-sharp, decisive. Yet just as his fingers reached for the bell, its chime drifted away, reappearing from another direction. Indeed, it was no simple task. Queso reflected inwardly. Only now did Osbel arrive at the spot Queso had just vacated. Still blindfolded, Queso seemed to sense her presence, and instantly pivoted sideways. As Osbel heard the chime shift again and prepared to pursue, Queso gently caught her wrist. Little Osbel, pause. Reflect carefully. What is this phase truly training? Queso said. Huh. Startled by his sudden grip, Osbel blinked in confusion, yet his words sparked a dawning awareness. Truly, their little Osbel was no fool, merely thoughtful, not slow-witted. Popo watched them curiously as the two children crouched side by side on the ground, deep in quiet contemplation. Popo. After a long silent pause, the two rose slowly to their feet. Master Popo, please begin, Queso said. Master Popo, please begin. Osbel echoed, mimicking Queso's tone in her soft, childlike voice. Almost instantly, two slender shadows darted once more across the temple courtyard. 2 weeks had passed. Upon the sacred terrace of the celestial temple stood 4 figures, the celestial god, and Popo on one side, Queso and Osbel on the other. Queso and Osbel pulled off their blindfolds. Brother Queso, we did it. Osbel cried, leaping joyfully into the air. Queso watched her soar, his own heart swelling with exhilaration. Over those 2 weeks, guided by Queso's instruction, both children advanced with astonishing speed. No longer flailing blindly after the bell's chime, they had gradually awakened the ability to perceive. Just moments earlier, Queso and Osbel had successfully completed the second phase of training. Yet Queso harbored a quiet doubt, though 2 weeks of rigorous practice had enabled them both to sense chi. Actually seizing the bell from Popo's person remained utterly impossible. Clearly Popo had held back. Queso glanced toward him, and Popo, as if anticipating the gaze, met his eyes. For a fleeting, wordless moment, their stares locked. Congratulations, young ones. The celestial god smiled warmly, though inwardly he was utterly astounded, speechless before their prodigious talent. Having lived for centuries, he had never encountered any cultivator whose innate gift rivaled these two children. Especially Queso, whose extraordinary insight sent shivers down even his ancient spine. In truth, there exists a third phase, the heart-mind of emptiness. Popo paused, then added calmly, but at your current cultivation level, comprehension remains utterly beyond reach. Thereafter he fell silent once more, standing quietly beside the celestial god. He paused, then added calmly, but at your current cultivation level, comprehension remains utterly beyond reach. Thereafter he fell silent once more, standing quietly beside the celestial god. At these words, the celestial god stiffened, some distant memory flickering across his face, before falling into thoughtful silence. Queso pondered deeply. He recalled this final stage from the anime. Goku himself had undergone such training. What followed afterward, however, remained unknown to him. You may now remove your weighted garments. The celestial god set his gaze upon the two children, oddly intense. He knew full well the transformative power of this method. For an entire month, Queso and Osbel had trained solely with raw physical strength, their abilities deliberately suppressed beneath the crushing weight. Now having also mastered the perception and control of chi, the effect of shedding those garments was unimaginable. The celestial god anticipated the spectacle to come. Oh, I nearly forgot. Queso slapped his own forehead, suddenly remembering the weighted suit still clinging to his frame. From initial bewilderment toward chi through the celestial god's theoretical exposition to Popo's intensive month-long guidance, Queso had evolved from confusion to mastery, achieving a profound qualitative leap in both perception and understanding of chi. Only now did Queso fully comprehend why his earlier attempts at instantaneous movement had felt so laborious. His deficiency in chi perception had been the root cause. He recalled the anime episode when Raditz invaded Earth. Goku and Piccolo had worn weighted garments, and upon removing them their combat prowess surged dramatically. Yet Queso differed from them. Their garments imposed only mild suppression. Goku's first encounter with tenfold gravity occurred on King Kai's planet, and even then he collapsed under its force. If tenfold gravity overwhelmed Goku, then Queso's current suit, imposing 25-fold gravity, would yield effects nothing short of extraordinary. At this thought, Queso's anticipation surged. He exchanged a glance with Osbel. They silently agreed Queso would go first. He slowly lifted the hem of his garment inch by inch as it passed over his head, the weighted clothing about to be removed. Around him a heavy atmosphere seemed to have emerged to the air, and the temple was already thin, and now it felt even more oppressive, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. The gods and Ospier were startled by the tense atmosphere, unable to help but swallow hard. As Kazuo fully shed the weighted clothing, a sound reminiscent of beans dropping onto the ground echoed from his body. Crackling. The heavy pressure was released, and every cell in his body danced with joy, making Kazuo feel as if he wanted to howl at the sky. The long-suppressed power seemed like a slumbering eastern dragon completely awakening with the fall of the weighted clothing. Boom boom. As Kazuo's power was gradually released, the temple seemed to tremble slightly, and a violent energy began to stir the air, transforming the previously heavy atmosphere into a boiling tempest at this moment. A tremendous momentum erupted from Kazuo, terrifying energy exploding instantly, enveloping his entire body in a massive white flame, as if a small war god stood in the center of the temple. So powerful. The white cloak of the god flew backward, nearly toppling him under the overwhelming pressure. Kazuo, brother, is amazing. Ospier's eyes widened, fixating on Kazuo with intensity. Bobo stood expressionless, quietly rooted in place, unmoving. At this moment, ha ha ha, Kazuo burst into hearty laughter. He clenched his fists, and the sky suddenly resonated. Seeing this commotion, Kazuo was also astonished by his own strength. He could feel an endless stream of power within him, more than double what it was a month ago. Without a detector, he had no way of knowing his current combat power. Is this what chi feels like? Kazuo looked at the energy ball that had suddenly appeared in his hand. After a month of training in chi, Kazuo understood the energy in his body as chi. Kazuo, brother, it's my turn now. Ospier quickly stepped forward. Upon hearing little Ospier's words, Kazuo instantly dispersed the chi in his hand and withdrew his power. The ability to manipulate chi with such ease made him seem anything but a novice just learning to harness it. The god watched this scene with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could this be a monster? With the violent energy no longer raging around, the temple began to calm down. Ospier walked to the spot where Kazuo had just been. As the weighted clothing fell away, she let out a sharp cry. Ha! The previously settled atmosphere erupted into chaos once more. A fierce wind howled as the green plants in the temple swayed violently, their leaves rubbing against each other and producing a rustling sound. An incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Ospier. Boom! A white flame shot up into the sky. Seeing this, Kazuo exclaimed in surprise, it's actually twice as powerful as before. A month ago, under his perception, little Ospier's strength could only be deemed adequate, yet now she had grown to this level. The god remarked, Ospier's talent is quite formidable as well. He looked at Kazuo and shook his head. The little guy's talent was unmistakable, having nearly blown him away during Kazuo's power explosion. He then looked at Ospier. Although her talent was not on par with Kazuo's, she surpassed any other prodigy he had seen. Soon Ospier's chi reached its peak. At this moment, even Kazuo was shaken. She should have around 6,000 combat power now. Indeed, the effects of the weighted clothing are extraordinary, Kazuo murmured. If the weighted clothing had such effects, how powerful would the gravity chamber be? Kazuo was overjoyed. He had already asked Dr. Briffs to create a gravity chamber. When he brought it back to Salada Planet, the expressions on those Science faces would surely be priceless. Thinking of this, Kazuo couldn't wait to return to Salada Planet. Suddenly, Ospier in the center of the temple dispersed the Karen chi around her, and the cyclone vanished in an instant, calming the surrounding trees. Kazuo, brother, am I impressive? Ospier rushed over her small face, revealing a hint of eager excitement. I have to praise her a bit, Kazuo chuckled helplessly. He hugged Osbeer close and smiled. My little Osbeer is the best. Ha ha ha. The god couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He almost forgot that these two monsters were just little kids. Kazuo carried Osbeer to the side of the god and Bobo. Having been on Earth for a while, he had only done two things: first getting Dr. Briefs to create the gravity chamber, and second coming to the celestial realm to learn the application and perception of chi. However, his purpose for coming to Earth was not just this. He had more important matters to attend to. Thank you, God and Mr. Bobo, for your care this past month. Kazuo sincerely bowed, preparing to leave the celestial realm. Thank you, God and Mr. Bobo, for your care this past month. At this moment, Osbeer mimicked Kazuo's words. After speaking, she stuck out her tongue and smiled shyly. Are you leaving? Yes. Kazuo patted Osbeer on the head. See you again if we get the chance. The god was at a loss for words. A month ago, these two suddenly appeared on Earth, and the overwhelming aura from them nearly made his heart leap out of his chest. However, after spending time with them, he discovered that these two little monsters were not the malevolent type, or in fact, they were a bit naive. But with their departure, he wondered when he would see them again. Goodbye. Kazuo waved his hand twice at the god and Bobo. Osbeer also imitated Kazuo and waved her hand twice. Afterward, the two erupted in a burst of white flame, soaring into the sky, heading straight down towards the celestial realm below. As Kazuo departed, Bobo looked at him with a strange expression. Yet no one noticed this. Two white streaks of light cut through the sky. On Karen Tower, a fat cat stood watching as the two streaks of light approached. What are they doing here? The cat sage wondered. Shouldn't they be learning the application of chi in the celestial realm? Could it be that they mastered it? The cat sage shook its head, feeling that this was impossible. Oh, it had never seen anyone learn the perception and application of chi in just a month. However, seeing these two little kids fly over, the cat sage was no longer as frightened as it was the first time it met them. It had learned from the god's message that they were not the kind of evil beings. When the cat sage first heard this, it found it incredibly hard to believe. From the energy radiating from the two, it sensed an extremely violent power within them. Could they really be good people? Although the cat sage was very surprised, it still trusted the god's words. Two small figures surged forth, stirring colossal waves. The cat immortal's delicate whiskers flattened against its cheeks as a gale roared, enforcing its eyes shut completely. What on earth are these two up to? It made no sense. Why had they abandoned cultivation in the celestial realm and suddenly descended upon its secluded tower? As two billowing halos of white chi drew nearer, almost reaching Karen Tower, Kazuo and Osubiel abruptly dissipated the aura enveloping their bodies. The sky settled into profound stillness. The cat immortal stared, thunderstruck, as if lightning had detonated atop its head. Their chi had vanished, instantly, utterly. Had they truly grasped chi? The cat immortal rubbed its eyes, then peered again, only to recall belatedly that chi was invisible. Hello. Kazuo landed lightly atop Karen Tower and offered a casual greeting. Seeing the cat immortal's ghost-struck expression, he touched his own cheek. Nothing amiss. Why then this look of utter disbelief? Its astonishment was not unwarranted. In the annals of anime lore, Son Goku had trained for 3 full years in the celestial realm after defeating the demon king Piccolo, before finally mastering the flow and essence of chi. True, the cat immortal knew only of Goku's chi training, not what else he might have undergone afterward. Yet here before it stood a pair of children who in less than a month had not only comprehended chi, but wielded it with flawless command. It was nothing short of terrifying. The cat immortal extended a tiny feline paw, trembling slightly, and pointed at Kazuo. He mastered the application of chi. Yes, what's so strange about that? Kazuo frowned, puzzled. What had come over the cat immortal? He hadn't harmed Earth. Why this ghastly stare? Osubiel widened her eyes, studying the plump feline with quiet wonder. How peculiar it seemed. Brother Kazuo, is it broken? She whispered. She believed her voice barely carried, yet it did. The cat immortal fell silent. Kazuo stifled a quiet chuckle. The little girl remained as endearing as ever. Still, Kazuo sensed the depth of the cat immortal's shock. Moments earlier, as he alighted upon Karen Tower, he'd seamlessly withdrawn his chi, a subtlety likely responsible for the creature's stupefaction. Indeed, across the entire saga, no one had ever achieved such rapid mastery of chi. Even when Kazuo had first grasped instant transmission on planet Yardrat, he'd sensed an extraordinary sharpness in his own comprehension, and now his assimilation of chi on Earth unfolded with astonishing swiftness. A thought flickered within him. Could the fusion of two souls be the source of this uncanny aptitude? Brother Kazuo, what are you thinking about? Osubiel tilted her head, perplexed by his stillness. Nothing, he replied, smiling gently at her. In truth, the girl possessed formidable talent herself. Her mastery of instant transmission had taken nearly as little time as Goku's, and under Kazuo's guidance, she'd swiftly internalized the art of chi. So, you two have business here. The cat immortal finally regained its composure, eyeing them both with unnerving intensity as though gazing upon twin anomalies. We heard you possess a certain kind of being, one that when consumed banishes hunger for 10 days. The sacred being. Yes, it exists, but it's reserved for martial artists ascending Karen Tower. It serves no purpose for you two. The cat immortal scratched its head. No purpose. Kazuo suppressed a wry smile. This miraculous medicinal treasure was rarer than starlight, who later even Goku and his allies would slice each sacred being in half to stretch its power. To call it useless was absurd. A faint knowing curve lifted Kazuo's lips, then all the easier to negotiate. Would you gift me some sacred beings? Or perhaps trade? I'm open to barter. Trade? With what? The cat immortal, unaware of the being's true worth, had cultivated them over centuries. Giving them away freely was unthinkable. Yet exchanging them for something trivial, that held appeal. Kazuo's quiet smile deepened. This negotiation held promise. He'd begun with a request for a gift, then pivoted to barter, offering the cat immortal choice, knowing full well no being, however generous, parts with prized possessions without reciprocity. As expected, the cat immortal didn't disappoint. How about fish for exchange? Fish. It blinked. Then its eyes blazed with sudden radiant delight. Yes. Yes. Then catching itself, it feigned nonchalance. 20 fish for one sacred being then. Seeing Kazuo's silence, it hesitated. Had it asked too much? Clearing its throat twice, it softened its stance. If 20 seems steep, 10 will do. Understand, the sacred being is extraordinary. One suffices to stave off hunger for 10 days. 20 it is. His face remained impassive, but inwardly he soared. He'd gladly trade 20,000 fish for a single sacred being. Osubiel, wait here. I'll return shortly. With those words, Kazuo vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared exactly where he'd stood, having darted to the metropolis, borrowed dozens of versatile capsules from a major capsule corp store, then plunged into the Pacific to harvest fish until every capsule overflowed. He dove deep beneath the ocean's surface, fishing with relentless fervor, until every capsule brimmed with silvery bounty. On Karen Tower, Osubiel gaped as Kazuo materialized before her. She scratched her head. Less than 10 minutes had passed. How impossibly swift he was. Take a look at these fish. Kazuo pressed a capsule's activation button. The ground erupted with a massive crate. This crate, he said, gesturing, is merely one of dozens I carry. With a firm tug, he flung the crate's lid wide. Thousands of glistening fish cascaded onto the stone floor. Fish, all fish. The cat immortal's breath hitched. It had never beheld such abundance. Its last taste of fish had been a century past. Its memory of that flavor long faded. Surely this hoard would sustain it for years. At that thought, its heart hammered wildly. Take all the sacred beings, I beg you. Estimating the crate alone held no fewer than 50,000 fish, and knowing Kazuo bore dozens more just like it, the cat immortal quivered with near hysterical joy. What a benevolent soul. Kazuo paused, speechless. He hadn't imagined himself a paragon of virtue. Seeing the cat immortal sprawl ecstatically atop the fish pile, he smiled faintly and strode toward the spot the creature had indicated moments before. 3 wooden vats rested upon the ground, each sealed beneath a sturdy plank lid. Lifting one, Kazuo glimpsed the contents, and his breath caught. His reaction mirrored the cat immortal's pure, unadulterated awe. So many. So many. He nearly lost himself. 3 vats overflowing with sacred beans, surely numbering in the tens of thousands. And in his hand another capsule, borrowed from Capsule Corp, ready to receive them all. Just as he prepared to empty the final vat, he paused, then poured only 2/3 of its contents into the capsule. Thousands of sacred beans remained behind, enough perhaps to sustain hope or humility or both. Leave them a few at least. Queso had originally intended to take all the sins of beans with him. After all, if left behind, they would only be devoured by Yajirobe. Better that he claimed them himself. Yet he paused. What would Goku and the others do if he took every last one? They were, after all, his favorite protagonists. Master Cat, you surely understand the sins of beans function. They restore even gravely wounded individuals to full vitality in an instant. Queso felt it imperative to impress upon Master Cat the profound significance of these beans. He simply could not bear the thought of witnessing Goku's later desperation, splitting a single bean in half just to eke out survival. Having spoken, Queso paid no heed to Master Cat's reaction. Taking Osbil's small hand, he soared skyward without delay. What on earth just happened? Master Cat watched their silhouettes vanish into the heavens, utterly bewildered. After all, he had cultivated these beings. How could he possibly be unaware of their effects? What an odd fellow. Master Cat murmured softly. Moments later, he settled atop his mound of fish, lost in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, he realized he had grasped Queso's meaning. Master Cat had dwelled atop Karen Tower for countless years, learning of the mortal world solely through 3 sacred water basins. Over time, Earth had produced few martial artists worthy of ascending the tower. Thus, the sins of beings had scarcely been used, and though he grew them, he treated them merely as fasting pills, long forgetting their true miraculous potency. So indeed, these beings were truly extraordinary. Then Master Cat recalled the celestial commotion when Queso and Ospil first descended upon Earth. He wondered, were all beings from other universes this formidable? And if Earth were invaded, what then without sins of beings? The more he pondered, the more urgent the matter seemed. Surely he must consult the kami without delay. Gazing at his mountainous pile of fish, Master Cat winced in pained dismay and muttered a soft curse. Wasteful child. 2 streaks of light carved across the sky. Queso and Ospil flew side by side, utterly unaware of Master Cat's subsequent musings. Brother Queso, where are we headed now? Ospil asked, gliding beside him with bright-eyed curiosity. You'll see soon enough. Queso guided her toward a distant forest. Beneath them sprawled a dense woodland ringed by undulating peaks, towering mountains rising in solemn procession, punctuated occasionally by the lumbering forms of great beasts. Soon a narrow path emerged within the trees, its flanking weeds meticulously cleared, revealing frequent passage by human feet. Following the trail, a rounded, bun-shaped peak rose ahead. Brother Queso, this hill looks just like a steamed bun. Ospil's mouth watered at the thought, her delight unmistakable. This little hill is called Bun Mountain. Queso smiled faintly. He hadn't expected Ospil, after tasting a single steamed bun at Taiza's home, to remember its shape so vividly. Bun Mountain, the very place where Goku lived with his grandfather, Grandpa's son Gohan, and later where he and Shishi made their home after marriage. At that moment, Queso mused, Goku must have landed on Earth by now. Before long, a modest cottage appeared amid the trees. Queso remembered clearly. Inside lay one Dragon Ball. He needed to retrieve it so Dr. Briefs could construct a dragon radar. Even before arriving on Earth, Queso had reasoned that Dr. Briefs, though willing to build a gravity chamber, would likely produce only one. Yet how could a single chamber suffice for over 100 Saiyans? Hence he devised a plan: use the Dragon Balls to wish for 100 replicas of the gravity chamber. At this stroke of genius, Queso inwardly applauded himself. Wait, why not simply wish for 100 gravity chambers outright? Why burden Dr. Briefs with building the first? Was that not redundant? Whether Queso had considered this flaw remained uncertain. Brother Queso, there's no one here. Ospil descended with him from the sky and entered the cottage, only to find it completely empty. They must have stepped out, Queso replied, wandering casually about. The dwelling struck him as utterly ordinary. Yet within these unremarkable walls, Goku had grown from boy to legend. Queso knew well the truth. Goku's unparalleled strength sprang not from technique alone, but from his pure, unblemished heart and unwavering devotion to the martial path. Queso smiled. Found it. In a dusty corner, he lifted a Dragon Ball. 4 stars gleamed within its surface, their positions and contours immutable from any angle. How wondrous. Queso marveled briefly, then turned to Ospil. Ospil, let's go. Did you find what you were looking for? Yes. He would borrow Goku's Dragon Ball temporarily. Once the wish was granted and the ball restored to its original state, he would return it faithfully. Soaring high above, Queso gazed at the setting sun, its amber radiance spilling across the clouds, gilding them in molten tangerine hues, breathtaking in their serene splendor. As he examined the Dragon Ball in his palm, Queso suddenly spotted an elderly man traversing the mountainside, cradling a newborn infant in a satchel slung across his back. Kakarot. Queso arched a brow, then descended with Ospil toward the mountains. Grandpa's son Gohan scanned the surrounding terrain, searching for something unseen. Suddenly he sensed a shift. His gaze snapped upward. Flight technique. His eyes widened in disbelief. 2 children hovering midair, masters of the legendary Bukijutsu. Long ago his Master Rashi had told him of this mystical art, one that enabled mortals to soar freely through the skies. He'd once asked hesitantly, Master, can you perform it? Only 2 exasperated eye rolls answered him. Seeing his master remain silent, he'd assumed the answer was no. In truth, Master Rashi possessed more than enough power to master Bukijutsu, but dismissed it as belonging to the rival Crane school, deeming it beneath his dignity. Now confronted with 2 children wielding this forbidden art, Grandpa's son Gohan stood utterly stunned. His composure shattered, his mind reeling. Hello, grandfather. Queso and Ospil touched down gracefully. Grandpa's son Gohan stammered, You hello. From his perception of Ki, the 2 children seemed utterly ordinary. Had he not seen them descend from the heavens, he might have mistaken them for lost toddlers. When had Earth birthed such masters? Queso glanced toward the satchel on Grandpa's son Gohan's back. There sat a plump infant, serene, and still, his fluffy tail curling over the basket's rim. Yet Queso noticed something unusual, a bandage swathed tightly around the infant's head. Was he injured? He recalled Goku's childhood fall from a cliff, a blow that fractured his skull, erasing his memories and reshaping his very nature. At that sight, Queso suppressed a quiet chuckle. So the story was beginning anew. Grandpa's son Gohan frowned, puzzled. What did this child intend? Why had he fallen silent? As Grandpa's son Gohan studied them more closely, he noticed it. Their waists, two boar tails identical to his grandson's. Sun Wukong's son Sun Wufan eagerly asked, "Are you Goku's family?" After saying that, he patted his head, realizing that he had named Goku, and the others might not even know who Goku was. Sun Wufan continued, "Goku is this baby behind me." No wonder Sun Wufan was so anxious. While training in the mountains, he had suddenly discovered a spherical object falling from the sky, only to find that inside the sphere was a baby. Now seeing that the other party also had a tail, it was highly likely that these two little ones were indeed Goku's family. If they were Goku's family, it would be best to have them take him back. However, just thinking of that made Sun Wufan a bit reluctant. Although Goku had initially been quite temperamental, he had become very obedient after the impact to his head. Who could dislike such a cute little guy? Aspiel floated behind Sun Wufan, looking at the baby in the basket. "Is this Kakarot?" When she returned to Vegeta's star, she had heard Aunt Gina mention Kakarot. Now seeing this little one, he was quite adorable, especially with that hair, which looked exactly like Uncle Bardock's. Queso smiled. "We can be considered part of Goku's family, but there has been a little trouble at his home, so we will trouble you to take care of him from now on." Huh. Sun Wufan was a bit dazed. It turned out they really were Goku's family. What kind of incident had occurred in Goku's home? Upon hearing Queso's words, Sun Wufan thought that perhaps Goku's family had been targeted by enemies, which was why Goku's parents had sent him away. Poor child. However, this was good. He no longer needed to worry about such a lovely little guy being taken away. At this moment, Queso was unaware that Sun Wufan had already imagined an epic tale of revenge in his mind. He only knew that Goku's future achievements stemmed not only from his protagonist's aura, but also from the influence of Earth's martial arts. Goku had received training from Sun Wufan since childhood, later following Master Roshi, and ultimately ascending to the heavens, all of which laid a solid foundation for him to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, keeping Goku on Earth was the best choice. Queso glanced at the elderly Sun Wufan, who wore a black hat and had two tufts of white beards slightly hunched over, exuding a kind appearance. Would such an old man eventually die at Goku's feet? However, Queso did not plan to mention that Saiyans would transform into giant apes after seeing a full moon. Life is full of helplessness. Many things are best left to nature. He sighed, but thinking that after this old man dies, he might find his true love in the afterlife, the ending seems perfect. "Grandpa, is this orb yours? I'll borrow it for a while and return it to Goku later," Queso said, taking out the Dragon Ball. When Queso mentioned returning it to Goku, he didn't say it was for Sun Wufan, leaving doubt whether Sun Wufan could understand. Sun Wufan did not catch Queso's meaning and stroked his beard, saying, "Oh, how did this orb end up in your hands? I found it many years ago. It looked beautiful, so I kept it. If it's useful to you, take it." "Thank you, Grandpa. We're leaving now. Goodbye." After saying this, Queso shook his head and left with Aspiel. Watching them leave, Sun Wufan sighed at their strength, then continued searching for herbs, as he still needed to apply medicine to Goku. "Brother Queso, that's Kakarot. He looks just like Uncle Bardock." Aspiel clung to Queso's back, her little face pressed against his neck. The warmth tickled his neck, and Queso felt a bit itchy, then pulled Aspiel closer, holding her against his chest. Goku indeed resembled Bardock, but it didn't stop there. Even later, Goten looked exactly like these two, though he didn't know why he grew up to look different. Thinking of this, Queso chuckled quietly. Perhaps it was due to offending Akira Toriyama. He kissed Aspiel on the cheek and said, "Let's go and eat something delicious." "Oh yeah." Upon hearing there would be good food, Aspiel clenched her little fists, sparkling like a little kitten. Queso flew quickly through the sky with Aspiel in his arms. After a month of hard training in the heavens, he needed to relax properly. Otherwise, using instant transmission to arrive at Tai's house would have been pointless. West City. The residences here were extremely luxurious. In one of the large courtyards, there was an upside-down bowl-shaped building surrounded by many subdivisions. In the research area, Dr. Briefs, dressed in a white lab coat and holding some incomprehensible tools, stood in front of a black metal house, examining it closely. Almost done. After a month of work, Dr. Briefs finally completed the gravity room. To be honest, a lot of materials were needed, especially that rare metal. Fortunately, he had a stash at home. If Queso wanted to build a second gravity room, it might be impossible. Suddenly, a commotion sounded from outside, and he looked over to see his daughter bringing Queso and the others in. "You arrived quite quickly. I just finished." Dr. Brief smiled. "Dad, Queso and the others are here." Tais walked over with Queso. A little girl followed behind, looking curiously at the two in front. Bulma muttered, "How did they manage to get here? You all came just in time. I've just finished making the gravity room." Dr. Briefs gestured to the side. Queso looked over and saw a black metal house come into view, shaped like a fortress. The gravity room was about 40 square meters in size, with metal walls all around and 4 thick columns embedded inside, seemingly to stabilize the gravity room's operation. The entire gravity room gleamed with a dark metallic sheen under the light. Is this the gravity room? Casso walked over, taking small steps and touching it with his hand. Dr. Brief smiled, saying, I've fulfilled all the requirements you mentioned. Casso had previously suggested that the gravity room's speed adjustment should ideally be voice-controlled, and it would be even better if temperature control could be added. In fact, Dr. Briefs considered these requirements minor issues. He mainly spent so much time designing a music system. He could not tolerate a perfect creation without a good music system, so he spent a considerable amount of time within that month just to design a music system capable of functioning under 100 times gravity. Fortunately, it was completed in the end. Dr. Briefs silently praised his own genius. He thought these two little ones should like it. They will definitely like it. This gravity chamber is enormous. Could it possibly be miniaturized into a capsule corp capsule? That's merely its most basic function, rest assured. Dr. Briefs adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, and a flash of sharp intellect gleamed in his eyes. Would you like to experience the chamber's effects firsthand? He could hardly wait to hear Casso's verdict on the music system he had designed. Casso fully understood the gravity chamber's purpose. After settling on Earth, Vegeta spent nearly all his time inside it, and his ability to relentlessly pursue Goku stemmed largely from its unparalleled training environment. Following Dr. Brief's explanation, Casso had already grasped the fundamentals of operating the gravity chamber. He slowly opened the chamber's door. Inside, the space was starkly minimal, nearly barren, resembling an ordinary training room save for a small circular device nestled in one corner, its function unmentioned by Dr. Briefs. Never mind that. I'll try it now. Casso, brimming with anticipation, prepared to test the chamber's effects. Activate 25-fold gravity. As Casso murmured the command, the chamber whirred to life, a deep resonant hum vibrating through the air like a crouching beast coiling its power. Suddenly, the air thickened, oppressive, and immense crushing pressure descended upon his entire body. Fortunately, he had already acclimated to 25-fold gravity during his prior training in the sacred realm. Otherwise, he would have collapsed instantly onto the floor. Still, his limbs felt leaden, and he sensed with startling clarity how every muscle, and even his internal organs, had become unnervingly heavy. Exactly as expected, the weighted suit affected only his musculoskeletal frame, offering zero resistance to his viscera. The gravity chamber truly reigned supreme. Just then, a deafening clang erupted from the corner device. Casso recoiled in genuine shock, having withstood 25-fold gravity without faltering, yet now tumbling flat onto the floor at the sudden noise. From nearby blared a cacophonous tune. You're mine, little apple, I'll never love you enough. That blasted Briefs. At once Casso recognized the composition as Dr. Brief's handiwork. He'd sensed something odd in the scientist's expression earlier, but never imagined such a boisterous gift. Damn it all. Casso groaned, struggling upright. Cancel gravity. Instantly, the crushing weight vanished, replaced by an almost euphoric lightness. Indeed, the chamber proved extraordinary. Within mere minutes, Casso sensed a subtle loosening in his latent strength. Was the Saiyan physiology truly this extraordinary? Casso shook his head. Though the Namekian elder had unlocked his potential on planet Namek, he had since trained intensively for a full month in the sacred realm, further deepening his reservoir of untapped power. Under such relentless pressure, that potential surged forth rapidly. Yet he refused to believe the chamber could infinitely amplify strength. If so, Vegeta would long ago have surpassed Goku. Outside the chamber, Dr. Briefs gazed thoughtfully at the sealed door, certain the young man inside must be thoroughly enchanted by his music system. Big Brother Casso is coming out, Alabu declared, beaming with delight. At her words, everyone turned expectantly toward the entrance, just as the massive door slid open and Casso emerged. How's my music system? Brilliant, isn't it? Dr. Briefs proclaimed, utterly confident in his creation. What warrior could train rigorously without a stirring soundtrack to fuel his spirit? Seeing Casso remain silent, Dr. Briefs assumed the boy was deeply impressed. Silence spoke louder than words, and in that silence, Dr. Briefs swelled with profound satisfaction. Casso. His mind raced like a stampede, utterly speechless. After a pause, Casso offered sincerely, thank you, Dr. Briefs. Though bemused by the earlier prank, he remained genuinely grateful. After all, he'd done little for Dr. Briefs in return, merely retrieving a few capsule corp capsules. Compared to this gravity chamber, those capsules were negligible in value. Casso is Daddy's gravity chamber, easy to use. Bulma chirped, placing a small hand on his shoulder. It's excellent. Casso nodded earnestly. Indeed, even brief exposure had yielded a tangible boost in his combat prowess. But what was she after? Casso frowned faintly. Since Dad built you this chamber, will you teach me to fly? Her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Having witnessed Casso soar effortlessly into the sky, she'd been utterly astounded. She'd never heard of anyone flying unaided. No jetpack, no anti-gravity device. Just pure unassisted levitation. When Casso remained quiet, Bulma couldn't fathom his thoughts. Was that a refusal? How infuriating. Aside from Casso, only that slightly older girl, Alibu, seemed capable of flight. With that, Bulma darted over to Alibu and pleaded sweetly, "Big sister Alibu, please teach me too." She had no choice. Casso gave no answer and Alibu was the sole remaining option. If Alibu agreed, Bulma could dazzle her classmates with airborne bravado. The very thought made her giddy. Ties. Her sister's transparent scheming needed no interpretation. Meanwhile, Casso ignored the commotion, asking Dr. Briefs to compress the gravity chamber into capsule form. Such a colossal structure defied instantaneous teleportation, yet Dr. Brief's genius had birthed the capsule corp technology, making portability effortless. Once miniaturized, the chamber could be slipped into any pocket and carried safely back to planet Sadala. Moments later, Casso glanced back to find Alibu and Bulma laughing and chatting animatedly. Nearby, Ties shot him a wry, resigned glance, palms upturned in gentle exasperation. Casso, as for Alibu. Big sister Alibu, please take me flying. Bulma tugged playfully at Alibu's hand. She'd seen flight only in films, and longed desperately to taste that boundless soaring freedom. Fine, fine, Alibu huffed, puffing her cheeks with mock solemnity. I've just gained a little sister, might as well indulge her. Kids these days are exhausting. She seemed to have forgotten she herself was still a child. Casso and Ties. Witnessing this, Casso blinked stunned. Had some mischievous spirit possessed Alibu? Yet the sight of her puffed cheeks struck him as inexplicably endearing, his heart fluttering, almost melting. In a blink, the two petite figures, each barely a meter tall, lifted off the ground and soared through the doorway. Oh, Dr. Briefs watched his younger daughter soar into the air, mildly surprised. So this little one could fly after all. In Dr. Briefs' mind, today's youth truly were extraordinary, never once registering how profoundly astonishing such an ability truly was. His reaction was indeed peculiar. While most people would be utterly stunned upon witnessing human flight, he merely registered mild surprise, and then nothing more. Were geniuses simply wired so differently? He then turned and walked toward the opposite end of the research zone to begin a new project. By then, Casso had already retracted the gravity chamber and concealed the capsule inside his pocket. Thais, what are you doing? He tapped lightly against his pocket, only to notice Thais gazing at him with an oddly unsettled expression. He touched his own cheek. Nothing there. Could it be that he was simply too handsome? Could you take me flying too? Thais covered her face and lowered her head. She'd flown on airplanes countless times, yet unbound, unrestrained flight, like Casso's, was entirely new to her. Watching her younger sister ascend skyward, she felt a deep, quiet envy. Aware that Casso had witnessed her flustered hesitation, Thais felt a twinge of embarrassment, but upon reflection, she reasoned it's just one flight. What's so extraordinary about that? Casso paused, then smiled. No problem. He studied Thais closely. Her lustrous hair streamed behind her, her porcelain skin flushed faintly with shyness, her elegant figure crowned by graceful full curves, so much so that he involuntarily swallowed. He hadn't expected this older girl to be so charming. If she'd only asked sooner. Even setting aside Dr. Briefs' goodwill, her very presence would have earned her a generous measure of favor. Casso silently teased Thais in his thoughts. To her, his slight headshake seemed almost reproachful, as if he were chiding her for not speaking up earlier, leaving her with a faintly disconcerted impression. Yet now that flight was finally within reach, Thais dismissed her doubts entirely. Her heart soared, not with fear, but with pure unbridled anticipation of soaring freely through open skies. Come on. Casso extended his small hand, smiling gently. On Earth, little remained for him to accomplish, save gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. But first he'd need Dr. Briefs to construct a dragon radar. For now, he'd simply take Thais up for a joyful flight. What should I do? She asked nervously. Moments earlier she'd been thrilled, but now uncertainty gripped her. Just hold on, however feels most comfortable, Casso replied with a warm smile. No sooner had the words left his lips than Thais clung to him like a koala embracing a tree. Casso, her soft warmth pressed against his back, pleasing yet unsettlingly intense, making his breath catch. In his past life, Casso had never dated. He knew nothing of physical closeness with girls. Now held tightly by Thais, a gentle ripple stirred within his chest. To Thais, his motionless stillness raised doubt. Had she done something wrong? Fly already? She asked, puzzled. Didn't you say however feels comfortable? Why wasn't he moving? All right, Snapping back to awareness, Kasu circulated his inner chi and slowly, gently, began to lift off the ground, Thace secured upon his back. Midair, Thace visibly tensed, her arms locked tightly around his neck, bracing against the terrifying sensation of falling. Relax. You're perfectly safe, Kasu reassured her, then gently grasped her smooth, slender thighs with both hands. Hold on tighter, I'm scared. Her voice trembled faintly. They hovered halfway up the room, 5 or 6 meters above the floor, where the dizzying vertigo of imminent descent tightened her chest. Kasu tightened his grip. Ready, we're off. With a soft whoosh, they vanished from sight. Kasu and Thace shot upward into the vast sky. Fierce wind battered her face. As altitude surged, adrenaline flooded her veins, and she burst into a wild, exultant cry. Hold me tighter, Kasu. After a moment. Ha ha ha. This feels incredible. Thace stretched her arms wide. As they pierced through drifting clouds, she playfully stirred the mist with her fingertips, watching it part effortlessly before her. Intimate communion with the heavens, utterly unbound. This was the true essence of flight. At first, terror had gripped her, but under Kasu's steady protection, calm swiftly replaced fear. No matter how she shifted or wiggled, his small hands held her thighs firmly, unwavering. Suspended upon his slight frame, she inexplicably felt profoundly safe. Thace stole a glance at Kasu, and suddenly his youthful features struck her as unexpectedly striking. A soft flutter stirred in her chest, warmth bloomed across her cheeks. He's just a child. What am I thinking? Just as Thace drifted into reverie, Kasu executed a sharp aerial turn, followed instantly by a breathtaking high-speed drift. Her piercing shriek tore once more through the open sky. Huff, huff. Thace patted the gentle swell before her. Back on solid ground at last, her heart settled steady and sure. To Thais, Kasu was simply a mischievous boy, utterly oblivious to delicate sensibilities, flying recklessly fast, at the end nearly scaring her to death. Thace, are you all right? Kasu asked, slightly abashed. It was his first time carrying a woman of such grace, and nerves had gotten the better of him, causing him to forget speed control entirely. And no, I'm fine. She rolled her eyes, concerned now. Really? Yet recalling the exhilaration aloft, she added almost shyly, can you take me again next time? Kasu arched a brow, surprised. Hadn't she been terrified moments ago? Still he nodded. Good girl. Thace ruffled his hair with a playful grin. This little one always wore such a serious grown-up expression, yet beneath it lay undeniable charm. Just then cheerful cries echoed from above. So much fun. Bulma had returned, Osabel guiding her gently down from the sky. Once grounded, Bulma rushed to Thace's side, chattering animatedly about her flight. Hearing her sister's excited retelling, Thace rolled her eyes, as if anyone else hadn't taken flight too. She glanced covertly at Kasu, unaware he'd noticed nothing, still chatting warmly with Osabel. Bulma, I'm starving. Osabel darted over. She'd heard Kasu mention delicious food earlier, and had yet to taste a bite, her stomach growling fiercely. Let's go eat. Yes. Without a second glance at Kasu, Osabel scampered eagerly after Bulma. Kasu, so she's grown wings now, skipping me for snacks. Thace caught his expression and stifled a laugh, then tousled his hair again. Are you hungry too? He shot her a mock glare. Must you even ask? Let's go eat, Thace said, seizing his hand and dashing off. Inside the hall, Osabel devoured meat with gusto, while Bulma sat beside her watching fondly. Kasu immediately joined the feast, teeth sinking into tender savory cuts. Brother Kasu, why'd you steal my meat? Osabel glared indignant. Stealing's fair game. For forgetting to invite me to eat. Kasu thought grimly, yet seeing her pout, his resolve softened. Here, you can have it back. Brother Kasu is the best. Osabel beamed again, radiant with delight. Although it is not the same earth, the food here is just as delicious, and Keiso's face is smeared with grease. Tai-Si rested her fair chin on her hands, sitting beside Keiso with a faint smile, but she was a bit curious seeing the table full of empty plates. His stomach is so small, how can he fit so much food? And yet it doesn't even seem to bulge. Keiso put down the plate in his hand comfortably, burped, feeling full, and was ready to get down to business next. Tai-Si is Dr. Briefs available right now. Keiso wanted him to help create a Dragon Ball radar, but someone had just helped him make a gravity chamber, and now he was asking for another favor. Keiso felt a little embarrassed. What do you have, something else? At this moment, Tai-Si and Bulma both looked at Keiso while Aspir was still battling with the food. I want Dr. Briefs to help me make a small device. Keiso said a bit shyly. What kind of device? Tai-Si asked curiously, hearing him say that it must be something important, otherwise he wouldn't feel embarrassed and bring it up. But what could it be? She was a bit curious. Bulma beside her also looked at Keiso with a puzzled expression, as if he wanted to say something. Keiso slowly took a Dragon Ball out of his pocket, pointed at it, and said, I want Dr. Briefs to help me make a device that can sense its location. Huh. Bulma felt like she had seen this ball somewhere before, so she took it from Kaso's hand. She looked closely and felt like she had indeed seen it before, but no matter how she thought about it, she just couldn't recall. The thing you're talking about, I should be able to make it, no need to bother my dad. Bulma stretched her hands, helplessly indicating she could handle it. Bulma, can you really do it? Tai-C asked, a bit skeptical. She knew her sister was very smart and often came up with small inventions. However, this seemed very important to Queso, and she thought it would be better to let their dad handle it. Why didn't she believe in her? Bulma rolled her eyes at her sister. Bulma is so clever, I believe she can do it. At this moment, Queso stood on Bulma's side. He knew that the story of Dragon Ball began with Bulma searching for the Dragon Balls, and at that time, she found one in the storeroom and researched a lot of information, discovering that it was the legendary 7 Dragon Balls. Then Bulma embarked on her journey to find the Dragon Balls, and the plot of the 7 Dragon Balls officially began. Even though Bulma was still young, Queso believed she could do it. Thinking of this, Queso couldn't help but look at her with hope. Well, you do speak, well, wait for my news. The proud Bulma picked up the Dragon Ball and left without looking back. By helping Queso like this, she was actually hoping he would teach her how to fly. This girl. Tai-C smiled and didn't mind her, since both Bulma and Queso said so, there shouldn't be any problem. After a while, Aspier lay on the side, her little hands covering her stomach, revealing a look of enjoyment. Having never eaten such delicious food, she wanted to stay on Earth forever. At this moment, the Scion's fierce and combative nature vanished from Aspier, leaving only gluttony and laziness. This girl. Queso shook his head and chuckled. In the past, Scions had no particular demands for food, but if they ever experienced Earth's delicacies, Queso believed it would drive them crazy. Even the likes of Whis and Beerus, masters of their level, were the same. So seeing Aspier like this, Queso said nothing. How is Bulma doing? Tai-C stood up immediately when she saw Bulma coming out of the workshop. Queso looked at her with eager anticipation. According to the development of the Dragon Ball story, Bulma should be the first to create the Dragon Ball radar, but she was still so young. Could she make it? He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. If Bulma couldn't make it, he would have to ask Dr. Briefs for help. I did it. Bulma nodded and smiled. When she got the ball, she thought of several design plans in her mind, starting with wave detection. She knew that most things in the world emit a specific wave pattern. If she detected that the ball had no waves, that would be fine. Oh, she had a backup plan. However, during the detection, she found that this ball just happened to have a very special wave. As long as it was detected, the problem would be simple. So she quickly made the Dragon Ball radar. This small task could hardly be a challenge for her, and Bulma looked at Queso with a proud expression. She slightly raised her fair chin, resembling a noble little swan. Seeing this scene, Queso chuckled. Bulma was so impressive at such a young age, truly deserving of being among the smartest in the Dragon Ball world. Now that I've made this for you, can you teach me how to fly? Bulma smiled sweetly at Queso. At first, she asked Queso to teach her, but he didn't respond. She turned to Aspier for help, but now she saw the little bundle lying on the sofa. She thought it would be better to have Queso teach her. Bulma knew that getting a favor from others makes one feel indebted, and Queso would definitely have a hard time refusing. Thinking of this, she began to fantasize about herself flying. Queso. Indeed, being overly nice without reason is either suspicious or opportunistic. However, Bulma's family had helped him so much, teaching her how to cultivate chi would be fine, so that when the real Dragon Ball story started, she would at least have the ability to protect herself. After all, during this peaceful time, he had nothing much to do. As for taking the gravity chamber back to Salad Planet, he didn't mind waiting a little longer. Then I will stay here for another month to teach you how to cultivate chi. Queso then said seriously, but I must tell you, cultivating chi is very tough. Are you sure you want to learn? Bulma nodded vigorously. After asking so many times, Queso finally agreed, and Bulma was afraid he would change his mind, so she hurriedly nodded. And is there any cultivation that isn't tough? She had been mentally prepared. Watching the conversation between her sister and Queso, Tai-C found it very interesting, as she knew that if she wanted to learn, Queso would definitely teach her as well. However, she had little interest in cultivation and was more interested in writing novels. Thinking of this, she also needed to plan for her future. Because she couldn't find inspiration for her novel, Tai-C had already stayed at home for a long time. A month ago, she had just met Queso and Aspier, 2 small kids who were little in stature but possessed tremendous strength. Now a month later, Queso had even taken her to fly in the sky once. The speed and excitement of flying in the sky always captivated people. Tai-C felt as if she had found inspiration for writing her novel. Time passed swiftly. Half a month had already slipped away. During this period, Thais left home declaring that her inspiration had been found, and she needed a tranquil place to devote herself fully to creation. Queso found it difficult to judge Thais's aspirations. After all, everyone harbors dreams. Just as he himself once fantasized about being transported into the Dragon Ball universe, of fantasy that astonishingly had come true. Yet within the anime canon, he knew Thais' novels had initially garnered little acclaim, until she later met Jackie, who supplied her with cosmic narratives drawn from beyond the universe, breathing new life into her work. That day in the courtyard, mind your posture, no fidgeting. Queso pointed lightly at Bulma's small backside. Bulma stood rooted in a horse stance, beads of sweat glistening on her flushed cheeks. At Queso's words, the slight curve of her lowered rear lifted again. Queso flicked a faint wry smirk. Earthling's physical constitution truly left much to be desired. Yet to teach Bulma how to cultivate ki, he first had to fortify her body, just as Master Roshi had rigorously trained Krillin and Goku. Without a resilient physique, one could neither sense nor store ki. In the Buu saga, Gohan likewise instructed Videl, but unlike Bulma, Videl had trained since childhood, backed by her father Mr. Satan's boundless financial support. Her body thus matured naturally into formidable strength, coupled with her innate brilliance. Mastering ki came effortlessly. Bulma's circumstances, however, differed starkly. Not only was she young, but she had been raised as a pampered princess sheltered from hardship. One word described her path forward: difficult. Still, the existence of senzu beans brought a quiet smile to Queso's lips. Over these past 2 weeks, Queso had subjected Bulma to relentless, grueling training, waking her before dawn, enforcing 1 hour of horse stance daily, followed by 1 hour of weighted running. On several occasions, she seemed on the verge of collapse, yet each time a single senzu bean restored her vigor instantly. Then came more inhuman trials, so much so that Bulma now flinched instinctively at Queso's very presence. Yet for the dream of flight, she pressed on fiercely. Surrender at this point was utterly unthinkable. Frankly, Queso found the sight astonishing. In his memory, Bulma had always been a spoiled, delicate princess. Her original quest for the Dragon Balls motivated solely by a desire for a handsome boyfriend. Never would he have imagined she could endure such harrowing tribulation. Hold the stance, I'll return shortly. Queso spoke calmly, fingertips resting against his brow, and vanished in an instant. Bulma barely blinked. Over the past fortnight he had disappeared, without warning, every few days. She shook her head and resumed her horse stance. At last, the 7th Dragon Ball. Queso had just retrieved it from within a castle. Half a month earlier, he discovered the first Dragon Ball hidden in Bulma's family's cluttered storage room. Through successive excursions, he had now gathered all 7. As he gazed at the shimmering orb in his palm, clamor erupted downstairs. Are the Dragon Balls safely hidden? Rest assured, Lord Pilaf. They're secured in the secret chamber on the 2nd floor. The voices reached Queso's ears. He smiled faintly. This Dragon Ball, it turned out, belonged to Pilaf and his diminutive band. Queso knew these 3 were mere pawns collecting Dragon Balls for others, true laborers in every sense. Only in Dragon Ball GT did they finally make a wish of their own, though that wish, well, let's just say it was too mortifying to behold. He paid them no further mind, activated instant transmission, and departed. Moments later, he reappeared in Bulma's courtyard, where she still clenched her teeth, unwavering in her horse stance. This girl is remarkably tenacious. Queso nodded. Bulma's perseverance had genuinely astonished him, utterly reshaping his perception of her. Bulma, come here. Yes. She collapsed onto the ground. After holding the horse stance for a full hour, exhaustion weighed upon her like stone. Still, it was undeniable. After 2 weeks under Queso's harsh tutelage, Bulma felt markedly stronger. Even the 100+ pound experimental apparatus in her lab could now be lifted single-handedly. It was precisely this tangible progress that sustained her will. Without it, she would have long since given up. Are you going to teach me how to fly? She asked, struggling to her feet and approaching Queso, eyes alight with fervent anticipation. Queso remained silent for a beat, already dreaming of flight after just 1 month. Calmly, he replied, first, I'll teach you how to sense the energy within your body. In truth, flight itself was not inherently difficult. Only sufficient internal energy was required. Saiyans, for instance, possessed no innate understanding of ki, yet their immense raw power enabled effortless levitation. Mastering ki, however, depended entirely upon individual aptitude and insight. Even he himself had endured a full month of arduous discipline before attaining that breakthrough. Queso mused inwardly. Then he gestured for Bulma to sit cross-legged on the ground, and summoned a luminous, swirling sphere of white ki. The moment it appeared, a sudden gale swept across the courtyard, rattling trees with a thunderous rustle. Dr. Briefs and his wife, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Yet upon seeing Queso instructing Bulma, they quietly withdrew, leaving the courtyard undisturbed. Clearly, the couple was already aware of Bulma's rigorous training. Remember this sensation. Queso hurled the ki sphere toward her, and in the blink of an eye enveloped her completely. Truth be told, Queso himself lacked formal pedagogical methods. To soar through the skies, one needed either mastery of ki, or simply overwhelming internal energy. Yet he doubted Bulma could achieve the latter. His only recourse was to help her perceive ki's presence. hoping perhaps that one day she might awaken to it spontaneously. As the radiant white sphere engulfed her, Bulma felt warmth flood her limbs. A gentle, soothing embrace like sinking into a perfectly heated hot spring on a frostbitten winter day. The sharp ache from her horse stance dissolved instantly, and comfort surged so profoundly she nearly cried out. So blissful. Though delight washed over her, she did not forget Queso's instruction to remember this feeling. She stilled her breath, quieted her thoughts, and surrendered wholly to the subtle resonance of the key. Queso made no interruption. True understanding could only bloom from within. No external hand could hasten it. With a final glance, he vanished once more from the courtyard. At the far edge of the courtyard stood a sleek black metal chamber, occasionally echoing with the sharp percussive cadence of intense training. Huh. Ho ho ho. Queso materialized before the gravity chamber's entrance, heard the vigorous sounds within, and called out, "Little Bairii, you're coming with me to witness something extraordinary." Soon the gravity chamber slowly opened and a cute little girl emerged, sweat glistening on her face, her small tail swaying animatedly behind her. At that very moment, Ospel, fresh from training, radiated an aura as fierce and untamed as a rampaging giant ape, its savage presence sending involuntary shivers down one's spine. No one would believe looking at her now that just half a month ago, she had been a carefree, lazy girl who lived for naps and snacks. "Brother Kazuo, where are we going?" "You'll see when we get there." Kazuo smiled, marveling at the gravity chamber's astonishing efficacy before retracting it into a universal capsule and slipping it into his pocket. In moments, two small figures shot skyward, soaring above the bustling metropolis until they descended upon a desolate, uninhabited plain. Ospel watched as Kazuo retrieved several glowing orbs from his small backpack, their convergence emitting a low, resonant hum. It was truly miraculous. "Little buyer, remember how you once longed to glimpse the divine dragon. Now behold it with your own eyes." "Appear, divine dragon." Kazuo roared toward the 7 Dragon Balls. Instantly the sky darkened. Thick churning clouds coalesced overhead, heavy with the oppressive stillness before a storm. Suddenly, crack! Lightning erupted from the heavens, striking the Dragon Balls with cataclysmic force, as though the heavens themselves sought to obliterate them. Just as Ospel feared the orbs would shatter, their golden light intensified, their humming growing denser and more resonant. So intense it prickled her ears, yet she quickly adapted to its haunting cadence. Then, without warning, a blinding golden beam erupted skyward, twisting like a celestial serpent piercing the cloud-choked firmament. From it emerged a colossal serpentine dragon head, and soon after the full length of its majestic, sinuous body unfurled before Ospel's awestruck gaze. "Brother Kazuo, what is this?" Ospel's eyes widened in disbelief, her tiny hands flying to cover her mouth. "This is the divine dragon." "Oh." Ospel stood utterly spellbound. So this was the divine dragon Kazuo had spoken of, legendary, said to grant 3 wishes. In Ospel's mind, all Dragon Balls were believed to grant 3 wishes, unaware that Earth's Dragon Balls operated differently. In moments, the immense, elongated divine dragon loomed fully before them, its radiant gold stark against the somber ink-black sky. "Speak your wish, any wish. I shall fulfill it." The dragon's voice echoed across the heavens, gravelly, ancient, resonant. Ospel trembled with exhilaration. At last, she beheld the legendary creature Kazuo had described, though truth be told it looked rather unrefined. Kazuo remained blissfully unaware of Ospel's private critique. Had he known, he too might have muttered under his breath that this dragon paled beside Earth's 5-clawed celestial dragons. He tossed a universal capsule onto the barren ground, whereupon a gravity chamber materialized instantly. Pointing toward it, Kazuo declared loudly, "Replicate 200 identical gravity chambers on planet Sadala." Hearing the wish, Ospel's eyes sparkled. She'd already experienced the gravity chamber's transformative power firsthand. If her people could train within such chambers, Saiyan strength would ascend to terrifying heights. Yet uncertainty fluttered in her chest. Would this wish truly come to pass? The sky fell silent. Then the dragon spoke again. "Your wish is simple. It is granted." Far away on planet Sadala, north of the sacred Senzu bean fields, 200 gravity chambers suddenly manifested, startling passing Saiyans who rushed to report the phenomenon to Bardock. "Until we meet again," the dragon intoned, before vanishing in a flash of golden radiance. The Dragon Balls shot skyward in streaks of light, scattering across the heavens in divergent trajectories. At that precise instant, Kazuo leapt into the air, snatching 2 Dragon Balls mid-flight, the one from Bulma's home and the one belonging to Sun Gohan. "Brother Kazuo, it worked. Amazing." Ospel bounced with unrestrained joy. With so many gravity chambers, Saiyan ascension was inevitable. Yet hadn't 3 wishes been promised? To address Ospel's curiosity, Kazuo explained that different divine dragons possessed distinct powers. Meanwhile, high in the celestial temple, Kami, and the cat hermit exhaled in quiet relief upon hearing Kazuo's wish. Though they knew Kazuo and Ospel bore no ill intent, summoning the divine dragon always stirred deep anxiety. What if they uttered a malevolent wish? Disaster would follow. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Cammy glanced at the cat hermit, conceding. His counsel had indeed been sound. Earth's martial arts masters were few and far between. Only Master Roshi and Master Crane stood out among the current generation. If one more were to be named, perhaps Son Gohan qualified. Faced with such a dire generational gap, an alien invasion would spell unprecedented catastrophe for Earth. Intervention in Earth's martial development had become imperative. Below, Kazuo remained utterly unaware of Cammy's watchful gaze from the Celestial Temple, nor would it have troubled him, for he harbored no ill will toward Earth. Having accomplished all he'd set out to do on Earth, Kazuo now wished to gauge the gravity chamber's impact on Ospel's growth. Little buyer, let's see what these past 2 weeks of training have wrought. He'd better not cry when I punch him, she teased. Such bold talk. Kazuo chuckled. These young ones truly knew no restraint. Ospel unleashed a torrent of explosive energy, her small frame enveloped in blazing white aura as she launched herself skyward. Boom. A sonic boom ripped through the heavens, as if a supersonic jet had torn across the sky. She moved like lightning incarnate, like stars hurled by thunder, leaving only a searing trail of light, before closing the distance to Kazuo in the blink of an eye. Leg sweeps, cross punches. Her assault came unrelenting, each strike landing squarely on Kazuo. Shockwaves lashed outward, hammering the earth below, cracking the ground into jagged fissures, shattering every surface within a kilometer's radius. Fortunate indeed that this was a wasteland. If such a battle raged in the city, countless lives would have been lost. Not bad at all. Kazuo parried each blow with unruffled composure. Where their limbs collided, raw power surged, like meteorites crashing from the void with unstoppable momentum. Just as Kazuo's limbs began to numb, Ospel vanished before his eyes. That trick again. Kazuo spun sharply, just in time to see Ospel rocketing toward him from behind. Brother Kazuo, how did you know I was there? Even as she spoke, her hands never stilled, forming a colossal energy sphere that slammed downward toward Kazuo's head in a flash too swift for sight. In that instant, Ospel's Saiyan blood burned white hot, but she knew full well this attack would not faze Kazuo. True enough, the energy sphere struck Kazuo square on, yet inexplicably failed to detonate, passing cleanly through his body as though it were insubstantial mist. In the moment Ospel disappeared, he sensed a ripple behind him identical to the technique used by Nailu at that time. The energy wave shot straight at Kaso's face, and Kaso transformed into a bolt of lightning, teleporting to the other side. Due to his incredible speed, his original position left behind an afterimage which Ospel failed to notice. Boom. The energy wave passed through Kaso's shadow, crashing down onto the ground and resulting in a violent explosion. The ground, which had just been shattered by Ospel's punch, erupted at that moment as if struck by a nuclear bomb. Smoke filled the air, dust swirling. Don't get distracted. Just as Ospel was scanning the area to locate Kaso, a familiar voice came from behind. Damn it. Ospel gritted her teeth. It was too late for her to react upon hearing the voice. However, just as Ospel felt she was doomed, Kaso merely patted her hand and said, "Silly girl, how could I bear to hit you?" From their recent exchanges, he had a rough understanding of Ospel's strength, estimating it to be around 9,000 battle power. Half a month ago, when Ospel removed her weighted clothing in the heavenly realm, she had about 6,000 battle power, and now it had directly surged to 9,000. Truly terrifying. The Saiyan levels are divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, along with elite-level warriors. In the Saiyan's subconscious, only elite warriors and a few upper-tier warriors can reach over 10,000 battle power upon adulthood. If Ospel returned to Planet Salad and revealed her current battle power to Bardock and the others, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Moreover, Ospel's rapid increase in battle power was largely thanks to the Senza beans, as Kaso had already shared hundreds of them with her when he obtained them. "Kaso, brother, am I weak?" Ospel curled up, hanging on to Kaso's chest. In truth, Ospel had been training diligently, often exhausting herself to the point of near collapse in the gravity chamber. Luckily, Kaso provided her with Senza beans, but even so she could not keep up with Kaso's pace. "How could that be? I can't even defeat you." Ospel tightened her small hands around Kaso. "Why do you have to surpass me?" "I want to protect Kaso, brother." Ospel blurted out without thinking. Ever since they were on Vegeta Star, Kaso had always protected her to prevent Ospel from being bullied by Nappa. Ospel had witnessed all of this, feeling utterly useless, always a burden to Kaso. Thus, she trained desperately, striving to catch up to Kaso, but the more she trained, the more she felt he was unfathomable. Even when she tried to sense his energy with the newly learned method, she couldn't perceive Kaso's strength. "It's enough for me to protect you," Kaso said with a faint smile. Seeing Ospier fall silent, he couldn't tell if she understood. The two slowly flew back to Bulma's home. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realms, Temple the God of Heaven and the Cat Sage looked down at the lower realm where the ground hit by the shockwave appeared as if it had just undergone a world war in ruins. At a glance, the massive pit resembled a dark abyss, making it impossible to see the bottom. Thud thud. The heavenly realm was unusually quiet at that moment, as the two seemed to hear each other's heartbeat. They were both stunned. Half a month passed. In Bulma's courtyard, she sat on a small blanket with her eyes closed. As time passed, she felt a faint warmth emerging from her body, flowing through her limbs, and reaching her heart, warming every part along the way. Bulma opened her small eyes, and suddenly found Queso staring intently at her. You? Before Bulma could finish her sentence, Queso urgently asked, do you feel a warm sensation inside you? How did you know? Bulma asked curiously. Initially, she wanted to ask Queso, but unexpectedly, he directly questioned her. You have something? Queso said, somewhat shocked. He sensed a faint energy from Bulma, weak enough to be as small as a strand of hair. What do you mean? Hearing Queso's words, Bulma was puzzled. Suddenly, she remembered something and excitedly asked, can I fly now? What nonsense? Bulma. Queso's words led Bulma to think she could fly. But in reality, Queso looked at Bulma with annoyance, genuinely believing a regular Earthling could fly freely. Throughout the Dragon Ball anime, only a few Earthlings can fly, all of whom began training from a young age and possessed exceptional talent. However, the emergence of a faint energy sensation within Bulma truly astonished Queso, as he hadn't expected her to possess some talent. But to actually fly, she was still far from it. First, Bulma needed to persist in her training to make the chi within her more substantial, and secondly, she had to raise her battle power above 80. In Queso's view, 80 battle power should barely allow Bulma to fly. TCH. Bulma rolled her eyes at Queso, since she still couldn't fly. Was there really a need to be so surprised? Given Queso's tone just now, anyone would probably think Bulma could really fly. The two fell silent, and the courtyard once again quieted down. Queso suddenly spoke, since you've already cultivated a sense of chi, continue training like this, and one day you'll be able to fly up to the sky. What does that mean? Bulma looked over. Oh, was he leaving? I'm preparing to leave here. From now on, you will train alone. Also, without me around, don't rush during your training. You can't train like I previously requested. You don't have Senzu beans. Queso said all this out of concern that Bulma might act recklessly without Senzu beans. If she trained recklessly, it could truly be disastrous. In fact, even without Queso saying it, Bulma already knew this. Despite being just a child, she was one of the most intelligent beings in the Dragon Ball world. Thus, upon hearing Queso's words, Bulma curled her lips. She wasn't foolish. I'm leaving. After saying this, Queso disappeared without looking back. Looking at the empty courtyard, Bulma felt somewhat uncomfortable. Over the past month, Queso had always put on a cold demeanor while training her, yet afterward, he would always stay close, claiming to look at the surrounding scenery. Wasn't he just worried about her getting into trouble? Thinking this, Bulma muttered, actually, this guy isn't that annoying. Suddenly, she noticed a small bag on the table. Bulma paused, approached it, and opened the bag only to find 10 more Senzu beans inside. Bulma. This contradictory guy? But soon the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It had been 2 months since she arrived on Earth, and overall she had gained a lot. Not only did she learn the specific application of chi, but she also prepared 200 gravity chambers for the Saiyans. Lastly, she returned those 2 petrified Dragon Balls to their original position. Having completed all the necessary tasks, Queso glanced back at Earth before vanishing into the cosmos with Ospier. At that moment, 2 small figures appeared in the azure sky. Lord Queso. It's Lord Queso returning. The Saiyans training below shouted excitedly upon seeing Queso. The Saiyan race is a proud one, unable to tolerate someone of weak power who dares to look down upon them. However, Queso displayed extraordinary abilities when saving the Saiyans, and he even defeated Bardock in single combat, making him the strongest among the Saiyans now. Submitting to the strong is in the Saiyans' nature. Thus, at some point, the title of Lord Queso began to spread among the Saiyan community. When calling out this title, the Saiyans felt no discomfort. It was a deep admiration from the heart. Outside the wooden house, a cacophony of sounds emerged. Bardock paused, still contemplating how to deal with the black houses. He didn't know who they belonged to, and if they were the enemies, he would destroy them immediately. But thinking about how Queso had been away for a month, what if these were things he brought back? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Don't forget, Queso could enable the Saiyans to survive in the universe. What couldn't he manage? Stepping outside, Bardock saw the 2 figures in the sky. It was Queso. Queso, did you bring back those black houses from the Salada planet? Bardock wanted to know if they were indeed from him. But as soon as he spoke, the scene erupted in excitement. These black houses suddenly appeared here half a month ago, and it startled me. Isn't that right? I thought Frieza was chasing us. The Saiyans engaged in lively discussion. Upon hearing Bardock's words, they realized this might have also been brought back by Casso. Previously, Casso had already accomplished many miraculous feats, so what exactly were these black houses for? Casso slowly descended from the sky. Seeing so many people gathered, Casso decided to explain the function of the gravity chambers. These are gravity chambers that can adjust the gravitational force. They are the best training tools for us Saions. Without paying attention to everyone's expressions, Casso glanced at Osbeer. Little beer, show everyone your current strength. Okay. Osbeer obediently walked to a clear area away from the Saiyan wooden houses. Hearing Casso's words and seeing Osbeer's actions, all the Saions present held their breath, nervously watching what Osbeer would do next. Casso's series of actions also alerted Bardock and Garrus that something extraordinary was about to happen, and they widened their eyes at Osbeer, fearing they might miss an exciting moment. Osbeer understood Casso's intention. He merely wanted to show the effect of the gravity chamber to their kin. She clenched her small fists against her waist, letting her bangs sway in the breeze. Suddenly, centered on Osbeer, a shocking aura erupted, forming a pressure field around her, as if a mountain were pressing down. Bang! Bang! As Osbeer gradually released the power within her, the pressure intensified, causing cracks to appear in the rock beneath her feet. The winds surged, and the surrounding leaves rustled wildly. So powerful. How is that possible? Even Lady Osbeer is this strong. Under this terrifying aura, the Saions instinctively referred to Osbeer as Lady without any sense of resistance. Bardock stared intently at Osbeer, feeling that the power within her was far greater than what she had shown. Sure enough. Huh. Osbeer shouted, and her overwhelming aura rapidly expanded as her 9,000 combat power was unleashed. Boom. The mountains crumbled and the ground shook. The overwhelming aura covered the entire area. The rocks beneath her feet could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered, creating a web of cracks across the region. The violent energy swept through and the fierce winds howled, causing every Saion to be pushed back half a step. Only Casso and Bardock remained unmoved. Two others struggled to hold their ground, Garrus and Chris. Little beer, she. Bardock swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but unsure of what to say. Little beer, rein it in. Casso chuckled. Oh. Hearing Casso's words, Osbeer nodded vigorously before quickly retracting her exposed power. With Osbeer's energy no longer wreaking havoc, the surroundings quickly returned to calm. Yet the devastation left behind left the Saions in stunned silence for a long time. This is the effect of training in the gravity chamber. Casso observed everyone still in a daze and continued. Those gravity chambers can increase the gravitational force from 1x to 100x. As Casso continued to speak, the Saions gradually came to their senses. He explained the effects and precautions of the gravity chambers. Their power truly was formidable, capable of unlocking one's potential in a short time. Especially for those who had never used a gravity chamber before, using it for the first time would lead to unexpected improvements. However, when training in the gravity chamber, one must not rush. The speed cannot be increased too much at once, or it could lead to internal injuries. Internal injuries are no joke. Even for the Saiyan physique, if not careful, one could still pay a painful price, even potentially losing their life. However, Saions have lived on planet Vegeta with 10x gravity since childhood, so their starting point is relatively high and they can begin directly at 10x gravity. Casso, is the gravity chamber really that powerful, eh? Bardock asked, gripping Casso's shoulder. Hearing about the gravity chamber's effects, Bardock found it hard to believe, but the exaggerated scene with Osbeer still lingered in his mind, and he wanted to confirm it once more. Yes. Casso looked at everyone and nodded. It's true. This is real. Ha ha ha. The Saions present were so excited that they jumped up. Although 2 months had passed, the image of planet Vegeta's explosion was still etched in their minds, and they dreamed of avenging Frieza. With these gravity chambers, they seemed to see the hope of revenge. Uncle Bardock, those gravity chambers can transform like this. Casso demonstrated how to open and retrieve the universal capsule. There are such miraculous things. Bardock exclaimed. He had never seen such a wondrous object that could even transform into a small capsule shape, leaving him utterly amazed. Casso chuckled inwardly. Bardock's expression throughout the day was all noted, looking like a country bumpkin who had never seen anything. However, it was normal for the Saions not to have seen this, as it was only developed by Dr. Briefs in recent years and circulated solely on Earth. Uncle Bardock, I'll leave the gravity chambers to you. I have important matters to attend to, Casso stated earnestly. Bardock nodded. Initially, he was startled to see the 200 black houses and wondered how so many had appeared out of nowhere. The black houses were densely packed together, giving off an eerie feeling even during the day, making one think they were houses where people lay after passing away. Now it seemed they were treasures. Bardock decided that he would lie in the black houses every day. No, I mean in the gravity room. In the northern part of Shalata planet, surrounded by lush green trees, there was a large clearing that looked somewhat abrupt, as if it had taken up part of the original forest. In the middle of the clearing, over 200 gravity rooms stood together, dark and imposing, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty. They certainly had a strong presence. Not far away was a special piece of land about 40 square meters in size. Bedak brought Garrus here. Captain, do you really think that Xiaobi became so powerful relying on this thing? Garrus scratched his head. I guess so. To be honest, Bedak was still in a state of shock. Even if Ospi was a superior warrior, it was hard to believe she could achieve such feats in her early years. If that's the case, it must be the effect of the gravity room. He then wondered if he used the gravity room, would the effects be just as good? Then we are rich. Shut up, why are you shouting so loudly? Haven't you ever seen the world? Bedak reprimanded him, frustrated. This ignorant guy would be a disgrace if anyone found out he was a member of Bedak's team. Garrus. After Bedak left, Garrus raised a middle finger at his retreating figure. Weren't you just wide-eyed and gaping at that little girl Xiaobi? However, Garrus didn't dare to say this out loud for fear of getting hit. He quickly caught up with Bedak. You go left, and according to the method Casso taught before, collect all the gravity rooms. Bedak pointed to the left without any room for doubt, then went to the right, and the two of them started collecting the gravity rooms together. After more than 10 minutes, the ground was piled high with capsules, making one wonder if these two had some incurable disease needing to consume so many medicines, and such large ones at that. Soon only a few dozen gravity rooms remained on the ground as Bedak and Garrus moved towards the capsules from opposite sides to collect the gravity rooms. Although the two appeared indifferent to the remaining capsules, anyone thinking so would be gravely mistaken. These 200 gravity rooms were fundamental to the rise of the Saiyans. If anyone dared to touch them, Bedak and Garrus would make them regret ever being born. Finally done. Bedak and Garrus sighed in relief. Next, they just needed to distribute them to their clan. The Saiyans were known as a warrior race craving battle and strength, and the gravity room was simply tailor-made for them. Thus, there was no need to worry about the Saiyans disliking these gravity rooms. Captain, remember to save one for me. Garrus looked eagerly at the pile of capsules. Seeing Osby's strength, he wanted a gravity room too. What are you panicking about? There are 200 gravity rooms. Oh, everyone gets one. All right. Garrus scratched his head foolishly. To Bedak, this guy was just a source of amusement. Let's go. Bedak and Garrus took the capsules and flew directly into the sky. As the two left, a small figure suddenly appeared in the clearing. Casso looked at the backs of Bedak and Garrus, having overheard their entire conversation. He smiled honestly, thinking Garrus was quite silly. Turning around, Casso approached the edge of the black land and observed closely. The soil was not actually black, its true color was brown. It appeared this way due to the accumulation of too much soil. He reached down to touch the soil, feeling it was slightly moist. Casso looked up at the sky. Under such hot weather, the soil surprisingly had not dried out. Moreover, at a glance, he could even see a misty aura emanating from the ground, quite extraordinary. When Casso made a wish on Namek, the third wish had an unexpected outcome, and he used the third wish of the dragon to create this piece of land. However, the land looked a bit small, about 40 square meters. Casso remembered that planting the divine beans seemed to require super divine water for irrigation. He wondered if the land created by the dragon could grow divine beans. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. He would know as soon as he planted the divine beans. With this thought, Casso decided to take action. He planted a divine bean in the ground, not planting too many to avoid waste. After planting the divine bean, Casso quietly squatted beside it. Half a day passed. It was noon, with the sun blazing down. Casso remained motionless, initially filled with hope that if the divine beans could indeed grow, the rise of the Saiyans would be unstoppable. But as time passed, the weather grew hotter, and Casso wiped the sweat from his face, feeling like he was about to be baked dry. And there was still no sign of movement in the ground. Was this dragon deceiving him? Damn it! Casso cursed under his breath, so angry that he wanted to stomp on the ground, but thinking of the divine bean still in there, he couldn't bear to waste it. Just as Casso was about to dig up the divine bean, suddenly, he saw a scene he had long been anticipating. The brown clump of soil suddenly shifted for some reason, small bits of soil sliding down the edges, and soon a hint of green appeared in his sight. This had it succeeded in planting. Huh! Casso laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. At that time, he had just been trying his luck with the wish to the dragon. Although the dragon fulfilled this wish, he was still uncertain whether the divine beans could be planted. He never expected that this piece of land could really grow divine beans. Looking at that hint of green, Casso thought a lot. He speculated how many divine beans could be produced from one seed. If it could only produce one bean for one seed, then this land would be of no use. But as long as it could produce 2 or 3 for one, he wouldn't lose out. In that case, divine beans would no longer be a scarce item. He'll wait until the divine beans mature to see the situation. However, during the growth phase, I must ensure that no beasts destroy them. I can ask those scions to come over and guard them. Casso had already made a plan, and then turned to leave, preparing to share this with Badak. Now he just needed to wait for the harvest of the divine beans, hoping it wouldn't be one for one. Not long after Casso left, that hint of green seemed to grow a little taller. Moreover, there were strange sounds echoing beneath the entire piece of land, seemingly the sound of an underground river flowing. However, Casso, who had long since departed, did not notice this. After Casso returned to his residence, he sought out Bardock that very night to discuss the events of the afternoon. Originally, Casso thought Bardock would doubt the existence of such miraculous beings, but to his surprise, Bardock showed no reaction, merely nodding repeatedly to indicate that he understood the plan and would arrange for people to guard the land. From Bardock's perspective, if Casso could allow the Scions to survive in the universe, what could possibly be more outrageous than that? It's just a few beans that can instantly heal all injuries. It's as if he has never seen the world at all. Bardock glanced at Casso with annoyance. I've made arrangements for our people. I will begin my training tomorrow. Remember to protect the divine bean seedlings well. Having said that, Casso left without looking back. As he watched Casso's retreating figure, Bardock crossed his arms, resting his chin on his hand. What if this brat were to become the leader of the Scions? With Casso's reputation among the Scions, no one should oppose it. Bardock shook his head. Casso was still too young. Perhaps when he was older. In the valley, wooden houses surrounded the area with a small river flowing in front. Under the sunlight, glimmers danced on the water's surface, merging with the picturesque surroundings, creating a tranquil and pleasant atmosphere. Not far along the river, there was a small, dark house from which the sound of fists punching through the air could occasionally be heard. 9,998 times. 9,999 times. 10,000 times. A heavy breathing sound came from within the gravity chamber. A small figure was vigorously throwing punches, each movement stirring up fierce winds. The sweat on his body dried, and then soaked again. This was Casso's third set of punching training, and as the count reached 100, he collapsed to the ground. Bulging veins stood out on his forehead, making his face look extremely grim. Restore. Gravity. A hoarse voice emerged from Casso's lips, his muscles twitching from the intense training. Buzz. The gravity chamber emitted a muffled sound as the gravity instantly reverted from 35 times back to normal. With the removal of the 35 times gravity, Casso felt as if a mountain pressing down on him had vanished. Phew. Casso lay on the ground, finally feeling somewhat relieved. Over the past month, he had gradually adapted from 25 times gravity to 35 times. In cultivation, one cannot solely train the chi or focus only on physical training. Neglecting either aspect would ultimately limit one's achievements. For example, Vegeta spends all his time in the gravity chamber engaging in high-intensity training while ignoring the cultivation of chi or mindset. Although his combat power is high, his level will always be a step behind Goku. This has also been validated by Piccolo. He usually trains in weighted clothing while frequently meditating. Balancing both aspects has kept his body in equilibrium, which is why his achievements are so high. Otherwise, reaching such a level with a Namekian physique would be incredibly difficult. In a word, it's hard. Casso sets a strict training plan every day, demanding rigor in every action, ensuring that every part of his body is thoroughly trained under the pressure of gravity. In addition to physical training, Casso also emphasizes the cultivation of his mindset. He recalls that Bobo once mentioned that after he and Osper trained for the second phase, there was actually a third phase. That is the state of no thoughts. Casso pondered what this state truly meant, but after much thought, he still could not comprehend it. However, from Dragon Ball Super, Goku has entered the state of no thoughts and reached the realm of Ultra Instinct. He wonders if there is any connection between the two. Casso recalls that Goku underwent training under Bobo when he was a child. Perhaps it was that training in the state of no thoughts that enabled Goku to later break through to the realm of Ultra Instinct. However, with Casso's current strength and state, that state of no thoughts is still far beyond his reach. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the gravity chamber. Sir Casso, Lord Bardock requests your presence. Casso opened the door to the gravity chamber and saw a Scion standing at his doorstep. This Scion was named Castor, one of the squad leaders from the 8 small teams Bardock recently formed. You can go back now, I will join you shortly. Casso was drenched in sweat and felt quite uncomfortable. He planned to take a shower before finding Bardock. Goodbye, Sir Casso. Castor quickly disappeared from his doorstep. After half an hour, Casso finished his shower and arrived at Bardock's home. Stinky brat, why are you so slow? Bardock looked somewhat displeased. Half an hour ago, he had sent someone to call Casso, yet he had only just arrived. What's wrong? Casso raised an eyebrow. Is there an emergency? Seeing Bardock's demeanor, it seemed there really was an urgent matter. The divine beans have fruited. Bardock rolled his eyes and said irritably. What? The divine beans have fruited? Casso was taken aback. He had only planted the divine beans a month ago and thought it would take at least 6 months to bear fruit, yet they had yielded results in just a month. Uncle Bardock, hold my hand tight. My. Before Bardock could react, Casso grabbed him and vanished from the spot, reappearing in the northern part of Salado Planet in the blink of an eye. Looking at the familiar scene, Bardock opened his mouth in surprise at the speed. He glanced at Casso and then shook his head. Young people shouldn't be this fast. Casso didn't notice Bardock's expression. He twisted his body and instantly appeared at the edge of the Black Land. The Scions stationed nearby noticed their arrival. Lord Bardock, Sir Casso, what brings you here? Just came to take a look. You all continue your patrols. Bardock waved his hand. Casso remained silent, staring blankly at the divine bean seedlings. In front of him, there were about 40 divine bean seedlings planted across 40 square meters of black land. After a month, the seedlings had grown from sprouts to one-emertal divine bean trees. Their roots were relatively thick and their branches and leaves were lush. Fortunately, Casso had only intended to test planting the divine beans initially to see how the first batch turned out before deciding how to proceed with the second batch. He didn't expect the spacing of the first batch to be just right. Casso looked over, and each divine bean tree bore 2 green beans above. They were round and plump, looking very appetizing. The divine beans in Casso's universal capsule were somewhat different from those on the plants, but he knew this was simply because they had not yet been dried. 1 becomes 2, not bad. Each divine bean tree bore only 2 fruits, which was actually within Casso's expectations. In the anime, the cat sage once mentioned that the production rate of divine beans is particularly low, yielding only a few after each harvest later on. The tens of thousands of divine beans on Casso were all stored over hundreds of years by the cat sage. Casso, why do these fairy beans look a bit different from what you gave me? Bardock pointed to the fairy bean tree, feeling somewhat puzzled. Casso paused for a moment and continued, even if the fairy beans are not dried yet, I assure you their effects remain unchanged. They are simply not as easy to store. That's great. Bardock clenched his fist. He had pushed himself too hard in the gravity chamber, nearly costing him his life, but thanks to the fairy beans provided by Casso, a single bean restored his body instantly. Now that Casso has cultivated so many fairy beans, although it is still not enough for the tribe's consumption, as long as we are careful it should not be a problem. Having experienced the effects of the fairy beans before, Bardock was extremely excited. In fact, when Casso had given him over 100 fairy beans, Bardock sensed that he might have more than that, but why should he reveal everything he had to everyone? If he possessed such a miraculous item, he might not even let others know. From the explosion of planet Vegeta to bringing back more than 200 gravity chambers, Casso had already done enough. Now, looking at the lush green fairy bean trees, Bardock felt a surge of hope. With these miraculous beans, the rise of the Scions would no longer be a fantasy. Bardock's excitement was understandable. After the explosion of planet Vegeta, as the current leader of the Scions, he bore the heavy responsibility of leading them back to their peak of pressure that weighed heavily on him. Thus, witnessing Casso's contributions and his terrifying combat power, Bardock began to consider entrusting the fate of the Scions to him. But Casso was still too young. Casso, what is your current combat power? Bardock quickly calmed down. What do you want to challenge me again? Bardock. He would not humiliate himself. He sighed, I saw Frieza's true power in that dream. Oh. Casso was a bit surprised. Bardock actually dreamed of Frieza's true power, which meant his ability was quite strong. 530000. Bardock suddenly became excited. He has a combat power of 5300. Do we Scions still have a chance for revenge? Currently the strongest among the Scions was Casso, but in Bardock's estimation Casso's combat power was at most around 500, which was not even 1/10 of Frieza's. How could that possibly match Frieza? Bardock glanced at Casso. His talent was indeed strong. With the support of the gravity chambers and fairy beans, he might succeed in avenging them in the future. However, that would likely be many years from now. Bardock felt uneasy thinking about being cooped up on Planet Salad for so long. Once a fearsome warrior race that instilled terror across the universe, it was truly pitiful that they had fallen to such a state. Uncle Bardock, revenge can't be rushed. Casso shook his head with a helpless smile. In Bardock's mind, Frieza's combat power was only 5300, but did he really know Frieza's true combat power? 120 million. Frieza's true combat power was indeed 120 million. Casso could not find a way to defeat Frieza, and after much thought he realized that transforming into a Super Saiyan might be the only way. Let's go remember to have them protect the fairy beans. Well, these beans look like they won't be ready for picking for a few more days. Casso waved his hand and then disappeared. Bardock watched the disappearing figure momentarily stunned. Suddenly he exploded in anger. Casso, you bastard. You brought me here, but didn't take me back. Before this, Casso had used instant transmission to bring him to the northern part of Planet Salad, but now, when it was time to leave, he didn't take him back, infuriating Bardock to the point of gritting his teeth. The Scions patrolling nearby heard Bardock's outburst and quickly moved farther away. They dared not get involved in this matter. Half an hour later, Bardock finally exhausted himself from cursing and turned back to instruct the station scions to properly guard the fairy beans. Then he flew back to his residence alone with a sense of helplessness. Another month passed. In the southern desert of Planet Salad, under the scorching sun, the desert was heated to an unbearable temperature, and if one observed closely, they could see waves of heat rising. A little girl threw an energy ball at the figure in the sky. The terrifying energy stirred up a whirlwind of yellow sand enveloping the sky and instantly blurring the vision. The adult figure in the sky moved with lightning speed, dodging the incoming energy ball. "Little girl, your uncle is not so easily defeated." Bardock chuckled, then swiftly moved his body, disappearing into the sky. "Uncle Bardock, don't get cocky. I'll knock you out." Ospier pouted ungraciously, quickly turning around and punching the space behind her. Boom. The clash of two fists unleashed a violent shockwave, causing the yellow sand around them to explode upwards into the sky. The sandstorm raged on, and smoke billowed. "You've changed, little girl. You've become less lovable." Bardock laughed and scolded. He remembered how Ospier used to follow Kasu around, crying to him whenever they were bullied. Now she actually wanted to knock him out. It was truly unlovable. Bardock took a step forward, shifting positions in midair, but Ospier closely followed, not allowing him to escape. Raising his hand, Bardock unleashed a shockwave towards her. Crash! The explosive energy tore through the air, whipping up a fierce wind heading straight for Ospier. Ospier suddenly clapped her little hands together, causing the shockwave to change direction, as if struck by some unseen force, crashing down to the ground. Boom! The desert for miles around felt as if hundreds of small nuclear bombs had exploded, sending sand flying into the air and quickly forming a swirling sandstorm that engulfed the entire battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. Two dark figures flashed in the sky, moving from left to right, from top to bottom. Each collision unleashed a tempest that shook the heavens and quaked the earth. Bardock rushed forward to punch, but suddenly felt his fist striking nothing but air. Not good. By the time Bardock realized, it was already too late. Ospier appeared above Bardock, her small hands clasped together, striking down with the force of thunder. Damn it! Bardock could not react in time, and could only brace himself for the blow. But in battles between experts, often a single flaw could lead one to the brink of despair. Bardock found this scene very familiar. It was the same situation he faced when battling Kasu. Now he couldn't even defeat a little girl. Damn it! Bardock bared his teeth and cursed, but in a moment of distraction, he could only endure the beating, completely unable to fight back. Despite her young age, Ospier's inner strength matched that of Bardock, with each punch landing on him painfully. "Uncle Bardock, go eat dirt." Ospier summoned her internal strength, gathering it around her calf, spinning rapidly in the air for 82 cycles, each rotation accumulating power in her legs. At the 82nd cycle, Ospier's calf seemed to shimmer with radiant light as she delivered a powerful kick directly to Bardock's back. Under the force of this terrifying power, Bardock shot down like a cannonball into the yellow sand. Boom! The sand that had just settled began to swirl again, engulfing the entire sky. After a while, whoosh! The hot wind blew away the sand in the air, restoring visibility. There lay Bardock, buried in the sand with only a furry tail sticking out, twitching occasionally. "Hee, Uncle Bardock, are you okay?" Ospier smiled, slowly floating down beside him. The tail in the sand twitched a couple of times, but the figure beneath showed no signs of movement. After a while, Bardock squeezed out of the sand, spat out a mouthful of sand, and said irritably, "Stinky girl, hurry up and help me up." Feeling the pain in his body, Bardock sighed, thankful that Ospier had been careful with her strength, otherwise he would have had to consume a precious spirit being. However, Ospier had told him to eat dirt, and he really ended up with a mouthful of sand. What a shame. In the past, Bardock had vaguely sensed that Ospier was not his opponent, but today, when the girl suddenly wanted to spar, he thought she just wanted to practice her combat skills. He never expected to be made to eat dirt. Now he had a combat power of about 5,000 and was defeated just like that. How strong could Ospier's combat power be? Thinking of this, Bardock's heart trembled. Were higher-level warriors this formidable and so capricious? He glared at Ospier like a little wronged wife. Ospier helped Bardock up, grinning foolishly. Seeing her innocent expression, Bardock felt he had no place to vent his frustration. He certainly couldn't say, "Little girl, let me hit you a few times to relieve my anger." He couldn't bring himself to do it, and looking at her pure smile, he couldn't bear to. "Let's go." Bardock spat out another mouthful of sand and said helplessly. In the valley, a small river flowed gently, and two figures suddenly appeared in front of a small wooden house beneath a towering tree. Ospier used instant transmission to bring Bardock back to the side of the wooden house. "Captain, you're back." Garrus smiled upon seeing the two suddenly appear. "Who won between you two?" "Bardock." Garrus hadn't actually said anything, but Bardock felt that the kid was mocking him. If he couldn't handle queso and OSI beer, could he not deal with this brat? Bedak said coldly, Garrus, I think you haven't trained enough today. Go do another 10 sets according to Kaso's training methods. Huh? What? Do 20 more sets. If you can't finish, let me. Before Bedak could finish, Garrus vanished from their sight without looking back. As he left, he was still muttering angrily. Listening to their conversation, Beer couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Janae, where's that kid queso? Bedak entered the house and saw Janae preparing lunch. Janae was busy with her work and didn't look up, saying, I don't know. Bedak nodded. It wasn't unusual for that kid to disappear for days. The Scions only needed to utilize the gravity chamber and spirit beans for training now, and they shouldn't worry about matters outside the universe for the time being, especially since Frieza's forces were still hunting down the remaining Scions on Vegeta. If they carelessly went out into the universe and Frieza's forces discovered that there were still over 150 remnants on Salada, the Scions would fall back into a state of war. Bedak didn't want to see that happen, but he didn't have to worry about queso, who could come and go without a trace. Lunch is ready. Janae tidied up the table and called the two over to eat. Okay. The large and small sat at the table quietly waiting for Janae to bring the food. Little beer, you. Before Bedak could finish, OSI beer interrupted him inexplicably and said seriously, Uncle Bedak, don't speak yet. As her words fell, the small wooden house suddenly fell silent, and OSI beer's cold voice made Bedak's heart skip a beat. What was happening? Janae was still in the kitchen preparing food, and no one in the small hall was speaking. As time passed, the atmosphere grew tenser. Bedak didn't dare to breathe. OSI beer frowned. Someone has invaded Salada. What? Bedak stood up in a panic. Could it be that Frieza's forces had come after them? After the explosion of Vegeta, Frieza knew that many Scions couldn't return in time, and he intended to eradicate these remnants without mercy. Of course, the main characters like Goku and Vegeta would naturally be spared. Because of this, Bedak was extremely anxious. He feared that Frieza would discover Salada. It can't be wrong, OSI beer said with certainty. Now that the Scions had lost their detectors, it was understandable that Bedak couldn't sense others' movements. But OSI beer, relying on her ability to sense chi, could feel two distinct chi rapidly descending above Salada. One in front and one behind, with the latter's chi stronger than the former, as if it were chasing the one ahead. Little beer, quickly take me to where they landed. Bedak's face scrunched up, feeling extremely anxious. He wanted to get to the scene quickly. If the opponent truly belonged to Frieza's forces, they had to think of a way to get the Scions off this planet. Otherwise, it would be over once Frieza arrived. Uncle Bedak, relax. Their strength isn't strong. Any one of our tribe members can defeat them. According to OSI beers, sensing those two chi were composed of several weaker energies, with the strongest only having a combat power of 5000. The Scions had trained in the gravity chamber for 2 months. Although not every Scion could be like Goku, who could increase from 800 to 900 in a month, they had made significant progress. From what OSI beer understood, apart from those dozen logistical Scions, the combat power of the Scions now was at least over 600, including the female Scions. So there was no need to worry about these extraterrestrial guests. Little beer, I'm not worried about those few trash. I'm worried that they will expose our location. Seeing that OSI beer had not reacted, Bedak became even more anxious. Hearing this, OSI beer suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation and couldn't help but shiver. Uncle Bedak, let's hurry. OSI beer quickly placed her hand on Bedak and activated instant transmission. Above the planet Sharada, a large spaceship swiftly broke through the atmosphere. The spaceship's exterior was constructed from the exceedingly rare zero metal found in the cosmos, a metal that is both precious and exceptionally sturdy. Had it not been for the numerous battle scars around the cabin, the spaceship would have appeared magnificent. The shape of the spaceship was somewhat peculiar, with the entire cabin resembling an egg surrounded by a band of black metal with a window every few meters. Through the windows, one could see a dozen figures huddled together inside. The woman at the center bore a striking resemblance to the elven race, with flowing azure hair cascading over her shoulders and a snow-white veil draping over her. Her graceful and enchanting figure paired with an icy noble beauty reminiscent of the ethereal goddess from the heavens. Such an ice queen is often irresistibly alluring to men. However, her frostbitten face bore a pallor as if she had suffered grave injuries. The gravity on this planet is so heavy. Everyone activate your gravity adjustment wristbands. Upon hearing this, the figures hurriedly activated the wristband devices on their arms. As the gravity adjustment wristbands activated, everyone trembled for a moment before feeling the weight on their bodies ease. Yuna anxiously said, Princess Philia, how are you holding up? Princess, just hang in there. You have to hold on, Princess. The surrounding women spoke in urgency, their tones revealing their deep concern. Elder Yuna, when did this planet come into existence? Philia furrowed her brows, enduring the pain as she spoke. The Zero spaceship has been traveling through space for half a day about to break through the sky and land on this planet. But Philia remembered that there was no record of this planet on the star map of the galaxy. Is that so? Never mind, once we land, we will fight those space pirates. Yuna gritted her teeth, displaying a look of defiance in the face of death. Philia's brow was tightly knit, the searing pain in her body and the mental strain leaving her speechless. Philia was the princess of the Lolita clan, a race with an ancient history seemingly linked to the ancient Scions. The number of Lolita clan members was scarce, even fewer than that of the previous Scions, with only over 200 individuals. However, each member was incredibly intelligent, particularly in technological advancements, making them one of the foremost existences in the universe. The Zero spaceship that Philia was currently aboard utilized the finest materials and technology from her clan. However, while she was out gathering materials, they were targeted by space pirates, and one of the engines was struck by the energy cannon of the pirates during takeoff. In order to ensure the spaceship could take off successfully, Philia had battled the dog-headed aliens for several rounds, but the disparity in strength was too great, and she ultimately sustained serious injuries while escaping back to the ship. Fortunately, the other engine was not damaged, and thanks to the extraordinary technology of the Lolita clan, the spaceship barely managed to escape. However, the space pirates continued to pursue them, and with the energy reserves on the Zero spaceship running low, they were forced to land on this planet. Behind them, the pursuing spaceship. Big brother, we've struck gold. That spaceship is made entirely of Zero metal. Just selling one part would be enough for us to eat for a month. An excited toad alien glowed with a reddish hue on his grayish skin, appearing quite bizarre. It feels a bit like taking Viagra. Catch up to them first, accelerate on my command, said the dog-headed alien on the spaceship. Understood. The wind howled and dark clouds loomed overhead. Two spaceships descended upon the planet Sharada, one after the other. Nearby, the Scions heard the commotion overhead and hurried over. They are about to come out, Osbeer declared solemnly, having arrived earlier. Bardock stared intently at the two spaceships. The Scions had served Frieza for many years and were well acquainted with the models of his ships, but from the appearance, these two spaceships did not seem to belong to Frieza's forces. With this thought, Bardock felt somewhat relieved. Just as Osbeer finished speaking, the two spaceships in the distance simultaneously opened their hatches. Princess Philia, let's hurry outside. Yuna supported Philia, urging their kin to rush out of the spaceship, with the female guards following closely armed with energy cannons. On the other spaceship, haha, everyone come out. The dog-headed alien laughed heartily. However, just after he finished laughing, he sensed something was off. His subordinates had fallen silent. Turning around, he saw all his subordinates lying on the ground. Useless. The dog-headed alien cursed, as his own strength was relatively strong, and this level of gravity hardly affected him. Nevertheless, he didn't care too much and decided to capture the people from the first spaceship first. The dog-headed alien, along with a few who could barely stand, stepped outside. Soon both sides arrived on the ground. Philia's skin was already particularly fair, and the injuries on her body made her face turn even more pale. Princess Philia, hold on. We will fight them. Seeing Philia's pallor, Yuna was frantic, wishing to eliminate the space pirates immediately and take the princess back to heal her. The surrounding female guards looked anxiously at Philia. Philia shook her head without speaking. She knew there was no escape, as the opponents possessed a combat power of 5,000, and their weapons were of no use. Ha ha ha, surrender. At that moment, the dog-headed alien caught up. You all protect the princess. Yuna instructed the female guards. As both sides collided, battle was about to erupt. However, at this moment, dozens of figures flew down from the sky. These fools. Seeing the newcomers, Bardock cursed under his breath. If the Scions had sneaked over without alerting the front line, it would have been fine. But the Scions appeared so brazenly in front of everyone, it would surely raise suspicion. If they were to reveal the Scions' location through wireless devices, their situation would become dire. Indeed, upon seeing the newcomers, both factions gathered closely together, cautiously watching the new arrivals. Yuna supported Philia and murmured, so this planet has a group of natives. They had been too focused on fleeing to notice the situation on this planet. On the other side, the dog-headed alien frowned, as well surprised to find natives still existing on this planet. Natives. It was fortunate that Vegeta was not present. If our Prince Vegeta heard someone refer to his kin as natives with his prideful ego, both groups would likely be reduced to mere dust. Seeing his kin flying over, Bardock helplessly said, Little Burr, let's go out, there's no point in hiding any longer. At that moment, two figures appeared in the sky again. Bardock approached the Scions with Osbeer, casting a cold glance at the leader caster. He'll settle the score with you later. Upon seeing Bardock, Caster initially wanted to ask what was happening, but now hearing Bardock's cold reprimand, he was somewhat bewildered. What's going on? I haven't done anything wrong. Bardock ignored his foolishness and hurriedly flew down to the ground. The The scions behind him followed suit, leaving Castor floating in midair stunned. Castor. On the ground, another group appeared, forming a tripartite confrontation, and no one spoke. Everyone was assessing the situation of the other two parties. After a while, the dog-headed alien could not help but say, "Natives, it's best you all leave with your people. This does not concern you." Facing dozens of unknown race natives, the dog-headed alien did not want to complicate matters and just wanted to loot and leave. A survey for the audience: if you like Ospear, give a 1. If you don't like Ospear, give a 2. Indigenous. Upon hearing this, Bardock laughed in anger. The Scions were an extremely proud race, and they had always referred to others as indigenous. Never had anyone dared to call a Scion such a name to their face. Even Frieza had never dared to say such a thing. At this moment, the Scions behind Bardock also burned with anger, their bodies restless. However, seeing that Bardock had not given the command, they did not dare to act rashly. Bardock curled his lip. The current location of the Scions was not something that others could know, and coupled with their recent words, it did not matter who these people were. They all deserved to die. However, from their conversation, it was clear that this was merely an ordinary cosmic robbery. Previously, under King Vegeta's command, the Scions had not been unfamiliar with such activities, but he did not allow those around him to engage in such actions. Understanding the reasons behind the situation, Bardock finally felt at ease. He knew that small cosmic pirates were merely trying to survive and would not have any organization, so there would definitely be no external communication devices. Let's finish watching the show, and then we'll take them all out. Bardock and the others quietly stayed aside, not speaking, while Castor happily returned to the crowd. Huh. The dog-headed alien laughed heartily upon seeing Bardock and the others being so agreeable. Hearing the dog-headed alien's words, Yuna angrily said, "Don't listen to them. We are from the Lolita tribe. If you help us, we will surely remember your kindness." Bardock, uncle. Ospear tugged at his sleeve. Bardock interrupted Ospear, saying, "Shh, don't speak. Let's just enjoy the show." Oh. The little girl nodded innocently. Yuna. She had said so much, yet that tall man was only teasing the little girl beside him, completely ignoring her words. Yuna was gnashing her teeth in anger. In fact, the Lolita tribe was not far from this planet. Taking ship No. 0, it would only take a day to reach. If they could wait for reinforcements from the tribe, Yuna could delay some time, but seeing Philia's expression, she feared it would be too late if she did not act. The female guards around were also extremely anxious. Suddenly, Philia, who was leaning against Yuna, inexplicably spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess Philia. Everyone was thrown into a panic. Yuna saw Philia's increasingly pale face and could not help but glance at Bardock and the others. However, at that moment, she noticed that the dozens of figures in front of her had fluffy tails coiling around their waists. Yuna exclaimed, "Science." Hearing her words, Philia's dim eyes brightened slightly as she struggled to raise her head to look at the group of figures. Bardock raised an eyebrow. How did these two women know they were Scions? Following Yuna's gaze, he realized that the tails of the clan members had exposed their identities. Interesting but useless, they still must die. Bardock's eyes were devoid of emotion as he coldly gazed at Philia and the others. He could not allow the news of surviving Scions to spread. On the side of the cosmic pirates, the dog-headed alien seemed not to have heard Yuna's words, arrogantly saying, "No one can help you now, I surrender." Having drifted in space for so long, he had never seen such a fat sheep. Seeing that the entire spaceship was made of zero metal, he could not help but swallow hard. In such a situation, no one could resist temptation. Even Jesus would be the same. The dog-headed alien commanded, "Charge." With the dog-headed aliens, order his subordinates swiftly drew energy cannons aimed at Philia and the others. Faced with several energy cannons, the female guards were thrown into a panic. The front of the energy cannons began to glow brightly, becoming increasingly intense. The violent energy caused turbulence in the air, occasionally producing explosive cracking sounds. Elder Yuna. The female guards looked at Yuna, unsure of what to do. Yuna fixed her gaze on Bardock and with a tentative attitude shouted, "My ancestors once had kindness towards the Scions." In fact, what Yuna said was the opposite. It was the ancestors of the Scions who had once helped the Lolita tribe. She merely wanted to catch the Scions' attention, hoping they would come to their rescue. However, Yuna underestimated the Scions' ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Bardock merely flickered his eyes, then showed no further reaction. He had to be responsible for the Scions. Even if what Yuna said was true, Bardock would not hesitate to be ruthless for the safety of his clan. Yuna was already in despair as she glanced down at Philia in her arms. As a princess of the Lolita tribe, Philia was exceptionally talented and could quickly grasp the tribe's advanced technological skills. The Lolita tribe did not possess any cultivation talents, but Philia was different. She had shown remarkable talent since childhood and now had a battle power of 1500. Such a powerful princess, what a pity. Yuna seemed to have resigned herself to fate, closing her eyes. The energy cannon had completely charged and a terrifying pressure spread from all around. The dog-headed alien glanced at Bardock, seeing he had no reaction. He was still somewhat sensible, though otherwise he would not mind wiping out this group of people too. The dog-headed alien coldly shouted, "Fire!" 7 or 8 energy cannons simultaneously shot out dazzling rays. Naturally, the female guards were unwilling to sit idly by and fired their energy cannons in unison. Seeking death. The dog-headed alien, being a powerhouse with a battle power of 5,000, intercepted the female guard's attack before it even reached halfway. The rays continued to fly forward. Just as they were about to hit Yuna and the others, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of them. With a flick of his little hand, the rays turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. "Who?" the dog-headed alien shouted. "Bardock, uncle, why don't you save them? Their lives have nothing to do with me. You still haven't told me where you went." Bardock walked over. The Scions behind him followed suit, then shouted, "Lord Queso." Dozens of voices gathered together, deafening. The dog-headed alien. He seemed to have seen something terrifying. A little brat had actually blocked 7 or 8 energy-filled rays. Even he could not do it so easily. The dog-headed alien swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the group of female guards who had closed their eyes opened them and felt their bodies, realizing they were completely unscathed. "It was this child who saved us," Yuna said incredulously. She had thought they were doomed. But was this child also a Scion? Yuna looked over. The little boy also had a small tail wrapped around his waist. "They'll speak with you later," Kazuo said calmly. Bardock nodded. Moments earlier, the crowd's thunderous cry of "Lord Kazuo" had sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. Even he couldn't help but marvel. Kazuo's prestige among the Scions had likely already surpassed his own. Yet this was precisely what Bardock desired. In 2 years' time, he would entrust the Scion race entirely to Kazuo. The canine-headed alien gaped in disbelief as Kazuo blocked every assault with a single hand. That brat wasn't merely terrifying in power. He seemed to hail from extraordinary lineage as well. The canine-headed alien demanded sharply, "Who are you?" His voice carried across the air. Kazuo heard it, but chose to ignore him entirely, instead approaching Yuna. A stunning woman with sapphire blue hair and a lithe, alluring figure lay draped over Yuna, radiating an aura so frigid it repelled all who dared approach. An ice-cold beauty through and through. Kazuo couldn't help but admire her. Few women could rival her grace. Not even Bulma or Android 18. Yet her complexion was ghastly pale ashen as death itself. She looked on the verge of collapse. The woman leaning against her appeared by facial features alone to belong to the same race, mature, elegant, and endowed with a striking statuesque figure. The remaining female guards required no further introduction. Their subordinate status was evident at a glance. "You claimed your ancestors once rendered great service to the Scions." Kazuo arched a brow. The Scion race possessed a long and storied history, yet much of it remained obscured by time. Kazuo knew only of their migration from planet Sadala to planet Vegeta. What came before that was lost to legend. Yet according to Yuna's account, could this possibly trace back to the ancient Scions? At that moment, Philia coughed up another torrent of blood which streamed down her chin and soaked into her robes. "Princess." Yuna abandoned Kazuo's question entirely. Her voice trembled with tears. "Little brother, do you have a medical pod? Our princess is dying." "Little brother." Kazuo froze for a beat. Then a dark line flickered across his brow, utterly exasperated. In the Dragon Ball world, it seemed every buxom elder sister delighted in calling others little brother. "I don't have a medical pod." Before Kazuo could finish, Yuna swayed violently, her legs buckling beneath her. Only her desperate grip on Philia kept her upright. "Princess." Tears spilled freely from Yuna's eyes. The Loretta clan had never produced a prodigy like Philia, and Yuna, having watched her grow since childhood, cherished her as a daughter. Their bond ran deep, tender, unbreakable. Kazuo cleared his throat twice. "No medical pod, but I have this." He withdrew a Senzu bean from his pocket. Yet the moment he contemplated handing it to Yuna, a sharp pang of reluctance pierced his chest. It cost him dearly. Philia lay slumped across Yuna's chest, her face drained of life. Though no external wounds marred her body, the violent hemorrhage she'd just suffered betrayed severe internal trauma, deep, grievous, and worsening by the second. Such injuries would incapacitate even a Scion, a race famed for its unparalleled physical resilience, for half a year without medical intervention, let alone someone of her delicate constitution. So how could she possibly survive? "What is this?" Yuna stared at the bean Kazuo offered, incredulous. This boy truly had no heart. Her Princess Philia was moments from death, and he proffered a mere bean. "Is this some cruel jest?" "This bean will save her," Kazuo retorted, tone edged with impatience. "Don't want it? Then I'll keep it. Saves me a Senzu bean." As if beauty alone granted privilege. Were it not for his burning curiosity about Scion history, Kazuo wouldn't have deigned to acknowledge them at all. Elsewhere. "Damn your grandmother's legs." The canine-headed alien raged, humiliated. Ever since Speaking Head realized, not one among his opponents had so much as glanced his way. With a battle power of 5,000, he commanded dominion across vast reaches of the cosmos, even in the early Dragon Ball era. Yet here he felt utterly invisible. Brother, they're ignoring you. Yeah. His underlings egged him on, voices laced with mockery. In the galactic underworld, face was everything. Provoked by his subordinates, a furnace of fury ignited in his chest, so fiercely that he forgot entirely how Kazuo had effortlessly deflected every attack moments before. Died. He erupted into the sky 100 meters above ground, hands blazing with twin yellow energy spheres. A luminous halo shimmered around each orb, swelling steadily as he channeled his full might. To reclaim his dignity before his men, he hurled both spheres downward with every ounce of strength he possessed. Below on the ground, Yuna, though astounded, seized the bean without hesitation. No medical pod existed, and desperation left no room for doubt. She would try anything. Yet, just as Yuna reached for the Senzu bean, a searing light split the heavens above. An oppressive wave of energy descended, so overwhelming that anyone below 2,000 battle power staggered, unable to stand. Winds howled like vengeful spirits, dust and stones whirled in chaotic torrents. The female guards scrambled, huddling together and bracing against the gale's furious onslaught. Yuna clutched Philia tightly. Despite her own battle power of 1,000, she too was driven backward, her footing failing utterly. No. Gazing upward at that apocalyptic energy, Yuna's spirit shattered. How could she resist a master whose battle power soared to 5,000? There was no escape. Yuna's body recoiled relentlessly. Slowly her eyelids began to close. In the final instant before darkness fell, she heard a voice, coarse, profane, unmistakable. Shut the hell up. What the hell do you think you're doing? A blinding wave of light shot skyward, then detonated with a deafening boom. Silence crashed down, absolute and total. Yuna blinked, confused, then opened her eyes. A thick haze of smoke hung suspended in the air. The canine-headed alien had vanished without a trace. All was still. Beside her, Kazuo held his arm aloft in the same single-handed stance. Bardock smirked faintly. Does this kid actually think he looks cool? Osbel clapped her hands, beaming. Big brother Kazuo is so cool. Bardock. As the smoke dissipated, the legendary trope of smoke without injury failed to materialize. The canine-headed alien had been obliterated, reduced to nothingness. A mere 5,000 power weakling hardly warranted more than a passing mention. Dead. Yuna's eyes widened. Was a warrior of 5,000 battle power truly gone? In an instant. Her shock was understandable. Within the Loretta clan, Philia stood unrivaled in strength. Yet this alien had defeated her without effort. Yuna stared at Kazuo's still-raised hand. Had he done this? A timeless truth crystallized in her mind. If you don't heal her now, she will die. Kazuo's voice remained calm, detached. Yes, yes. Yuna hurriedly shoved the bean into Philia's mouth. Surely such a formidable youth wouldn't lie. In that abyss of despair, a fragile sliver of hope flickered to life. Yet, no matter how desperately Yuna tried, the dazed Philia simply could not swallow the bean. What do I do? Panic surged anew. Even the most potent remedy was useless if she couldn't ingest it. Kazuo frowned. He sensed the elder woman's vital energy fading rapidly, slipping like sand through fingers. Hurry, there's no time. Without hesitation, Kazuo declared. Then chew the Senzu bean yourself and transfer it to her mouth. The Lolita clan suffered catastrophic losses during that ancient calamity, and due to their inherently weak reproductive capacity, their population has dwindled to merely over 200 individuals after countless years. The current clan chief is now exceedingly aged and will soon step down from her position. Princess Philia, the chief's only daughter, possesses extraordinary talent in every aspect, widely regarded by her people as the most outstanding candidate for the next leadership. Her death would constitute a devastating blow to the entire Lolita clan. Mouth to mouth, Yuna's fair cheeks flushed involuntarily, but with Philia's life hanging in the balance, hesitation was no longer an option. Their lips met instantly. Elsewhere, the sudden demise of the dog-headed cosmic pirate stunned the dozen or so nearby extraterrestrial pirates. Among cosmic pirates, an unwritten rule governs territorial foraging. Any crew wishing to hunt within a given star region must first pay tribute, the so-called foraging tax, to the dominant pirate faction therein. The dog-headed cosmic pirate was precisely that unrivaled sovereign of this local expanse. Those dozen pirates could scarcely believe their eyes. Their elder brother had fallen just like that. Brother, run for our lives. Right? In unison, the pirates scrambled toward their vessels. Since when had Salada planet become open ground for anyone to trespass at will? The location of the Scions must never be disclosed. Scum. Bardock sneered coldly. Attack now? Yes, sir. Castor dared not meet Bardock's gaze. He vividly recalled the threat of retribution and shot skyward without delay. The remaining Scions surged into the heavens. Boom, boom, A cascade of distant explosions erupted, brilliant, violent, like celestial fireworks detonating across the void. Though the miraculous properties of Senza beans are widely known, Yuna remained unaware. All she knew was that this bean represented Filia's sole chance at salvation. So she crushed it swiftly between her teeth and transferred it directly into Filia's mouth. As they parted, a glistening thread of translucent fluid lingered between their crimson lips. Already finished. Queso blinked in surprise. Watching two elegant women kiss was utterly mesmerizing. He hadn't even begun to savor it. Yuna fell silent. Are children these days truly so irreverent? Just as she struggled for words, Filia, still leaning against her chest, coughed softly. Cough. Slowly Filia opened her eyes, only to find elder Yuna cradling her with a young boy standing nearby. She remembered being struck down by a hound-like assailant grievously wounded. Wasn't she supposed to have perished? Before losing consciousness, she thought she'd heard whispers of Saiyan's. Princess Filia, how do you fare? Yuna asked anxiously. The cosmos abounds with wonders. Typically, injuries demand treatment inside medical pods, and the Lolita clan's pods are exceptionally advanced. Even wounds as severe as Filia's could be healed provided she reached one promptly, though recovery would still require several months. Yet Yuna stood thunderstruck within mere seconds that single bean had restored Filia completely. I am well. Filia's tone remained calm, betraying no trace of recent mortal trauma. That is a relief. Yuna held Filia tightly. Queso studied Filia. Her composure was absolute, her speech steady and unflustered, yet her eyes betrayed a turbulent undercurrent far removed from serenity. She was a woman who concealed her emotions behind flawless poise, and undeniably a woman of breathtaking beauty. Lord Bardock, we have eradicated them all. The Saiyan warriors descended back to the surface. Those pirates' battle power barely exceeded 2,000. Even if the dog-headed cosmic pirate himself had survived, he would still have fallen before them. Where is Castor? Bardock frowned, noticing his absence. Captain Castor has already returned to training, replied the Saiyan, his gaze flickering evasively. All knew of the bitter rivalry between Castor and Bardock, with Castor having fled. His fate upon return promised excruciating severity. Bardock fell silent, then murmured, so capable is he. Let him go for now. Later he would answer for it. Then Bardock turned his attention to Queso. Cosmic pirates rarely carried external communication devices. Precisely why Bardock ordered his warriors to strike, there was no risk of Saiyan secrets leaking through enemy transmissions. Yet those female beings posed a greater uncertainty. Bardock knew neither their origin nor the Lolita clan, its name unheard of in his memory. But judging by their vessels' sophistication, their faction's technological advancement was unmistakable. Bardock feared they might transmit intelligence about this world before even landing on Salata planet. They must be captured and interrogated thoroughly. With gravity chambers and senzu beans, the Saiyans needed only time to cultivate strength against adversaries'. Mercy was weakness. Yet Bardock's expression darkened slightly as he watched Queso standing before the two women, his demeanor oddly lewd. The future leader of the Saiyans. A flicker passed through Bardock's eyes. The Saiyans were born proud, never willing to submit to Frieza. King Vegeta, once sovereign of their people, had secretly amassed power, plotting to overthrow Frieza's tyrannical reign. Yet King Vegeta proved reckless and short-sighted, devoid of vision, ruthless toward his own kin. To safeguard his throne from perceived threats, he even exiled Broly to the desolate planet Vampa. Such a ruler was unworthy. Queso, however, bore the innate potential to lead the Saiyans, though whether he possessed the necessary resolve in matters of consequence remained uncertain. Bardock murmured softly, do not disappoint me. Elsewhere, Queso smiled gently. Since she is recovered, let us speak of the Saiyans. The origins of the Saiyans were shrouded in profound mystery, and Queso listened with keen fascination, eager to hear what truths lay hidden. The Saiyans. Filia regarded Queso with serene composure. Beside her, Yuna shifted uncomfortably. She had earlier claimed their ancestors had once aided the Saiyans, though that assertion held no basis in fact. Yet faced with the boy's earnest, yearning gaze, and indebted to him for saving their lives, she felt compelled to proceed. Yuna cleared her throat. Long ago, no one recalls precisely when, our Lolita clan achieved a monumental breakthrough in technological advancement. What breakthrough? Queso furrowed his brow. Wasn't this about the Saiyans? Still, technology piqued his curiosity as well. Well, we developed a time machine. Queso's eyes widened. Was this the same model future Trunks had used? Indeed, the Lolita clan possessed remarkable ingenuity. The time machine succeeded, but it transports randomly across time and space with no capacity for targeted destination. And once someone is sent forth, they cannot return. Yuna's voice faltered with embarrassment. TCH. Queso curled his lip. So, it was merely a prototype. Of course, Bulma remained peerless. Filia blinked her beautiful eyes, saying nothing. She too knew this history well. Yuna pressed on nervously. It was precisely because we invented the time machine that others discovered it, and were subsequently hunted across the entire universe. Being discovered and hunted isn't surprising, but hunted across the entire universe. That's rather exaggerated. Casso muttered inwardly. The time machine first appeared during the Cell Saga, its timeline notoriously convoluted. Yet one truth remained undeniable: it was an extraordinary device. So it was hardly surprising that so many sought to seize it. Casso continued, then what happened? At that time the Scions were the most powerful race in the cosmos, and among them a Scion named Amoxi took us in. Yuna paused briefly before continuing. Thereafter our Larita clan pledged allegiance to Lord Amoxi. With our technological support the Scions ascended to their zenith. So you're saying the Scions owed you a debt of gratitude? Casso listened intently, only then realizing the Larita ancestors had not aided the Scions at all, rather it was the Scions who had saved them. Yes. Philia gave a faint composed nod. Her icy blue hair and the bloodstain blooming across her chest lent her an air of aloof, untouchable elegance. Yuna awkwardly nodded as well. Under those dire circumstances they'd had no choice. Had they spoken otherwise Princess Philia would surely have perished. Yet the Larita clan's technology profoundly shaped the Scion's evolution, for a technologically augmented Scion stood worlds apart from one unaided by such advancement. Go on. Ah yes. Yuna hesitated for a moment, then resumed. Later no one knows quite how it began, but a great civil war erupted among the Scions. Lord Amoxi led our Larita clan into exile, settling us on a planet near planet Sadala. What followed remains unknown. Still our Larita clan suffered catastrophic losses, and has yet to recover. Yuna's voice carried quiet sorrow, as she could not fathom how such an indomitable race as the Scions could tear itself apart from within. Enough, I understand. Casso offered a wry, resigned smile. After all that had been said, he'd gleaned only fragments about the Scions. Yet the rest of the tale fell readily into place in his mind. Amoxi, a noble, righteous Scion, first ascended to Super Saiyan while battling evil Scions alongside his 5 loyal companions. Amoxi's transformation and overwhelming power stunned his kin. Though ultimately overwhelmed by sheer numbers, his legend ignited a mythos that would echo through eternity. Later Amoxi's spirit wandered the void seeking 6 Scions whose hearts burned with unwavering justice, paving the way for a greater savior, the Super Saiyan God. In the Dragon Ball Super Saga, it was precisely Amoxi's lingering spiritual resonance that drew Beerus to Earth in search of the Super Saiyan God. Casso glanced at Philia and the others, never imagining they'd once walked beside Amoxi himself. How intriguing. Little sister Yuna, we've heard your tale. May we now depart this planet? From that earlier address, Lord Casso. Yuna already knew his name and now watched him with taut anticipation. Philia's luminous eyes gleamed faintly, clearly yearning to return home. Depart where? Casso's expression hardened. Did I ever promise you freedom in exchange for speaking of the Scions? Yuna grew flustered. Though he looked like a mere child, his power was terrifying. If he refused escape, was impossible. Granted, she had misled these Scions, but her ancestors had aided them. How could he behave so unjustly? I never uttered such a promise, Casso replied coldly. As Bardock had warned, the Scions must remain hidden. Not a single soul could learn of their refuge on planet Sadala. Yuna searched her memory, and realized indeed Casso had never made that vow. Philia's brow furrowed slightly. The Scions' might was unquestionable. Having once served Amoxi, the Larita clan intimately understood their strength. Yet after that cataclysm, the Scions tumbled from their celestial pedestal. Even so, the Larita clan had contemplated rejoining them, until discovering the Scions had become irrevocably changed. They had grown cruel and merciless, now serving Frieza as conquerors, invading alien worlds without mercy. And yet they still called themselves the warrior race. Yuna knew that title originated in Amoxi's era, and believed today's Scions no longer deserved it. Thus she wished no further contact with them. But why then deny them departure? Philia studied Casso curiously. Was this child truly of the legendary Scion lineage? Wasn't it common knowledge that the Scions had fallen? Yet this boy radiated astonishing power. The Scions were destroyed by Frieza. Did you know that? Casso circled slowly before them. Since hearing Yuna recount her ancestor's story, he'd withheld explanation, not out of malice, but because he sensed an opportunity unfolding. Both Yuna and Philia stared wide-eyed, certain they'd misheard. All across the cosmos, the Scions were known as Frieza's most loyal vassals. Yet who could believe their master had annihilated them? No wonder their expressions froze in disbelief. Let me make this clear, Casso declared, preparing to unveil his intent. Leaving this planet is no longer an option for you. Either your entire clan swears fealty to the Scions, or I shall eradicate the Larita clan entirely. His voice held no warmth, no inflection, only the chilling stillness of a shadowed assassin poised to strike. Even Philia, the embodiment of glacial composure, shuddered involuntarily. This child was terrifying. Yuna gasped, stunned, speechless by his words. When had the Scions been destroyed? Then why did these Scions still live? Yuna was baffled. Yet if Casso spoke truth and Frieza truly had obliterated the Scions, then these survivors were remnants hiding here in exile. Denying their departure wasn't mere caution. It was necessity to silence witnesses, prevent word from reaching their kin, and seizing the moment absorb the Lorita clan wholly into Scion ranks. Realization dawned between them. Their shared glance conveyed pure, unfiltered shock. Casso observed their expressions closely. Had they grasped his design? Quite astute, aren't they? Casso instructed them to continue pondering here. In truth, there was little to contemplate. It was either to submit to the Scions or face death. Just these two choices. Moreover, if even ants strive to survive, how could an entire race do otherwise? Therefore, Philia and Yuna would undoubtedly choose to merge with the Scion clan. Approaching Bardock's side, he coldly remarked, "Kid, have you softened up at the sight of the beautiful big sister?" "What nonsense." "Then you'll know when the time comes." Cassar pinched Osbeel's cheek, causing her to shout in frustration, calling him a bad brother. Bardock's foresight was decent, but he could not know everything. He was unaware of the changes a technologically advanced race would bring to the Scions. As Yuna mentioned, Amosi brought the Lolita clan back to the Scion community. With the support of advanced technology, the Scion sphere of influence rapidly expanded to unprecedented heights in a short time. Currently, the Scions had nothing, not even the most common scanners. They could not sense chi, and fighting others felt akin to being blind. Before long, Yuna and Philia approached, leaving the other female guards behind. "I agree," Philia said lightly. The position of the leader of the Lolita clan would eventually be entrusted to Philia, as she was well aware of the current situation within the clan. To be honest, aside from their prowess in technological research, the Lolita clan was lacking in all other aspects. They not only lacked cultivation talent, but also struggled to safeguard their own research products. The Lolita clan was quite united, but without corresponding strength, they could not protect their research achievements, relying instead on powerful factions to assist in selling their products, yielding minimal profits. At times, they couldn't even recoup their initial investments. Upon hearing Cassar's words, Philia, though initially shocked, soon realized that the Scions were so powerful. Perhaps following them again would bring about a different change for the Lolita clan. Seeing the two nod, Cassar felt no surprise. Disagreement meant death. "Now that you've chosen to join the Scion faction, tell me if any information about the Scions has been leaked out." Cassar's tone was somewhat calm. At this moment, those familiar with him sensed something was off. "When we were being chased by that mutt, we sought help from our clan, but at that time we had not yet entered this planet." Yuna hesitated to make eye contact with Cassar, stammering, "But our spaceship has a positioning system." Buzz. The sky suddenly trembled. In that instant, no one could stand firm around them. Bardock's pupils constricted, feeling a surge of turmoil within. "This kid is terrifying." Cassar's clenched fist quickly relaxed, and he said coldly, "Tell me, in which direction is your planet?" Yuna was confused. "However, speak," Cassar shouted sternly. He had no time to waste. If the Lolita clan spread news about this planet, all his efforts might be in vain. The sight of the child yelling startled Philia and Yuna. Philia instinctively pointed to a direction in the north. "Don't resist," Cassar impatiently said, then took Philia's delicate hand, activating instant transmission. Amidst the racial crisis, beauty meant nothing to him. Unless. Seeing Cassar vanish, Osbeel pouted, saying, "Cassar brother has run away again." Bardock. Near Sharada planet. On Lolita star, the sky was a light green dotted with a few brown clouds. Light shone through the clouds, casting over high-rise buildings with a gray hue reflecting back, exuding a strong sense of technology. In a spacious conference hall, dark golden chairs were filled with people. Most were women resembling Philia in beauty, yet their demeanor was worlds apart. An elderly woman holding a cane and flanked by two female guards sternly proclaimed from the highest chair, "I just received news that our princess is being hunted and has landed on an unknown planet." As soon as her voice fell, the entire conference hall erupted. Over 200 Lolita people shouted in unison, "Who is it?" "It must be the Shalber people. How dare they treat us like this if we have followed the Scions?" "Exactly, leader, we will fight them. The princess must not come to harm." Once the Lolita clan was hunted across the universe, but since they aligned with the Scions, who dared to bark at them? Other extraterrestrial beings would nod and bow upon seeing them. Quiet. The woman Yvonne continued, "It was not them. Philia and the others merely encountered space pirates, but those space pirates have a combat power of 5,000. At the mention of 5,000 combat power, the entire hall fell silent. The highest combat power of the Lolita clan was only Philia Princess at 1,500 combat power. "What should we do?" "I plan to seek help from the Shalber people." Yvonne's voice was low, sounding quite helpless. Heaven granted the Lolita clan high intelligence, but took away their cultivation talent, though otherwise they wouldn't seek help at the first sign of trouble. However, the Shalber people are ruthless. Getting them to help would undoubtedly cost the Lolita clan dearly. Sure enough, as soon as Yvonne finished speaking, opposing voices quickly rang out in the hall. Yet in mere seconds the voices quieted down again. The Lolita clan's high intelligence allowed them to grasp the crux of the matter in an instant. In the nearby star regions, the Shalber people were the strongest with combat power exceeding 10000. Thus, the only ones who could save Philia were the Shalber people. All over 200 Lolita people in the hall understood that they could only rely on the Shalber people, otherwise their princess was bound to face certain death. Frustrated. At that moment, all the Lolita clan began to reminisce about the days spent following Amosi. Suddenly a swoosh echoed in the hall as two figures appeared, one tall and one short. It's Princess Philia. The princess is back. All the Lolita people stood up, excitedly gazing at the beautiful figure. They were just considering seeking help from the Shalber people only for Princess Philia to suddenly return. Philia nodded to everyone, then approached Yvonne and said, "Leader, I am back." "Back? It's good that you're back." Yvonne's voice trembled with emotion, yet she quickly composed herself before her people. Kazuo only wished to resolve this minor nuisance as swiftly as possible. Philia furrowed her brow. This brat was frighteningly fierce, utterly devoid of charm. Calmly she said, "Chief, the news of my being hunted has not spread, has it?" Yvonne shook her head. She had barely begun seeking aid from the Shalbans when Philia returned. Thus no one yet knew she had been pursued. Philia exhaled in quiet relief. Thankfully, she had not transmitted any data about that planet, otherwise this young scion before her might well obliterate Lotira Star itself. "Chief, let us pledge our allegiance to the Scions once more." Philia understood her people's plight well. Enduring Shalban oppression was far worse than aligning with the Scions. If this child alone possessed such overwhelming power, how formidable must his entire race be? Yet one drawback remained: the Scions on that planet were fugitives hunted by Frieza, so siding with them would place the Lotira clan at grave risk. But refusal meant the annihilation of Lotira Star within the next heartbeat. Having weighed every consequence, Philia fell silent, awaiting Yvonne's reply. At that moment, the Lotarans in the hall rose again. "Princess, did you say we shall follow the Scions once more? But have they not turned evil? Actually, joining the Scions doesn't sound so bad after all." Voices swirled through the council chamber. Opinions diverged sharply. Perhaps centuries of Shalban subjugation had eroded their resistance. Most Lotarans felt no aversion to allying with the Scions, and some even wore expressions of eager anticipation. Yvonne frowned. Why would you suggest such a thing? As chieftain, she had contemplated countless variables, but leadership demanded responsibility, not caprice. She bore the weight of her people's fate. Because refusing means extinction, Philia stated flatly. She spoke plainly, then recounted the full sequence of events. As Philia's final words faded, an absolute hush descended upon the hall. The Lotarans turned as one toward Kazuo, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could this diminutive scion truly possess a battle power exceeding 10,000? After a pause, Yvonne nodded. Very well. Ancient chronicles held grim accounts of the scion's terror. None knew their dread more intimately than she, their chieftain. To defy this child's demand would surely doom Lotira Star to ruin. Moreover, alliance with the scions might yet prove advantageous. Kazuo blinked in mild astonishment. Had negotiations concluded so swiftly? In times of racial crisis, did not civilizations typically mount desperate resistance first? No matter, he muttered. So long as they pledged allegiance to the scion race, all else was negotiable. You have one day to prepare. I shall lead you from this place tomorrow. Agreed. Philia tossed her icy blue tresses and turned to depart. Yet, a herald's cry pierced the silence. Chief, the Shalbans request audience. Before the messenger could finish, a blue-skinned alien with a hooked nose barged through the great doors. Shabi ignored the Lotaran's glare, sauntering slowly toward Yvonne and declaring arrogantly, Old woman, how goes your latest research? Good enough, sell it soon and profit swiftly. Emboldened by their elite warrior boasting 10,000 battle power, the Shalbans reigned supreme in arrogance. Yvonne burned with fury, yet remained powerless. In the cosmos, strength was law. No matter how advanced one's technology, weakness invited tyranny. The Lotarans had known this truth in ages past, and knew it still today. Now, having entrusted their scientific breakthroughs to Shalban stewardship, they endured precisely this contempt. Kazuo observed the scene and tugged Philia's sleeve. Hey girl, has this fellow always been this insufferable? Girl. Philia shot Kazuo an exasperated glare. Truly, this brat was unbearable. Still, she gave a curt nod. The Shalban's arrogance was legendary across this star region, especially toward the Lotarans. As princess, she knew it firsthand. Shall I eliminate him? Craning his neck upward grew tiresome, so Kazuo floated midair beside Frieza. Yet in turning his head, his gaze inadvertently grazed the snowy expanse of her cleavage. Humph, remarkably fair. Frieza's eyes gleamed. Truly. Of course. Kazuo swiftly averted his gaze from her chest, lest he be branded a lecherous youth. Still elated by his recent acquisition of a high-technology race, he saw no harm in avenging the Lotaran's long-suffering indignities. Meanwhile, seeing Yuweni remain silent, Shabi erupted in fury. Old crone, answer me. Having endured Shalban oppression for generations, the Lotarans had grown numb. Yet hearing him address their chief thus ignited smoldering wrath in their eyes. Little wonder some faces lit with hopeful expectation upon hearing of Scion alliance. Only Shabi's voice echoed through the hall. Yuweni said nothing, only gazed coldly upon him. Now that the Lotarans had sworn fealty to the Scions, and knowing the Scions' unyielding code, she trusted they would never permit one of their own to be humiliated. Indeed, a youthful voice rang out. Ugly brute, who are you? Startled, Shabi instinctively straightened his spine and declared haughtily, I am Shabi. So what? Kazuo nearly burst into laughter. Then his expression hardened. You may die now. He raised his small hand. A sapphire sphere of light coalesced, its violent energy agitating ionized particles in the void, summoning serpentine silver lightning that writhed and coiled like celestial dragons. No! Shabi screamed in terror. Boom! A cobalt shockwave leapt through the air and struck him, detonating with cataclysmic force. Shabi had stood before them less than half a minute, then vanished without trace. Incredible! Faelia clasped her delicate hands together, her eyes sparkling with awe. The Lotarans swallowed hard. After enduring humiliation for so long, at last, someone had risen to defend them. In that instant, alliance with the Scions felt undeniably right. A faint smile graced Yuweni's lips. Indeed, she had not misjudged the Scions. Hey girl, am I impressive? Kazuo glanced back at the ice-cold beauty, his mood unmistakably buoyant. Prove it by wiping out the entire Shalban race, and then I'll admit you're impressive, Faelia retorted, tilting her lips upward. Kazuo froze. Could this glacial beauty truly wear such a playful expression? Yet upon hearing, wipe out the Shalban race, he smirked coldly. Since the battle had already begun, why not deliver total annihilation? Where are they? Huh. Faelia's eyes widened. She'd only spoken in jest. The Shalbar had not been this brazen in their incursions for the first time. Princess Philia of the Lalita clan had witnessed such arrogance far too often. Yet faced with such provocation, she could only swallow her indignation and remain silent. Who could blame them? They commanded warriors whose combat power exceeded 10,000. After enduring long years of Shalbar oppression, the sudden appearance of someone who willingly stepped forward to aid her felt like stumbling upon an oasis after 3 days and nights of wandering a desolate sun-scorched desert. Philia's gaze softened as she looked at Kaso. Perhaps this brash young man wasn't so detestable after all. Gather your belongings swiftly, we depart tomorrow. For now I shall eradicate the Shalbar as your formal welcome into the Scion race. Taking Philia's delicate hand, Kaso lifted his face with a grin. Come on, little lady. At that instant both vanished from where they stood. As the two departed, the council hall erupted into chaos. The image of Kaso obliterating the Shalbar warriors still burned vividly in every Lalatan's mind. Though that particular Shalbar warrior was no match for Princess Philia herself, she could have subdued him, albeit after some effort. Kaso had annihilated him in a single blow. Our chieftain is extraordinary. At last we return to the Scion lineage. Huh, the Shalbar have truly brought calamity upon themselves. Every Lalatan leapt to their feet, overcome with elation. Iweni nodded quietly, deeply yearning for the day her people would rejoin the Scion race. Observing the evident closeness between Philia and Kaso, she concluded it was time to entrust the chieftainship of the Lalita to her daughter. She trusted that through her daughter's bond with this young Scion, the Scion race would never neglect or slight the Lalita people. At this thought, a gentle, knowing smile, the smile of a doting aunt, softened her features. Stars blazed across the firmament, their lights scattered like diamond dust. Within a vast stellar domain, several planets of differing hues drifted silently in space, nearly identical in size, all orbiting a central ashen world. That day a small figure arrived upon the gray planet, accompanied by a woman of striking, icy beauty. This is Shalbar Prime. Yes. It hardly looks formidable. How is it you couldn't defeat them? Philia's lips twitched faintly. A combat power exceeding 10,000 was already extraordinary within the cosmos. Such strength would earn one command over a squad, even within Frieza's empire. Shall we obliterate the planet outright? Kaso paused, then replied no. First let us settle this grievance. Through Kaso's perception, the strongest being on Shalbar Prime registered merely 10,000 in combat power. The rest were utterly insignificant. In truth, every soul on this world was beneath contempt. "Give me your hand," Casso said calmly, not out of any lecherous impulse, but solely to initiate instantaneous teleportation with Philia. Philia understood perfectly and extended her hand without hesitation. As Casso felt the cool, silken smoothness of her skin, a subtle ripple stirred within his heart. "Let's go." With a sharp shush, the two vanished instantly. A somber ashen palace. "Lord Shaley, the Lalita's latest invention is exceptional. We're drowning in profit," a blue-skinned Shalber declared. From the throne at the hall's apex, Lord Shaley roared with laughter. "Those women truly are remarkable. My lord, since the Lalita generates such wealth for us, might we treat them with greater courtesy?" "Unnecessary. They are nothing but refuse." Yes, of course." The blue-skinned Shalber hastily bowed, sensing Lord Shaley's mood darken. Within their hierarchy, Shaley's word was absolute. No dissent dared be voiced. Just then, two figures materialized inside the palace. "This is the place." "Oh, could you at least feign some reaction? You're dreadfully dull." Casso shot Philia an exasperated glance. When she ignored him, as she often did, he simply sighed and turned his attention toward the throne. His senses confirmed it, the strongest Shalber presence resided here atop the dais. The figure stood 2 meters tall, his skin a mottled blend of blue and gray, his most arresting feature being his nose grotesquely curved far beyond that of any other Shalber. "Who are you?" Lord Shaley swiveled his ashen eyes, startled by the pair's sudden, soundless appearance. Their speed. He hadn't sensed their entry at all, a terrifying realization. Yet beside him, the blue-skinned Shalber recognized Philia, standing beside Casso. "You're the Lalita princess. Have you brought your latest research?" To the Shalber, the Lalita were little more than unpaid artisans, and their inventions undeniably potent. Yet this time she'd arrived with a child in tow. The blue-skinned Shalber suddenly barked, "What business does your son have here?" At those words, Casso's eyes widened in disbelief, while Philia's glacial composure shattered entirely, her frost-bitten countenance dissolving into stunned outrage. Upon the throne, Lord Shaley merely smiled. So, this was the Lalita clan. Given their abysmal combat prowess, he reasoned his earlier failure to detect them must have stemmed from momentary inattention. Yes, that must be it. Coldly, Shaley addressed them, "Leave your new research here, and be gone." Snapping out of his shock, Casso glanced at Philia's flushed, ashen face. "I'm her son." Casso laughed, a brittle, incredulous sound. This Shalber truly amused him. Philia finally found her voice, raising a trembling finger toward the blue-skinned Shalber. "You?" Her chest rose and fell rapidly. A maiden still untouched by love, she was incensed beyond measure, accused in one breath of motherhood to Casso. "I regret not destroying this planet the moment we arrived." Casso released Philia's hand and rose slowly into the air, radiating an aura of chilling, lethal cold. The palace froze, its very air turning glacial. Lord Shaley felt as though he'd been cast into a millennia-old ice vault, breath, constricted, blood sluggish in his veins. Who was this child? Then, his gaze locked onto the furry tail coiled around Casso's waist. "A scion," Shaley blurted. During Frieza's campaign against the Scions, he'd once glimpsed their legend, never imagining he'd encounter one face-to-face. "Oh," Casso's smile turned icy. So this fool knew of the Scions. Bardock's vigilance echoed in his thoughts. Scion identity must remain veiled at all costs. But it mattered little now. Eradication demanded no survivors. And yet, Lord Shaley vanished from his throne. He knew better than to rely on luck against a Scion. Their race was legendary, ferocious, adaptive, growing stronger before overwhelming adversity. Thus Shaley chose to strike first. Shaley's dominance over this star region was no accident. He never underestimated any opponent, especially not a Scion. A streak of azure lightning slashed across the palace sky, swift as wind and swifter than lightning. Shaley's aura warped the still air, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of energy that flooded the heavens and earth. Whoosh! In an instant he appeared behind Casso and raised his fist, intent on shattering him in a single blow. Yet Casso remained utterly motionless. A sudden chilling dissonance seized him. His heart skipped a beat. Huh! Instinctively Shaley staggered backward, only then did his heart resume its frantic rhythm. He stared at the boy before him, shaken to his core. A Scion's base form possessed modest power, but their physiology was monstrously extraordinary. Long ago, when Shaley's battle power stood at 5,000, he once encountered a Scion whose power barely reached 2,000. At first Shaley had crushed him effortlessly, yet with every passing moment the Scion grew fiercer, stronger, until they fought to a standstill. Just as Shaley believed the Scion posed no true threat, the warrior hurled a radiant sphere into the sky and instantly transformed into a colossal roaring ape. Shaley had narrowly escaped with his life, and now this child radiated an even more terrifying presence than that ancient foe. An instinctive certainty gripped Shaylee. One more step forward would mean certain unmarked death. Little brat, why isn't he moving? Valeria gasped, stunned by his abrupt halt. The moment he activated his assault, she had no idea Shaylee had just stepped back from the very gates of oblivion, though his reprieve was fleeting. Phantom tricks! He roared in fury, humiliated that a mere child had paralyzed him with fear. With a violent sweep of his arm, he hurled a sapphire wave of energy straight at Casso, a blazing sphere that tore through the void, igniting the air with solar intensity. Even Valeria, standing upon the ground below, felt the searing heat. Watch out, she cried in alarm, as the sphere hurtled toward Casso. Casso suddenly pivoted, raised a tiny hand, and clenched it forward. The terrifying energy sphere froze midair, spinning violently in his palm, crackling with ominous electric fury. Bang! With a sharp, decisive squeeze, Casso obliterated the sphere, its light exploding outward in radiant petal-like fragments, dazzling as celestial blossoms scattered across the heavens. Valeria's eyes widened into perfect O's. The little brat is astonishing. Meanwhile, Shaylee recoiled in abject terror, stammering, impossible. The Scions had been hunted to near extinction by Frieza's empire, yet this lone survivor wielded unimaginable might. That last attack had drawn upon 80% of his full strength, and yet Casso had dispelled it with casual, contemptuous ease. Boring, Casso declared coldly, his patience exhausted. The moment those words left his lips, he vanished with a soft, silken whoosh. That glacial aura erupted anew, lethal, suffocating, drenched in killing intent. Terror flooded Shaylee's soul. No matter how fiercely he scanned the space around him, Casso had utterly disappeared. Then, without warning, Shaylee felt a searing pain pierce his chest. He looked down. A small hand, slender yet impossibly powerful, had pierced clean through his heart. Agony ripped from that wound, scorching up to his mind, then surging like wildfire through his entire being. A gush of cerulean blood erupted from Shaylee's mouth. His body convulsed violently. Then after 3 seconds, he collapsed rigidly backward. He struck the floor with a heavy, hollow thud. Just dead. Valeria approached cautiously, staring at the fallen tyrant who had once ruled the Star region, her disbelief palpable, almost surreal. Moments passed. Shaylee lay utterly still. Good riddance. She shook her head, her sapphire hair rippled softly behind her, and years of pent-up anguish dissolved in that single quiet release. Valeria blinked, her beautiful eyes locked onto the small figure, and silently vowed from this day forth the Loretta clan would bow only to the Scions. Let's go. Casso appeared beside Valeria, took her delicate hand without hesitation, and said, hold your breath. Now. Whoosh. In an instant both vanished, leaving the palace in absolute tomb-like silence. Only the blue-skinned Siberian who had earlier boasted so arrogantly remained staring at his fallen leader. He patted his chest in relief. The pair hadn't even glanced his way. Casso carried Valeria skyward as a bolt of lightning, shattering the atmosphere, then soaring beyond into the silent, star-strewn void. Faithful to his command, she held her breath. They hovered outside the Siberian planet. Suddenly Casso raised one small hand. Brilliant sapphire radiance bloomed above his palm, intensifying rapidly as he channeled ever more energy. In the black expanse of space, it flared like a newborn sun, bathing the entire starfield in blinding divine light. Suddenly, a 10-diameter sphere of cobalt energy materialized before Valeria's astonished gaze. Its sheer apocalyptic power made her heart hammer wildly. She pressed a tiny hand to her chest and whispered inwardly, he must have at least 100,000 battle power. The searing energy compressed further, pressure mounting violently at the sphere's periphery. For one suspended, breathless instant, the very fabric of space seemed to shriek in protest. Casso's brow furrowed. With a sharp, decisive flick of his wrist, he hurled the colossal sphere downward at incomprehensible speed, then without looking back dissolved into nothingness with Valeria at his side. The sphere breached Sarber's atmosphere, its crushing aura shaking the planet to its core. Mountains roared, oceans exploded, skies cracked. The world teetered on the brink of annihilation. Inside the palace, the blue-skinned Siberian sat uneasily upon Shaylee's throne. This seat isn't quite as comfortable as it looks. Yet, boom. In the next instant, the Siberian planet detonated in cataclysmic fire. Half a day passed. Casso and Valeria returned to the Loretta planet. The planet bustled with life. People hurried past each other, faces alight with unmistakable, unguarded joy. Little Miss Casso remarked, still holding Valeria's hand as they landed, apparently having forgotten to let go. Yes, he'd simply forgotten. Valeria shot him a wry, exasperated glance, saying nothing, her aura cool, aloof, and fiercely elegant. At that moment, Iweni approached from afar. You've arrived just in time. I've eradicated the Siberians, Casso stated, voice calm and detached. Truly, Iweni gasped. Casso gave a faint, resigned nod. She had claimed allegiance to the Scions, yet still doubted their power. Iweni turned to Valeria, who gave a quiet, solemn nod. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Iweni exclaimed 3 times, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice betrayed decades of suppressed sorrow. Clearly, pledging loyalty to the Scion race was not merely wise, it was salvation. After a brief pause, Iweni composed herself and asked Lord Casso, "We are nearly ready. When shall we depart? Have all the equipment been packed?" Kazuo knew that for the Scions to rise again, technological advancement was indispensable, and these devices were precisely what the Scions needed most at present. Otherwise, returning them to planet Sadala would be futile. The planet lay barren, and even Bulma, a genius scientist of the highest caliber, would be powerless there. All packed. Ivanai leaned on her cane, gazing at Kazuo. How astonishing that a mere child possessed such extraordinary prowess. She could scarcely fathom what technique he had employed to reach planet Shalber in half a day, and then utterly annihilate the entire world. Had the Scions truly grown this formidable? Kazuo, unaware of her thoughts, simply nodded. Good. Gather all of Loretta's friends. Loretta Star and planet Sadala were not far apart. Aboard the Zero spacecraft, the journey would take roughly 1 day. Yet Kazuo now intended to use instantaneous movement, transporting them in batches. Moreover, his current strength vastly surpassed his former self. Conveying the entire Loretta clan along with their equipment would likely require no more than half a day. And with Senza beans on hand, the entire operation might well conclude in less than a day. At this thought, Kazuo exhaled in quiet relief. Friends. Kazuo had casually uttered the word friends. Fauilia and Ivanai exchanged a glance, and then softly smiled. This little rascal was rather endearing. Lord Kazuo, I shall assemble our people at once. Ivanai gave Fauilia a slight nod before slowly making her way back into the council hall. Half a day passed. Night fell. The heavens blazed with stars, moonlight, and starlight intertwined in celestial harmony. Floodlights illuminated the plaza where over 200 Lorettas stood gathered at its center, whispers flitting among them like soft breezes. I wonder if the Scions are fierce. Surely not. Our ancestors once served the Scions. Now to return to them fills us with exhilaration. At this, anticipation shimmered across every Loretta face. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention planet Sadala bears 10-fold gravity. Please take care. Earlier, Kazuo had observed Yuna and the others land on planet Sadala without apparent discomfort, likely due to advanced gravitic technology, but caution remained prudent. Planet Sadala. Fauilia and Ivanai recoiled in shock. Their ancestral records clearly stated that the planet had exploded during the Scion Civil War. How then could Kazuo speak of it so confidently? I'll explain later. You do have means to withstand 10-fold gravity, don't you? Kazuo's sole focus now was swiftly relocating the Loretta clan. Yes. Fauilia nodded. Her people had long prioritized technological advancement. As early as the era of Amasai, the Loretta had already developed gravitational regulation systems, without which they could never have followed the Scions in the first place. But was that planet, the one he'd just destroyed, truly planet Sadala? Fauilia's heart surged with disbelief. Her people's chronicles described that world as profoundly sacred to the Scions. When the Loretta suffered oppression under the Shalberians, they had once contemplated rejoining the Scions, yet abandoned the idea upon learning that the Scions, bereft of planet Sadala's support, had dwindled into obscurity. Fauilia's pulse quickened. Though the Scions were now fewer in number with planet Sadala restored, a captivating smile bloomed unbidden across her face, her countenance delicate as snow plum blossoms, radiant in that fleeting instant. Kazuo witnessed the moment, and inwardly mused, what on earth is this silly girl dreaming about? Soon the Loretta clan had assembled completely. The people stood in one group, their advanced equipment arrayed separately. Then let us depart. Kazuo, satisfied with the readiness, executed the plan agreed upon earlier with Ivanai, first transporting the Loretta people to planet Sadala, then returning for the equipment. On planet Sadala near Bardock's wooden cottage, a group of figures suddenly materialized, some 20 in total. The moment those 20 set foot upon planet Sadala, their bodies shuddered, then steadied instantly. They had adjusted their personal gravity modulation. Kazuo silently nodded in approval. If they couldn't handle this level of gravity, they'd be unworthy of the name Loretta. Suddenly, a voice rang from the cottage. Brother Kazuo. Osubiel shot forth like lightning, leaping onto Kazuo and locking her tiny legs tightly around his waist. At that moment, Bardock emerged from the cottage. Uncle Bardock, these are friends of the Loretta clan. Please see to their accommodation. I must return immediately to fetch the rest of their kin. Kazuo, still bearing Osubiel, said gently, Little beer, lend your brother a hand, won't you? In an instant, both vanished from sight. Bardock barely blinked at the children's departure, yet stared momentarily stunned at the multitude of female beings now before him. Had Kazuo just transplanted an entire civilization? With Osubiel's aid, Kazuo's teleportation speed increased dramatically. In under half a day, all Loretta, including their equipment, had been relocated, save for Philia, who now stood alone upon Loretta's star. Philia gazed impassively across the landscape of her homeworld, then shook her head softly. The future will be brighter. A faint tender smile touched her lips as she thought of that irrepressible child. Kazuo reappeared on Loretta's star. Your turn now, Mum. With a soft shush, both vanished from the planet. On planet Sadala, the moment Kazuo arrived with the first 20 Loretta, the Scions had been instantly roused, and now stood waiting poised for his return. As Kazuo and Philia materialized, the entire Loretta clan had at last been fully reunited on planet Sadala. Brother Kazuo. Osubiel leapt onto him once more. Kazuo cradled her small bottom in both hands and turned to Bardock beside him. Uncle Bardock, these are friends of the Loretta clan. Ancestrally, they served our Scion people. Kazuo proceeded to recount the Loretta's origins. When he mentioned their service under Amosai, the Scions showed little reaction. But when Kazuo declared Amosai was the first Super Saiyan, the entire assembly erupted, chaos and jubilation boiling over in an instant. The Super Saiyan legend is true. There is a Super Saiyan. Voices overlapped in feverish excitement. Silence impossible. All were electrified, except Bardock, who watched in stoic silence. He knew the legend was real. His son Kakarot would become the second Super Saiyan. Yet glancing at Kazuo, Bardock murmured inwardly, perhaps Kakarot will be the third. Chief Iwini, this is our Scion leader, Bardock. Kaso rudely pointed at Bardock. Bardock merely curled his lips in disdain. Were he not outmatched, Kaso would already be lying unconscious on the ground. Greetings. Iwini had already learned from Philia that the Scions were being hunted by Frieza's forces and had taken refuge on planet Sadala. She felt no particular concern over this. The moment Kaso had led his entire clan here, she'd sensed something extraordinary about the boy beside her, a rare and wondrous technique. Frieza would never truly capture the Scions. Thus the safety of the Loretta tribe was assured. Moreover, planet Sadala, somehow restored to vitality, had kindled Iwini's deep confidence in the Scion people. Welcome to join us, Bardock said coolly. Surveying the Lorettas, he noted most were women with only a handful of men, an observation that confirmed Yuna's remark about their low reproductive rate. He had initially assumed Kaso would eliminate Yuna and her kin, yet instead Kaso had brought every last one of them back. While this certainly prevented the Scion's whereabouts from leaking, Bardock remained baffled as to why Kaso had chosen such a course. Bardock gestured toward Castor, who cowered behind the crowd. Castor, come forward and arrange lodgings for our Loretta guests. See coming. Castor shuffled hesitantly, eyes darting toward Bardock. He remembered all too vividly Bardock's private training session, and now even the sight of him sent involuntary shivers down his spine. Kaso cradled Osubiel as he addressed Philia. Little one, see to your people's settlement first. Philia gave a quiet nod, then led the Loretta tribe away with Castor. These Scions struck her as unremarkable, utterly unlike Kaso. Yet Philia trusted that time and shared experience would gradually reshape that impression. Once they had all departed, Bardock bellowed at the surrounding Scions. What are you standing there for? Planning to stand till dawn? And no, move. Explain yourself to Lord Bardock before you get yourself killed. In an instant the Scions vanished, like leaves scattered by a sudden gale. Uncle Bardock, this kind of attitude won't win you friends, Kaso teased with a grin. Though Bardock ruled his kin sternly, Kaso knew it was but his unique method of leadership. The Scions understood this well, hence their easy familiarity. And indeed, Bardock's deep affection and loyalty from his people were no accident. Bardock shot Kaso an exasperated glare. Just what are you up to, brat? Were it not for the boy's proven prophetic gift, Bardock might have intervened long ago. After all, the more who knew of the Scion's existence, the greater the risk of exposure. Kaso approached, still holding Osubiel. Uncle Bardock, the Scions cannot remain confined to planet Sadala forever. True enough, but what does bringing them here have to do with that? Arms crossed, Bardock gazed upward into the star-strewn heavens, the infinite cosmos stirring silent, profound thoughts within him. Revenge against Frieza would take years yet. With a soft sigh, Bardock said, I know you have your reasons, speak them. As he held Osubiel, Kaso noticed she had fallen asleep. Gently he brushed his fingertip across her tiny nose. Gravity chambers alone are insufficient for Scion cultivation, and without spacecraft and scanners we are blind in the void. Hearing this, Bardock nodded. He had long observed how Kaso and Osubiel wielded a mysterious art, one that masked their energy signatures and revealed enemies' locations without scanners. Though Kaso had taught its principles to other Scions, their ingrained, brutal approach to energy rendered them incapable of grasping its subtlety. Bardock himself had only begun to glimpse its essence, but he knew mastery of such a technique would shape a lifetime's strength. You're right. We cannot remain on Sadala forever. Scanners and starships are indispensable. Those Scions could survive unaided in space. Bardock knew their day of reckoning with Frieza would inevitably come. Casso's logic was sound. Reflecting upon it, Bardock studied the boy anew. How had such insight bloomed so young? Truly a little marvel. Gazing at Osubiel's sleeping face, he kissed her softly. The Lorita's technology is extraordinary. You'll soon witness its wonders. With that, he soared skyward, cradling the child. Time slipped silently away, until a full year had passed. Planet Sadala had been restructured by the Loritas into distinct zones: residential, ecological, cultivation, and research districts. Advanced technology permeated every corner. Habitats tailored for Scions had transformed into sleek modern metropolises, while Lorita citizens glided along streets aboard sleek, clean energy vehicles. Inside a research chamber in the research district, Philia held a universal capsule, turning it over, inspecting it closely, even deploying multiple analyzers to probe its structure. Yet its fundamental principle eluded her. How does it compress objects into such infinitesimal form? Half a year earlier, Casso had given her the capsule. Since then, she'd studied it relentlessly, yet uncovered nothing. Running fingers through her icy blue hair, she nearly seethed with frustration. I'll ask that brat himself. Philia exhaled deeply, her patience exhausted. She strode from the research tower and erupted skyward in a blazing white aura. She flew from the research district toward the cultivation zone, passing through the ecological zone, a fully self-sustaining biosphere containing plains, forests, oceans, and diverse fauna. Recognizing that Sadala must retain more than just cultivation and habitation zones, the Loritas had preserved its natural character with remarkable foresight and balance. Soon Philia arrived at the cultivation zone. Before her stretched rows of dark, windowless gravity chambers. Though she could replicate such chambers easily, given raw materials, the universal capsule remained an impenetrable enigma. Tap, tap, tap. Philia landed before one chamber door, just as it slid open from within. A boy emerged, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel, then froze, startled at the sight of the stunning frost-eyed woman before him. Casso blinked. Little one, what brings you here? Philia brandished the universal capsule, shaking it before him with clenched teeth. Where did this come from? You're trying to reverse engineer it. Casso frowned. Judging by Philia's furious expression, she'd labored over it extensively. Yet how could anyone unravel the genius of Dr. Briefs? This girl was utterly beyond reason. It's not that Casso wants to squash Philia, but this universal capsule is truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary people to manufacture. In the entire anime, it is evident that no one in the universe outside Earth can create such a thing. Where did you get this, you little brat? Philia arched her brows and asked again. A guy named Breves developed it. Do you know him? Hearing this, Casso immediately understood her intentions. He sighed and replied, Yes, I know him. Maybe I can introduce you to him later. Despite Philia's alluring figure and stunning beauty, Casso knew her to be cold-hearted and particularly stubborn. If her goals were not achieved, she would undoubtedly pester him daily. At this moment, another gravity chamber opened, and a little girl stepped out. Oh, Philia, you are here too. Philia nodded at Ospier, and then said to Casso, All right, let's settle this then. She then flew into the sky and quickly vanished. Casso, brother, why did Philia come to find you? Ospier approached him, her tone a bit puzzled. Just a little matter. Casso looked at Ospier. Nearly 2 years had passed since the explosion of Vegeta Star, and now Ospier was about 9 years old, her height having already surpassed 1 meter. Casso understood that Scions would remain in their childhood for a long time, keeping their bodies in a state of adolescence until they reached old age, at which point they would rapidly decline. Her glossy dark hair was tied with a red ribbon, and through her starry eyes a sprinkle of starlight reflected her crystal-like complexion, rosy cheeks, and despite her youth, she looked exceptionally graceful. Casso was mesmerized, momentarily dumbfounded. Casso, brother, the changes in the Scions are so great now. Ospier exclaimed. Hearing her tone, Casso smiled wryly, realizing that this girl was no longer the clueless little follower she once was. However, in the past year, the Lolitas had fully integrated into the Scion clan, creating a situation where they were intertwined. The technology of the Lolitas greatly impacted Salad Star, enhancing not just daily life, but also significantly boosting Scion strength. They redesigned the gravity chamber, making its functions more comprehensive, and most importantly, they removed the music system inside. They also designed many healing pods, making it unnecessary for Scions to use Senzu beans for minor injuries. Otherwise, with only 80 Senzu beans produced each month, how could they meet the Scions' consumption needs? Currently, the strength of the Scions had been greatly enhanced, with even the lowest ranks, excluding logistics personnel, boasting a battle power of at least 200. Bardock had even reached a battle power of 120, comparable to the strength of the leader of Frieza's Ginyu Force. Thinking of this, Casso felt a slight warmth in his heart. As long as they did not confront Frieza's high-end combat power or some hidden bosses, the current strength of the Scions should be enough to dominate a region. Queso brother, what are you thinking about? Ospier furrowed her brows and patted his waist. Nothing much, I was just wondering whether we should go to Earth. Oh, that sounds great. Ospier's eyes sparkled with excitement. You want to go for the delicious food, right? Queso replied irritably. However, at that moment, a commanding voice emanated from behind Queso. Kid, did you say there's food? Queso turned around. He saw a purple cat-like creature standing behind him. Queso rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. It had a slender body with two pointed purple ears standing upright, a golden ring around its neck, and wore clothing reminiscent of ancient Egyptian style, resembling the legendary Anubis. This is the god of destruction, Beerus. Queso's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart raced, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Seeing this cat appear, there should be another person accompanying it. Sure enough, next to it stood a very tall, flamboyant man, with purple pupils and lips, wearing a large light blue halo around his neck. Whis, who are these two brothers? Ospier looked at the two, smiling. Hearing Ospier's voice, Queso quickly covered her mouth. No matter how much the little girl struggled, she couldn't break free. How did these two deities suddenly appear on Salad Star? From what Queso understood, Beerus had returned to the god of destruction planet to sleep after giving orders to Frieza years ago. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Beerus looked at Queso with an extremely indifferent gaze, as if he were looking at an ant. Meanwhile, Whis curiously observed the two little brats, surprised that they were Scions. Wasn't it said that the Scions were destroyed by Frieza a year ago? Beerus also noticed the tails around Queso and Ospier's waist, his tone somewhat playful. Oh, Scions. Upon hearing this, Queso felt as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year ice cave, his whole body chilled, as if he might lose his life at any moment. However, Beerus had asked him a question, and if he didn't answer, he might really vanish from this world in the next second. Queso hurriedly replied, Yes, Lord Beerus, I found a place with incredibly delicious food. You actually know me. Beerus squinted his eyes, but thinking back to his appearance on Vegeta Star a few years ago, he wasn't surprised that this little brat recognized him. But weren't the Scions supposed to be destroyed by Frieza? With this thought, Beerus furrowed his brow. If Frieza actually dared to defy his orders. Suddenly, a sense of destruction enveloped the entire Salad Star. Under this aura, the planet trembled incessantly, as if it would be destroyed at any moment. Meanwhile, far away at Frieza's headquarters, Achoo! The king sitting in the spacecraft sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Now that the Scions have been discovered by Beerus, hiding is no longer possible. If something isn't done, the Scions will surely be wiped out again, and even Goku on Earth might not escape. Queso recalled that Beerus had ordered Frieza to destroy Vegeta Star because King Vegeta had hidden the most comfortable pillow. Thinking of this, Queso felt a glimmer of hope for the Scions. Lord Beerus, the food I mentioned is truly delicious. Would you like to try it? Upon hearing Queso's words, the aura of destruction surrounding Beerus receded. Even Whis displayed an expression of longing. As the most powerful beings in the 7th universe, other than handling their usual duties, they loved gourmet food the most. Beerus looked coldly at Queso and said, If you dare to deceive me, the consequences will be very serious. When Beerus spoke, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes, and a purple aura surrounded him. The last person who dared to deceive him was King Vegeta, and the grass on his grave must be 2 meters high by now. Whis, holding a staff, looked at Queso with a benign smile, appearing harmless. He didn't care whether Queso was telling the truth or not. If the food did not satisfy them, Beerus would take action, and there was no need for him to worry. Queso weakly said, Lord Beerus, the delicacies are on a planet called Earth. The taste of Earth's cuisine is undoubtedly excellent. After all, Ospier, this little foodie, has personally experienced it, and one could tell from her expression that it was a rare delicacy. Moreover, he remembered that in the anime, Beerus particularly enjoyed Earth's cuisine, so Queso thought that perhaps this could convince Beerus to spare the Scion race. Whis, Beerus said lightly. Upon hearing this, Whis immediately tapped his staff on the ground. A sacred radiance appeared above the small orb on the staff, shining brightly, like a night pearl treasured for 1,000 years. After checking the information, Whis respectfully said, Lord Beerus, the planet called Earth is very far from here. It will take about 3 seconds to reach it. Among the 12 universes, Beerus is notoriously lazy, except for the times he awakens to work. For a while, he spends the rest of his time sleeping. This time he woke up simply because he was hungry. Sure enough, 3 seconds. Beerus snorted, seemingly angry about such a long distance. When he first saw the Scions, there was a moment when he felt the urge to destroy both the Scions and Frieza, but upon hearing Queso mention food, he managed to hold back. He just didn't expect it would take 3 seconds to get there. Upon hearing Whis' words, Queso wondered if he should use instant transmission to take them. With his current strength, he would need to rest once to use instant transmission to reach Earth, so it would be better to let Whis take them instead. Kid, if I don't see the delicacies you mentioned after 3 seconds, you know the consequences. Beerus said coldly. Let's go. A thick beam of colorful light enveloped the 4 of them and shot straight up. As the light slowly dissipated, the 4 had vanished without a trace. 3 seconds later, 4 figures appeared near Karen on Earth. Is this the Earth you mentioned? Yes. Casso nodded, recognizing that they had arrived on Earth when he saw Karen Tower. But how did Whis teleport them here? Just as Casso was filled with doubt, Whis said, Lord Beerus, take a look at this architecture. Whis was puzzled. He had just randomly teleported to Earth, so why was there something that looked so familiar here? Upon reaching Earth, Beerus saw a deserted forest, and he couldn't find any of the so-called delicacies. He felt deceived, a surge of anger brewing within him, contemplating destroying Casso and the others, but then he paused at Whis' words. If even an angel like Whis was astonished, then what could this ancient tower possibly be? Beerus glanced at Casso and then approached to touch the surface of Karen Tower along with Whis. As the deathly gaze shifted, Casso breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was about to die. After a while of touching the tower, Beerus casually remarked, nothing special here. Whis, however, frowned and ignored Beerus, continuing to ponder over Karen Tower. How strange, why can't I recall it? Whis murmured. In the universe, each angel serves a god of destruction. If a god of destruction dies for some reason, the angel will fall into a deep sleep until a new god of destruction is born, at which point they will awaken. Angels normally do not die, so they live for a very long time and have seen much. Yet Whis simply couldn't recall. This is somewhat odd. Forget it, let's not worry about it for now. Whis smiled at Casso and said, little friend, take us to eat something delicious. Seeing the master and servant touch Karen Tower, Casso found it strange. These two were the top existences in the universe. What haven't they seen? Why did they show such curiosity upon seeing Karen Tower? But he thought it would be better to take them to eat something first, lest the Scions really get destroyed. Please place your hands on me, honored ones. Upon arriving on Earth, Casso found it more convenient to use instant transmission for such close-range transfers. Instant transmission from Yardrat. Whis instantly recognized Casso's intention. Beerus, on the other hand, had no reaction, knowing a little teleportation technique was nothing impressive. True strength lies in one's own power, not in flashy tricks. In his eyes, if Casso attempted to escape using this trick, he would crush him the moment it was activated. Let's go, Beerus said indifferently. Subsequently, the 4 disappeared without a trace. However, above in the heavenly realm stood a coal-black sphere, who looked at the 4 below, his gaze finally showing a hint of fluctuation, but it quickly returned to normal. On the other side of West City. This place was adjacent to West City, and compared to the bustling West City, it appeared very impoverished. A main street was filled with dining tables, and many people sat on nearby chairs chatting. If Bulma saw this place, she would undoubtedly exclaim, street food. Yes, Casso brought Beerus and the others to this street food stall. Since these 2 fellows had no discernment, starting them off with the most basic food was quite fitting, lest they become spoiled by high-end food. Brother Casso, I'm hungry, Osbeer said pitifully. Beerus, smelling the aroma from the next table, couldn't help but swallow. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about destroying the Scions, only knowing that if the dishes didn't arrive, soon Casso would lose his life. Whis had already turned his head, intently watching the next table as he saw others chewing, and he couldn't help but swallow. Kid, are you looking to die? Beerus was growing impatient. He had never smelled such delicious food before, yet this kid was still delaying in serving him. Under Beerus' deathly gaze, Casso shivered and quickly shouted, boss, serve the dishes. Soon the street food stall's waiter brought forth a table full of food. But Casso knew that this amount would definitely not be enough for these few people. Soon another food stall complied with his orders, bringing over all the food from inside the shop. Then one stall after another. All the food stalls on the street brought over dishes. A lavish banquet spread across the table. Every delicacy, whether soaring through the skies or gliding beneath the waves, was present. Though the plating lacked the refined elegance of a high-end restaurant, it remained pleasing to the eye, and the aroma wafting from each dish was irresistibly alluring. Beerus and Whis inhaled the fragrance, their appetites instantly roused. Whis, unable to wait a moment longer, delicately lifted a piece of fish with his chopsticks and placed it upon his tongue, chewing slowly. The flavor of the fish erupted instantly within his mouth, stimulating his salivary glands and drawing forth a flood of saliva. As he swallowed, Whis's violet pupils dilated sharply. His entire soul seemed immersed in sacred radiance, and he let out a soft, blissful sigh, so utterly divine. Beerus, having already swallowed countless times in anticipation, could no longer restrain himself. He seized the feast with both hands. Dish after dish vanished into his ravenous maw. Kazuo watched this spectacle and curled his lips. Wily little brat. Just a street-side stall is enough to humble you both. Hey, don't snatch. That's mine. 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 Do you dare defy me? I'll obliterate you. Mine. Mine. Beerus. Whis stifled a quiet chuckle behind his hand. This boy might respect the destroyer's dignity, But that girl, utterly unversed in reverence, she'd never bow to such authority. Yet observing her closely, Whis sensed that though her innate talent was unremarkable, her heart remained refreshingly pure. Such sincerity might slow her cultivation progress, but assuredly elevated her ultimate potential. And like Beerus himself, she possessed an insatiable passion for food. At this thought, Whis regarded Aspiel with a faintly peculiar glint in his eyes. Here, Aspiel, try this. Kazuo, thoroughly unnerved by her audacity to wrest food from Beerus, trembled inwardly. She truly courted death. He hastily fetched another platter of roasted meat. Fine, she grumbled, seizing the skewer and biting down sullenly. Beerus, wholly absorbed in feasting, wore a face slick with grease, utterly oblivious to her earlier insolence. Soon the clatter of chopsticks and bowls resumed. Half a day passed. 10 tables at the street-side stall groaned under towering stacks of plates, each pile soaring 5 meters high. Passers-by gaped in disbelief. Surely these were not mortals, but monsters. Beerus reclined languidly upon his chair, a lean feline, sated beyond measure, his expression one of profound contentment. Not half bad, this fare. He belched deeply, defiantly insisting, then glanced sidelong at the 2 scions, finding them markedly more agreeable now. So their vaunted cuisine truly lived up to its reputation. In that moment he recalled his rotund brother, and wondered whether the fellow had ever tasted such delights. Surely not. Lord Beerus, will you still annihilate the scions? Whis dabbed his lips with a handkerchief, his poise impeccably elegant, if not for the tumterhigh stack of dishes beside him. Kazuo pricked up his ears, heart pounding with trepidation. His anxiety was hardly unwarranted. Prince Vegeta had foolishly provoked none other than a destroyer, a deity whose domain was cosmic annihilation. Had he offended even the entire Frost Demon clan, Kazuo would have felt no fear. But what was a destroyer? Master of universal destruction, his command over destructive energy flawless and absolute. In the annals of legend, only a handful had ever withstood his power. Of course, angels stood apart, beings of transcendent mastery. Enough chatter. Beerus scoffed, resting his arms behind his head and shooting Whis a dismissive glare. Whis smiled softly. He already knew Beerus's decision. Long ago, King Vegeta's transgression had led to the total obliteration of planet Vegeta. As an angel, Whis held no objection to the destroyer's judgment. Nor would he object now, even as Kazuo guided them to Earth for culinary indulgence, if Beerus chose to eradicate the scions anew. For angels must never interfere in the natural order of existence. Kazuo understood this. While though angels surpassed even destroyers in strength, they remained bound as eternal servants. To sway Whis against his sacred edicts, one would need to cultivate genuine rapport, much as Bulma had done, using gourmet offerings to win over this most eccentric pair. When Whis witnessed Bulma constructing the forbidden time machine, he and Beerus merely forbade its use, and then released her without further penalty. King Vegeta, in his fatal folly, once dared conceal Beerus's pillow, an act so grave that erasing an entire race would have been effortless for a deity of such stature. Hearing Beerus's tone now, Kazuo finally exhaled in relief. The scions' fate was spared, their lives and Aspiel's secured. Whis, we're departing. We shall return. Beerus rose, casting a sidelong glance at Aspiel. That impudent girl had dared contest him for food, had he not been in such fine spirits. As you wish, Lord Beerus. Sated and serene, Whis whisked Beerus away in an instant, leaving the banquet table empty. Within the dimensional corridor, Beerus's brow twitched with a dark, speechless line, staring wordlessly at Whis. West City. Did you too starve to death in your past lives? An entire street wasn't enough to satisfy you. Bulma planted her hands on her hips, scolding Kazuo. A year had passed. Bulma trained daily without fail. The warm current within her grew steadily stronger. Soon she believed she would finally release that coiled energy. She dreamed of showcasing her breakthrough to Kazuo, only to find him appearing unannounced that very evening, dragging her to a bustling avenue to cover the bill. Had it been just one stall, perhaps tolerable, but they devoured every single street-side eatery along the entire thoroughfare. Truly terrifying. Kazuo and Aspiel stood perfectly still, chastened and obedient, guiltily acknowledging their misdeed. Bulma stared at the 2 children, barely taller than herself, standing so meekly, and found her anger suddenly deflated. Oh, forget it. She snapped, more exasperated than furious. It wasn't the money, mere digits to her. It was the principle. She'd seized the chance to berate Kazuo, payback for his relentless training regimen. And indeed, once the tirade ended, warmth flooded her limbs, soothing and radiant. Brother Kazuo, Bulma's scary. Aspiel whispered timidly. She remembered Bulma's earlier attempts to fly, never once so fierce. Watching Bulma's fiery demeanor, Kazuo swallowed twice, realizing with dawning awe that this girl had been fearsome from childhood. No wonder even Vegeta would one day cower before her. In a distant place far from Earth, a massive inverted purple pyramid floats in the void adorned with various blue plants, surrounded by a myriad of divine auras. After more than 20 minutes, Weiss finally brought Beerus back to the God of Destruction realm. How was this meal, Lord Beerus? It was just mediocre. So should we go to Earth again next time? Yes. Without looking back, Beerus resolutely replied with a single word. Hearing this, Weiss chuckled behind his hand. It wasn't the first time Beerus had been stubborn. However, the food on Earth was indeed delicious. The job of a god of destruction is to annihilate underperforming planets within a fixed time frame. Otherwise, these garbage planets would drag down the average power of the entire universe. While other gods of destruction work diligently at their duties, the god of destruction of the seventh universe is exceptionally lazy. Watching Beerus' departing figure, Weiss could only smile wryly. Predictably, Beerus should return to the temple for another slumber. This time it was uncertain how long he would sleep. As Beerus was about to enter the palace, Weiss casually asked, Lord Beerus, what did you think of that little girl? Beerus lifted his foot, just about to step into the palace. Upon hearing this, he paused and put his foot back down. She's somewhat interesting, Beerus said seriously before entering the palace to sleep. At Bulma's home, Casu was facing Bulma directly, saying, Bulma, a year has passed, and you've only cultivated this little energy. Bulma stood there, her little head shrinking, slightly resembling the way Casu had just been scolded. Indeed, fortunes do turn over. Looking at Cass's poker face, Bulma felt a bit indignant, as she had worked hard to cultivate and had used 3 senzu beans. Moreover, she was now incredibly strong, able to lift heavy machinery at home with one hand, and sometimes when she encountered robbers on the street, she could capture them. That infuriating Casu, why couldn't he just praise her? Bulma cursed inwardly. Seeing Bulma sulking with a wronged expression, Casu felt a bit awkward. He merely wanted to change the topic. Who would have thought that scolding someone could be so addictive? However, Bulma's talent was indeed quite strong. In Cass's perception, her energy level was approximately 30 points of combat power. If she could cultivate to over 80 points, Bulma could attempt to channel her energy like Biddy Lee. Once she reached this point, her dream of flying could soon be realized. Keep cultivating well, you'll be able to fly soon. Cassa didn't know how to comfort Bulma, so he could only say casually, Really? Really? Oh yeah. Upon hearing Cassa's words, Bulma was as energized as if she had been injected with adrenaline, her feet barely touching the ground as she nearly flew to the ceiling. What a child. Cassa chuckled softly. He was in a great mood, having resolved the Scion's greatest fear. All that remained was to confront the Frost Demons. The Frost Demons consist of only 3 members, Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold. Each possesses terrifying combat power stronger than the last. In the anime, when Cooler first appeared, his final form had a combat power of 470 million, far surpassing his brother Frieza, and by his second appearance, Cooler's energy had reached 10 billion. Then there's King Cold, who followed Frieza to Earth. Vegeta once remarked that King Cold's ki is 10 times that of Frieza, indicating he must have at least over 1.5 billion in combat power. Thinking of this, Casu did not shrink back despite knowing their combat powers in advance. In fact, his blood was boiling. Perhaps this is the essence of being a Scion. Bulma, you've used 3 senzu beans, right? They'll give you 3 more. This way you'll have exactly 10 senzu beans. Train hard, and I hope to see you flying soon. Casu had mentioned coming to Earth for the sake of the hyperbolic time chamber. Now that the Scion's greatest fear was resolved, it was time to visit there. The hyperbolic time chamber is located in the temple, where 1 year inside equates to 1 day outside, making it a truly exceptional training ground. In the anime, it was precisely because of this room that the Z Fighter's power significantly increased in a short time. Moreover, the food and water there are plentiful, and the air is thin and stifling. Temperatures range between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees, with gravity 10 times that of Earth and a space as vast as Earth. However, the hyperbolic time chamber has its drawbacks. A person can only enter for 2 days in a lifetime, or the exit will disappear and they will never be able to come out. Of course, if one reaches a certain level of power such as Majin Buu or Gotenks, they can break through the dimensional barrier inside. Are you leaving again? Bulma's eyes widened. During this year, every time she trained, she had thought of Cass's annoying face, and now that she finally saw him again, he was leaving once more. Did he come here just to make her pay for the meal? Huh. Scumbag. Little girl, train hard. Little Bulma, train hard. Aspir pouted and said, then she vanished with Casu. At the temple on Earth. With a swish, 2 small figures appeared at the temple. As Casu and Aspir sought out the Supreme, Kai's voice came from behind. Do you have business here? Who? Casu had learned to sense ki 2 years ago. Upon arriving in the other world, he could only sense the Supreme Kai's energy and detected no other presence. He was startled by the voice and quickly turned around. It's Mr. Boppo. Aspir tugged at Cass's sleeve. It's Mr. Boppo. Casu wiped the sweat from his face. Boppo remained as mysterious as ever, able to approach silently. Casu was not surprised at all. Do you have business here? Bopo asked again, expressionless. Would like to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Casu spoke frankly. He wanted to be polite about borrowing someone else's space, but facing a mysterious entity like Bopo, he felt it was better to be straightforward. All right. Bopo did not question how Casu knew about the hyperbolic time chamber or its functions. He simply nodded calmly. Cassie looked at Ospier, feeling a bit confused. If the other world only had the Supreme Kai, it would be easy for Casu to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, but there was also Bopo, a mysterious presence. However, he believed that even if he forcibly entered the other world, Bopo might not react. Still, Casu felt it was better to be polite. He just didn't expect to succeed so easily. The divine temple of the heavens was exceptionally quiet, the air thin, and the surrounding green plants rustled gently in the breeze. On this day, two little children followed a figure with black coal-like hair toward a room. Above the room was a round clock hanging, accompanied by two large hourglasses placed beside it, while the crack of the door occasionally revealed a hint of mysterious aura. Casso approached the room, feeling the wisps of aura wrapping around him, seeping through his skin into his body, sensing its uniqueness, as if time itself was slipping through his fingers. Upon entering through the door, Casso found himself in the room of spirit and time, knowing that this would eventually become one of the battlefields in the future, where the formidable Majin Buu would invade. At that time, Piccolo had destroyed the entrance, contemplating self-destruction alongside Majin Buu, yet who would have thought that Majin Buu could escape from within? Casso pondered that with his current strength, if he were trapped inside, he wouldn't know how long it would take to come out. This room. Bobo spoke as he walked, explaining the various precautions of the room of spirit and time to Casso and Ospier. Casso was already well aware of the functions and limitations of the room of spirit and time, but it was still better to listen carefully to Bobo's explanations. Just in case there were details in the anime about the room of spirit and time that were not mentioned, that would be unfortunate. However, after listening to Bobo, Casso realized that his understanding was not far from what Bobo had explained. You two remember to come out before the sand in the hourglass runs out. Bobo said lightly. I will remember it, Casso replied. Casso nodded. Having only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few years, the Dragon Ball plot had hardly begun. How could he disregard his own safety? Then we're going in, Casso said, pulling Ospier inside. Watching their backs as they entered, Bobo stood still, seemingly lost in thought. Upon entering, Casso's first impression of the interior was that it was white, very white, extremely white. It was as if he had stepped into a world of pure white, devoid of any other color, with no visible boundaries and an immense space. Moreover, it was stifling. Casso and Ospier had not taken many steps before feeling their throats constrict. He recalled how Goku had exited the room of spirit and time shortly after entering for the first time. Even a martial artist as obsessed with fighting as Goku could hardly endure, which illustrated how harsh the environment was. However, since he had come to the Dragon Ball world, Casso would not back down. Can you endure, little Ospier? He asked with a hint of worry. I can do it, Ospier declared earnestly, clenching her little fist. On the path of the strong, one must know that it won't always be smooth sailing. They were merely advanced warriors, not legendary Saiyan types like Broly. If they couldn't withstand even this little hardship, they wouldn't stand a chance against deities like Beerus, let alone Frieza. Yet from Ospier's determined little eyes, it was clear she was fearless. The heart of a child, unafraid and undaunted, showcased the rare and admirable spirit of martial arts that could be seen in Ospier. This was also why Whis valued her so highly. Time passed swiftly. Inside the room of spirit and time were two small figures. Ospier unleashed all her strength in a rapid punch, shooting upward, her swift and serious movements stirring up a fierce wind, causing the entire space to swirl. Bang! The fists collided, the space shook violently, and a sound like mountains collapsing and earth-shattering echoed throughout the room of spirit and time. There, Ospier transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, soon becoming entangled with Casso. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless afterimages, each clash resounding like thunder, followed by an incessant flurry of combat sounds. Little Ospier, let's pause here, Casso said, grabbing Ospier's little fist. The two returned to the ground, slightly calming their emotions before sitting cross-legged and meditating in the air. Casso and Ospier spent almost a year in the room of spirit and time. The environment inside the room of spirit and time was extremely harsh. Those with weak will and spirit could easily fall into hallucinations. When the two first entered, they found each second to be excruciatingly tough. However, both of their wills and spirits were strong, especially Casso, whose spiritual strength was extraordinary. He only felt a bit uncomfortable physically and mentally. He was unaffected. In fact, he felt it was not so bad. Of course, Casso did not leave empty-handed. He utilized that year to reorganize his combat techniques and gained further insight into the use of chi. He believed that now even a casual energy wave from him would be significantly stronger than before. In the divine temple of the heavens, the deity stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the mortal realm. A year ago, the deity had been startled by Casso's world-destroying power, especially knowing that he was not even an earthling. If Casso harbored ill intentions toward Earth, it would be dire. Fortunately, Casso bore no malice, at most taking some useless senzu beans from the cat sage. However, later the cat sage expressed his worries, noting that Earth lacked powerful martial artists like Master Rashi, and if aliens were to invade, Earth would fall into an irreversible disaster. The deity thought it over and agreed. The Earthlings showed no sense of crisis, and if the day came when the cat sage's predictions came true, Earth would truly be doomed. Thus, he employed his unique abilities to subtly influence the minds of those in the mortal realm. To let the world know that above Karen Tower lay a legendary temple where anyone who gained the cat sage's approval could ascend to the heavens and receive teachings from the deity. While observing the mortal realm, the deity also discovered an interesting child. This child was particularly innocent, resembling Ospier. Such pure-hearted individuals usually excel in martial arts. Moreover, the deity noticed that the child had a fluffy tail at their rear. Wasn't this similar to Casso and the others? Could they belong to the same race? However, at that moment, two small figures emerged from the room of spirit and time. The deity is here too. Casso smiled. Haven't you stayed long enough? The deity leaned on his staff, smiling. He had already heard from Bobo that Casso and the others had returned to Earth and entered the room of spirit and time. The deity did not oppose their entrance into the room of spirit and time. Rather, he welcomed it with joy. Knowing how terrifying their strength was based on his understanding of them, he thought that if he could bestow them with some favors, they would owe him some gratitude. In the future, if Earth were to fall into crisis, he could seek help from these two. One day is enough. Casso shook his head. During that year in the room of spirit and time, he had sorted through all his techniques. Although his battle power hadn't increased much, his personal combat skills had vastly improved. Fortunately, they bear no ill will toward Earth. The deity nodded, secretly finding their strength increasingly inscrutable. God of heaven, we have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Casso came to Earth for one reason only, to enter the room of spirit and time. However, upon encountering Beerus along the way, he had no choice but to bring him to Earth, conveniently eliminating a potential threat posed by the Psiots. Now that both tasks were completed, it was about time to return to Salada Planet. All right, hope to see you again. The God of heaven nodded. Under his influence, the martial arts development on Earth flourished increasingly, and after several years, some promising talents should emerge. Casso left the heavenly realm with Ospier and arrived at a shop in West City. Brother Casso, why are you buying all these instant noodles? You'll know soon enough. Casso didn't explain much. He bought so many instant noodles just to be on the safe side. Casso continually took instant noodles off the shelves, sparing no brand, but when he passed by a pickled cabbage brand, he thought better of it and decided to skip it. Almost done. Nearly all the instant noodles in the shop were taken by Casso, packed into a universal capsule. As he stepped out of the shop, Casso let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had the black card given by Bulma, which contained enough money for him to spend a lifetime. Indeed, soft rice is the most delicious. Let's go. The two then vanished without a trace. Salada Planet. As time passed, the strength of the Psiots grew stronger. Bardock divided all the Psiots into 10 small teams. Each team was led by a captain, with Bardock and Casso responsible for all the captains. Regarding Casso being in charge of all the team leaders, the Psiots had no objections, or rather they welcomed it. On this day, a massive duel arena was set up in the center of the training area, filled with spectators, half Psiots and half Lolitas. Among them was Philia. Bardock looked at the list in his hand and said calmly, the next match is between Chris' team and Cast's team. Because the magical beans could only produce 80 beans a month, with 40 reserved as seeds, Bardock also had to keep some beans in reserve from the remaining 40. Thus, there were not enough magical beans to distribute among the Psiots. So Casso proposed a plan for the teams to duel, with higher-ranked teams receiving more magical beans. This way, the magical beans earned through strength would not cause any grievances among the Psiots. Bardock thought this duel method was indeed quite good. It created pressure among the Psiots. When a Psion feels pressure, it can lead to terrifying outcomes. Just like in the Namex saga, Vegeta could not believe that Kakarot, an underclass warrior, could become a Super Saiyan, while he, a noble Saiyan prince, could not transform. Humiliated, Vegeta felt immense pressure and managed to transform into a Super Saiyan within just a year. The duel arena spanned 1000 square meters. 30 Psions stood atop it. Cast mocked Chris, just give up. A year ago, the Lolita tribe had already created a detector. From Cast's detector, they learned that Chris had only 700 combat power, while most of his team members had around 4000. In contrast, his own combat power was 8000. How could Chris possibly fight him? Give up. Chris scoffed, as the word surrender did not exist in a Psion's dictionary. Even if he knew he would lose, he would never give up. Besides, they might not even lose. Then bring it on. With Cast's declaration, the atmosphere in the duel arena became tense. A battle was about to erupt. Just then, two small figures appeared next to Philia. Oh! Upon witnessing the duel arena, Kasu paused. He had thought of this duel method long before the magical beans were ripe. He just didn't expect to stumble upon this battle right after returning. He had to take a good look. He saw Cast swiftly flying toward Chris, while other team members each found their opponents. 30 streams of white energy erupted simultaneously, filling the arena with a powerful whirlwind that swept across the entire duel arena, even ruffling Kasu's hair. Look! Kasu, oblivious to Philia's expression, pointed at the duel arena. The number of contestants had dwindled by more than half, but Kasu knew the real battle was just beginning. Another surge of energy erupted. The hurricane suddenly expanded, accompanied by a strong shockwave that shattered the entire duel arena, turning the stones into dust within the storm. Cast soared into the air, clasping his hands together. The energy within him was guided out, quickly condensing into a dazzling energy sphere. Chris, catch! The raging energy sphere shot straight at Chris. Get out of the way. Seeing this, the Saiyans on the ground immediately flew into the air. If Cast's attack hit Chris, would likely be bedridden for weeks. I can't block it, can I dodge? Chris gritted his teeth, knowing it would be very difficult to defeat Cast with his strength. After all, the opponent had 800 combat power. That extra 100 combat power was neither too much nor too little. However, defeating him solely based on that 100 combat power difference wouldn't be easy. Boom. Chris swiftly dodged the energy sphere, which then exploded violently upon hitting the duel arena. In an instant, the entire duel arena was shattered into pieces, smoke filling the air, enveloping even the Saiyans above. Seeing the situation in the arena, Kasu smiled. Chris is about to lose. Philia frowned. Wasn't Chris able to dodge that attack? How could he be losing? You'll see, Kasu replied. The smoke produced by the explosion was still spreading everywhere, resembling the dark mist of the abyss emerging from the depths, obscuring all vision. Rush out, quickly! A cloud of gunpowder enveloped the entire duel arena, and all the Saiyans wanted to escape at the first opportunity. In this environment of blurred vision, it was easy to be ambushed. Both sides shared the same thought. Chris realized this as well. Their team was already at a disadvantage. If he as the captain were ambushed by Caster, their team would truly be doomed. However, a voice came from behind. Chris, lie down for a bit. A flash of light appeared in the mist like a guiding beacon in a dark forest, leading the lost lambs back to the right path. To everyone else, this light was beautiful, but Chris felt a chill in his heart upon seeing it. When was this? After being hammered by Lord Bardock so many times, do you really think it had no effect? Caster appeared behind Chris, already gathering an energy ball larger than the previous one in his hand. Before the Saiyans moved to the Salad Planet, Caster and Chris were roughly equal in strength, but Caster liked to court danger, often provoking Bardock to the point of fury. The fact that he was now so much stronger than Chris was also due to the frequent training he received from Bardock's little punches. Take this! Caster shouted coldly. The enormous energy ball shot from Caster's hand, and a bright passage appeared in the gray smoke covering the sky as the energy ball rushed towards Chris with unmatched might. No! Chris' pupils dilated as the energy ball swiftly traversed, stirring up huge waves, while the violent wind howled, appearing before him in an instant. Boom! The spot where Chris stood burst into golden light, suddenly exploding as the deafening roar shook the entire duel arena. The gray mist was instantly shattered by the shockwave that spread out. The visibility in the duel arena was restored, revealing only Caster at the highest point with the remaining members from both teams. Lord Caster is amazing. So impressive. The members of Caster's team shouted excitedly. As long as their captain could deal with the opposing captain, victory would entirely tilt in their favor. In the past few months, except for facing Garrus' team, they had always made it to the finals. Now Caster's team saw hope for victory once again. The nearby Lolitas also shouted. As expected of Lord Caster, Lord Chris was so close. The Lolitas had long merged with the Saiyans, and seeing the Saiyans grow stronger brought them great joy. How did you know? Philia stared with her beautiful eyes fixated on Queso. The battlefield's changes could be said to be instantaneous. She did not believe Caster's strength was superior to Chris, nor could she assume Caster would definitely win. Until the last moment, no one could know what would happen. That Caster is just a troublemaker. Even if Chris dodges that attack, Caster will surely have other dirty tricks. Queso shrugged. Who was Caster? He was the kind of person who would dare to provoke even Bardock. Could he be a good person? If it weren't for Caso's extraordinary combat power, he wouldn't even dare to provoke Bardock. After all, he was the father of the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. Philia frowned, saying nothing. Since Queso proposed this duel method, Philia had watched every passionate duel. She found that as long as Caster's team did not encounter Garrus' team, they could make it to the final duel. Moreover, she discovered that Castor used quite underhanded techniques during duels, even using moves like grabbing the eggs. Thinking of this, Philia's lips twitched. Just like you. What did you say? Queso did not hear clearly what Philia said and turned his head. He saw her gently tossing her blue hair at her ear, her usual coldness disappearing in that moment, replaced by a shyness that exuded endless charm. No. Philia's gaze kept darting away. Oh. Seeing Philia's fidgety demeanor, Queso didn't pay her any mind and continued to watch the match on stage. Indeed, Chris was unable to stand after that last blow, and his team members were quickly defeated by Castor's team. After a day of dueling, the final match of the 10 teams finally arrived. Bardock allowed Castor's team members to rest for a quarter of an hour before immediately starting the next match. This match isn't worth watching, Queso said with a smile while holding Osbeer. Why not? Osbeer lifted her head, her round little eyes filled with confusion. Philia regained her composure and turned to Queso, wanting to say something. Garrus was once a member of Uncle Bardock's team. Queso replied lightly. Although the Scions were now divided into 10 teams, Garrus could be said to be Bardock's closest subordinate. With that background, Bardock would give Garrus special care during training, so it wasn't surprising that Garrus had such combat power. Facing Garrus, who had more experience and power than Castor, it was unrealistic for Castor to rely on his underhanded tricks. Philia was taken aback realizing Garrus had such a background. However, as Queso had said in previous team duels, Castor had never won against Garrus. In this case, it seemed Garrus would win again. Philia thought to herself. She glanced at the two little kids beside her. The Scions in the arena were so strong that it didn't surprise her much. After all, those Scions were all adults. Yet the strength of these two little kids was far superior to that of the Scions on the field, which was quite absurd. Philia had never seen Osbeer's strength, but she had witnessed Queso's power a year ago. At that time, Queso gathered a gigantic energy ball with one hand and destroyed the planet Shalber with a mere wave. After watching so many duels, Philia realized there was no Scion on the field who could compare to Queso. Philia thought a lot, but could not understand why these two little kids were so strong. Turning back, a new battle began on the field. As expected, no matter how Castor used his dirty tricks, Garrus could respond calmly. Before long, Castor was defeated by Garrus. With Castor's defeat, his team members couldn't make any waves either, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. Seeing the battle end, Queso placed Osbeer on a chair and said, "Little Beer, stay here. I have an announcement to make to everyone." As Kazuo soared into the sky, the audience, who had just calmed down, erupted once again into a frenzy. "Look, it's Lord Kazuo." Whether it was the Scions or the Lolita clan, they all cheered with joy at that moment. For the Scions, Kazuo had single-handedly rescued all of them before the great explosion on planet Vegeta, making him their savior. For the Lolita clan, although Kazuo had initially threatened their entire race, he also wiped out the Shalber people for them. And since their ancestors had once followed the Scions, they had no objections to rejoining the Scion race. The small figure in the sky was shrouded in mystery. No one knew the extent of his current power, only that Bardock and Osbeer were no match for him. He was a child wrapped in enigma. So showy. Bardock, holding a list, couldn't help but curl his lips. Amidst the cheers of the Scions and the Lolita people, Bardock had to admit that Kazuo was increasingly exuding the aura of a leader. Kazuo flew into the air and pressed down with both hands. The entire dueling arena fell silent in an instant. Scanning the more than 400 people in the arena, it was nearly everyone on Planet Salad. The Scions were extremely proud, as evidenced by Vegeta in the anime. Although this group of Scions was not as cold-hearted, now interacting well with them was still quite challenging. The Lolita clan also learned about this from ancient texts. By modifying Dr. Brief's gravity chamber, they made the Scions aware that with their inclusion, the Scions would undergo significant changes. Indeed, later on, the Lolita people made various modifications to Planet Salad and designed numerous devices beneficial for the training of the Scions. Eventually, the Scions discovered they could no longer live without the Lolitas. Now the two races had completely merged. All of this was preparation for the day they could venture out into the universe once more. Seeing those spaceships, Kazuo knew the Scions could not remain on Planet Salad forever, for they existed to fight. He had previously worried that news of the Scion's survival would reach Frieza's forces, but that wasn't the worst part. The worst was if the god of destruction learned that the Scions were still alive. With Beerus' temperament, if he found out, it was likely that both Frieza and the Scions would be annihilated. Fortunately, Kazuo had resolved this potential threat yesterday. "We have been on Planet Salad for a year." Kazuo's youthful voice resonated throughout the dueling arena, resembling that of a leader addressing his people. The Scions and the Lolita clan in the audience listened attentively to Kazuo's speech. Bardock furrowed his brow. If this kid had vanished the previous day, and now he suddenly reappeared, what was he up to? Philia also looked curiously at the little rascal in the sky. Kazuo paused and said, "The strength of the Scions is something everyone can see, right? Back in the era of King Vegeta's reign over the Saions, their highest combat power was only around 1500, and that was only achievable by elite warriors. The Saions present had long believed that their limit was at the level of King Vegeta, yet now each Saion had suddenly surpassed 2000, shattering their doubts about their innate potential. Bardock was also shocked by his current strength in the past. This was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of. I am about to issue a command. Kazuo glanced at everyone and calmly said, starting tomorrow the Saions will be grouped for training. The moment this news was heard, everyone present was instantly stunned. Bardock was even more astonished and immediately shot into the sky shouting, "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" Kazuo remained silent, looking at the Saions and finding no expressions of fear or anger, only eager anticipation. Seeing this, Kazuo smiled. Truly, they were the legendary warrior race. Uncle Bardock, do you think the Saions fear anyone besides Frieza? Bardock was momentarily taken aback. In Bardock's mind, Frieza possessed a combat power of 53000. He always believed that only when Kazuo broke through to 530 or when Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan would they no longer have to worry about Frieza. Hearing Kazuo say this, Bardock felt it might be true. Over the past year, through training in the gravity chamber, Bardock now had a combat power of 1200. This was already approaching the strength of the captain of Frieza's Ginyu Force. And let's not forget Saions could also transform into great ape forms. A combat power of 1200 multiplied by 10 is 1.2 million. Had he surpassed Frieza like this? Thinking of this, Bardock's heart raced wildly. Seeing Bardock's expression, Kazuo had already guessed what he was thinking. Frieza's true strength was 120 million, far from what Bardock imagined. But it was alright, with the current strength of the Saions. Unless Frieza personally intervened, he couldn't hope to kill the Saions on Planet Salad. Just by the fact that Frieza spared Goku and Vegeta, it was clear that he was merely interested in completing the task given by Beerus, and he wouldn't care about trash with only a few thousand in combat power. Moreover, as long as the Saions went out and concealed their tails, who would know this was a Saion? Most would just think it was a race very similar to the Saions. At this moment, Bardock fell silent, seemingly tacitly agreeing with Kazuo's decision. Seeing this scene, the Saions present erupted with excitement, clearly having grown weary of the endless training life on Planet Salad. Only battle was the true love of the Saions. However, not everyone was as excited as the Saions. The Lolita clan was quite worried. The Saions cowering on Planet Salad was fine as long as someone could break through to the legendary realm recorded in ancient texts. Frieza would be nothing but a piece of trash. But with the current strength of the Saions, the Lolita people did not believe anyone could achieve that. Thinking of this, Philia shot into the sky. She had been appointed as the new leader by Iwini a year ago, and she could not allow the Lolita clan to take this risk alongside the Saions. Little rascal, you can't. Philia frowned and said coldly, "Shut up." At that moment, Kazuo's voice was extremely cold, lacking any warmth, far from his usual demeanor. This little girl understood nothing. "You." Philia's chest heaved as she shakily pointed at Kazuo. Why was this rascal so stubborn? He hadn't been like this before. However, an elderly Lolita person flew up from the audience. Iwini pressed down on Philia's small hand and shook her head. She had heard every word Kazuo had said clearly. With the proud nature of the Saions, they would never heed anyone else's opinions. However, one thing Iwini could be certain of was that Kazuo must have his reasons for doing this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved all the Saions here during the explosion on planet Vegeta. "Little rascal, I'm ignoring you," Philia exclaimed coldly, then turned and left. "Brother Queso, if she ignores you, I want." Aspier flew up from below, wrapping her arms around Queso's neck with her eyes narrowed cutely. Looking at Philia's departing figure, Queso patted Little Beer's head. He didn't pay attention to Philia. Since Bardock had not spoken again, it meant he tacitly approved of his actions. Since the duel has concluded, Team Garrus will receive 3 fairy beans, Team Castor will receive 2 fairy beans, and Team Chris will receive 1 fairy bean. Queso paused for a moment, then continued, "What I just mentioned will be implemented soon. I hope everyone can prepare mentally. If there's nothing else, you can disperse for now. Uncle Bardock, follow me." Queso flew towards the horizon with Aspier in his arms, while Bardock closely followed behind. Back in the courtyard of the living area, Queso elaborated on the detailed plan. Although Frieza was not very committed to exterminating the Saions, they could not openly roam in front of Frieza. Therefore, when the Saions went out, they needed to hide their tails. As long as Frieza did not take action, his subordinates would not be able to match the Saions' strength. This is beyond doubt. Queso also considered that as the transformation of Planet Salad became increasingly better, each region played an important role. With only the members of the Lolita tribe, it would be very difficult to maintain the operation of various technologies on Planet Salad. The Saions now had 10 teams and could not all go out at once. A portion of the Saions needed to stay behind to maintain the operation of Planet Salad. Especially in the northernmost area of Planet Salad where the fairy beans were located, it was necessary to keep some Scions stationed there, as this healing treasure must not be misplaced. Uncle Bardock, do you have anything to add? You make the call, but what is your main purpose in letting the clansmen go out? Bardock crossed his arms tightly. This kid always had his reasons for his decisions, and this time should be no exception. Over the past years, we have developed the resources on Planet Salad are now scarce. I can't keep going out alone to gather resources. Queso looked at Bardock with irritation. In fact, Queso was not wrong at all. In the beginning, there were only over 400 Scions and Lolita people combined, and he could gather resources on his own with this small number of people. However, as the transformation of Planet Salad grew larger, Queso also had to cultivate. There was not enough time to gather resources. It was truly overwhelming. Therefore, Queso planned to let the Scions go out and earn money to support the family. Yes, this was Queso's true purpose. You've really worked hard this past year. Bardock looked at Queso a bit apologetically. He also knew that the development of Planet Salad required a lot of resources, but Queso had never mentioned this to him. He thought it was a simple matter for Queso. Then let Garrus and Castor's teams go out first. Let them see what the current situation in the universe is like. Queso said. All right. Bardock nodded. Among the Scions aside from Bardock, the strongest were Garrus and Castor. Bardock believed that with these two going out together, there would definitely be no accidents. By the way, there's a planet far from our Planet Salad where money is plentiful. I previously went there to borrow money. They'll give you an interstellar coordinate then. Then arrange for them to go out at a suitable time, and remember to have them gather some resources. Queso waved to Bardock and then flew out of the house. Little brat. Bardock shook his head, feeling quite helpless. Queso flew above Planet Salad. The boundaries of those several areas were particularly distinct. The ecological zone retained the original characteristics of Planet Salad with towering trees and wide plains which had not been developed, appearing lush and green at a glance. In contrast, the research area was filled with various gray-silver buildings resembling the houses of Bulma on Earth, all of them hemispherical. Now Queso had arrived in this area. Hello, Lord Queso. Lord Queso is so adorable. Beautiful Lolita girls excitedly shouted as they saw a little boy flying down from the sky. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as Queso landed on the ground, the beautiful Lolita girls quickly ran to him, playfully ruffling his hair with their tender little hands. After a year of interaction, they knew that Queso had a rather easygoing personality and could take a joke, which is why they dared to tease him so freely. Now Queso was only a bit over 1 meter tall, standing next to several tall and beautiful sisters. He could always smell their enticing fragrance. Just as Queso was about to lose himself. What are you doing? Philia coldly shouted from the doorway. It's Lady Philia, everyone run. In an instant, the Lolita girls disappeared without a trace. Queso. He hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. Little rascal, your usual lack of seriousness has caused these girls to be so unruly. Philia rolled her eyes. Aren't you angry? Queso looked up at her exquisite face. Philia said nothing and continued back to the research room. She felt irritated looking at the universal capsule on the table. The little rascal was not so cold to those girls, yet he was so merciless towards her. Do you think I would harm the Scion clan and the Lolita tribe? Queso followed her inside, leaning against the door. Philia gritted her teeth, feeling that Queso was joking with the fate of both races. How powerful Frieza's forces were could he not know after just experiencing the explosion of Planet Vegeta? With the nurturing of Planet Salad, the Scions would eventually rise. Couldn't they wait until they transformed into that legendary state before going out? Thinking about this, Philia was truly about to explode with anger. Come with me. Seeing Philia's expression, Queso knew she definitely didn't trust him. A shadow suddenly flashed through the research room, and Queso instantly appeared beside Philia, and then the two disappeared from the spot. In a flatland not far from Planet Salad. Why did you bring me here? Philia glared at him fiercely. To show you something. What? Philia was momentarily stunned. Queso looked at this ice-cold beauty before him. As the new leader of the Lolita tribe, if she was not allowed to settle down, it would affect the relationship between the Scions and the Lolita tribe. Don't blink. With Queso's command, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, as if the atmosphere had been subjected to 100 times the gravity, becoming unbearably oppressive. The oppressive atmosphere made Philia widen her eyes, struggling to breathe. She could sense a terrifying power about to erupt from Queso. An overwhelming aura erupted from Kazuo, a massive white flame quickly enveloping his entire body. Not good. Philia's heart raced as the tremendous breath of power surged towards her. Run. Philia immediately chose to flee from Kazuo, flying 5 kilometers away. Sure enough, just as Philia escaped, Kazuo let out a furious roar. Huh. A small body erupted with an even more violent force, the power seeping into the ground from his feet, shattering the surrounding plains into pieces of varying sizes. A massive white whirlwind rapidly formed around him, transforming into a fierce tornado in the blink of an eye, drawing all the debris into its center and sending it soaring high into the sky. In that moment, the planes within a few kilometers were subjected to the most severe destruction ever recorded. Kazuo's overwhelming momentum instantly disrupted the previously suppressed atmosphere, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire plane. From afar, it resembled an ancient giant ape roaring. Boom! The earth trembled, and the entire plane shook. Points of silver light glimmered around Kazuo as the ionized particles floating in the air rapidly coalesced into arcs, crackling and resonating throughout the skies. I need to retreat. Philea's breath quickened. Waves of energy surged towards her, prompting Philia to quickly retreat another 5 kilometers. Once she stopped, Philia took out a newly designed detector from her pocket and aimed it at Kazuo. 100 battle power. 1500 battle power. 300 battle power. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted from the detector, followed by a loud explosion. Philia's eyes widened, and she tried to swallow, only to find her mouth completely dry. The detector in her hand had been redesigned with expensive materials capable of detecting up to 300 battle power. She never expected this little brat to be so terrifying. However, the energy cyclone ahead continued to expand, and the rolling waves of energy surged towards her once again. Philia had no choice but to retreat another 5 kilometers. This little monster. Philia stood frozen in place, unable to find any words to describe Kazuo. She believed that 300 battle power was definitely not Kazuo's true strength. He might have even surpassed 500 battle power. In the ancient texts of the Lolita tribe, numerous accounts of the Saiyans from the Amoxi era were recorded. Back then, Saiyans were incredibly powerful, with even the weakest intermediate Saiyans possessing at least 200 battle power, while the mightiest warriors could exceed 1 million. Thinking of this, Philia's breath quickened as she focused intently on the small black dot at the center of the storm. That little rascal has actually reached the level of ancient Saiyans. He's just a 9-year-old kid. Philia was unaware of Frieza's true strength. In her estimation, Frieza should only have around 500 to 600 battle power. And now Kazuo's battle power was already nearing Frieza's. No wonder he dared to send Saiyans out on adventures. At that moment, a silver arc appeared in the sky 15 kilometers ahead. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying aura surrounding Kazuo suddenly dissipated, and the chaotic atmosphere slowly returned to normal. Whoosh! Kazuo instantly appeared beside Philia, smiling as he said, "So how is it?" Philia stared at Kazuo, speechless. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What is your current battle power? Did you not use the detector just now?" Kazuo asked. Philia shook her head, the incredulity evident in her eyes. Kazuo. This lump of charcoal was undoubtedly the detector, but it was also within his expectations. Kazuo had spent a year on Salada Planet and another year in the hyperbolic time chamber. In those 2 years, aside from Aspir, no one knew how he trained. Even Kazuo himself did not know exactly how much battle power he had. He only knew that he was incredibly strong, capable of destroying the very planet beneath his feet with a mere wave of his hand. But thinking of Frieza's ultimate form sent shivers down Kazuo's spine. Noticing Kazuo's silence, Philia guessed that he might not know his own strength either. "Let's head back." Philia vanished in place, taken away by Kazuo. Another year passed. It had been 3 years since the explosion of planet Vegeta. Adding the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Kazuo and Aspir were now 11 years old. Now Salada Planet had become increasingly perfect. Whether in the training area or the research zone, high-tech traces were readily visible. The training of the Saiyans had also become much more convenient. The living area had not changed much, still resembling the original metropolis, but some greenery had been added, making it look much better. Since Kazuo implemented the plan for the Saiyans to return to the universe, spaceships frequently took off or landed above Salada Planet. These were Saiyans on missions or returning from tasks. Just as Kazuo had mentioned before, there was a planet named Duotian not too far from Salada Planet. It was a very wealthy commercial planet selling all sorts of goods, even planets themselves. Reports indicated that Frieza's forces had some collaboration with Duotian. Garrus and Kasut, following Kazuo's instructions, went to Duotian to acquire resources, but found that there were experts with 1500 battle power stationed there. Fortunately, Garrus and Kasut used the detector to assess the situation before borrowing money, otherwise they might have had to transform into giant ape forms to borrow the money. However, doing so would expose their Saiyan identities. When Bardock heard this news, he scolded Kazuo fiercely. This kid could borrow money from experts with 1500 battle power because he could hide his aura and also had the instant transmission technique, making it impossible for others to detect him. It was precisely because Kazuo frequently borrowed money from Duotian that the mastermind behind Duotian resurfaced. Thinking of this, Bardock felt a bit helpless, but did not want to trouble Kazuo further. He knew that the harder Kazuo trained, and the higher his battle power increased, the more secure the Scions would feel. After this, Garrus and the others registered 10 mercenary teams on a mercenary planet. Due to the overwhelming strength of these 10 mercenary teams, the tasks released by the mercenary planet were quickly completed by the Scions, and they did so flawlessly. As a result, Garrus and the others gained considerable fame on the mercenary planet. Scions earn rewards by completing missions, then travel to the planet Tokion to exchange them for the rare materials required to terraform planet Salad. That day at the cultivation zone, 2 small children squatted before 2 black chambers, while beside them stood a stunningly cold and elegant woman with ice blue hair. Her form-fitting work suit accentuated her graceful, voluptuous curves, radiating irresistible allure. How many times greater can the gravity be increased? Kazuo gazed expectantly at the beautiful figure beside him. Philia, what's the verdict? Ospel sat cross-legged and pouted. With suitable materials, we can amplify gravity to any desired multiple. Yet where did you procure such extraordinarily rare metal? Philia installed the final component of the second gravity chamber. Ever since witnessing Kazuo's true power a year earlier, she had known that the 100x gravity chamber no longer posed any challenge to him. To increase the chamber's multiplier, only stronger, more resilient metals would suffice. Yet she could not fathom where this mischievous boy had obtained such precious alloy. One even rarer than 0 metal. Never mind how. I just want to know how much it's been boosted. A rare flush of embarrassment colored Kazuo's cheeks. Interesting. A quiet chuckle flickered in Philia's eyes. Knowing Kazuo as she did, his face thicker than tempered steel, this uncharacteristic bashfulness suggested he'd done something even he found mortifying. It's been upgraded to 600x gravity. What a... Kazuo's eyes widened in disbelief. In his estimation, these special alloys could barely push the chamber beyond 300x. He never imagined it would reach 600x. Kazuo swallowed hard. Just how invaluable must this metal be to Tokion? Indeed, though Kazuo had retired from such endeavors a year ago, he recently returned to Tokion. Even the elite warriors stationed there, boasting 1/5 of his 0 combat power, proved utterly powerless against him. The precious metal was stolen right under his nose. Across the cosmos, a lower-tier planet trades for 1 black gold, a mid-tier planet for 1 white gold, an upper-tier planet for 1 purple gold. 1 purple gold equals 100 white gold, or 10,000 black gold. The batch Kazuo borrowed was worth 50 purple gold, the equivalent revenue of selling 50 upper-tier planets. Were Tokion's shadowy proprietor to learn of the theft, he'd likely weep himself into oblivion. Hearing the upgrade to 600x gravity, Ospel leapt up, overjoyed. Amazing. Your joy means others will weep, Philia said, removing her gloves and gently ruffling Ospel's hair. The cosmos is governed by survival of the fittest. For Scions, relentless cultivation remains paramount, and Kazuo's acquisition of these metals was simply testament to his prowess. Philia held no moral qualms as she viewed the matter with serene pragmatism. She was merely surprised to see Kazuo display such uncharacteristic modesty. Thanks, lovely. Once I finish training, I'll gift you a whole crate of spicy sequan-flavored instant noodles. Kazuo vanished into the gravity chamber without delay. Spicy sequan-flavored instant noodles? At the mention, Philia's eyes instantly gleamed with golden light. Lolita people possess modest, innate cultivation aptitude, yet Philia's was considered commendable. Beyond her daily cultivation regimen, her greatest passions were researching the all-purpose capsules and savoring food. And instant noodles, especially the spicy Sichuan variety, were her absolute favorite. You rogue, you've got yourself a deal. Philia called after Kazuo's retreating back. Understood. His voice echoed from the chamber's entrance before the door sealed shut. Philia, I'm off to train too. Go ahead, go ahead. As Philia watched Ospel's tiny figure fade away, her thoughts lingered solely on those fiery noodles. Kazuo circled the gravity chamber, its interior unchanged from before, yet brimming with curiosity about the transformative potential of this latest iteration. Activate 150x gravity, he murmured softly. Though unaware of his precise combat power, Kazuo knew, intimately, that 150x gravity would pose no insurmountable obstacle. Indeed, instantly crushing pressure descended upon the entire chamber, yet Kazuo felt nothing save a fleeting discomfort during the initial gravitational shift. 200x gravity. He incrementally raised the multiplier. Having trained at 100x gravity, he understood well that each incremental multiplier amplified gravitational force exponentially. The higher the setting, the more violently extreme the change. A sudden leap to excessive levels would shatter his body into pulp before he could adapt. I'm starting to feel it, he said, flexing limbs heavy with resistance. But it's still not enough. He commanded 250x gravity. The chamber hummed, a low, resonant thrum. as space itself seemed to warp, rippling with visible distortions. In that instant, Casso felt as though an entire star's mass bore down upon him. He collapsed to the floor in an instant. So heavy. He lay sprawled, grimacing. True enough, at such extreme multipliers, each additional increment dwarfed all prior increases in sheer intensity. Casso drew a slow, deep breath and gradually rose. Though the gravity was terrifying, it felt precisely calibrated, like the first time years ago when he dared raise the chamber to 30x. Every motion demanded monumental effort. As before, he would begin by mastering upright posture, only then progressing to walking. Half a day passed. Restore gravity. Casso gasped, teeth clenched, prone upon the floor. Cultivation demands patience, step by deliberate step. Haste breeds failure. For now, Casso could only stand steadily under 250x gravity, not yet walk. Yet remembering the beautiful woman waiting outside for her spicy Sichuan noodles, he resolved to emerge. After all, Philia's wrath was legendary. Sure enough, upon crawling from the chamber, he found her still standing exactly where he'd left her. Finished training. Philia glanced down, unimpressed by Casso's pitiful state, as if she'd witnessed such collapses countless times before. After resting briefly, Casso regained enough strength to rise, and shot Philia an exasperated glare. This fool hadn't even acknowledged him. Damn it. Here you go. Casso activated a capsule, retrieved a crate of noodles from storage, and tossed it to Philia. As the storage hatch opened, Philia deliberately peered inside. HSSSD. She sucked in a sharp breath. The vault was crammed wall towel with instant noodles. Why only one crate for her? Just one box for me. Is there a problem? Just one box. Casso closed the warehouse door, looking at Philia with certainty. The instant noodles were acquired by Casso from Earth a year ago, with flavors ranging from pickled cabbage to various others, all to prevent Beerus from coming to find him again. The more of these life-saving items he stored, the better. Now Casso was quite pleased to be able to give Philia just one box. Philia clutched the box of instant noodles tightly to her chest, glaring fiercely at Casso, as if he were a vicious villain. Do you want it or not? Casso could no longer tolerate her demeanor and pretended to reach for the instant noodles. Why are you doing that? Philia quickly dodged Casso's two little hands. Didn't you say you didn't want it? Philia remained silent, her expression speaking volumes. As the princess of the Lolita clan, she was exceptionally gifted, always surrounded by flattery, and could get almost anything she desired. However, when Philia encountered Casso, she had never seen someone so stingy. At that moment, the door of the gravity chamber beside them opened. Ospier emerged, drenched in sweat. She could only practice under 180 times the gravity, unable to reach Casso's level. However, this new gravity chamber was indeed impressive. Ospier felt the bottleneck of her strength loosening after just a short time inside. Brother Casso. Ospier, disregarding her sweat, directly hung onto Casso's neck. Is the gravity chamber useful? Casso didn't mind her sweat, holding her in his arms, wiping the fragrant sweat from her face. Since the explosion of Vegeta, Casso had been wandering in the universe with this girl, carrying her over small hills on Moo Star, learning instant transmission on Yadrit Star, and only returned to the Scion planet in the year 737 of the Aikichi era. After that, Casso always took Ospier with him on every trip. The two were inseparable, akin to sticky candy, emphasizing how important she was to Casso. It's great. Ospier burrowed into Casso's embrace. You all rest for a bit, I'll head back first. Philia was now annoyed at Casso having only received one box of instant noodles despite there being so many. It truly infuriated her. As soon as she finished speaking, Philia shot into the sky with her instant noodles, disappearing from the sight of the two in the blink of an eye. Casso shook his head. He really couldn't give away too many, as he needed to keep some in case of emergencies. While Casso was lost in thought, suddenly the sky seemed to sing a holy hymn. A colorful light beam appeared in front of the two gravity chambers, and in an instant a sacred light burst forth, revealing a silver-haired, blue-skinned man. It's Whis. Ospier, hanging on Casso's neck, shook her little hands, playfully exclaiming, Whis. Casso paused momentarily. As the servant and mentor of the god of destruction, Whis was responsible for taking care of the god's daily life and guiding his training. Angels generally stayed close to the god of destruction and seldom parted ways. If Whis suddenly arrived here, did that mean Beerus was also here? Thinking of this, Casso's breath tightened as he searched around for Beerus' figure while holding Ospier. Stop looking, Lord Beerus is already in slumber. Whis smiled. When on Earth, Whis knew Casso felt a bit anxious facing Beerus. After all, who wouldn't feel nervous meeting the most powerful god of destruction in the universe, especially when he was thinking of destroying the Scions at that time? Could Casso not be nervous? Casso twirled around with Ospier by Whis' side, then spoke. Are you here for food again? Angels were generally gentle, generous, humble, and respectful. Casso knew this, which was why he dared to joke like this. At this moment, it seemed as if two black crows appeared in the sky. 2 drops of sweat rolled down Whis' forehead, looking particularly speechless. However, he nodded, saying that's just one of the reasons. And also, come follow me. Without waiting for Whis to finish his sentence, Casso pulled him along, and the 3 of them suddenly vanished from the spot. Living area? Casso's home. Is this what you call delicious food? Whis sat at the table holding his staff, eyeing the items on the table with skepticism. On the table lay 3 light green small boxes which looked quite ordinary and unremarkable. Just now Casso had torn open the packaging of one of the boxes and poured some boiling water into it, saying it would be ready to eat in a moment. Whis felt a bit confused. Was this really the legendary case where high-end ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods? Can it be eaten? While Whis doubted, Aspier stared at her bucket of instant noodles with her round eyes, swallowing hard occasionally. She had tasted instant noodles before and knew they were among the rare delicacies in the world. As the seconds ticked by, a whiff of aroma began to waft from the bucket, and Whis was stunned. It really only required boiling water. The tempting aroma wafted into Whis' nose, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, eagerly extending his hand, wanting to dig in immediately. Don't rush. Casso pressed down on Whis' hand. Making instant noodles wasn't a simple task. There were many things to consider, such as the temperature of the boiling water and the soaking time. If these were not managed well, a bucket of noodles wouldn't undergo any transformation, let alone be delicious. Casso was firmly remembering Master Jincheng Whis' instant noodle secrets. After a while, Whis was nearly swallowing his own saliva dry, while Casso remained still. Whis thought to himself that if he had known, he would have awakened Lord Beerus and brought him along to see if Casso would still make him wait so long. All right. As soon as Casso finished speaking, the air above the noodles suddenly blurred. Casso rubbed his eyes. He could only clearly see the little girl's movements, while he couldn't make out Whis' actions at all. Looking up, the 2 buckets of noodles were already being held by the 2 of them. Whis peeled back the packaging and took a deep breath of the aroma wafting from the noodles. So fragrant. Whis' fingers twitched, unable to resist, quickly picking up a fork, while Aspier had long been lost in the world of noodles. What gluttons you 2 are. Casso shook his head. He lowered his head to take a bite. The flavor of the noodles here was quite similar to that of his past life, with no significant difference. However, with Master Jincheng Whis' instant noodle secrets, they were indeed much tastier. Whis, what are you doing here? Casso asked curiously after tasting a bite of noodles. He remembered Whis had something to say earlier, but was interrupted. Let's talk after eating. Whis struggled to pull himself out of the noodle-induced daze. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta managed to have Whis teach him how to train with just a bucket of noodles, which illustrates how impactful noodles could be for Whis. Casso chuckled, not pressing further, as Whis would explain later anyway. Time quietly passed. Whis put down the noodle box, letting out a loud belch, his face displaying an expression of enjoyment. This dish was so delicious, it almost made him explode on the spot. This time the noodles were even better than the ones from the last street food stall. Whis regained his composure, his expression becoming serious. I want the little girl to go to the God of Destruction realm for my guidance. After saying this, Whis cast a deep glance at Aspier, who was still eating her noodles. Kazuo blinked, convinced he had misheard, and promptly dug a finger into his ear. Seeing his comical expression, Whis' lips twitched faintly, yet he spoke with solemn gravity. I wish to take the young girl to the Destroyer realm for my personal guidance. Kazuo froze in place. His stunned silence was hardly surprising. In the anime canon, angels serve as mentors, attendants, and overseers to destroyers, answerable solely to them. Each universe is governed by one destroyer, and each destroyer is accompanied by a single angel. Angels remain strictly neutral in all moral conflicts, and are forbidden from engaging in combat using their divine abilities. Hearing Whis utter those words, Kazuo was genuinely flabbergasted. Angels almost never offer formal cultivation instruction to outsiders. Of course, exceptions like Son Goku and Vegeta were legendary anomalies. If an angel extends such guidance to an individual, there exists only one plausible explanation: that person has been designated a candidate destroyer. At this realization, Kazuo's heart lifted, yet he quickly steadied himself. Securing Whis' mentorship was an extraordinary opportunity. Under his tutelage, Aspel's cultivation path would surely unfold without obstruction. Within the cosmic hierarchy, below the Grand Priest stands the angel, and beneath the angel the destroyer. Directly after the destroyer comes the candidate destroyer. Should Aspel ascend to candidate destroyer, her status would become exalted, bringing immense prestige to the Saiyans. Even Frieza, upon learning that the Saiyans enjoyed the patronage of such a celestial authority, would dare not raise a hand against them. These were immediate advantages. Yet Kazuo knew the Saiyan lineage was far more profound than it appeared. Their bloodline possessed terrifying potency, growing stronger precisely when challenged by greater adversaries. In Dragon Ball GT, the Super Saiyan 4 transformation emerged, a state Kazuo believed he and Aspel could attain even without Whis' aid and perhaps surpass. Still, with Whis' instruction, Aspel's progress would accelerate dramatically. perhaps even unlocking the legendary Ultra Instinct state. After deep contemplation, Kazuo asked, "Does Lord Beerus know of this?" Lord Beerus holds no objection whatsoever. Whis cast Kazuo a knowing glance, so the boy already understood the significance of the candidate destroyer title. Excellent, I know further explanation would be needed. Oh, Kazuo paused, then sighed wryly. Let's ask Ospel herself. Should she decline, he would never compel her. Ospel, slurping instant noodles, snapped her head up at the sound of her name. Blinking blankly, she chirped, "Big brother Kazuo, are you calling me?" Kazuo. Whis. They had spoken in vain. Ospel hadn't heard a word. Truly a blissfully oblivious soul. Whis spoke directly. "Little one, do you wish to grow stronger?" "Yes." Ospel nodded vigorously. She still vividly recalled how Kazuo shielding her had suffered brutal humiliation at Nappa's hands. She carried quiet resentment toward her own weakness, always trailing behind Kazuo, always hindering him. In her subsequent training, she mimicked his methods, yet the chasm between them only widened. She refused to accept it. She craved strength, not for glory but to protect her beloved big brother Kazuo. "I can teach you cultivation, to surpass Kazuo himself. But you may remain absent from this planet for a very long time. Are you willing?" Whis smiled faintly. His words held no falsehood as mentors to destroyers, angels wielded incomprehensible power, and their pedagogical mastery was peerless. Whis sensed Ospel's innate talent was unremarkable, yet her Saiyan bloodline emitted an enigmatic resonance, even eluding his perception. Moreover, Whis observed within her a rare, untarnished purity of heart, the mark of one who grasps knowledge with astonishing speed. Indeed, as Whis noted during her training on planet Yardrat, Ospel mastered instantaneous movement in merely 11 months, outpacing even the adult Goku. Ospel remained silent, but turned toward Kazuo with eyes brimming with mute entreaty. "Whatever choice you make, brother, I will support you wholeheartedly." Kazuo read her hesitation instantly. Her gaze, tender and reluctant, betrayed her longing. Unsurprisingly, she was already captivated. "I agree." Ospel turned back to Whis, her resolve crystalline. Though parting from Kazuo tore at her heart, the Saiyan blood surging through her veins whispered urgency, and without hesitation she accepted. She hungered for power. When her cultivation bore fruit, she would stand as his shield, not his burden. Kazuo nodded, gently ruffling her hair. Scions mature early, but Ospel born with such guileless innocence was unprecedented. Even Goku's childlike simplicity was acquired later after a blow to the head. They were both 11 years old now. It was time to let go. "Ospel, take this. It's filled with your favorite instant noodles. An entire warehouse's worth." Kazuo withdrew a universal capsule from his pocket and handed it to her, ensuring she'd never go hungry in the destroyer realm. His little down jacket was about to depart, and though his heart ached fiercely, such partings were woven into the Scion's spirit, relentless pursuit of ever greater strength. "Wow, big brother Kazuo is the best." At the sight of the capsule, Ospel forgot all sorrow. Her eyes sparkled, she snatched it from his hand with giddy haste. "Kazuo." "Whis." One moment, she looked heartbroken. Then food erased every trace of grief. "Goodbye for now, young Kazuo." Seizing Ospel's momentary daze, Whis whisked her away from planet Sadala. He feared she might reconsider and protest, were he to linger. With their departure, the household fell into profound stillness. Kazuo stood motionless, lost in memories of life with Ospel. Power, raw, overwhelming power. Kazuo clenched his fist, and a torrential aura erupted from him, warping space itself, cracks snapping like shattering glass. The entire planet Sadala trembled beneath his presence. Litlirians and Scion Scouter alarms shrieked in unison. 3-0 battle power. 5-0 battle power. Boom, boom. Every scouter on Sadala detonated into molten scrap. A year earlier, Faleria had redesigned the scouts, using advanced materials capable of registering up to 5-0 battle power. Whoosh, whoosh. Scions launched skyward, seeking the source of this overwhelming pressure, only to descend again, reassured upon recognizing its origin. "It's Lord Kazuo. All is well." Osbire followed Vis away from the planet Salada. As time passed, Salada grew markedly quieter without Osbire, and Bardock and the others soon noticed that Kashu's ever-present shadow had vanished. They approached Kashu to inquire. Kashu merely shook his head, offering no further explanation, only saying she had departed to train elsewhere. Matters concerning a god of destruction were best left unspoken. Thereafter, Kashu's life settled into a rigid rhythm, training in the gravity chamber, cultivating in the gravity chamber, rarely appearing before others. Even when Bulma sought him out, he refused to see her. Time slips by unnoticed. 8 years passed in silence. Deep within the cosmos, a streak of light blazed across the star-strewn void. Where is it? A striking young man blinked his star-like eyes, scanning his surroundings with acute vigilance. Tall and lithe, his features were sharply defined, chiseled and commanding, clad in Earth-style casual attire that lent him an unmistakably modern elegance. Cashew furrowed his brow. He had just emerged from the planet Metamer, yet sensed hovering near its orbit an aura as vile and oppressive as that of a demon lord from the deepest hells. Metamer was a world steeped in martial tradition. Its people devoted themselves to the study and refinement of myriad combat arts, including the fusion technique, a secret art pioneered by Metamorian scholars. Cashew's formidable strength honed over these past years owed much to Metamorian martial wisdom. To detect such malevolence near Metamer was intolerable. He could not stand aside. Yet as he pursued the sinister presence into the cosmic abyss, it dissolved utterly, vanishing without trace. Shaking his head in quiet frustration, Cashew activated instant transmission and departed. Moments after Cashew's departure, a wisp of black mist coalesced at the sight, thickening rapidly. Within it gleamed a pair of blood-red eyes crackling with obsidian lightning. Earth. Years had passed. Bulma was no longer the girl she once was, now a poised, radiant young woman, delicate as carved jade and fair as moonlit porcelain. At home, Bulma rediscovered the Dragon Ball Cashew had left behind years earlier. After exhaustive research, she confirmed it was one of the legendary 7 Dragon Balls, said to grant any wish imaginable. Having encountered Dragon Balls long before, Bulma swiftly reconstructed a dragon radar from memory and meticulous study. A single wish had long dwelled in Bulma's heart, one she intended to fulfill with the Dragon Balls, and so she embarked upon her quest to gather them all. Thus began the saga of the Dragon Balls. Along the way, Bulma met Goku, Yamcha, and Oolong, and faced countless perils. Yet with her extraordinary martial prowess, every obstacle crumbled before her. Even Goku stood awestruck at Bulma's skill, conceding he could not match her in combat. At Pilaf's fortress, every trick and deception unraveled beneath her gaze, and Goku never transformed into a great Simon. When the time came to make her wish, Bulma pleaded for Cashew to appear beside her. But Cashew, still immersed in cultivation on Metamer, received her summons, yet could not break away. He respectfully declined the Shinran's teleportation. Hearing Shinran's reply that Cashew was unavailable, Bulma's elated expression dimmed into quiet disappointment. The next wish, as in legend, was secretly made by Oolong, a single pair of panties. By age 750, the World Martial Arts Tournament had shifted from a 5-year to a triennial event. Bulma still recalled Cashew's words, "To soar through the skies, one must train without cease day after day." After all these years, only one Senzu bean remained in her possession, a testament to the unwavering discipline she had cultivated. Her arduous training bore fruit. Bulma's battle power now stood at 150. Yet without proper instruction, she still could not fly. She did not compete in the tournament, having little interest in formal contests, but she arrived at the arena's edge to watch Goku's match against Krillin. Where the hell has that little rascal Cashew gone? Bulma rested her chin on her palm, her gaze dull and distant as she watched the match unfold, an event that held no allure for her. Years earlier, Bulma had reached the absolute limit of her physical potential, realizing no amount of further training would amplify her inner strength. She remembered Cashew's words, "Once that warm current within you grows thicker and stronger, you may begin attempting flight." Yet in all this time, Cashew had visited Earth only once, and departed before he could teach her to fly. Truly an exasperating man. Just then, 3 figures approached from the arena's periphery, 2 men and 1 woman. Bulma. The handsome youth gently tapped her shoulder. Who? Startled, Bulma whirled around instantly. Ever since her journey with Goku to locate the Dragon Balls, she had known her own strength, and yet she had failed to sense his approach. A chill ran down her spine. She looked up and saw a striking young man. His handsome face stirred faint recognition as though glimpsed in a half-forgotten dream. Neither moved. He gazed silently upon the beautiful young woman before him. Her azure hair was tied back with a crimson ribbon, her delicate brows arched upward like twin glacial peaks as her eyes widened in surprise. Pearl-white teeth, rosy lips, flawless skin. The bloom of youth radiated from her, serene and breathtaking. Bulma bristled inwardly. How utterly impolite. Did this stranger not know such a bold, lingering stare was profoundly disrespectful toward a lady? Suddenly, a flash of insight pierced her mind. The young man's features gradually merged with her memory of Cashew. Eyes wide with disbelief, Bulma stammered, "You're Cashew." Yamcha and Oolong, standing nearby, watched curiously. They had never heard of Cashew, but upon seeing the mature man beside him, their expressions turned incredulous. "He looks just like Goku." "It's me," Cashew replied with a calm, gentle smile. 8 years had passed since his last visit to Earth, and before him stood Bulma, grown graceful and even more beautiful than before. With a subtle sweep of his divine sense, Cashew perceived the marked depth of her internal energy, strong enough at last to begin mastering aerial flight. It was plain how fiercely she had trained, how deeply she had yearned to fly. Within the arena, Cashew sensed only 3 who surpassed Bulma Master Roshi, known here as Chaolong, Goku, and no one else. You're finally here. Bulma lunged forward and seized Cashew's collar, trembling with emotion. As a child, Bulma had coveted whatever caught her eye. When she first saw Cashew soaring through the sky, she begged to learn the art. Yet as years passed, she found herself disliking rigorous training. Yet each time she nearly surrendered, the image of that stubborn boy reappeared in her thoughts, urging her onward. Bulma released his collar. You. She had rehearsed countless things to say, but now standing before him, her voice faltered, words failing her entirely. Seeing Bulma again after so many years filled Cashew with quiet joy, and almost reflexively he reached up and ruffled her hair. Let's watch the match. In recent years, the Sharada planet has thrived increasingly well, with the Saiyan team establishing their own mercenary organization in the universe. Leveraging the reputation they had built, the Saiyan mercenary group quickly made a name for themselves in the cosmos. Other mercenary organizations could only harbor resentment towards the Saiyans, as they were simply too powerful. Meanwhile, Casso had been cultivating on Sharada planet. As time passed, he soon reached a bottleneck, and the 600 times gravity room no longer had any effect on him. Casso realized that solely focusing on enhancing his combat power was not enough. The Saiyan race was renowned for their fighting prowess. Thus, a few years ago, he left Sharada planet to seek various battles in the universe. However, during the early stages of the Dragon Ball storyline, there were hardly any skilled fighters in the universe. Just when Casso felt disheartened and considered returning to Sharada planet, he discovered an intriguing planet, Metamor. Casso trained on Metamor for several years, and even heard the voice of the Earth Dragon asking him if he wished to be transported, which indicated that the Dragon Ball storyline had begun. Therefore, after exiting his training, Casso returned to Sharada planet, bringing Bardock and Jine along to Earth. They coincidentally arrived during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Kakarot. Jine covered her small mouth, and tears glimmered in her eyes. Shortly after Goku's birth, he was sent to this place, and Jine instantly recognized her son by his unique hairstyle. Bardock frowned, remaining silent. He thought Kakarot on stage was quite weak. Could this little fellow really become a Super Saiyan? In contrast to the expressions of the two beside him, Casso, having spent several years on Metamor, found the battle on stage very interesting, even considering Master Rose's techniques to be quite profound. The Earthling's talent for cultivation was inherently weak, and under the influence of the Supreme Kai, martial arts development on Earth had reached its peak in recent years. This is precisely why their research in martial arts was so exquisite. With this in mind, Casso felt it was quite normal. The three of them watched the battle on stage with great interest, while Bulma stared intently at Casso's profile. His chiseled, handsome face exuded a rugged masculinity, with deep dark eyes shimmering with an enchanting hue, and his brow radiated the authority of someone in a position of power. It was hard to imagine that the little brat from back then would grow up to be like this. Uncle Bardock, Aunt Jine, don't look at the sky later, Casso said with a faint smile. He remembered that in the anime, Goku transformed into a giant ape at the last moment of the match, and Master Roshi shattered the moon to win the battle. What did you say? Bulma was taken aback, thinking Casso was speaking to her. It's nothing, just enjoy the match. Not knowing if it was due to not having touched anyone's head for too long, Casso instinctively reached out to pat Bulma's head, and surprisingly, she didn't resist. Bardock and Jine nodded, with Casso saying, so there must be a moon on Earth. Sure enough. On stage, Master Roshi used the turtle destruction wave to control Goku, and just when Goku was about to give up, he saw the full moon above and quickly transformed into a giant ape. What's happening to Goku? Bulma exclaimed, having never seen Goku like this. Back at Pilaf's castle, it was Bulma who defeated Pilaf and his team, so she had never witnessed Goku transform into his giant ape form. Yamcha and Krillin widened their eyes, wanting to run away, but since that giant ape was Goku, they were also quite worried, and could only cautiously hide behind Bulma to watch. This is a special talent of our race, Casso explained. Under the full moon, he felt a slight itch in his tail, but as long as he didn't look at the moon, he would be fine. Oh, Bulma suddenly understood. It turned out that Goku and Casso belonged to the same race. No wonder Goku also had a tail. However, seeing Goku transform into a giant ape, Bulma wasn't panicked. With Casso by her side, she felt completely unafraid. As Goku transformed into the giant ape, the surrounding audience fled in a hurry. Only a giant ape, Master Roshi, and a referee with golden hair remained on the stage. There's no other choice. Master Roshi knew that if this continued, he would only lose. He looked up through the giant ape's body at the full moon, his eyes narrowing. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave erupted from Master Rose's hands. No, Krillin and Yamcha yelled from the sidelines. After witnessing the previous battle between Shenron and Goku, they already knew that Shenron was a martial arts expert. If Goku were hit by this energy wave, he might die. Can Goku withstand it? Bulma looked at Casso, her eyes showing concern. It's fine. Kaso chuckled. Master Roshi had no intention of killing Goku, he merely wanted to shatter the full moon. Moreover, with Master Rose's strength, he might not even be able to pose a threat to Goku in his giant ape form. Then I can relax. Bulma patted her elevated chest. Having searched for the Dragon Balls with Goku, they had become good friends, and Bulma couldn't bear to watch Goku get killed by someone. Jine and Bardock watched the battle on stage with a calm demeanor. A massive blue energy wave shot towards Goku. Boom. A thick mist enveloped the entire arena. Is he dead? Krillin and Yamcha collapsed on the ground, unable to believe Goku had just died like that. Looking at Bulma, both of them revealed expressions of anger, as Bulma clearly had the power to stop Master Roshi, yet she turned a blind eye. Goku isn't dead yet. Bulma shot a glare at the two. Do you want Goku to die that badly? Just as Bulma said, Goku lay naked on the ground dozing off, yet he didn't get up to resume the duel like in the anime. Ultimately, under the announcement of the golden-haired referee Shinron was crowned the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Let's go. Kaso had no intention of talking to Goku and prepared to leave. Bardock shared the same sentiment. Initially, he thought of bringing Goku back to train him after witnessing Goku's weak combat power, but after watching the whole duel, even he found the techniques used by Master Roshi and Goku to be somewhat incredible. It turned out that this planet was truly extraordinary. Let Kakarot grow up slowly on Earth. Do you want to leave? Kaso asked Bulma with a smile. Leave? Let's go. Bulma was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, wrapping her arms around Kaso's arm. This time she couldn't let him escape. Kaso felt the softness of her arm and smiled, choosing not to say anything further. He then used instant transmission to take the three of them away from that place. As the group departed, only the bewildered Krillin and the others remained at the scene. They muttered, Goku looks just like that man. Could Goku be his son? Master Roshi stood on the stage, also gazing at the spot where Bardock had just stood. He had noticed the violent energy radiating from Bardock and Jine as soon as they arrived. However, upon seeing the two interact with Bulma, he felt much more at ease. Yet that tall, strong man bore a striking resemblance to Goku. Could it be, as Krillin and the others said, that this man was Goku's father? In the dense, primitive forest of Northern Earth, there stood an ancient white fairy tower. On top of the tower, Kaso appeared with the three of them, calling out to the Cat Sage's back. Cat Sage, long time no see. Who? The Cat Immortal was still watching the images of the three water tanks when a voice from behind startled him. It's you. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Cat Immortal pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped his feline face. What he was watching in the water tank was the scene of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Nowadays, the martial arts level of Earthlings is rising, with many martial arts geniuses emerging from various places, among whom Wukong is a representative. In the final duel of the martial arts tournament, the Turtle Immortal disguised himself as a dragon to teach Wukong that there are always greater beings beyond the heavens, and that one must not be arrogant in cultivation. He even defeated Wukong. The Cat Immortal agreed with the Turtle Immortal's approach. Looking at the four people in front of him, the Cat Immortal realized that this young man was the little guy from back, then unexpectedly, still as mysterious as always. Cat Immortal, do you have any more magic beans? Kaso teased the Cat Immortal. No, none left. Hearing Kaso's words, the Cat Immortal shivered. This brat was peeking at his magic beans again. After being reminded by Kaso back then, he understood the preciousness of the magic beans, and he still regretted exchanging them with Kaso. How could he possibly say he had more? Kaso smiled and remained silent. Since this fat cat understood the importance of the magic beans, he felt reassured. Jine held Bulma's little hand and wandered around while Bardock followed behind. Upon hearing the words magic beans, he turned his head. So the magic beans came from here. Should I rob this fat cat? Bardock pondered for a moment, but decided against it. The magic beans produced from the land on planet Saladero were already sufficient for the Scion's consumption. Moreover, he observed that Kaso and the Cat Immortal seemed to have a good relationship, so there was no need to make things difficult for the cat over a few magic beans. Cat Immortal, I believe you've seen the martial arts tournament. That kid named Wukong has great talent, you handle it. Kaso smiled and continued, I'm heading to the temple now. After saying that, Kaso took the three and vanished on Karen Tower. Watching their disappearing figures, the Cat Immortal was momentarily stunned. He knew Wukong had great talent, especially that pure heart, which was just like that little girl from back then. The Cat Immortal thought it was necessary to discuss this with the god. On Karen Tower, through the clouds, a temple floated in the void. Kaso and the three appeared here. Green plants surrounded the temple, rustling as the gentle breeze blew through them. The environment of the temple was exactly the same as it had been years ago, with not a single change. The air here is so thin. Bulma felt a bit uncomfortable as she stepped onto the temple. Right. Kaso nodded. As everyone knows, the higher the altitude, the thinner the air. The temple was situated many thousands of meters above the ground, so the thin air was indeed normal. Casso, is this the sacred place of cultivation you mentioned? Bardock frowned and asked. Before coming to Earth, Casso had said that besides visiting Kakarot, he would also go to a sacred place for cultivation. After exploring the temple, Bardock found nothing particularly special. You'll find out shortly, Casso shrugged. If he weren't aware of the wonders here, he might feel the same as Bardock. The temple was indeed a sacred place for cultivation. That wasn't a lie. Here not only was there the most important room of spirit and time, but also various illusions. In the anime, little Wukong entered an illusion to comprehend the use of chi. However, with Bardock's current combat power of 1 million, those illusions would be of little use. The room of spirit and time would be his best choice. Scions have a long youth, and Jine was still like a beauty, holding Bulma's little hand and wandering around. The two were chatting and laughing, not knowing what they were talking about. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the temple. The god smiled slightly and said, "Casso, you're back." Casso greeted the god and Bobo as these two were his and little Bibi's teachers, so he should be polite. After catching up briefly, Casso stated his purpose for coming here. He wanted to borrow the room of spirit and time again. Casso was borrowing it for Bardock. He had already reached a bottleneck, and even entering the room of spirit and time wouldn't be of much use. Bardock was different. He had never entered the room of spirit and time, so entering for the first time would surely yield significant improvements. Sure, the god smiled slightly. Having known Casso for over a decade, he was aware of his character. Borrowing the room of spirit and time was just a small matter. "Follow me," the god said. Back then, Casso and Osbeal only entered for a day, and the god thought Casso would be using the remaining day in the room of spirit and time. "It's not me who wants to go in, it's him." Casso pointed at Bardock and smiled helplessly. "Oh." The god paused for a moment, but still said to Bardock, "Please follow me." The energy within this man and the woman in the distance was quite terrifying, just like Casso when he first came to Earth, unaware of how to hide his energy. However, since this person was brought by Casso, the god felt at ease. "Good." Bardock nodded slightly. Under the detection of his scouter, the god only showed a combat power of a few dozen points, like a weakling. But since this person was Casso's friend, there was no need to make things difficult for him. However, Scions generally looked down on the weak, and Bardock was no exception. Bardock followed the god into the room inside the temple. Casso had just seen Bardock's expression. The pride of Scions could be said to be ingrained in their bones, just like Vegeta, who, proud as he was, would not allow a lower-class warrior like Wukong to surpass him. Yet Vegeta had always been second, never surpassing anyone. Thinking of this, Casso couldn't help but smile helplessly. "Sir, the room of spirit and time has various living supplies, but the environment is quite harsh, so you must be mentally prepared." The god led Bardock to a mysterious room. Bardock nodded. Before coming to Earth, Casso had already told him about the wonders of the room of spirit and time. So there exists such a room in the world that can control time. It is truly incredible. Now the god mentioned that Bardock knew he had to exit the room of spirit and time before the sand ran out, otherwise he would be trapped inside until death. "Alright, I've finished explaining all the precautions." The god looked at Bardock and then opened the door to the room of spirit and time. A powerful aura of time surged toward Bardock, and he could truly feel time clearly flowing. Looking around, the entire world was a white expanse with no color whatsoever except for the entrance. Moreover, the temperature here was extremely dry, just as Casso had said. After taking just a few steps, his throat felt very uncomfortable. However, if Casso and Beer can stay in the time chamber for a year, there is no reason he would lose to two small children. Moreover, Scions are inherently fearless in their pursuit of power. Soon Bardock began his training. Bulma and Jine wandered around the temple, which is what martial artists refer to as the Sacred Hall. Aside from the slightly thin air, it was quite beautiful. Bulma approached Casso angrily, saying, "Casso, where have you been all these years? You rejected the dragon's offer to teleport you here. Years ago, Tai Si went out to gather material for her novel, while Dr. Briefs was busy researching various technologies, and Mrs. Briefs was preoccupied with planting flowers and plants. Bulma was left alone at home. Every day, aside from attending classes, she trained without anyone to talk to, and the feeling of loneliness often lingered in her heart. Bulma knew she didn't enjoy training, but she couldn't find anything else to do. Every time she thought about giving up training, she always recalled that stubborn yet soft-hearted little boy from years ago. When she found the Dragon Ball in the storage room at home, Bulma decisively embarked on her journey to find the Dragon Balls. However, when she made her wish, the dragon told her that Casso had refused to be teleported. The sense of loss at that moment was unimaginable. "Well, at that critical moment during my training, I couldn't be teleported," Casso said, scratching his head with an awkward smile. "Forget it, just quickly teach me how to fly," Bulma said with annoyance. In truth, she felt quite aggrieved, but upon seeing Casso, all her grievances vanished. Especially when looking at his handsome face, her heart would involuntarily flutter. How had this kid changed so much? "All right, follow me," Casso said, ruffling Bulma's hair as he led her to the center of the temple. After so many years of training that warm flow inside, you should be quite familiar now. Queso sat down on the ground with Bulma smiling as he said, in fact that warm flow is what we call energy or chi. However, the term chi might be too profound for you. Let me directly teach you how to use energy. Queso had spent a whole month learning to control chi, and he didn't think Bulma could master it in a short time, so he prepared to teach her how to use energy. Energy is just a general term, how everyone has it. For example, when we do work, we need to use strength, which is actually the body instinctively releasing energy. When working, it's an instinctive release of energy, which can be considered a passive release. However, when we want to fly, we need to actively release energy. Queso was explaining the concept of energy to Bulma when she waved her hand, interrupting him. Stop rambling, just teach me how to fly already. Queso thought, it's indeed useless to say so much to a martial arts novice like Bulma. It's better to directly teach her how to actively release the energy within her. Thinking of this, Queso nodded. Close your eyes like me and relax your body. Bulma saw Queso closing his eyes and followed suit. Queso's words slowly guided her, much like how Gohan taught Videl in the anime. Relax your body, enter meditation, and slowly guide that warm flow from within you. As time passed, Bulma immersed herself in her meditative world. Queso noticed her breathing had become steady, so he opened his eyes. Bulma had quite a high talent, but unfortunately she didn't like training. Queso sighed slightly in his heart. However, this was the way Bulma should be. If she became like Goku, obsessed with training all day, the Dragon Ball world would probably lose a scientific genius. Queso quietly left to avoid disturbing Bulma and moved to the other side. Queso, that little girl is very cute, Jine said quietly, watching Queso approach. Yes. Queso nodded shyly. Among the Dragon Ball characters, the cutest and prettiest are Bulma and Android 18, and they are also the most popular. Kid, just take care of things yourself. Jine giggled, covering her mouth. She knew that soon Bardock would hand over the Scions to Queso, and it was extremely difficult for an exceptional Scion like Queso to reproduce, so the more partners the better. Moreover, she could tell that both sides had that intention. Let's talk about it later. Queso's usually thick-skinned face turned red. Who wouldn't love a cute girl like Bulma? Time passed, and Queso leaned against the tall green plants, quietly watching the beautiful figure in the center of the temple. Just as Jine said, Queso liked Bulma and Android 18 in his past life. When he came to Earth, aside from getting senzu beans, he also had the goal of meeting the goddess in his heart. At that time, Bulma was still very young and had a rather lively personality, but the little girl possessed the makings of a beauty. Vegeta. Queso curled his lips, thinking, I won't let Bulma go to you. Just as Queso was lost in thought, a bright aura appeared around that graceful figure. The aura sparkled in Bulma's palm like a luminous pearl in the darkness. Buzzing. A low humming sound surrounded the aura as Bulma slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the glowing light in her palm, she excitedly shouted, Queso. Queso, look. I did it. However, just as Bulma was extremely excited, the glowing light in her hand suddenly extinguished. Why did it go out? Seeing the light suddenly vanish, Bulma felt as if she had fallen from heaven to hell. Over the years, in order to impress Queso, she had worked hard day and night. When the warm flow inside her did not increase, she felt very anxious. Just a moment ago, she saw the energy successfully condensing outside her body, and Bulma was very excited, as if she could hear Queso's praise for her at any moment. But the glowing light extinguished again. Bulma felt a pang in her nose, and her eyes slightly heated up. She felt very wronged. With a swish, Queso appeared beside Bulma. Seeing her like this, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized why Bulma would react this way. Don't cry, girl, Queso said, feeling a bit heartbroken, and he couldn't help but hug Bulma. It's okay, you've already successfully released energy outside your body. You're just still not proficient at it. Really? Bulma's voice was slightly choked. Really, trust me, once you master releasing energy, you'll be able to fly in the sky, just like me. Queso held Bulma tightly. In the anime, when Gohan was teaching Videl, she, like Bulma, also saw her energy dissipate quickly the first time she gathered it, but later Videl still learned to fly. Listening to Karsur's explanation, Bulma felt that this seemed to be the case. She had already memorized the sensation of releasing energy, and after a few more attempts, she would surely become proficient. However, her reaction just now was a bit too much. Now, leaning against Karsur's embrace, she felt a little shy. But Bulma had no intention of breaking free. Instead, she tightened her hold around his waist. Upon seeing Bulma hugging him back, Karsur couldn't help but smile foolishly. The two were closely pressed together. The years of Bulma's training had not led to a stiff body, but rather one full of softness. The fresh and delicate fragrance emanating from her continuously wafted into his nose, prompting Karsur to hold her a bit tighter. Karsur, are you going to leave here again soon? Bulma blinked her round eyes, her voice a bit low. There was reason behind her words. Over the years, Karsur had only come to Earth once, spoke only a few words to her, and then left. I want This time I will stay on Earth for a while, Karser replied, inhaling her fragrance and smiling. Really? Really? Oh yeah. Bulma exclaimed joyfully as she hugged Karser tightly. Karser stroked her head, feeling a twinge of heartache at her happiness. How lonely could this silly girl have been? He wondered if he should just take Bulma to Salada Planet in the future. But upon further reflection, Karser shook his head. The plot development on Earth could not do without Bulma. You continue practicing. I need to find Mr. Bobo, Karser said, gently resting his head against Bulma's. Feeling his gaze, Bulma grew a bit shy, lowering her head and giving a slight nod. Just as Karser said, she had now remembered that feeling and needed to practice it several more times. Otherwise, if she waited a few days to train again, the effectiveness would surely decrease significantly. Meanwhile, the god was observing the lower realm with Bobo standing beside him. The martial arts development on Earth had indeed improved a lot. Besides, Goku the god also noticed the little bald boy beside him who had quite a good talent. If he had a renowned master to guide him, he would surely achieve great accomplishments in the future, perhaps even surpassing the martial arts champion. However, when he turned his head and glanced at Karser, the god couldn't help but sigh internally. There was no one on Earth who could compare to Karser. Karser, how do you feel about the martial arts development on Earth? The god asked as Karser slowly approached. Not bad. Karser replied with a slight nod. The god. Seeing Karser's calm demeanor, the god understood that he looked down upon the strength of Earthlings. However, this was quite normal. Others had crossed the universe to reach Earth years ago, displaying powers that were beyond measure. Karser was unaware of what the god was thinking. If he knew, he would surely say that most Earthlings lacked talent, but as long as Vegeta and Goku were there, Earth was the most profound planet in the universe. God, I have another purpose for coming here, which is to see Mr. Bobo, Karser said apologetically. The god paused, realizing that Karser wanted to speak to Bobo privately. Alright, I happen to have something to attend to as well. The god glanced at Karser, and then leaning on his cane returned to the temple. With the god gone, only Bulma remained in the center of the temple square practicing, while Jain watched the flowers and plants nearby. Hello, Mr. Bobo, Karser said respectfully. Bobo looked at Karser with an impassive expression, showing no reaction. Karser was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Bobo was the kind of person who remained unfazed even if the sky were to fall, so Karser was not surprised. I would like Mr. Bobo to teach me the third stage of training, Karser said with respect. Many years ago, Ospier left Salada Planet with Whis. With Whis as the god of destruction's mentor, Ospier's strength would surely progress by leaps and bounds. Karser knew that there were assessments for the candidates of the god of destruction, but he believed that the little girl's talent and dedication to power would allow her to pass the assessment. Thinking of this, Karser felt that his own combat power was probably not even a fraction of what the little girl could achieve. It would be a bit unacceptable to be surpassed like this. You have Whis, I have Bobo, Karser thought. However, he wondered if Bobo would teach him. Hearing Karser's previous words, Bobo's calm eyes finally showed a hint of fluctuation. Your soul is very powerful, and your comprehension is not something ordinary people can compare to, but your strength is lacking and cannot support that realm, Bobo said lightly. I still want to give it a try. Karser bent down again, speaking sincerely. Over the years, Karser had pondered whether he should pursue the path of realms or the path of Super Saiyan 4. In Dragon Ball Super, Goku broke through to the Super Saiyan 3 state, and later his body accepted the light from 5 individuals: Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Trunks, and the child little Fong that Biddy had in her womb, awakening to become a Super Saiyan god, and ultimately breaking through to the Super Blue state. In Dragon Ball GT, Goku transformed into the Golden Great Ape form, and finally became Super Saiyan 4. The realm of the gods and Super Saiyan 4 are two different paths, and in his past life, there were many discussions about which path was more powerful. Karser did not know which path was superior, but he understood that the realm of the gods could only be achieved through comprehension unless infused with the righteous light from 5 righteous Saiyans. Super Saiyan 4, on the other hand, was different. It belonged to the realm of bloodline instincts, requiring the Saiyan bloodline to be elevated to an extremely high level, and then to recover oneself from the terrifying rage of the Golden Great Ape for a chance to break through to Super Saiyan 4. Karser thought to himself, why not pursue both paths simultaneously? The Saiyan ancestral star had already been restored. Karser had lived on Salada Planet for so many years that he had long experienced the benefits brought by the ancestral star. He now felt that he was just one opportunity away from breaking through to the Super Saiyan state. Moreover, with his exceptional comprehension, Karser believed he could manage both paths. Bobo silently watched Karser, his black eyes showing not a hint of emotion. After a moment of silence, all right, Bobo nodded. After saying this, he turned and left, returning to the temple. Watching Bobo's departing figure, Karser let out a sigh of relief, thinking he wouldn't teach him. However, in the anime, Goku defeated Demon King Piccolo, ascended to the temple, and sparred with Bobo for a few moves, but was severely beaten. When Goku asked Bobo to teach him training, Bobo agreed. It seemed that no matter who asked Bobo, he would never refuse. The divine palace of the heavens was exceptionally quiet. Bulma was in the center of the square, tirelessly gathering the energy within her body. The light in her palms flickered on and off repeatedly, yet she remained undeterred, her release of energy growing increasingly proficient. Kasu noticed that Bobo had entered the room and had yet to come out, but he was not in a hurry. Since Bobo had promised him, Kasu believed he would surely teach him. Turning his head, Kasu saw Bulma's smile growing brighter, and he knew she had mastered the control of the energy within her. "Kasu, look!" Bulma exclaimed, her hands raised as she joyfully sprinted towards him, the bright light in her hands showing no signs of fading as she ran at high speed. As they drew closer, Bulma suddenly released the energy in her hands and leaped with all her might, landing directly on Kasu. She wrapped her arms tightly around Kasu's neck. At that moment, Bulma was overjoyed. When she collided with him, her soft body pressed closely against Kasu, who could distinctly feel her two prominent features. Her delicate figure and the faint fragrance emanating from her stimulated him, causing Kasu to take a sharp breath, his body stiffening as an inexplicable impulse surged through him. He instinctively recoiled. However, Bulma's face had already turned a deep shade of red, her gaze darting shyly, not daring to look at Kasu, yet her hands still clung to him. Kasu also flushed bright red, aside from the time he was hugged by Taisai years ago and the accidental glimpse of Philia's snowy white. He had never had such close contact with a girl. "You little rascal." Kasu ruffled her smooth blue hair to cover his embarrassment. "Kasu, look, I've learned to gather energy proficiently." Bulma's tone was filled with excitement, as if she had forgotten the earlier awkward moment. She locked eyes with Kasu, demonstrating a white energy sphere she had gathered with one hand. "Aren't I impressive?" Bulma squinted her eyes. She hadn't expected to master energy gathering so quickly, as she thought it would take her at least a week. Truly, she considered herself a genius. Seeing Bulma proudly lift her snowy chin, Kasu knew exactly what she was thinking. She wanted to hear his praise. "Bulma is really amazing," Kasu said as he embraced her slender form, leaning down to whisper in her ear. In the anime, Bidalai also learned energy release in a day, but she couldn't compare to Bulma, who could proficiently release energy in a single day, and even with one hand. With that thought, Bulma truly was a genius. Bulma nodded eagerly, having trained for so many years just to hear Kasu's praise. "Come, I'll teach you how to fly." Kasu looked at her dazed expression, thoroughly charmed, and quickly released her to prepare for teaching her how to soar into the sky. Bulma nodded vigorously, her small fist looking very cute. "To fly, you must first learn to control the energy within you. The energy you just released can not only transform into a terrifying bomb, but can also lift you into the air. Since you can now proficiently release energy, concentrate that energy beneath your feet, and the force generated will lift you off the ground." Actually, what Kasu said was quite similar to what Midoriya taught Bidalai in the anime. For beginners, gathering energy beneath their feet is essential. Once they master lifting off, they can learn to control their flight direction with energy enveloping their body. "Will give it a try." Bulma's face showed a look of eagerness. She followed Kasu's instructions and concentrated the energy beneath her feet. Indeed, the moment the energy was released beneath her feet, Bulma immediately sensed a force lifting her up. She believed that if she released more energy, she could fly, so she fiercely unleashed her energy. Bulma was lifted up into the sky by the force, but she still didn't know how to fly. After ascending to a certain height, she immediately fell back down, screaming in panic. "Kasu, save me." Bulma instinctively flailed her arms, trying to grab onto something to prevent herself from falling. "I've got you." Kasu flew into the air and caught Bulma steadily, watching her tightly shut her eyes, looking utterly adorable. "Phew, phew, phew." Bulma patted her chest, saying, "Why didn't you save me sooner? I was about to be scared to death. Wasn't I just saving you?" Kasu rolled his eyes. He hadn't expected Bulma to shoot up into the sky. This was beyond what an ordinary earthling could do. "Let me down, I want to continue practicing. Remember to save me." Bulma stuck her tongue out at Kasu, feeling a hint of the freedom of flight. She thought that if she practiced a few more times, she would definitely be able to fly freely. "All right." Kasu patted her head and then brought her back to the ground. Bulma began her aerial training, repeatedly shooting into the sky, but unable to stabilize herself, quickly falling back down. However, as time passed, she was able to stabilize herself in the air, achieving a hover. Seeing this, Kasu was naturally very pleased. He had praised Bulma's talent many times in his heart, yet he still underestimated her. In Kasu's view, Bulma's talent was significantly superior to Bidalai's, especially her comprehension ability. Could it be that intelligent people have an advantage in cultivation? Another half a day passed, and Bulma finally learned to fly. Although her flight path was a bit wobbly, she could now leisurely soar through the sky. "So this is what it feels like to fly freely." Bulma shouted excitedly in the sky. Years ago, she was flown by Ospier once, and had always envied Kasu and the others, thinking how wonderful it would be if she could fly too. To her surprise, she had now learned to fly. She wouldn't need to take a jet to school in the future. With this thought, Bulma excitedly moved forward a few meters. Kasu smiled. When he first crossed into the Dragon Ball world, he had felt just as excited as Bulma the first time he soared into the sky. However, at that moment, it's time to begin the third phase of training. Bobo suddenly appeared next to Kasu from who knows where. His silent approach startled Kasu. This was not the first time Bobo had scared him. Kasu turned around and gave Bobo an annoyed look.